closely resembles Agile is called crystal clear. The methods rely on trust and communication. Unlike other methodologies that dictate discipline to specific practices, Crystal allows freedom for individual preferences and work habits. DevOps. DevOps, with its name stemming from a combination of development and operations, emphasizes collaboration between development, IT operations, and quality assurance with the goal of more frequent software releases. The overall DevOps values align with Agile, and DevOps is considered an expansion of Agile implementation practices to all areas of a product's life cycle. One common DevOps principle is infrastructure as code, meaning operating environments are managed the same as code, with version control, automation, and continuous testing. Iterative development. Iterative development breaks down the work into smaller chunks known as iterations, in order to develop and test in cycles. Lean software development. Lean software development applies principles from lean manufacturing to software development. There are 7 key principles. 1. Eliminate waste. 2. Amplify learning. 3. Deliver fast. 4. Decide late. 5. Empower the team. 6. Build integrity in. And 7. Optimize the whole product. Challenges in implementing Agile frameworks. Challenges to organization commitment and collaboration. Programs using Agile software development methods require the ongoing collaboration and commitment of a wide array of stakeholders, including business owners, sponsors, users, developers, and cybersecurity specialists. 19 One way Agile promotes commitment and collaboration is by having teams work closely together, in one physical location when possible, to facilitate continuous communication among the team members. However, officials from the federal agencies that GAO surveyed reported that teams had trouble transitioning to this philosophy. Specifically, they stated that teams were challenged in collaborating because staff were used to working independently and in individual workspaces. For example, some team members preferred to work alone rather than in a team room, viewed open communication, such as posting program status on a team room wall chart, as intrusive, or disliked showing work in progress to the federal customer. Agency officials also reported that staff members struggled in transitioning to self-directed teams. They stated that staff members used to taking direction from a program manager found it hard to take responsibility for their work and then elevate unresolved issues to senior officials. They also reported that cross-functional teams were difficult to form because federal employees tended to be specialists in specific functional areas. For example, a team member who represented specific customers was not always familiar with the needs of all customers. While Agile stresses frequent input and feedback from all stakeholders, officials noted that federal employees found it difficult to commit to keeping work products, such as schedules, updated to reflect the status of every iteration because they were not used to the rapid pace of development. They also said that teams initially had difficulty maintaining an iteration's pace because they were used to stopping their work to address an issue rather than making a decision and moving on. Officials also stated that federal customers were not always available to review deliverables as they were completed, which was necessary in order to keep the development team on pace with the iteration. Some agency officials stated that assigning and maintaining staff was an issue because their organization did not have sufficient staff to dedicate to multiple Agile teams. Staff with multiple, concurrent duties could not be spared from their other duties to dedicate themselves to the large time commitment required of an Agile team. Additionally, officials said that frequent work assignment rotations were common in many federal agencies, creating challenges as new staff needed to learn the roles and responsibilities of those being replaced. Challenges to preparing for Agile adoption. When an organization using waterfall software development migrates to Agile or other iterative methods, new tools and technical environments may need to be added to support program planning and reporting. However, officials reported that implementing Agile tools could initially create a challenge due to delays in buying, installing, and training staff on the use of these new tools. Furthermore, officials noted that Agile calls for performing development, testing, and operational activities concurrently, which can create significant demands on a program's technical environment.
One official stated that preparing and maintaining synchronized hardware and software environments for these three activities to support frequent releases can be expensive and logistically challenging, especially for multiple concurrent iterations that can require more complex coordination of staff and resources. Another complication agency officials identified was the lack of clear guidance for Agile software development, particularly when agency software development guidance was for a waterfall approach. One official reported that, in order to account for Agile methods, new program policies and procedures would need to be developed, which they found to be a daunting task. They also stated that it was difficult to ensure that iterative programs could follow the standard approach. Another official stated that staff were nervous about moving from waterfall guidance and, when programs followed a mix of iterative and waterfall life cycle guidance, added confusion among the teams. The following is a recent example of the development of Agile methods for the U.S. Air Force's Space Command and Control program. Thank you for listening. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Case Study 1, Updating Policy to Reflect Agile Principles, from Space Command and Control. In October 2019, GAO reported that the Air Force's Space Command and Control Space C2 program was taking an Agile approach to software development to more quickly and responsively provide capability to customers. According to Air Force officials, Agile development was relatively new to Department of Defense (DoD) programs. In the past, requirements were solidified in advance of development and the software was delivered as a single completed program at the end of the development cycle with no continual involvement or feedback from customers or ability to modify requirements. The Space C2 program was one of the first DoD software-intensive programs to move away from the waterfall approach and into an Agile framework. However, we reported that the then-current DoD acquisition instruction did not include guidance for Agile software programs. GAO reported that DoD officials stated that new software guidance was in development, and this guidance was expected to offer pathways for developing Agile programs. DoD had also developed a draft template to assist Agile programs with developing their acquisition strategies, though the template and associated software guidance were in the early stages of development. In the meantime, however, Space C2 program officials confirmed that they were operating without specific software acquisition guidance. Space C2 officials also clarified that, while Agile software acquisition guidance had not yet been formally published, the program office had been actively engaged with the Office of the Under-Secretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment in refining draft policy and guidance. The program office noted that its program activities over the past year had been informed by and were consistent with this draft guidance. Though DoD was taking steps to ensure that the Space C2 program had a Comprehensive approach in place for managing, identifying, and mitigating challenges. Associated with an Agile development approach, GAO reported that key program plans and agency-wide guidance were still in draft form, leaving uncertainty about how program development and oversight would ultimately proceed. Finalizing a robust acquisition strategy containing the key elements for ongoing planning and evaluation would better position the program for success. Success in Agile. Agile programs depend on having the flexibility to add staff and resources to complete each release and adapt it quickly, based on lessons learned from one release to the next.
One official stated that federal procurement practices do not always support this flexibility. For example, contracts that require waterfall-based artifacts to evaluate contractor performance are not needed in an Agile approach where the contractor is part of the team, and their performance is based on the delivery of an iteration. This official added that it can be a challenge for contractor staff to meet iteration time frames when tasks change, since federal contracting officers require structured tasks and performance checks. As a result, adding some flexibility in requirements is a contracting challenge. Chapter 6 discusses contracting best practices that can assist organizations as they work to reconcile Agile methods with contract requirements. Challenges in executing Agile methods. Programs using Agile methods develop software in increments that are added onto the previous build. However, some agency officials reported that their staff mistrust such iterative solutions. For example, one official stated that federal customers expect to see a total solution. Consequently, a demonstration of the functionality provided in one iteration or even one release was sometimes not considered good enough. The small increment of functionality demonstrated caused staff to doubt the Agile team's ability to deliver the remaining requirements, creating a parallel fear that the Agile team would not meet commitments. Officials also stated that this mistrust hindered the federal customer's ability to develop a definition of done, which is an essential component of the process. While a key tenet of Agile is prioritizing requirements, one official reported that customers found it challenging to validate and prioritize requirements by release, as they were used to defining all requirements at the beginning of the program and not revisiting them until they had been completed. Additionally, another official said it was difficult to reprioritize requirements when new work was identified. In addition, iterations may incorporate compliance reviews to ensure that organizational legal and policy requirements are being met. However, one official stated that they found it challenging to complete compliance reviews within the short, fixed time frame of a single iteration because compliance reviewers were used to following a less flexible schedule under waterfall development. Specifically, the official said that reviewers prioritized requests as they arose and that the reviews took months to perform. This caused delays for the iterations that needed to be assessed within a few weeks in order to proceed with the program in a timely manner. Challenges in evaluating Agile methods. Agile software development methods stress evaluation of working software over extensive documentation and traditional program management milestone reporting. Officials said that this difference can present challenges in evaluating federal programs due to the lack of alignment between Agile and traditional evaluation practices. 4. Example: federal oversight bodies request status reports for waterfall development at development milestones and have not adjusted to Agile methods of frequent updates of each increment. As a result, an official reported that Agile teams became frustrated when dashboard statistics appeared negative. Traditional oversight requires detailed artifacts at the beginning of a program, such as cost estimates and strategic plans, while Agile methods advocate an incremental analysis.
One official stated that requiring these artifacts early can be challenging because it can be more worthwhile to start with a high-level cost estimate and vision or roadmap that gets updated as the solution is more refined through each iteration, rather than spending time estimating costs and strategies that may change. Chapter 6 discusses how program milestones and reviews can be aligned to an Agile cadence and other concerns related to contracting for Agile programs. Furthermore, officials stated that program status tracking in Agile did not align with traditional methods. For example, one official stated that tracking the level of effort using story points instead of the traditional estimating technique based on hours was a challenge because team members were not used to that estimation method. One official stated that the required use of earned value management can be onerous if there is no guidance on how to adapt earned value management to reflect data about iteration progress, or if the organization's upper management does not embrace an Agile mindset and tracks monthly changes in cost, schedule, and product scope as control problems rather than as revisions to be expected during the iterative process. Chapter 7 of this guide discusses the application of performance management systems, such as earned value management, to Agile programs. Actions taken to address challenges. Since 2012, the federal government has taken steps to improve its policies and processes to help federal agencies adapt their current processes to Agile methods. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Chapter 3, Agile Adoption Best Practices. Transitioning to Agile software development methods requires practitioners to do more than implement new or modify existing tools, practices, and
Hey, you've been listening for quite a while. I thought you might need a break from that stuff. You see, there was a chicken and a pig walking down the road, and the chicken says, "Hey pig, I was thinking we should open up a restaurant." The pig replies, maybe we should call it, what should we call it? The chicken responds, "How about ham and eggs?" The pig thinks for a moment and says, "No thanks. I'd be committed, but you'd only be involved."
processes. Converting to Agile requires adopting the values and principles of the Agile Manifesto, which introduces challenges as an organization shifts from waterfall development methods to those of an iterative process, such as Agile, which emphasizes rapid, frequent delivery of production quality software. Yet, an Agile approach also presents an opportunity for an organization to improve its acquisition and development of software. Organizations can use the best practices described in this chapter to help them manage and mitigate the challenges in making the transition to Agile. The practices described are organized by functional perspective, team dynamics and activities, program operations, and organization environment. The discussion is in general terms in order to be useful regardless of the Agile method used. The practices highlight the aspects of Agile adoption that address key risks to be considered and are not meant to encompass all aspects of software development or program management. They can be used alone, or in conjunction with information from other publications that address similar topics. This chapter assumes that a team, program, and organization has carefully chosen to adopt Agile software development methods. The decision to adopt Agile will depend on a multitude of factors, such as the stability of requirements, nature of the system, and program complexity. The best practice organization culture supports Agile methods discusses how to make a decision whether or not Agile is the best suited software development methodology for an organization's program. There are practices often associated with an Agile approach, such as prescribed roles, events, artifacts, and procedures, but these vary depending on the methodology used. Over time, teams may refine and evolve their practices based on experience and lessons learned. Because the adoption of Agile requires a shift in mindset at all levels of an organization, attempting to address all of the best practices at the same time can be difficult to manage and may lead to an inordinate amount of disruption and change in a short period of time. Therefore, management might consider prioritizing the best practices so that the most important have been implemented before moving on to the next set of practices. Prioritizing the order of adoption may result in an organization prioritizing individual practices from the group's team dynamics and activities, program operations, and organization environment of practices described in this chapter, rather than prioritizing an entire set of practices from any single group. Consistent with continuous improvement, some best practices will be more applicable to new adopters, while other practices will be more applicable to organizations with more experience using Agile. Within each Agile method, specific terms may not fully align with the terms used in the best practices discussed in this chapter. For example, a program might use a different term from the terms used in this guide to capture the concept of a product owner. Use of the specific terminology in this guide is not essential, but the concepts described in each best practice as a whole should be observable. If not, then organization officials should be able to explain why excluding a best practice, or elements of one, does not introduce unacceptable risk to transitioning to Agile. Although identified across varying levels, these best practices are highly interrelated, they all have to be aligned toward common goals, and therefore, each support the success of other practices. Agile Best Practices. Agile Adoption Best Practice Summary. Team Dynamics and Activities. Team composition supports Agile methods. Agile teams are self-organizing. The role of the product owner is defined to support Agile methods. Work is prioritized to maximize value for the customer. Agile teams use user stories to define work.
Agile teams estimate the relative complexity of user stories. Requirements are prioritized in a backlog based on value. Repeatable processes are in place. Agile programs employ continuous integration. Mechanisms are in place to ensure the quality of code being developed. Agile teams meet daily to review progress and discuss impediments. Agile teams perform end iteration demonstrations. Agile teams perform end iteration retrospectives. Program operations. Staff are appropriately trained in Agile methods. All members of an Agile team have appropriate training, since techniques used are different from those used for waterfall development. Programs. Developers and all other supporting team members have the appropriate technical expertise needed to perform their roles. Technical environment enables Agile development. System design supports iterative delivery. Technical and program tools support Agile. Program controls are compatible with Agile. Critical features are defined and incorporated in development. Non-functional requirements are defined and incorporated in development. Agile teams maintain a sustainable development pace. Organization environment. Organization activities support Agile methods. Organization has established appropriate life cycle activities. Goals and objectives are clearly aligned. Organization culture supports Agile methods. Sponsorship for Agile development cascades throughout the organization. Sponsors understand Agile development. Organization culture supports Agile development. Incentives and rewards are aligned to Agile development methods. Organization acquisition policies and procedures support Agile methods. Guidance is appropriate for Agile. Best practice, team composition supports Agile methods. Agile teams should be self-organizing, meaning they are empowered to collectively own the whole product and decide how work will be accomplished. Agile teams' duties should be well defined, e.g., covering lower-level decision-making and team formation. The team's authorities should highlight the importance of cross-functionality to allow for autonomy and team stability. The more encouragement and latitude the team is given, the better it can address technical issues in creative ways. If teams are not self-organizing or self-managing, the teams may be inefficient, causing program cost increases and schedule slips. The Agile team should be structured to allow for its own autonomy so that it need not rely on outside teams to complete its work. Team members should have cross-functional skills that allow them to be capable of performing all of the work rather than a single specialty, and collectively the team should have all the skills necessary to perform the work and represent the various sections of the organization that touch on software development, such as business, subject matter expertise, quality assurance, and cybersecurity. In addition, the team should be integrated with other areas in the program office. Specifically, the team can include contract specialists, designers, analysts, developers, and testers who, when working together, are able to decompose high-level descriptions of features that need to be accomplished into appropriate user stories and then work to identify logical iteration stopping points. For testability, this level of expertise on the team allows it to solve most problems. If a team does not have the requisite skill sets, it will be reliant on other teams that may have other responsibilities, thus delaying progress on the product. The roles for an Agile team can vary based on the Agile methods being applied. However, certain roles are similar in all Agile environments, such as the developers, product owner, team facilitator, and subject matter experts. Team stability, where team members are dedicated to the team and do not move in and out of the team, is important to ensure consistent productivity. Frequently shifting resources within a team, or between teams, can undo learning and shift team dynamics and skills, thereby diminishing the team's ability to meet commitments. The level of commitment of each team member and stakeholder is based on the needs of the program and should be discussed on a case-by-case basis. For example, involvement of a database administrator may only be required on a part-time basis when the team is working on user stories that require access to, or may indirectly impact, a database. Whether a team member is fully or temporarily dedicated to a particular team, all staff should be available when needed, to the extent possible. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. The role of the product owner is defined to support Agile methods. In an Agile environment, the developers work daily with stakeholders, including the product owner. The product owner is the authoritative customer representative who manages the prioritization of the requirements, e.g., user stories and acceptance criteria for those requirements, communicates operational concepts, and provides continual feedback to the developers as a representative of the customer. The product owner also defines the acceptance criteria for stories and ultimately decides if those criteria have been met. A product owner should understand the business and strategic values of the organization and possess subject matter expertise related to the business need in order to draw alignment with the vision of the product. Linking the need, vision, and product includes ensuring that prioritized requirements are evaluated and implemented in a timely manner and that the backlog is managed. If there is not a clearly identified product owner who is the authoritative customer representative and responsible for managing requirements prioritization, communicating operational concepts, and providing continual feedback, the developers may not be sure which requirements are priorities if they receive conflicting information. This uncertainty can result in delays to delivering high-priority features and deployment of the overall system.
If the product owner is not a dedicated resource, the developers may find that person unavailable to answer questions when needed, and, if questions are not addressed in a timely manner, the developers may make assumptions in order to continue with its development and meet its commitments. If the team assumptions do not match the expectations of the product owner, significant rework may be necessary. This can slow down the development process. The product owner role and responsibilities can be fulfilled in more than one way. For example, some organizations may delegate these responsibilities through multiple product owners, each of whom has clear boundaries and a clear division of duties, while other organizations may establish a core group of business officials to make key programmatic decisions, with a single product owner interacting with the Agile teams on behalf of the group. Regardless of the structure, the product owner should be empowered and their responsibilities should be well defined, e.g., the product owner's availability to the team. From a functional perspective, a product owner must be empowered to prioritize decisions about development. Without the ability to reprioritize work, the development process can slow down due to waiting on others with competing responsibilities to consider and respond on behalf of the business. Since the product owner represents the customer, they routinely interact with key stakeholders to weigh the value of each requirement and establish work priorities for the developers. The developers may choose to interact directly with key stakeholders if the Agile team deems it warranted. However, the team should ensure that functionality is prioritized by the product owner and not the stakeholders, and that this additional coordination does not impact development productivity. In order for a product owner to be effective, their responsibilities should be reduced so as to limit the number of Agile teams the product owner works with and allow time to interact with and complete duties with the team, stakeholders, and the customers. Without maintaining contact with both the developers and the customers, a product owner may not be able to represent what the customer priorities are and may misrepresent them to the developers. This could result in a decreased value from the system if the wrong features are given priority in the backlog, or cause schedule delays if critical features were not developed. Case Study 3, Product Owner, from Immigration Benefits System. In 2016, GAO found the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, transformation program experienced many challenges due to product owners being stretched among multiple development teams. Product owners for the primary transformation program system, the Electronic Immigration System, ELIS, were responsible for more than 4 development teams, and, at times, up to 12 teams. Consolidated release assessments, prior product owner testimony, and GAO observations identified that not having a dedicated product owner presented many difficulties for the ELIS development teams. For example, one product owner stated that it was a challenge to accommodate more than one team and she had to stagger her time between the teams to support sprint planning and maintain meaningful dialogue with the team. Additionally, consolidated release assessments indicated that product owners did not attend 21% of sprint planning meetings. Product owner availability was an issue voiced by development team members and also observed by GAO during stand-up meetings and sprint planning. The more development teams a product owner is responsible for, the less time the product owner is able to spend with each team. Consequently, this can impact product owner effectiveness in performing his or her assigned duties. Furthermore, as we reported in 2016, the program faced challenges in completing work within committed time frames, and product owner availability may have been a contributing factor. According to USCI's guidance, lack of inclusion and transparency with the development team's decision-making and processes can result in a disengaged product owner, or one that makes decisions without adequate consideration of challenges faced by the team. Best practice: work is prioritized to maximize value for the customer. Agile teams use user stories to define work. User stories have become a common method of defining small items of work that can be completed by team members inside of an iteration. Although some methods do not explicitly require the use of user stories, e.g., Kanban, they provide additional information beyond the high-level requirement description to help Agile teams work to meet the requirement. A user story defines who needs the requirement and why. Regardless of the form used to communicate low-level requirements, ensuring that the team knows who the requirement's customer is and why the requirement is needed are important. While Agile programs may use different terminology, such as product backlog items, for the purposes of this guide we will use the term user story throughout to describe a small segment of work that can be completed in a single iteration and is determined by the product owner and developers. The Agile team constructs a general outline for developing the user stories that comprise an iteration. The user story's focus is on the value delivered to the customer, often defines who the customer is, what is being developed for that customer, and why there is a need for the functionality. However, striking a balance between too much and not enough detail can be challenging. Each user story should provide enough detail to allow developers to estimate the user story's complexity, but not so much information that there is little room for discussion between the product owner and the developers around the intent of the user story. Clearly establishing the components to include in the user story can help strike this balance. Establishing a common structure for the user story helps ensure consistency and can help prevent delays when product owners work with multiple teams or teams are reorganized. The product owner determines the business value of each user story in consultation with the developers by refining the size, defining the criteria for acceptance, and establishing when the user story will be considered to be done. The value of a user story should be re-evaluated based on the current needs of the organization to ensure the greatest return on investment. The practice of backlog refinement, along with a discussion of acceptance criteria and a definition of done, is covered in greater detail in Chapter 5. Invest. The acronym INVEST defines the characteristics of a quality user story. It should be independent of all others, and negotiable, not a specific contract for features. Valuable or vertical. Estimable, to a good approximation. Small, so as to fit within an iteration, and testable, in principle, even if there is not a test for it yet. If the user story fails to meet one of these criteria, the team may want to reword it, or even consider a rewrite. The developers should use relative estimation, which compares the current work with work of similar size and complexity, to determine how much complexity a new user story represents. Relative estimation enables teams to maintain a sustainable software development pace and predict work commitments. The team should size user stories relative to one another, Assess the complexity of work based on input from the product owner, refine user stories and estimates over time, and use prior estimates to inform future estimates. If teams are not using relative estimation to compare current size and work estimates to historical completed work, the team may underestimate or overestimate the complexity and time necessary to complete the user story. Relative estimation. In software development, an estimate traditionally consists of a quantified evaluation of the effort necessary to carry out a given development task. This is most often expressed in terms of duration. Relative estimation is one of several types of estimation used by Agile teams. It consists of estimating tasks or user stories, not separately and in absolute units of time, but by comparison or by grouping of items of equivalent difficulty. Relative estimation, consistent with estimation in units other than time, avoids some of the pitfalls associated with estimating in general, seeking unwarranted precision, confusing estimates for commitments. For example, if a team uses a complexity point scale with the values 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, it should not be assumed that an 8 PT backlog item will require 4 times as long as a 2 PT one, although, if that is the norm the team has agreed upon, it could, rather, it will be more than a 5 PT and less than a 13 PT item. Also, because estimates are team and domain specific, there is little utility in attempting to use them for cross-team performance or productivity. When estimating, the team should consider potential factors that can increase the complexity of the work. For example, a piece of functionality that requires passing interface testing before it can be accepted might prove challenging when the team factors in coordination and access to other systems. Team members are providing only a best estimate based on experience to date and will not fully know the complexity of the user story until the work has begun. Accordingly, program management should remember that estimates for the program are likely to change with each iteration. Practices such as affinity estimation can help to identify factors that affect the complexity of a user story. Well-defined acceptance criteria can also help teams estimate a user story's complexity. Less well-defined user stories will carry more risk and uncertainty around size estimates. Additionally, if teams are not estimating user stories consistently, the teams may be committing to too much work, leading to user stories lasting longer than one iteration and team burnout. The team continually revises the estimates of the program as they learn more about the business priorities and as a user story increases in priority. However, once an iteration has begun, sizing estimates should remain unchanged so that the team can examine variances between estimated and actual work accomplished during the iteration. Estimation is a team-specific activity and estimates for one team should not be compared against estimates for another.
It's your buddy Phil again. It's that time where we have another Agile debate. You know what people say? They say waterfall is horrible. Waterfall should never be used. Waterfall is the devil. Well, let's be honest here. First of all, you shouldn't call it waterfall, right? You should call it predictive project management. And secondly, there is absolutely nothing wrong in managing projects that need to be managed in a predictive fashion with a predictive approach. Absolutely nothing wrong in that. So for those who demonize, they call it waterfall, is really predictive project management, those folks need to get with the program. Those folks aren't actually being agile because agility is choosing the right solution for the right project. Take a look at page 123 to 127 in the Agile Practice Guide from the PMI. They collaborated with the Agile Alliance and they came out with some really great content. And you just look at it and you see, oh, well, there's absolutely nothing wrong in using a predictive approach where necessary, where the stakes are crazily high and everything can be thought out step by step.
For example, different development teams on one program may have a different idea of what the relative size of work is. Requirements are prioritized in a backlog based on value. To prioritize a user story, the product owner determines the business value of each user story based on the needs of the customers, stakeholder priorities, and factors such as its risk level, dependent relationships, frequency of use, alignment with the vision of the product, security requirements, expected return on investment, and learning. The organization and program should have a shared understanding of what value means in terms of how much a feature satisfies strategic priorities. Identifying and measuring value, as with other Agile practices, requires constant collaboration. Agile teams should pull work from a prioritized backlog, providing frequent deliveries of software with immediate value to the customer. A lack of traceability between different levels of backlogs and program planning artifacts could lead to overlooking user stories or features that are critical to the program due to their high value to the customer or key dependencies that those user stories or features might have with other aspects of the system. Further, lack of understanding or insight into the methods used to measure value for user stories could cause a disconnect between the customer and developers and allow delivery of features that do not maximize the value. The value of the work accomplished by Agile teams should be tracked and monitored. Once software has been delivered, the product owner may survey customers to measure satisfaction with each software release and track the accuracy of initial value estimates. Value-driven feature development. One way to gauge the value of work is to measure how often a feature of a system is used by the customer. While there may be situations where a critical feature is necessary but used infrequently, often the product owner should be focused on developing features that will actually be used on deployment and therefore are of immediate value. As with any measure, setting a target for usage beforehand can serve as a benchmark to compare against on deployment. The team should provide an ongoing assessment of value expected versus value delivered. In doing so, the organization has another measure of progress beyond traditional cost or schedule considerations. Without clearly prioritizing work, the developers could work on features that are not must-haves to the customer, resulting in the delivery of features that may not be used and might contribute to schedule and cost overruns. Moscow. Many Agile methods use the acronym Moscow to classify user stories as must-have, should have, could have, or would like to have for prioritizing the backlog. Case Study 4, Release Roadmap, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, modified its acquisition procedures to allow for an ongoing assessment of progress, and indirectly the value of work accomplished, via a release roadmap. DHS guidance stated that the release roadmap is to be submitted to the Acquisition Review Board prior to Acquisition Decision Event 2B. During lower-level technical reviews, exit criteria for reviews required the development team to follow the release roadmap and make adjustments that supported the successful completion of requirements defined at the acquisition decision. Event 2B. DHS supplemented these requirements with guidance on constructing a roadmap, including a discussion on how a program can sequence its roadmap for learning, risk, and economic value. Within DHS, GAO reported that it reviewed a roadmap for one development module of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) Student and Exchange Visitor Information System (SEVIS) program. This roadmap listed areas for development in the order they were intended to be developed and identified the associated business capabilities. The business capabilities identified in the roadmap aligned with the sub-capabilities listed in the program's operational requirements document. Examples of business capabilities in the roadmap that were also sub-capabilities identified in the operational requirements document included: create non-immigrant record, including supporting forms. Align non-immigrant eligibility information with unique non-immigrant. Update non-immigrant biographical information, and add/update dependent information. Still on the topic of value. Because the value of requirements is constantly fluctuating based on the state of the program and the organization, the product owner re-evaluates requirements frequently to reprioritize if necessary as a result of team discussions. Doing so allows customers to receive the most important functionality, e.g., those features that provide the greatest value, first. Likewise, this practice usually provides the biggest return on investment for the work performed. Moving on to storyboard mapping, aka user story mapping. Story mapping, a concept first formulated by Jeff Patton in 2005 in an article entitled It's All in How You Slice It, consists of ordering user stories along two independent dimensions. The map arranges user activities along the horizontal axis in rough order of priority, or the order in which you would describe activities to explain the behavior of the system. Down the vertical axis, it represents increasing sophistication of the implementation. Working through successive rows fleshes out the product with additional functionality. One intent of this practice is to avoid a failure of incremental delivery, where a product could be released that is composed of features that, in principle, are of high business value but are unusable because they are functionally dependent on features that are of lower value and, therefore, deferred to future releases. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Moving on to another best practice section. Best practice repeatable processes are in place. Agile programs employ continuous integration. To successfully meet the demands of rapid development, Agile teams use repeatable processes to establish consistency, thus providing a baseline against which improvements can be evaluated and adapted. Repeatable processes are not to impede the creativity of the Agile team by repeating the same steps in the same way every time the team operates. Rather, they characterize how to approach the Agile cadence. Because iterations are short, often 2 to 4 weeks in duration, consistency is important as practices will be repeated dozens of times a year. Automation of repeatable processes allows software components that are added or modified to be continuously integrated into the system. With short iterations in which to develop working software, integration should be frequent. Thus, continuous integration using automation ensures that software handoffs between the various stages of development and testing are performed in a reliable, dependable manner. Without continuous integration using automation, reliable, dependable software handoffs may not occur. Each stage of the continuous integration process should include automated tests of both functional and non-functional requirements with the scope of automated testing tracked and monitored based on established expectations. Without automated build and testing tools, the program may experience challenges in delivering the product on time and may have a limited assurance of product quality. Because automation depends on early investments in the technical environment, its success is heavily dependent on the program process best practice. Technical environment enables Agile development. When using Agile, check that mechanisms are in place to ensure the quality of code being developed. Adherence to coding standards and the use of automated and manual testing are necessary for improving the quality of code that is ultimately inserted into the continuous integration build process. Software with a large number of defects or an inefficient structure not only affects system performance, it forces the developers to spend critical time and effort to repair defects. While many methods are available for assuring code quality, there will always be some code inefficiencies or redundancies that ultimately limit system performance. These deficiencies can stem from time constraints, an unsustainable pace of development, undisciplined coders, or other reasons. The accumulation of these deficiencies over time is called technical debt and can present obstacles to an Agile program if not properly managed. For example, as a code base grows, additional functions will rely on the deficient code, causing a degradation in overall system performance. Moreover, as the interest incurred on technical debt continues to rise, teams will devote more time to cleaning up errors instead of producing new features. Technical debt can also be incurred mindfully, when it is more important to hypothesize the way a module will work in the eventual system, so that interfaces can be tested, for example, than to wait for the requirements for that part of the system to be written in detail. Eventually, both intentional and unintentional technical debt can increase to the point where the code base no longer functions properly and a complete refresh becomes necessary. Code quality should be tracked and monitored based on established expectations. There are various methods that can be used to assure code quality. One development is test-driven. Test cases are written before any code has been produced and only enough code should be produced to address the test case. Subsequent test cases and code are added via a cyclical process until the user story is finished. 2. Pair programming. Developers work in pairs. 3. Refactoring. A portion of time is set aside in each iteration to update and improve the code. 4. Code quality and peer review. A team member who is not the developer of the code reviews portions of the code base to assess its quality and adherence to defined coding standards.
Another best practice is, Agile teams meet daily to review progress and discuss impediments. In addition to repeatable technical practices, there are repeatable business practices that increase the likelihood a team will succeed when using Agile methods for its software development. Specifically, teams can meet daily to coordinate the work, demonstrate working software to the product owner either during or at the end of an iteration to verify it meets customer needs, or participate in a retrospective meeting. The daily progress meeting is to discuss any barriers encountered in completing the work. It is not intended to provide a status update to management. Its purpose is to help the team gauge if it is on track to meet the iteration goals and adjust as necessary, while holding team members accountable. Daily meetings usually discuss these 3 topics: yesterday's accomplishments toward the iteration goals, today's planned work to advance the iteration goals, and any impediments to achieving the iteration goals that need to be removed. The larger purpose of the discussion is to help a team meet its stated goals for an iteration and increase the flow of work. Without the daily stand-up meeting, team members may not be held accountable for their work. In addition, duplication of work could occur, or work may not get accomplished because of a lack of communication and understanding of who is doing what for the program. Without daily stand-up meetings, the team might also not identify impediments, which may result in rework or schedule delays. Managers can observe the daily meeting and consider actions they might take to help remove team impediments, but the daily meeting should not become a status update for management. If used as a status update for management instead of focusing on progress and impediments, the meeting could last too long. The meeting is also not a place to solve problems or hold discussions with stakeholders. Instead, it is a place to decide what conversations, with what participants, need to take place that day. Teams can invite subject matter experts or other business stakeholders to the meeting, as needed, to answer questions regarding a specific user story they intend to work on that day. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Another best practice is that Agile teams perform end iteration demonstrations. Teams should demonstrate the latest version of the software for the product owner and other stakeholders at the end of each iteration, or as functionality has been completed. These demonstrations offer an opportunity for stakeholders to validate that teams are building the right product, help inform the priorities for the team moving forward, and offer a key opportunity to discover new requirements that can be translated into user stories. During a demonstration, stakeholders review and react to the particular portion of working software being demonstrated, rather than to the whole system. In order for a demonstration to be useful, all participants must be engaged and the sample software should be depicted in a realistic setting. Teams should not spend a significant amount of time preparing for a demonstration, as the focus of this time is to demonstrate working software and obtain feedback. If end iteration demonstrations are not performed, the team may not be able to identify portions of the software that need improvement or modifications to provide the anticipated functionality. Another best practice is that Agile teams perform end iteration retrospectives. At the end of each iteration, the team should hold a retrospective meeting to reflect on what went well and what could be improved for the next iteration. It is an effective tool to enable continuous process improvement. The findings of the retrospective are determined and implemented by the team. For example, although retrospectives focus on process improvements instead of product improvements, the team can include action items from the retrospective as user stories in the backlog and track their implementation. If a retrospectives is not held at the end of each iteration, the team may not reflect on or improve the efficiency and effectiveness of its work processes, thereby impacting the timely delivery of a high-quality product. These retrospectives differ from end-of-project retrospectives in that they provide the opportunity to improve in the next iteration, not the next project. Program-level Agile in operations and programs is critical too. At the program level, best practices address training staff in Agile methods, establishing a technical environment that facilitates Agile development, and implementing controls that are compatible with Agile. All members of a team using Agile methods need to have appropriate training, since the techniques used are different from those used for waterfall development programs. Team members and all staff who will be actively developing software, supporting software development activities, or involved in the acquisition process using Agile should be trained in the specific Agile method they will be using in order to have a common understanding about the processes to be used. Training in specific Agile methods includes the Agile policy and procedures documented by the organization. Without training, there may be a lack of common understanding in the program about the Agile methods to be used. In addition, training requirements should be tracked and monitored for all team members. Refresher training should occur whenever there are any changes to the development or acquisition process, such as the use of new programming languages, applications, compliance requirements, coding, or security standards. If Agile is adopted throughout an organization, training of all team members should be considered as part of the organization's larger workforce training or strategic human capital management efforts. Without effective training based on a strategic human capital analysis, the program will be challenged in helping to ensure that the required capabilities and mission value will be delivered in a timely and cost-effective manner. Developers and all other supporting team members should have the appropriate technical expertise needed to perform their roles. In addition to training, teams using Agile methods should possess the competencies, skills, knowledge, and process abilities needed to perform their role. A program should consider Agile-centric skills when forming teams. Ideally, team members, including contract specialists, developers, and testers, should be cross-functional and together possess all the skills needed to produce working software, as discussed in the best practice. Team composition supports Agile methods. If team members do not have all the required skills, programs should ensure that each developer has immediate access to people with specialized skills in, for example, contracting, architecture, database administration, software development, quality assurance, operations, information security, risk analysis, user experience, and business systems analysis.
If you are looking for training either for the CSM or for the ACP or for the PSM, you need to send a message because we can assist you in getting certified in these Agile certifications. Send an email to support@praizion.com. That's PRAIZION.com. Let's continue.
Having qualified staff helps ensure that the flow of development is continuous. If program development is performed by an Agile services contractor, program officials should include an evaluation of the qualifications of the contractor to perform the work as part of the source selection. For example, on receipt of contractor proposals, a program may require the offerers to conduct a technical demonstration of their expertise. An Agile team needs to have all the appropriate technical expertise, or it could be delayed in completing its work while waiting on input from knowledgeable specialists outside of the team. Moreover, if individual team members are not proficient in the skills necessary to complete the work, then the quality of the product being developed may suffer, requiring substantial rework. Case Study 5, Technical Demonstrations, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, offered guidance for preparing acquisition strategies through its Procurement Innovation Lab. Webinars offered by the Procurement Innovation Lab on acquisition strategies for Agile programs discussed the need for interim delivery of software, close coordination between contractors and program office staff, contract oversight mechanisms that were tailored to support Agile development, and refined requirements. For example, the Transportation Security Administration Agile Services Procurement webinar discussed planning, executing, and debriefing technical demonstrations used to select the contract recipient, paying particular attention to the value of transparency and modifying contract oversight mechanisms. GAO reported that, within DHS, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, SEVIS, program evaluated contractor qualifications to ensure they had the necessary technical expertise. According to the program manager, contractor qualifications were evaluated in two stages: first, by assessing the contractor's proposal, and second, by conducting a technical challenge to ensure that contractors could demonstrate the technical skills in the proposal. According to the instructions included in the request for proposals, this technical challenge required the contractor to leverage Agile best practices to design, develop, and demonstrate working software that addressed user stories provided by the program. Although the instructions stated that contractors were required to follow Agile methods, the ICEVIS program manager stated that the primary goal of the technical challenge was to assess development skills rather than knowledge of Agile. Moving on, bear in mind that system design supports iterative delivery. Planning the design of the system is important in order to understand and manage the considerations that can enable a loose coupling of architecture components and to provide architecture to support the Agile methods and end state for the program. An Agile program should refine and build out the architecture over time as it learns more about the system, but also allow time to consider system requirements in order to limit future complexity, rework, and loss of investment. If the program does not consider the system architecture during its initial planning and instead relies on building out the architecture as code is developed, the architecture may not support the needs of the system when fully operational and require a complete technical refresh. Let us briefly discuss the concept of an architectural runway. Some programs use the concept of an architectural runway to ensure that the technical infrastructure, dependencies, and interfaces are clearly understood and in place to support implementing the near-term software in an operational environment. The architectural runway is continually extended to meet new and evolving needs in front of development, which avoids the need for large upfront architectural design. In designing the system, a loosely structured architecture allows for the rapid development of modular components in incremental releases. From an Agile perspective, this allows teams to produce usable code at each iteration without impacting the larger system, as the architecture provides the platform for new code to be inserted seamlessly into the operational environment. In addition, since large federal programs typically have staff distributed across multiple locations, it is easier for each team to be responsible for a module. This module is then loosely coupled with others, eliminating the need for many point-to-point interfaces that would require significant communication and collaboration between teams. Frequent testing and reviews can help ensure that newly developed components are properly integrated with existing ones. Incremental code delivery can result in more frequent customer reviews that provide valuable feedback to the developers. Because customers are reviewing smaller slices of the system than in a typical waterfall development, the staff members participating in an Agile development review are likely to be different than those in a waterfall development. If software design and architecture are not loosely coupled, changes to individual pieces of the system may require a significant amount of testing of the entire system, slowing the pace of development and delivery of the product. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Let's move on to our next case study. Case Study 6, Tools for Automated Testing and Continuous Integration, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, SEVIS, program defined its technical environment to include technical tools for automated testing and continuous integration. The team process agreement for one development module. GAO reviewed identified technical tools that supported continuous integration and testing within the project's technical environment. This included a tool known as Jenkins for continuous integration and tools known as MUnit and SOAP UI for continuous testing. In addition, the I-SEVIS Modernization Test and Evaluation Master Plan discussed tools for helping to ensure code quality, such as an automated code analytics tool to be used to identify test coverage of code and cybersecurity code vulnerabilities. The project also defined management support tools in the process agreement. Specifically, it identified support tools for tracking and knowledge management, such as Jira and Confluence. The team process agreement stated that Jira should be the main knowledge management tool and that all changes, discussion, and history should be tracked in each ticket. This process agreement also stated that Jira should be the team's tracking tool with Confluence used to provide transparency. Moving on to this next best practice. Technical and program tools support Agile. To continually monitor progress, Agile program management and technical tools may be needed to assist Agile teams with electronically managing the Agile framework they are using to develop software. The selected tools should be integrated into the program's technology environment, e.g., automated regression testing suites and continuous integration support tools, and access should be available to all team members and stakeholders who need the access. These electronic tools can prevent delays in performing critical tasks. If technical and program tools are not consistently available to those members of the team requiring access, then the productivity of developers may suffer and result in increased costs for development. Organizations sometimes face limited access to the contractor's tools. This is based on a perception that providing access could lead to micromanagement of the developers. This fear of micromanagement should be addressed because everyone involved in the Agile development effort, both organization and contractor, should have access to the data. Given the variety of Agile tools available in the commercial market, program managers should analyze their current suite of program management tools to determine to what extent they are aligned with Agile principles and practices. Since Agile methods deliver software frequently, they require a certain degree of automation to avoid creating lags in the process. For example, to ensure quality products are produced during a delivery cycle, the software is integrated and tested frequently, usually daily. This rapid integration and testing can be labor-intensive without the support of automated tools. Automation also reduces the chance of human errors and can perform many functions much faster than people can. Large programs not using automated tracking tools could miss key dependencies between user stories and features. Without automated tools, the program risks inconsistent implementation of processes across teams, which may negatively affect product delivery and understanding the program's progress. Best practice: program controls are compatible with Agile.
It is important that critical features are defined and incorporated in development. The program strategy should identify the mission, architecture, safety-critical components, and dependencies that ensure that all aspects of a program are considered, and these aspects should be revisited on a regular basis. 38 Some programs define these components during an initial iteration before any software development begins. Doing so can help the program avoid rework and integration challenges from inadequate software and the resulting increase in costs and time to deliver all critical features. Without clearly identifying mission and system critical architecture features, the program risks developing these features after other software is in place and facing substantial rework and integration challenges, unnecessarily increasing the cost and time to deliver all critical features. In determining the criticality of the software, the program should evaluate and prioritize the relative value of the work to ensure that each iteration delivers the most business value. This can ensure that the customer's most pressing needs are being met first. Business and mission goals drive the prioritization of the most advantageous requirements, and security requirements should be reviewed throughout development. At the same time, the product owner must consider technical risk relative to business and mission goals, and if there are significant unknowns, those features may need to be addressed early to understand what is actually achievable versus what is desired. The program may need to pivot if technology assumptions are made in the program's conception that are not reasonable for the cost allowed or the state of the technology that must be used. If critical business requirements are not prioritized appropriately, software may not provide the required functionality. Lack of communication between the product owners and developers regarding features priorities risks the development of non-critical software in place of critical software and lower customer satisfaction with the completed product. Next best practice, non-functional requirements are defined and incorporated in development. Although much of the focus in development is on functional needs, the program must also include non-functional requirements, such as security and privacy. In the program strategy. 39 As with critical dependencies, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design requires the developers to consider non-functional requirements throughout development. This is particularly true with complex programs such as healthcare and financial systems that process sensitive data with complex non-functional requirements. Teams overlooking non-functional requirements may develop a system that does not comply with current federal regulations, e.g., cybersecurity or interface requirements for IT programs, causing unnecessary risks to business operations and resulting in the software not becoming operational until these components have been addressed. See Chapter 5 for additional discussion on defining and capturing non-functional requirements. Next best practice, Agile teams maintain a sustainable development pace. Management should strive to ensure that teams can maintain a sustainable development pace by prioritizing user stories, some of which may be non-functional requirements, establishing an agreed-upon definition of done for those user stories, and reaching a mutual commitment on the work to be accomplished for each iteration. Many teams embrace Agile methods because the software is needed quickly. However, sound engineering and management principles are still required when employing Agile. Management should emphasize and encourage teams to maintain a consistent development pace that can be sustained indefinitely. For this to happen, management needs to encourage and promote how this paradigm will benefit everyone. Specifically, teams that can determine a reasonable pace will not suffer from burnout and will take pride in their ability to continually produce quality software that pleases the customer. If teams are not working at a sustainable pace, there is a risk of burnout, which can cause delays in the program. In addition, working at a sustainable pace provides management with historical data, such as the team velocity, that can provide for more accurate cost estimates and time to develop desired features. While an effective measure if collected and interpreted properly, it is important that management understand velocity is team specific and should not be compared across multiple teams. Chapter 7 provides additional information related to specific Agile program monitoring and control, and Chapter 8 addresses the various metrics that can be captured to monitor performance. In addition, Appendix V discusses the Scrum and XP methods for achieving a sustainable pace and how it can be planned for and monitored over the program's life. Without establishing a consistent pace, the program cannot reliably use historical metrics, such as team velocity, to estimate future efforts required in product development. Moving on. Organization environment. Organization environment best practices address organization life cycle activities, culture, and acquisition policy and procedures. Although not explicitly called out as a best practice, an organization may also be responsible for directing, monitoring, and/or controlling the implementation of program operations and team activities and dynamics. Best practices related to these topics will be discussed later in this guide. Organizations all have different missions, goals, existing processes, culture, and requirements. Consequently, they may adopt different and varying levels of Agile methods to suit their needs. Before beginning the process of scaling Agile, management will select or develop a suitable approach that might include using a pilot program to discover problems and then mature its processes and incorporate lessons learned before fully adopting them throughout the organization. An organization may have to consider a possible reorganization to enable a large-scale transformation to Agile software development. This can be simple, such as reviewing traditional roles and responsibilities and realigning them with Agile roles, that is, program manager to product owner, or it can be more complicated, resulting in intensive changes, such as restructuring one or more components or shifting entire IT portfolios. 1. Way to help ease an organization's reorganization is for management to establish communities of practice or other working groups of motivated or influential individuals to lead the change. Another is to use small pilot programs to showcase success and learn first where the organization's pain points exist before scaling Agile across the organization. Either a top-down or bottom-up approach can be successful in scaling Agile and helping to drive an organization's change. Best practice: organization activities support Agile methods. Organization has established appropriate life cycle activities. The organization's life cycle activities should support the iterative and incremental nature of an Agile approach. They should also allow for the organization to tailor life cycle activities to encourage frequent collaboration between the customer and the developers to support rapid development. When making the transition to Agile, sponsors may need to make structural changes at the organization level in order to support the iterative nature of Agile. These changes include allowing programs that are applying Agile methods to tailor life cycle activities, including technical reviews, and associated artifacts to their cadence of delivery. These changes may affect the organization, staffing, and interactions with other groups, such as information assurance and operational test and evaluation. If programs are unable to tailor life cycle activities, then the organization's oversight process could negatively affect the cadence established by the Agile team, resulting in less predictable development efforts. The organization's life cycle must also allow for refining detailed requirements. The highest priority of federal IT programs is to satisfy customers through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. In order for the mission to succeed, federal organizations' acquisition policy in small deployments. There must be frequent collaboration between the organization and the developers so that the most valuable work is always completed first. If collaboration is not occurring regularly, then priorities regarding requirements will not be known and the result may not meet the program's vision or customers' needs. Programs can respond to changing business needs when early requirements are defined at a level high enough that the program, or organization, can fine-tune or modify the requirements to reflect a better understanding of what is needed. See Chapter 5 for a discussion of requirements. Decomposition. Organizations can do this by considering whether refined policies and procedures governing life cycle activities and oversight allow for lower-level requirements to be refined and the speed with which updated work can be approved. For example, in determining the appropriateness of the life cycle activities associated with using Agile methods, an organization can state in policy that satisfaction of the customer is the main focus and accommodating refining requirements is acceptable. See Chapter 7 for further discussion of how to monitor changing requirements with respect to cost, schedule, and scope commitments. Where detailed requirement refinement is not understood or defined at an organization level, the adoption and full realization of the benefits from Agile methods will be difficult to achieve. And guidance need to allow for refining detailed requirements while maintaining the high-level program vision and frequently delivering value in small deployments. There must be frequent collaboration between the organization and the developers so that the most valuable work is always completed first. If collaboration is not occurring regularly, then priorities regarding requirements will not be known and the result may not meet the program's vision or customers' needs. Programs can respond to changing business needs when early requirements are defined at a level high enough that the program, or organization, can fine-tune or modify the requirements to reflect a better understanding of what is needed. See Chapter 5 for a discussion of requirements decomposition. Organizations can do this by considering whether refined policies and procedures governing life cycle activities and oversight allow for lower-level requirements to be refined and the speed with which updated work can be approved. 4. Example: in determining the appropriateness of the life cycle activities associated with using Agile methods, an organization can state in policy that satisfaction of the customer is the main focus and accommodating refining requirements is acceptable. See Chapter 7 for further discussion of how to monitor changing requirements with respect to cost, schedule, and scope commitments, where detailed requirement refinement is not understood or defined. At an organization level, the adoption and full realization of the benefits from Agile methods will be difficult to achieve. Goals and objectives are clearly aligned. A proven method for nurturing a strong relationship among customers, the developers, and the organization is to align program goals with strategic IT objectives and to ensure that program goals clearly reflect stakeholder needs and concerns. While this alignment is important in non-Agile settings, its urgency in an Agile environment derives from the fact that software will be available earlier to test and interact with other parts of the system. To effectively implement Agile processes, the organization's mission or strategic goals are key inputs for decision-making. If the organization's goals are not clear or do not adequately reflect stakeholder concerns and mission needs, then lower-level decision-making may be misaligned with the organization's focus. This misalignment can, in turn, erode trust, and often results in overbearing governance and bureaucracy, leading to delays. While a program may need to build trust with developers, the organization needs to trust that the program office can properly manage itself through delegation and more targeted governance. Additionally, it is important that the organization's software-related goals are clearly aligned with its program goals. The continuous delivery of working software depends, for example, on systems engineers and quality assurance teams having sufficient resources to respond to repeated software deliveries. If these software-specific needs are not considered to be part of the larger program goals, then the implementation of software applications may not fulfill minimum requirements established by the organization or by the federal.
Here's an idea for a user story. As a wife, I want my husband to lay down the newspaper so he can talk to me. 1,000 story points.
Government. In determining whether software, program, and organization goals and objectives are strongly aligned, an organization should collect objective measures, such as data from roadmaps and product portfolios that are well defined. These measures should be clearly communicated to the entire organization so that stakeholders, sponsors, customers, and developers know exactly which features and capabilities have been achieved according to the goals and objectives. Doing so will not only allow an organization to regularly track its productivity but will also determine how an individual program fits into the organization's portfolio and mission. If approved program goals do not align with both the IT and business goals, then lower-level decision-making runs the risk of being misaligned with the organization's focus. Chapter 8 provides a detailed discussion of metrics and their use in continuous improvement of organization processes. Finally, goals should be clear but not static. Many organizations adopt Agile precisely because it allows for rapid response to changes in either the external or internal environment. This rapid change makes it even more important that an organization effectively and routinely ensures that program goals are clearly communicated. Moving on to another best practice. Organization culture supports Agile methods. In most organizations, adopting Agile methods involves new behaviors and a different mindset. This is a major shift in how an organization operates and will affect the overall climate. For some agencies, the life cycle management process for an IT system includes not just the program office, but also outside support functions that are shared across the organization, such as certification and accreditation or operational test and evaluation. Policies and regulations can make it difficult to include these areas when adopting Agile. However, cascading sponsorship helps ease these problems by having advocates in many places within the organization who can model new Agile values and behavior, thereby instilling confidence in the people who are actively trying to adopt the new practices. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Sponsorship for Agile development cascades throughout the organization. Implementing Agile requires that stakeholders and sponsors embrace and fully understand the implications of this approach. Without high-level encouragement, Agile implementation might become a paperwork exercise, leading to a failure to complete software development. For example, without encouragement and commitment from upper-level management, Agile teams may not appropriately collaborate with product owners when they are unsure about the importance of certain functionality, causing confusion that ultimately can result in a poor product. Thus, functionality developed using a process that does not embrace an Agile mindset might require heavy investment in the post-deployment correction of errors or functionality enhancements to meet customer needs. Sponsorship for a program should start with senior stakeholders openly and explicitly supporting the use of Agile processes in the organization. One way to initiate a successful transition is to identify influential individuals within the organization who are interested in transformation and can become Agile champions. These champions may or may not be senior stakeholders but should always be someone who has the respect of Agile adopters as well as the support of senior leaders. The champion's role is to help protect early Agile programs from being derailed by those who do not understand the new methods or are skeptical of change. Therefore, the strategy for winning over skeptics will be for the champion to demonstrate how programs have flourished under this new approach. Senior stakeholder sponsorship will be helpful to organizations in transitioning to Agile methods and help to ensure success with the use of Agile practices. Without sponsorship from senior stakeholders and the presence of an Agile champion or multiple champions, the organization may not embrace the transition, which can lead to inconsistent Agile practices and lackluster results. While having a clearly defined policy for Agile programs can be effective in many cases, using a policy or mandate to force adherence to Agile principles does not produce the healthy adoption of new practices. For example, putting policies in place too early, before the appropriate transition mechanisms are solidified, may lead to basic compliance but without consideration for the organization's culture and mindset change that should occur during a successful transition. Further, since Agile may not be appropriate for all programs, each program should consider its rationale for the use of an Agile approach in accordance with defined program and software goals. For example, the following could be considered indicators that a program is ready to adopt Agile practices, although this is not the only scheme for evaluating program readiness for Agile. Requirements are flexible. An established process is in place to further refine the requirements. Over time, an Agile champion or program sponsor is available to help the team overcome impediments. Customers and/or subject matter experts are readily available to provide feedback. Teams have been trained in a specific Agile framework or set of methods. A facilitator is available to assist teams in applying Agile methods. Supporting functions like contracting embrace organizational changes needed to make Agile work. The program is large with a variety of risks, particularly technological obsolescence, and teams desire more responsibility and ownership. Sponsors understand Agile development. Sponsors and champions should not only be assigned to enable an Agile transition, they should understand and be able to differentiate between traditional and Agile roles, Agile cadence, and processes. It is also important that they are accountable for results. Sponsors should be committed to supporting the specific Agile approach adopted so that processes are applied consistently across the organization. While the roles and responsibilities in a traditional acquisition are well documented in regulations, policies, and training documents, in an Agile environment, they are more flexible and may not be as easily understood. One of the biggest obstacles to an Agile transformation can be that very few people in the organization know and understand Agile methods, or that they implement Agile based on limited experience and understanding of them. As a result, sponsors and senior stakeholders may need training and/or coaching regarding their new responsibilities. Organization policies, therefore, should require sponsors and senior stakeholders to be fully educated regarding Agile values and principles and committed to implementing the chosen Agile approach, and organizations should monitor completion of that training. In doing so, sponsors can then transmit or reinforce learning from their training to staff, as needed. If sponsors are unable to effectively differentiate between waterfall and Agile implementation, they may hamper or impede the effective adoption of Agile principles, leading to a breakdown in processes. Moving on to the next section. Organization culture supports Agile development. In addition to senior stakeholder and policy support, certain physical and social environments should be provided by the organization to allow Agile teams to succeed. For example, Agile environments typically call for locating cross-functional teams in common areas where the teams can work together and converse regularly. Designating a team space for physically CO-located teams to work with appropriate network and IT access can be as simple as dedicating a conference room to the team for the duration of the program, even if the teams are physically separated. Modern communications and social media methods, such as video teleconferences or instant messaging chats, can be used to promote continuous discussion. For example, some distributed teams may establish a continuously open chat room where team members can talk about their work. Whether distributed or CO-located, the end goal is for all team members, including the product owner, to be immediately accessible to ensure questions are answered promptly and team pace is not delayed. To facilitate the delivery of a just-enough, just-in-time product, a climate of trust should exist throughout the life cycle between the organization and the developers. However, since the federal acquisition environment is built on strong oversight, traditional acquisitions can often result in adversarial relationships between the acquirers and the developers. Conversely, in an Agile environment, a climate of trust, built by shared experiences in which all parties feel respected and accepted, is needed so that the program team can achieve its fullest potential. A first step toward developing trust between the developer and the organization could be a joint Workshop or event that focuses on the effort but provides opportunities for working together across organization boundaries. Additionally, organizations should consider granting greater autonomy to Agile teams by providing them with the skills and knowledge necessary to succeed and an awareness of the long-term goals of the system. Another method to develop a climate of trust is to consider communication practices across groups and the amount of transparency coming from the organization, both bottom-up and top-down. For example, one option could be to make all artifacts that contribute to the development of the system broadly accessible to everyone associated with a program, including oversight boards. Availability of team message boards, instant messaging software, and other collaborative workspaces can facilitate such communication practices. This can be helped by having a process and terminology in place that are commonly understood in order to prevent misunderstanding. After Agile has been implemented, the organization can continue to learn and adapt from the feedback from key stakeholders and Agile teams. To do this requires continuous inspection and adaptation to improve the entire development process, such as in a more formal meeting, a retrospective, or an informal set of discussions among sponsors. In addition, ongoing demonstrations of working software can then serve as touchpoints where an oversight body can gain added assurance that the Agile teams are developing a system of value in line with its intentions. To effectively apply lessons learned, relevant, reliable data should be collected during the transition to help facilitate and support senior stakeholder adaptation and decision-making, since stakeholders are often removed from day-to-day Agile operations. In addition, modifications to appropriate policies and processes, such as systems engineering life cycle documentation, will help ensure that needed changes to Agile practices and processes are effectively communicated and consistently applied throughout the organization. Establishing an environment supportive of Agile can aid team and program operations in meeting program goals. However, if an environment supportive to Agile methods is not in place, then team and program operations might not have the resources necessary to be successful, thus impeding delivery of the product and not meeting agreed upon goals for cost, schedule, and performance.
Fostering an environment
Incentives
of trust
and rewards are aligned to Agile development methods. Open and explicit support by the senior stakeholders also means that traditionally
reward systems and
rewarded behavior is no longer the norm. This is often one of the hardest concepts for senior stakeholders to consistently practice when advocating for
changes to incentives and reward systems may be slow and ineffective, thus preventing team cohesion and unity and restricting productivity unless there is active involvement from the appropriate organization entities, such as human resources and employee unions. To ease the transition, organizations should identify and include such entities early and establish an organization goal to align related incentives and rewards with Agile values and principles. For example, one step to achieve such an environment and demonstrate support from senior stakeholders is to establish appropriate incentives to work on Agile teams and offer rewards to teams that satisfy business needs. That is, rewards should be tied to accomplishments, e.g., working software, and not to the outputs of an Agile process. Most organizations have incentives and rewards that focus on individual accomplishments. However, in an Agile environment, incentives should be established to supplement traditional individual rewards with those that also focus on team success. For example, the reward system should be closely related to achieving software and program goals. If organization rewards are not structured to promote team performance, competitiveness, or a lack of respect among team members might increase, impacting team behavior, productivity, and outputs. the organization can use other mechanisms to reward team performance. For instance, rewards such as public acknowledgement by presenting a program's success story at conferences and other networking events, and team access to certificate programs might be used to supplement individual-focused performance rewards. However, for such a reward system to be effective, managers should understand the kinds of rewards that different individuals value, and seek to reward successful teams accordingly. Structuring organization incentives to promote improved team performance and behavior will help. Productivity and outputs. Best practice, organization acquisition policies and procedures support Agile methods. Guidance is appropriate for Agile acquisition strategies. The organization's Agile acquisition policy and guidance should align with the planned acquisition strategies. Before entering into any contract, the program office should analyze the risks, benefits, and costs associated with the acquisition. In a federal agency, this can be accomplished with acquisition planning as outlined in the Federal Acquisition Regulation, FAR, and other agency acquisition policy and guidance documents. For example, the Department of Defense has established the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulation Supplement, FARS, which provides additional information for DoD programs as they implement the FAR.
Additionally, FIDRA grants the Agency Chief Information Officer the authority to approve all information technology contracts, either directly or as part of active participation in agency governance.
Strategy to allow for close collaboration between the developers and stakeholders in order for everyone to agree on what features have the highest priority.
In a commercial environment, the business workforce includes managers and customers of the product being developed. In the public sector, these roles may vary and span different organizations, not to mention the multiple business-related stakeholder roles to be allowed. These roles can include program office personnel, information assurance, logisticians, trainers, and others. Further, the overarching acquisition strategy should match the program's Agile cadence. While many contract types can be used to effectively support Agile development efforts, the way the contract is structured determines how effective it will be. Therefore, the contract structure and the acquisition strategy need to support Agile implementation, such as by allowing for interim demonstration and delivery between official releases. In addition, Agile program contracts should specify the cadence of delivery and to what extent product demonstrations will be relied on to obtain customer feedback. These agreements can be defined as contract deliverables in the contract data requirements lists. Accordingly, the contract should be structured to request frequent deliverables, rather than milestones that span several months, taking care to ensure that the deliverables meet the requirements. However, requirements should be written in such a way as to allow the government representative reviewing the deliverables for acceptance, e.g., the technical team in coordination with the product owner, enough flexibility to adjust requirements prioritization and the delivery schedule as the program evolves. If an acquisition strategy and contract structure do not allow for interim delivery and product demonstrations, then the organization may lose opportunities to obtain information and face challenges when adjusting requirements to meet and adapt to customer needs. This may negatively impact continuous delivery of software. Contracts should be structured to align oversight reviews with Agile practices, e.g., frequent, interim deliverables and product demonstrations, frame the acquisition strategy to match the Agile cadence, allow for flexibility to refine detailed requirements, and encourage close collaboration between the developers and stakeholders. The organization contract oversight mechanisms should also be aligned with Agile practices. In the federal government, contracts for large acquisition programs often mandate document-centered capstone reviews, such as preliminary design reviews and critical design reviews, which are based on an organization's policies and guidance governing the system development life cycle. These reviews analyze requirements, preliminary design, and detailed design documentation. Software coding does not typically begin until after all these documents have been approved following the critical design review. However, contracting language for Agile methods should enable incremental and frequent progress reviews at key points. If the organization does not adjust its oversight process to account for Agile methods, then there may not be adequate insight into the contractor's productivity may decrease. Moving on. Best Practices Checklist, Adoption of Agile Methods. Team Dynamics and Activities. 1. Team composition supports Agile methods. Teams are self-organizing. The role of the product owner is defined to support Agile methods. 2. Work is prioritized to maximize value for the customer. Agile teams use user stories to define work. Agile teams estimate the relative complexity of user stories. Requirements are prioritized in a backlog based on value. 3. Repeatable processes are in place. Agile programs employ continuous integration. Mechanisms are in place to ensure the quality of the code being developed. Agile teams meet daily to review progress and discuss impediments. Agile teams observe end iteration demonstrations. Agile teams observe end iteration retrospectives. 4. Staff are appropriately trained in Agile methods. All program staff have appropriate training since the techniques used are different from those used for waterfall development programs. Developers and all other supporting team members have the appropriate technical expertise needed to perform their roles. 5. Technical environment enables Agile development. System design supports iterative delivery. Technical and program tools support Agile. 6. Program controls are compatible with Agile. Critical features are defined and incorporated in development. Non-functional requirements are defined and incorporated in development. Agile teams maintain a sustainable development pace. 7. Organization activities support Agile methods. Organization has established appropriate life cycle activities. Goals and objectives are clearly aligned. 8. Organizational culture supports Agile methods. Sponsorship for Agile development cascades throughout the organization. Sponsors understand Agile development. Organization has established an environment supportive of Agile development. Incentives and rewards are aligned to Agile development methods. 9. Organizational acquisition policies and procedures support Agile methods. Guidance is appropriate for Agile acquisition strategies. Now let's move into Agile terms. Acceptance criteria. These criteria by which a work item, usually a user story, is judged to be successful or not, either all or nothing, it is done or not done. Acceptance criteria are developed to identify when the user story has been completed and meet the preset standards for quality and production readiness. Acceptance testing, formal testing conducted to determine whether or not a user story satisfies its acceptance criteria in preparation for the customer to accept or reject it. Affinity estimation, an estimating technique used to quickly estimate for Release planning a large number of user stories and story points. It is often used when a project has just started and has a backlog that has not been estimated yet. It gives new programs an idea of how to scale user stories and helps communicate that information to stakeholders. This is related to a group estimation technique known as wideband Delphi from traditional planning. Agile, an umbrella term for a variety of best practices in software development. Agile software development supports the practice of shorter software delivery. Specifically, Agile calls for the delivery of software requirements in small and manageable predetermined increments based on an inspect and adapt approach where the requirements change frequently and software is released in increments. More a philosophy than a methodology, Agile emphasizes early and continuous software delivery. Fast feedback cycles, rhythmic delivery cadence, the use of collaborative teams, and measuring progress in terms of working software. There are many specific methodologies that fall under this category, including Scrum, Extreme Programming, and Kanban. Architecture, a set of values and practices that support the active evolution of the planning, designing, and constructing of a system. The approach evolves over time, while simultaneously supporting the needs of current customers. Enterprise architecture is the conceptual model of principles and practices to guide organizations through the structure, operation, information, process, and technology changes necessary to execute and achieve their current and future strategies and objectives. These practices use the various aspects of an enterprise to identify, motivate, and achieve the necessary changes. Functional architecture is the infrastructure and roadmap used to fully address the needs of the system in the present and in the future. System architecture is the conceptual model that defines the structure, behavior, and views of a system, organized in a way that supports reasoning for its structures and behaviors. Backlog. The backlog is a list of features, user stories, and tasks to be addressed by the team, program, or portfolio and is ordered from the highest priority to the lowest priority. A backlog includes both functional and non-functional work, including technical team-generated user stories, features, or epics. If new requirements or defects are discovered, they are added to the backlog. A backlog can occur at varying levels. For example, a product backlog is a high-level backlog that contains all the requirements for the entire program, and an iteration backlog includes a list of user stories intended for that iteration. Backlog refinement, the process for keeping the backlog updated by adding detail and revisiting the order and estimates assigned to work that teams agree to be necessary. This allows details to emerge as knowledge increases through feedback and learning cycles. This is also called backlog grooming. Business manager, a person who uses program management techniques and agile principles to deliver business value. This person is responsible for removing impediments, stimulating empowerment, collaboration and communication, and makes decisions that ensure a sustainable pace. Business sponsor, owns the business case for a program and is responsible for the business solution. The sponsor is usually the most senior person on the program and typically allows the program to progress without interference, generally only getting involved with escalated issues. Burn down chart, a visual tool displaying progress via a simple line chart representing the remaining work, vertical axis, over time, horizontal axis. It shows where the team stands regarding completing the tasks that comprise the backlog items. Related to the burn-up chart, except burn-down charts display remaining work instead of work accomplished. Burn-up chart, a visual tool displaying progress via a simple line chart. Representing work accomplished, vertical axis, over time, horizontal axis. Burn-up charts are also typically used at the release and iteration levels. They are related to the burn-down chart except they display accomplished work instead of remaining work. Cadence, the rhythm and predictability that a team enjoys by delivering inconsistent time boxes. Capacity, the quantity of resources available to perform useful work. Champion, spreads Agile principles and continually makes adjustments to Agile practices that suit the environment for successful outcomes. Their goal is to assist with Agile adoption and transformation and influence others regarding the Agile process. Coding standards, an agreed-upon approach for programming style, practices, and methods. Coding standards keep the code consistent and comprehensible for the entire team to read and refactor. The concept is that code that looks the same encourages collective ownership. Collective code ownership, a software development principle popularized by extreme programming. Its principle is that all contributors to a given codebase have access to and are jointly responsible for the code in its entirety. Collective code ownership, as the name suggests, is the explicit convention that every team member is not only allowed, but has a positive duty to make changes to any code file as necessary, to complete a development task, to repair a defect, or to improve the codes.
It's that time again where we have an Agile debate. Now, people have said MVP, minimum viable product, means it must be a product. But you know what other people think? Other people think it doesn't have to be a full-blown product. It could be a survey, for example. It could be a sliver of something. It doesn't have to be a full-blown product. But there's a lot of arguments that it does have to be a product. And if it's not a minimum viable product, it's not an MVP. Well, what do you think? Do you think MVP has to be a full-blown product? Whatever the case, don't miss the essence. The essence is to get feedback. The essence is not to provide a ton of value, but the essence is to provide enough value to get feedback. So keep that in mind about MVP, minimum viable product.
Overall structure. Complexity point, units of measure used to estimate development work. In terms of complexity but not effort. Continuous delivery. Continuous delivery is one of the principles of the Agile Manifesto. Continuous delivery builds on continuous integration by taking the step of orchestrating multiple builds, coordinating different levels of automated testing, and moving the code into a production environment in a process that is as automated as possible. Continuous deployment. Continuous deployment builds on continuous delivery and is a software delivery practice in which the release process is fully automated in order to have changes promoted to the production environment with little or no human intervention. Continuous integration. Teams practicing continuous integration seek two objectives: to minimize the duration and effort required by each integration episode and to be able to deliver at any moment a product version suitable for release. In practice, this dual objective requires an integration procedure that is reproducible at the very least, and mostly automated. This is achieved through version control tools, team policies, and conventions, and tools specifically designed to help achieve continuous integration. Could have refers to those features that are not critical for the program. While these features have a higher priority than nice-to-have features, they do not need to be delivered as part of the core capabilities. See also, should have, must have, and nice to have. Cross-functional team, a team that is made up of people who have a mixed skills and ability to define, build, and test ideas into a working product. Customer, synonymous with business sponsor because the customer is ultimately the user of the solution. The customer is an integral part of the development and has specific responsibilities depending on the Agile methods used. The customer wants continuous improvement of products and services. Daily stand-up meeting, a brief, daily communication and planning forum, where the developers and other relevant stakeholders evaluate the health and progress of the iteration. Attendees also discuss any impediments to their planned progress. Definition of done, a predefined set of criteria that must be met before a work item is considered to be complete. This set of criteria serves as a checklist that is used to check each work item for completeness and used as the work item's artifact. DevOps, an extension of Agile that includes operations and all other functions that support the application development life cycle to increase efficiency, consistency, quality, and sustainability. Epic, a large user story that can span an entire release or multiple releases. An epic is progressively refined into features and then into smaller user stories that are at the appropriate level for daily work tasks and are captured in the backlog. It is useful as a placeholder to keep track of and prioritize larger ideas. Evolutionary development, the evolutionary strategy develops a system in builds, but differs from the incremental strategy in acknowledging that the customer need is not fully understood and all requirements cannot be defined up front. In this strategy, customer needs and system requirements are partially defined up front, then are refined in each succeeding build. Extreme programming, XP, a software development approach based on the values of communication, simplicity, feedback, and respect. Some of XP's core practices are test-driven development, refactoring, pair programming, collective ownership, continuous integration, coding standards, and sustainable pace. Feature, a functional or non-functional distinguishing characteristic of a system that can be an enhancement to an existing system. Features are a customer understandable, customer valued piece of functionality that serves as a building block for prioritization, planning, estimation, and reporting. Framework, a collection of values, principles, practices, and rules that form the foundation for development. Function point, a unit of measure for functional size that looks at the logical view of the software code accounting for external inputs, external outputs, external inquiries, external interface files, and internal logical files.
A Scrum Master, product owner, and an Agile coach walk into a bar. The product owner can't decide which drink to order and wants all of them. Scrum Master gently reminds him to prioritize his top 6 drinks, and the Agile coach teaches the product owner to choose only which drink offers the most value. You don't want to know what value is in this case.
Integration testing, the phase in software testing in which individual software modules are combined and tested as a group. It typically occurs after unit testing and before validation or acceptance testing. Organizations without continuous integration/continuous development CI/CD need integration testing at the end of iterations, but those with CI/CD do not. Iteration, a predefined, time-boxed and recurring period of time in which working software is created. Instead of relying on extensive planning and design, an iteration relies on rework informed by customer feedback. Kanban. The term Kanban is Japanese and derived from roots that translate to a visual board. Kanban's focus is to optimize the throughput of work by visualizing the flow of work through the process, limiting work in progress, and explicitly identifying policies for the flow of work. Kanban has distinct differences from other popular Agile methodologies, primarily the fact that it is not based on time-boxed iterations, but rather allows for continuous prioritization and delivery of work. Kanban board. Unlike a task board, the Kanban board is not reset at the beginning of each iteration. Its columns represent the different processing states of a unit of value, which is generally, but not necessarily, equated with a user story. Each column may have associated with it a work in progress limit. The priority is to clear current work in progress, and team members will swarm to help those working on the item blocking the flow of the work. Kanban method. An approach to continuous improvement that relies on visualizing the current system of work scheduling, managing flow as the primary measure of performance, and whole system optimization. As a process improvement approach, it does not prescribe any particular practices. Agile teams employing a Kanban method may de-emphasize the use of iterations, effort estimates, and velocity as a primary measure of progress, rely on measures of lead time or cycle time instead of velocity, and replace the task board with a Kanban board. Minimum viable product, the simplest version of a product that can be released. A minimally viable product should have enough value that it is still usable, demonstrates future benefit early on to retain customer buy-in, and provides a feedback loop to help guide future development. Moscow, a prioritization technique used to reach a common understanding with stakeholders on the importance placed on the delivery of each requirement. It is also known as Moscow prioritization or Moscow analysis. Moscow is an acronym for must have features, should have features, could have features, and will not have features. Must-haves, those features that are critical for a program. These are the features that must be delivered as part of the requirements. In addition to must-have features, there are also should-have, could-have, and nice-to-have features. Nice-to-have, those features that are not critical for the program's success. These are the features that are developed if there is enough time or money to develop them. Pair programming, two developers working side by side to develop code and how may frequently switch roles to complete tasks. This method of programming provides a real-time code review, allowing one developer to think ahead while the other thinks about the work at hand, and it supports cross-training. The concept can also be extended to pair designing and pair unit testing to provide real-time peer reviews. Pair programming is a fundamental part of XP. Peer inspections, a form of code review performed by a peer that occurs after the code is complete to ensure consistency. Product, a tangible item produced to create specific value to satisfy a want or requirement. Product owner, the voice of the customer, the person who is accountable for ensuring business value is delivered by creating customer-centric items, typically user stories, ordering them, and maintaining them in the backlog. The product owner defines acceptance criteria for user stories. In Scrum, the product owner is the sole person/entity responsible for managing the backlog. The product owner's duties typically include clearly expressing the backlog items, prioritizing the backlog items to reflect goals and missions, keeping the backlog visible to all, optimizing the value of development work, ensuring that the developers fully understand the backlog items, and deciding when a Feature is done. A product owner should be available to the team within a reasonable time for both decision-making and empowerment. Program, the result of a development effort. In the context of this guide, a program can also be called a project or can refer to multiple projects. Managed as one program. Quality attribute, a factor that specifies the degree of an attribute that affects the quality that the system or software must possess, such as performance, modifiability, or usability. Refactoring. Refactoring involves modifying code to improve performance, efficiency, readability, or simplicity without affecting functionality. It is done after automated regression tests are written to ensure that existing functionality has not actually been affected with the modifications. Generally considered part of the normal development process, refactoring improves software longevity, adaptability, and maintainability over time. Regression testing, a type of software testing that verifies that software that was previously developed and tested still performs correctly after it was changed or interfaced with other software. These changes may include software enhancements, patches, configuration changes, etc. During regression testing, new software bugs or regressions may be discovered. Release, a planning segment of requirements, typically captured as features or user stories in the backlog, that deploys needed capabilities. The release is a time-boxed event that consists of a set number of iterations that are determined by the program. The release plan is where different sets of usable functionality or products are scheduled to be delivered to the customer. Requirement, a condition or capability needed by a customer to solve a problem or achieve an objective. Requirements scrub, see backlog refinement. Retrospective, a team meeting that occurs at the end of every iteration to review lessons learned and to discuss how the team can improve the process and team dynamics. The retrospective is an integral part of Agile planning and process and product improvement. Typically a retrospective occurs at the end of every iteration or release. During each retrospective, the team explores ways to improve how they communicate, collaborate, problem solve, and resolve conflict in an effort to improve their own performance.
Roadmap, a high-level plan that outlines a set of releases and the associated features. The roadmap is intended to be continuously revised as the plan evolves. It can also be used in waterfall development programs, but typically a different term would be used. See related terms. In Appendix 3. Scrum. Scrum is a framework for developing and sustaining complex products. See Appendix V for a brief description of Scrum and other Agile methods. Should have those features that are not critical for a program and do not need to be delivered as part of the requirements. However, these features are higher priority than the could have or nice to have features and could significantly improve the capability of the program. Solution: products, systems, or services delivered to the business sponsor that provide value and achieve goals. A specific way of satisfying one or more needs in a context. Sprint, see iteration. Stakeholder, anyone who has an interest in the program. Specifically, parties that may be affected by a decision made by or about the program, or that could influence the implementation of the program's decisions. Stakeholder engagement is a key part of corporate social responsibility and for achieving the program's vision. A group or individual with a relationship to a program change, a program need, or the solution can be considered a stakeholder. Storyboard, a wall chart, or digital equivalent, with markers, cards, sticky notes, etc., used to track user stories' progress for each iteration. For example, the board may be divided into to do, in progress, done, etc., and the movement of the markers across the board indicates a particular user story's progress. One goal of the storyboard may also be to recognize the order and the dependencies of the user stories in representing end-to-end functionality for the customer. Story map, a visual technique to prioritize user stories by creating a map of customers, their activities, and the user stories needed to implement the required functionality. Story point, a unit of measure for expressing the overall size of a user story, feature, or other piece of work in the backlog. The number of story points associated with a user story represents the complexity of the user story relative to other user stories in the backlog. There is no set formula for estimating the size of a user story. Rather, a story point estimate is an amalgamation of the amount of effort involved in developing the feature, the complexity of developing it, and the risk inherent in it. Sustainable pace, a management workload philosophy that is a part of the XP Agile method. See Appendix V for a brief description of the XP method. It refers to a manageable, constant workload negotiated between the team and management so that the team will not be overextended. Sustainable pace is crucial when using velocity to estimate how much work a team is able to complete during an iteration.
Psst, how many programmers does it take to change a light bulb? None. It's a hardware problem.
Team facilitator, a person who has the explicit role of conducting a meeting and provides indirect or unobtrusive assistance, guidance, and supervision. Their primary focus is creating a process that helps the group achieve the intent of the meeting and takes little part in the discussions on the meeting's topics. Technical debt, the obligation that a software organization incurs when it chooses a design or construction approach that is expedient in the short term but increases complexity and is more costly in the long term. Test-driven development, a software development process that relies on the repetition of a very short development cycle with unit testing. 4. Example: first the developer writes an, initially failing, automated test case that defines a desired improvement or new function, then produces the minimum amount of code to pass that test, and finally refactors the new code to acceptable standards. Theme: a group of user stories that share a common attribute, and for convenience they are grouped together and may span programs. A theme may be broken down into sub-themes, which are more likely to be product-specific. They can be used to drive strategic alignment and communicate a direction. Time box: a time box is a previously agreed upon period of time during which a person or a team works steadily towards completing a product, rather than allow work to continue until the product is completed and evaluating the time taken. The time box approach consists of stopping work when the time limit is reached and evaluating what was accomplished. For example, in Scrum, the daily Scrum is a 15-minute time boxed event. This means that the daily Scrum should take up to, but no longer than, 15 minutes to complete. Time-boxed iterations are typically associated with Scrum and XP.
Thank you so much for listening in to our Agile Advanced for Professionals. I hope this will help you to accelerate your understanding of Agile and to put yourself into a real-world scenario. This guide has been developed with the assistance of many knowledgeable specialists in the field of Agile and other incremental software development methods to aid federal agencies, departments, auditors in assessing an organization's readiness to adopt Agile methods. Getting certified is one tiny step. The big step is getting thrust into the world of Agile and learning real-world applications of a lot of the information that you already know. Now, the way Agile works, whether in government or private firms, is different from theoretical understandings that many people acquire. And for that reason, we have put together a section of the Agile assessment information so that you will understand how to approach Agile from a real-world perspective, and also some of the best practices that exist in the world of Agile. Let's jump in.
Unit testing, software testing in which individual units of source code, sets of one or more computer program modules together with associated control data, usage procedures, and operating procedures are tested to determine whether they are fit for use. This is the smallest testable increment in software development. User story, a high-level requirement definition written in everyday or business language. It is a communication tool written by or for customers to guide developers, though it can also be written by developers to express non-functional requirements such as security, performance, or quality. User stories are not vehicles to capture complex system requirements on their own. Rather, full system requirements consist of a body of user stories. User stories are used in all levels of Agile planning and execution. An individual user story captures the who, what, and why of a requirement in a simple, concise way, and can be limited in detail by what can be handwritten on a small paper note card, also called story. Velocity. Velocity measures the amount of work a team can deliver each iteration. Commonly, this is measured as story points accomplished per iteration. For example, if a team completed 100 story points during an iteration, the velocity for the team would be 100. Velocity is a team-specific abstract metric and should not be compared across teams as a measure of relative productivity. Verification and validation testing, independent procedures that are used together for checking whether the program meets the requirements and specifications, that is, that it fulfills its intended purpose. Vision, the highest level of Agile planning, the purpose for the program that is strategic in nature. The vision represents a shared understanding of the mission and objectives, capability gaps, expected behavior, and final outcomes to be addressed. The vision should be consistent over the life of the program unless business needs change significantly.
Hey, it's me, your buddy Phil again. It's one of those intermissions. Now, you know what I've heard from a lot of people who get certified? They say, Phil, I want to take this Agile stuff to the next level. How do you suggest I do it? Should I go for more certifications? Now, while certifications isn't a bad thing, you got to understand that the world of Agile is all about pragmatism. You got to be pragmatic. So why don't you start applying some Agile to your work today, to how you get stuff done today on your projects, or how you get stuff done in your day-to-day chores? Take a Kanban board and begin to use Kanban. When you're working with more than one person, begin to use tools like Trello and Jira. Begin to use a storyboard. However you can do it, begin to implement pieces of Kanban, Scrum, the Agile mindset, wherever you see fit, and begin to mentor and train others as you can. Maybe people who are trying to take the exams you did, or people who are just clueless about this stuff compared to you. That would be my 2 cents. All right. Well, welcome. We're back with my awesome coach, Roy, who is going to be taking us through the world of Agile, and your friend Phil that has whatever is left of his voice. And we're just talking to our students here who have been enjoying the session. And we had a word with Rochelle, and I was telling Roy about my rant about Agile, about the confusionists. I call them confusionists, and I've got a name for them anyway. But anyway, because when you talk about Agile, Roy, tell us the honest truth about what you've seen. Have you seen people that pretend to be Agile, but there's something different?
All the time. It's that Agile in name only kind of situation where they're doing daily stand-ups, and maybe they're doing sprint planning, and that means we're doing Agile. And but they're still doing all of the waterfall, traditional phased approach, and all of the significant planning up front, which really kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very common thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the things about me, I just hate pretense. If you're still waterfall,
Say
just
it.
be honest.
Yep.
Don't call it what it's not. Or don't try to create some sort of bizarre looking thing that is not agile, because
Absolutely.
the manifesto is being dragged in the mud by these people. But anyway, before I go on another tangent, let's talk to a couple more students. So Johanny just joined us today, and Brittany was here last week. So let's talk to Brittany first. Brittany, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to unmute you so that we can talk to you. All right. Are you there, Brittany?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. How you doing? And how are you enjoying the Agile course that Roy's delivering to us?
I'm good. I found it really interesting. I'm brand new to Agile at all, so this is really knowledgeable for me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Johanny, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi there.
Hi. So I am also very new to Agile. I've heard the Kanban, the manifesto, but I am not fully immersed, and I would love to understand more about Agile, especially for my PMP certification. So today is my very first session.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Well, Roy, let's jump into it. So where were we last week? I'm relying on your expertise to guide us through this terrain of Agile. Some folks are scared of this, and other people think they got it, but they ain't got it. So where were we last week? Where did we end?
So last week we talked about Scrum, the basic framework. And we also talked a little bit about Kanban, the two most widely forms of Agile that are adopted. And I'm hoping that last week we're starting to get an understanding that it's not something to be afraid of. There's nothing that you should be concerned about. It's so let's back up and let's talk a little bit about the fear. Why are organizations and why are people so afraid of it? First, obviously, it's different. It is very, very, very different, and that always causes a little bit of anxiety. Some other reasons is that often organizations and people that are doing this feel that maybe it's a lack of control. Maybe that Agile is chaotic, and we're going to lose control because we say some crazy things like decentralizing decision making, and we don't need management in a team, things like that. But a lot of it, there's so many mechanisms, built-in risk mitigation factors, and it's such a transparent process. It is exceedingly difficult for people to hide and to do the wrong things. And that's really kind of the key is let's reduce the anxiety because we've got all kinds of really good stuff in there to help make sure people are making good decisions. And here's the other thing that we want to start encouraging in organizations and in ourselves as well. We want to encourage that concept or that belief that experimentation is good, right? Everything we do is an experiment. So we're going to try something that we believe is the right thing to work on. And we're going to get to the end of whatever it is in a very short amount of time. And we're going to discover, was it the right thing or not? And if it's not, we will change right there. Right?
Exactly. So, yeah. Can you speak to this misconception, Roy, that, some people think if you're Agile, you have to be 100% Scrum and no other Agile flavor. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, that's so let me be very blunt. That's utter nonsense. So that's actually it. So we have what we call a category of smells, things that don't smell all that great, right? That's one of them. So if we have an organization that says, everyone must do Scrum, then I would suggest that they haven't really understood the mindset and philosophy of Agile. It's supposed to be very, very flexible. It's supposed to be a situation where you can choose what makes the most sense for your specific context. Because here's an issue. So the Kanban and Scrum, we should have learned a little bit last week about some of the major differences. One of the big differences is that in Scrum, you're doing these iterations and you're time boxing. And the expectation is that within that small, perhaps 2-week time box, we're encouraging scope to not change within that 2-week time box. Well, there's some situations where that's not possible. Imagine if you're doing infrastructure rollouts or operations, you don't know what you're working out tomorrow, let alone 2 weeks from now. So trying to put in a framework that insists, or at least strongly encourages some control within that 2-week period of time, it's not going to work in every situation, right? So we should be flexible. So don't let your organizations do that. Every team should have the right to choose the process that makes the most sense.
That's really helpful to clarify. And I just want to speak to one of the comments that came in from a couple of our students. You have absolutely nothing to be afraid of because you got two of the very best. When it comes to Agile and Scrum and stuff like that, I take a backseat because this dude right here, he got it down pat. He's been to places where some of us would never even eventually get to because he's just like that. He's explored the terrain. Some of us may not get that far. He has been there. So there ain't nothing to be afraid of. All the Agile that you need for this test, Roy is going to break it down for us. Okay. And that's why I am extremely confident that you're in good hands. So there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, very kind. And I think it's important for us to not be too concerned about it, right? It's the Agile framework really is actually very straightforward. It is very simple. Do the materials, take the class, listen to what we're talking about, have some good discussions, ask questions, and you're gonna be okay. So hang in there, you'll be fine.
Cool. So I'm curious, Roy, can you give us some on-the-spot checks to make sure that our friends are thinking about what we talked about last week, including me? I'm always learning from you. Are in the right frame of mind regarding, I guess, the 101 that you showed us last week?
Mm-hmm. So maybe some pop quiz kind of questions. Is that what we're looking for? Yeah, let's do this. All right. So this, I'm gonna start off with a hard one. And see what you can figure out here. So let's talk about Scrum for a second. So there are a number of meetings in the Scrum framework. Not too many of them. There's actually only 5 meetings total in the entire Scrum framework. So can anyone type in the chat window, or I don't know, microphone enabled, but let us know, what are some of the meetings that we have in the Scrum framework? What are your thoughts?
So think about a timeline, my friends.
Yeah. What's the first meeting? Why don't we start there? What's the first meeting that you would have within a sprint? And I kind of gave you a little stand up. There you go, Rochelle. Very well done. Sprint meeting. So close, really close. Daily stand-ups, backlog refinement, retrospective, sprint plan. There you go. That's the one exactly. So the planning events are the sprint planning, the daily stand-up, the backlog refinement. There's one meeting that everybody missed. Anybody know what that one is?
Where you demo, is it?
The demo, exactly, the sprint review. So the sprint review is where we demo our working product to get feedback, and then the final meeting is the retrospective. Exactly, well done, awesome. Okay, so let's talk about this one. So there are 3 artifacts. And I didn't necessarily tell you what those artifacts were, but you should be able to figure out what those artifacts are. Only 3, they're actually really simple. And I'll give you a hint to give you an idea of what we're talking about with artifacts. So I'll give you one of them, right? So one of the artifacts, hey, Mahadan, you got it. Dude, that's awesome. The product backlog, that is the one I was gonna give you too. So that is one of the artifacts. There are 2 artifacts remaining. Anybody know what they are?
Think about running at top speed and looking back, right? I don't know. Yeah. I'm guessing it's a subset of the product backlog, the sprint backlog.
Yeah, there you go. You're going in the right direction. Absolutely. So I'll give you a little hint. We take a subset of the product backlog and we create a list, another kind of backlog during sprint planning. What do you think we would call a backlog that's for the sprint?
So it's not this, because we just said sprint backlog. It's not that.
So there's the product backlog and the sprint backlog.
Those are 2 backlog.
You're right. You got it. So product backlog, sprint backlog. So I'll tell you what the third one is, because this one's a little bit strange. We wouldn't expect this very much. The third artifact is actually the working product itself. It's the potentially shippable piece of product that we're generating. We consider that an artifact. Because if it's what we consider, it's a measure of progress, right? So in Agile, we view we're either done or we're not done. It's a very binary decision. So the 3 artifacts in Scrum are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and finally the potentially shippable increment, the piece of product built. All right.
We learn every day. That is definitely a new concept. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking of the burn down chart, but that's not
Yeah, so those are technically they're considered kind of like a fourth artifact. Absolutely. So it is another type of artifact that we use. But if you read the Scrum Guide, there are really only 3 artifacts.
Yeah.
PMI does include the burn charts as additional artifacts though. So good point. Absolutely.
That is good to know, because I noticed, talking about that, the Scrum Guide, I noticed that Ken and Jeff,
Yep.
a little bit conservative in how much stuff they put in there.
Yeah.
Like there's no epics. I didn't see epics in there. I didn't see a few things defined. I'm like, oh, I didn't see MVP there either. I'm like, okay.
Not at all. So that's actually very, very intentional. And if you haven't had an opportunity to read it, and this is for the rest of the group, strongly recommend. I'm going to type in the link to where you can find the Scrum Guide if you haven't read it yet. Scrumguides.org. There you go. So it's free PDF, and then they've got like 50 different languages that you can download it from, which is very helpful. Mm-hmm. So the Scrum Guide is kind of it's the framework. It's the description of how Scrum works, the artifacts, the basic process, and things like that, and the roles. We're going to talk about the roles in a second, or refresh what those roles are. And the Scrum Guide is actually really small. I'm sure most of you are reading, since it's this kind of class, most of you are reading the PMBOK. And we know how big the PMBOK is, right? I think it's over 500 pages now.
Yeah, 756.
So it's well over 500 pages. Wow, that's impressive. So it's getting thicker and thicker every year, isn't it? So the Scrum Guide is the polar opposite of that. It's about 18 pages. Wow. I'm going to let that one sink in for a second. Right? It's only 18 pages. Yeah, and that is exceedingly intentional, right? We don't want it to be big. We want it to stay very small and lightweight. And the reason is, you think about it this way. If you think about traditional processes, waterfall processes, they're generally viewed as, here's everything you could possibly do. And then the intent is that you tailor down, right? You remove things that are not necessary for you. And that's very normal. And Agile, we take the different approach that we're going to give you the absolute bare bones minimum framework that will work for you. And then we're going to expect you to tailor up. So you add complexity only when you recognize that you need that complexity. So it's a different approach. Choose which makes the most sense for you, of course. But the idea is keep it simple, keep it lightweight. Don't put a lot of process overhead. We rely. So here's something else about Agile, which we'll talk about at some point in time as well, is that we rely very heavily on people being adults. What a concept, right? We expect our team members to be adults and do their jobs, and we shouldn't have to drive them. So we rely on that. We rely on the people aspect of the process. But we still have some really good risk mitigation techniques in the meantime as well. So when you get a chance, go read the Scrum Guide. It's really easy, very straightforward stuff. And it's lightweight. If you can't remember 18 pages, then then you're gonna have trouble with a PMBOK, right?
That is a really good point about the people piece you raised, Roy, because I'm wondering, is there like a holy grail to the people and psychological aspects of Scrum and Agile that one can tap into? A book on it? What do you reckon?
Yeah, so there are lots of good books on it. So let's talk about the people aspect for a minute. So it's a really good segue, Phil. Thank you. So the people aspect, as I mentioned, we rely very heavily on the people. In fact, it's one of the values in the Agile Manifesto, and that is individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So we do value the processes and tools. Scrum is a kind of process, and there are lots and lots of tools out there that we make use of. But what we really care about more, what makes everything work, are the people doing the work and how they interact with each other. We really expect a heavy level of collaboration. We encourage face-to-face whenever possible. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes on in the process. We encourage that. And not just collaboration within the team, but also collaboration directly with our customers. We want to talk to the people asking for things, because they're the ones who know what they want, or should know what they want, even though, we know they don't always know what they want. But at least by talking with them, we can kind of discover it. That's kind of the goal. So we rely very heavily on that. And the other aspect of it is, again, as I mentioned, we do rely on people being adults, doing their jobs, and hire well, make sure that we have people that are motivated, and certainly also give them an environment where they can stay motivated. So because you know how it works. We can hire people that really want to do the job, but if the environment is not very good, it really squashes people. And we really want to try to build up that environment where they can do great things. Now, the intent with this, if we have people that are motivated, do a great job, then leadership can leave them alone. Leadership doesn't need to drive them. Leadership can then do what leadership should be doing, and that is to support the team in their efforts to get their work done. We should never have a situation where people need to be driven. And I can be sure everyone on this call has had situations where people needed to be driven, right? And that's a real problem because that shouldn't happen. And if it is happening, then we have a deeper problem. It's not the process that's the problem. It's then we've got some behavioral issues, and we need to dive in and go fix those. So in the Agile space, we put a very significant amount of effort into managing the psychological, behavioral welfare, the social structures that we put in place for the teams. The Scrum Master needs to be kind of an expert in the social skills, in the soft skills. We rely on them more on the soft skills than we do for their knowledge of the practices. Both are important, but imagine if you have a team they're just not motivated. They just don't want to do their jobs, or we have one person on the team that's not behaving well as a team member. So we really want to get in there and fix those social interactions and get rid of conflict, or at least encourage healthy conflict. That's a good thing. But we really want to focus on those kinds of things. So the Agile Retrospectives book has some of that behavior, because a lot of those kinds of things we want to talk about them in our retrospectives. So there's some there you go, the Agile Retrospectives book. It's got some discussions about that. There's some good work that's done by shoot. I'm trying to think of her name now. Drawing a complete and total blank. What I'll do though is I'll have a list of books for kind of the social behavior. So for our next session, so we can put it in the chat window and make sure everybody gets a list of those books. And I'll try to find some good free PDFs and things like that for the group as well.
Oh, that would be awesome. Can I just do a very quick spot check, Roy? Because I know, I just sense people being jittery about certain stuff. But here we are with PMI's content outline for the PMP exam. And I'm just curious, from an Agile perspective, how do we manage conflict? Do we rely on team members to sort their conflict out themselves? Or does it espouse the dogma that, the project manager, well, there's no project manager in Scrum, but in Agile worlds, people still use the term project manager. First and foremost, is that a legit term to use in Agile, or what are the alternative terms?
Phil, that's a great question, and I get that all the time. And a lot of that is there's obviously going to be fear. There's a lot of project managers in the world, and so they have huge investments in the PMP, things like that, and we don't want to lose that. So in the Agile community, I'm sure you'll read it on the internet. There is no such role as Agile project manager in the Agile space. That does not in any way mean that we don't need project management. We need it still. So the way we treat project management in the Agile space is that it's more of a role. Sometimes the team or Scrum Master or someone on the team can take the role of project manager if it's a not so complex situation. If it's really simple stuff, you may not necessarily need a project manager. I think that's kind of common sense. But if there's more complexity, especially when you're starting to scale multiple teams together, that adds a lot more complexity to your environment. And that's where we'd say it's still a role of project manager, but we would most likely want to have somebody dedicated to that role because there is so much complexity. So there is technically no such thing as an Agile project manager, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't need project management skills. So I just want to lay that fear is that there's the things that you learn from the PMBOK are useful. We don't throw all that stuff out, right? So we want to bring those kinds of things into play, even in the Agile community. Again, I really want you to not worry about Agile taking, replacing all of your jobs. That's not the goal. Not at all. We still need project managers, still need project management. But let's talk about that first one. That's about managing conflict. So there are many cases where we don't have a project manager, but let me back up just a little bit. So let me talk about, again, I think we talked about it the last session, a little bit of the difference between project manager and the Scrum Master, right? The Scrum Master is a role that's in the Scrum framework, and we typically have someone that plays the same basic role in Kanban as well. And that purpose, the purpose of the person is less about project management. It's actually very little about project management and much more about working with the team to improve their, their psychological well-being, the social structure of the team, making sure, the way I like to say it is making sure they have the best day possible, right? That's what we want the Scrum Master to be focusing on the people aspect as well as the process aspect. Now, project managers tend to focus more on the project, right? And that's what project managers should be focusing on. And they should not have to be focusing on driving people on a daily basis. We're kind of, the way I view it is that Agile helps project managers get back to what they're supposed to be doing, and that's managing projects, right? So, project managers are focusing typically on budgets and report outs and stakeholder management and, all the things that you would normally do from a project perspective, all valuable stuff. But let's talk about now how management of conflict works in a Scrum team or an Agile team in general. So it's usually more of a Scrum Master responsibility than a project manager responsibility. Scrum Master is people focused, they're team focused. So part of their job would be to get in front of that conflict and to help management de-escalate it, reduce conflict wherever possible, but also sometimes encourage conflict, right? Sometimes healthy conflict is useful, diversity of ideas. We want to encourage that. We want to encourage the ability for people to talk and disagree. That's very, very useful. But then also have the skills to be able to bring those disagreements to a healthy result. That's what we're looking for. And that's part of what our Scrum Master should be focusing on. Now, it's really not different how you manage conflict in an Agile space as you would in any other space. It's the same social skills that you need, the same soft skills you need. You're the different stages of conflict, all the way from two people just talking about having a minor disagreement, all the way to world war, right? And those are some of the stages of conflict. And basically what you want to do is the more that conflict escalates, you need to bring different techniques into play to help reduce that conflict and make sure that we're building a good, healthy, stable team that doesn't hate each other. I mean, these people need to be able to trust each other at a very deep level. And that's another aspect of managing conflict as well, is it's not just resolving conflict, but it's also building an environment where people feel comfortable that conflict can happen. And that requires a great deal of trust. So a Scrum Master is going to spend a lot of time, especially in the early days of forming a team, they're going to spend a lot of time trying to build up trust. And there's all kinds of different techniques. One of the things I like to do to help build trust faster in a team is to help the team, encourage the team to show vulnerability. If a team member can show vulnerability amongst their other teammates, and they don't get made fun of, things like that, then they are going to be able to trust those people that they can say what they need to say, even if it's something that people don't want to hear, and that no one's going to ridicule them or put them down or dismiss them because they said it. A team is a social structure, and we wanted to build that trust up very, very quickly. Some of the ways that we can introduce vulnerability. One of the things I like to do is have every team member acknowledge something they did wrong, right? Just something that, some mistake they made over the course of a sprint. We usually do a lot of these things in retrospectives, things like that. That's why it's such an important session. And again, as I mentioned in our last session, retrospectives should be done in waterfall projects as well. And imagine if you're building your team and you're also not just focusing on building the product, but you're also focusing on building a great team. The productivity that you get out of it is huge, right? So, if you, in a retrospective, you just have the team admit, or the team members admit one thing they did wrong. Raise their hand and say, okay, so in this sprint, I did this wrong. And, I acknowledge that I did this, and I thank so-and-so for helping me out. And this is what I'm going to do to prevent it in the future. So you've acknowledged you did something wrong. You've acknowledged that somebody helped you. You've acknowledged that you're going to do something about it and not do it next time. So those are all very powerful things to help build up trust in a team. And that really helps us also, as I said, in managing or even preventing negative conflict. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is very refreshing. I must tell you, Roy, it's very, very refreshing because, in the world of PMP, we talk about conflict resolution more in I want to say robotic, but it's very prints. It's very like, here are the theories to how you do it. So we've got smoothing, avoiding, and even though some of those things might be used in this world, it is not robotically disseminated. It's more of we're dealing with humans, and here's some fluid, easy, dynamic things to do. And then number 2, which is, it makes you laugh, really, because in the world of Agile, it's an oxymoron. So can you speak to task 2?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about it. So there are different aspects of leading a team, and let's separate it from managing a team, right? So and surely we probably all understand the difference between leadership and management. Leadership is more about vision and mission and things of that nature, and management is more about making the direct management of individuals, right? Where we're telling people what to do, things like that. Now, both are necessary at different times. Even in the Agile space, sometimes those are both very necessary. But we tend to focus more on leadership than we do on management. In fact, we generally discourage having a manager on the team. And let me just pause here for 1 second, Phil, because I noticed that Brittany has a question. Can we have the Scrum and Kanban graphics from last week? Oh yeah, absolutely happy to do that, Brittany. No problem. I can make that available, and Phil, I'll make that available through you if that makes sense for you. So let's finish up and talk about leadership. So we tend to focus more on leadership, and it's not just leadership in the traditional sense of we have senior people in our organization that are leaders. It's also natural leadership within the team. Right, so we want to encourage that as well. We really want to bring up natural leadership. So let's talk about the more organizational form of leadership, where we're setting vision and mission. It's exceedingly important for us to set a clear vision and mission, because team members need to understand. Remember, we're focusing on the psychological and behavioral aspect more than just producing product. Or we tend to forget about that stuff. If people feel that they are part of something more than just getting a requirement, robotically churning it out, and producing the product, they become engaged. They own it. They will feel responsible. They'll feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. We want to remember the human aspect of our process. The more engaged people are, especially when you're doing knowledge work and innovation, the more engaged people are, the better the outcome is going to be. So we spend a lot of time putting together an environment where people can feel motivated. And this is one of them. Imagine if that vision and mission is always available. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody can say what the vision is. And we have somebody on the team that's dedicated to making sure everybody does understand that vision and mission. And that's our product owner. Our product owner is technically kind of a leadership position, leadership within the team anyway, not management. It's a leadership position. And we want to make sure that product owner understands what it is that we're building, and probably more importantly, why we're building it. People like to know why we're doing things. And just think about it from a behavior perspective. Think about it from your own personal perspective. Do you prefer to be told what to do, given a requirement, go off and do it, and not understand the bigger picture? Or would you like to know that you're contributing in some way? Everyone wants to contribute, right? So that's why it's really important to have that. And some of the planning mechanisms, we force that to happen. We make sure that there's a vision, a mission statement. Now, sometimes that can be in a simple form as like in a project charter, something like that. But we really want to focus in the project charters less about what we're building and more about why we're building it, to get that psychological ownership, right? We're trying to build behaviors out of this. Now, we talked a little bit about diversity and inclusion. Sure, a recap video of last week's session. So Phil, I'm sure you can. So Jahani, are you looking for? Oh, Jahani, you're new to the session, aren't you? Is that correct?
Oh, indeed. I didn't even see that. I was so busy looking at the screen. Yes, you will get the recap of last week. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's going to be on Vimeo. So you'll get a link and you can go in and you can take a look at what we discussed. But this is pretty new to this week. So this is new. So support diversity and inclusion. Is that one of the topics that should I say the Agile movement espouses and stresses?
Absolutely. So when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, we're talking about all kinds of diversity, not just cultural backgrounds and race and things like that, which are important for us to do for obvious reasons. We get better product, we get better behaviors, all kinds of good stuff happens from that, but also diversity of ideas and inclusion of differing opinions. That's what we're trying to get to. Cool. Yeah, great. Absolutely. So that's what we're talking about, diversity and inclusion. It's the diversity and inclusion of all aspects of that, right? Imagine if you have a group of people from different backgrounds, different perspectives, different ideas, and we bring that together and we talk things through. That generates some really good innovations, and some really creative things can happen with that. So it's valuable for us to have different kinds of people and different ideas and different perspectives. That's why when we're talking about our team also, it's not just that we have a collection of people that are in the same skill set. We want to have people that are in different skill sets. We put people building the product and people validating the product and people that understand the product, defining the product together in the same team so that they are talking about their own perspectives throughout the entire process. And it's extremely valuable to do so, right? Again, human aspect. Let's move on to that next one of the servant leadership. So this may or may not be a new term for some folks on the session today. The concept with servant leadership is that we want to change the role of leadership. Leadership in the past has become more management than leadership, more telling people what to do, and not necessarily saying, here's the direction we're going. And now what do you need from me, right? Well, servant leadership is the latter. We want to have leaders that can say, this is where we're going. And this is why we're doing it. I need you to help me get there. Now, what do you need from me to accomplish that? So the leadership aspect is setting the clear vision, setting the mission, setting the direction. And the servant aspect is helping the team to achieve your goals as a leader. That's kind of the concept of servant leadership. It doesn't mean you're at the mercy of the team, but if you really think about it from a leadership perspective, they kind of are, right? The leaders aren't actually building the product. They have very little control over that. The people are the ones who are doing it. There we go. Yep. Awesome. Two-way process, empathy. There we go. Oh, wow. We talk about empathy a lot in the Agile space. We encourage empathy. There are techniques like design thinking, where the very first stage in design thinking is empathy, to empathize with your customers and empathize with the people using the product. We want to empathize with the people building the product, right? These are all aspects of this, of good leaders. This is what we're looking for in good leaders, right? Kind of like that catalytic leadership concept, right? Where there are people that are doing things for the right reasons, and they're telling you why we're doing these things, and you can get behind them because they make sense, right? That's what you're looking for, and they understand your challenges as well. So that's really the concept with servant leadership, is that we are leading the team and serving the team for our own objectives, right? That's what we're looking for. All right, so appropriate leadership style, directive and collaborative. So let me say this, sometimes both of them are necessary, right? It's not that we're going to choose one over the other. It's very contextual. Based on the situation, we might be more directive. We might have to tell people that this is what we have to do. I find that a lot in my own job. I'm a coach, and part of the job of a coach is to help people understand how to do things in an Agile perspective, an Agile coach. So how to do their job. And sometimes, especially when the team is first forming, they need to be told what to do. They need that, right? They're concerned. They may be afraid. They're confused. So sometimes letting them know that you know what you're doing and say, this is the direction that we're going, this is what we're going to do now, really puts them into a more comfortable place. They get more comfortable with that. It reduces the anxiety. But then over time, you should start thinking about backing away from that style, right? Mm-hmm. Definitely more of a collaborative style where we're asking people for their input and talking with them more. So there's actually a great quote I'd like to use for this one from Steve Jobs. His quote was, "You don't hire smart people and then tell them what to do. You hire smart people so they can tell you what to do."
That is phenomenal.
It's a great quote. And that's what we're trying to encourage here, right? Hire smart people and talk with them, right?
I hadn't heard that one before, That's very phenomenal quote. I love his quotes.
Yeah. Oh,
He
I
has
love using quotes. Yeah.
yeah, he has a quote that says, management is making people do what you want them to do, but leadership is making people do what they never even imagined
Yep.
they could do. In other words, they blew their own mind because of you, because of what you did to open up their thinking. And to that effect, the Hersey Blanchard model of what do they call it? Situational leadership. It pretty much espouses exactly what you said in terms of directional, being directional in your leadership approach is not bad. Some people think, oh, it's you're being bad if you're directing. No, sometimes you have to direct people. And other times you have to, delegate to people who are mature, who are capable, who can kind of manage it themselves. In fact, they have a model where they show a quadrant, and they have four quadrants that are different things. So I'll just show that for a quick second here.
Great.
Just so that folks can go check it out after. But it's called a situational leadership model. And this is what it looks like. Let's take a look. Right.
I know that Brittany and Mohammed have some questions in the chat window. We'll get to them perhaps after you.
Absolutely. Yeah, cool. So here we go, really quick. So you've got on the right-hand side is really telling, directive. Far right, you can see we've got talking about directive behavior is high when people need a lot of instruction, precision in the work they're doing, and things such as that. But you've also got selling, which is more like coaching.
Yep.
Then you've got participating, which we call collaborative leadership. That's when you bring people together, you join in, you get them to collaborate. And then we have delegating, where you've got a capable person. We call that laissez-faire as well.
Yep.
So all of these, there's a method to why and how you do it. It's either you are being directive or you're being supportive. Some people need a lot of support. They are almost like a leech on you. And that's all right. They're junior. They don't have that much experience. And it's a job where the stakes are high, but they're junior. You may need to spend more time supporting them and have a more participating leadership approach. But those folks in the C-suite, the VP suite, why would you use anything else other than delegating to some of them? Most of them, I would say, hopefully.
Absolutely. And something I like to, it doesn't necessarily directly overlay, but it's the same. You use both of these concepts. So there's something called the change J curve. And I use this a lot as when we're doing agile or transformations, transforming entire organizations. Now you can imagine when, let's say the leadership says, we're going agile, and you've got a large number of people that have been doing their jobs for a long time, a certain way. They've got practices they've been following for a long time. When you put this kind of a change in front of them, it is scary. Some people might think, well, my job is gone. I hear that question a lot, especially with managers, because we're saying we don't need a manager on the team. And the question I usually get, well, is what's my job, right? I'm not telling people what to do anymore. Well, your job changes. It's okay though. Doesn't mean the jobs go away. So the change J curve is basically a way of visualizing what the transition is that people go through. When a change first happens, there's a lot of anxiety, of confusion, and the lack of understanding that's going on. So if you overlay that, the leadership curve that you just put on top of it, there are certain times in that curve where we need to be prescriptive. We need to sell. We need to communicate with the people. Make sure they understand we've got you. We're with you through the entire process. This is why we're doing it. It's really important for us as an organization and for you as individuals. And the idea with the curve is that at the start of a change, not only is there a lot of anxiety, but productivity drops dramatically as a result. So we want to try to, as leaders, we want to try to shorten that J curve, right, as much as possible, so that they get to a point where they are, there it is, exactly. We want to try to get to that integration where we're allowing the change to happen and we're accepting that change. So you can see where those leadership styles can really be beneficial in different points of this change curve. And everyone goes through this differently, right? Every human being goes through it in a different process. Some can get to it pretty quickly, and so others maybe less so. Maybe they stay in that depression mode or frustration mode a lot longer. Those are very non-productive stages that we want to help people get through as quickly as possible. All right. So if it's okay, Phil, I'd like to get to the statements on the chat window real quick.
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah. So Brittany made the statement about big point of Agile is leaders developing other leaders. Absolutely. We want to recognize, and Agile does so let me say it this way. Agile is supposed to do a very good job of recognizing the human aspect. Unfortunately, Agile done poorly doesn't. Agile done poorly tends to think of Agile only as a process. And if you just start doing Scrum, but if you don't pay attention to the human aspect, you're going to be challenged, right? And that's not what we want to do. We do need to pay attention to the human beings on the teams and do things for them, do things the right way. So absolutely, we really do want to pay attention to it. And it's not just leaders developing other leaders. So let me back up just a little bit. So it's a very normal thing for organizations to say that I need a team lead on every team, because we view that if we have that team lead on the team, everyone has to go to get questions answered. What usually winds up happening when you have a team lead designated as a lead on the team is that instead of answering questions, those leads are directing, right? So they're telling people what to do, or people are, when they have a question or have an idea, they all turn to the lead, deferring all decision-making to that lead. And in the Agile community, we've identified that the team lead is the single biggest impediment to a self-organizing team. We want team members to think for themselves, and if they have a lead on the team, that tends to shut down. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have a lead on a team, but we want that lead to have the right behaviors, and those behaviors are to be a mentor. We want them to help the team to grow and coach them into being better team members, and not just the psychological aspect, but their skill sets. The team lead is mostly focusing on skill sets. The Scrum Master focuses on process and the people, the social skills. So the team leads, they can be there. That's perfectly all right, but encourage the good behavior. And what we'll find is it's not just leaders developing leaders. We'll see that natural leadership tends to form in the team if you allow them to do it. If you put somebody on the team designated as a lead, the team leadership or the individual leadership never shows itself. So we want to encourage that, because sometimes people will surprise you. I had, just to share a very quick personal experience that I had a number of years ago. I used to be a manager at a large bank, American bank. And I had a pretty good sized organization, about 75 people, somewhere around there. And I had a team member that he really wasn't talking a lot. He was doing his work, but in Agile, it's not just about, producing product. It's also, how are you interacting with others? So you could be a really skilled developer, as an example, but if you're not also helping your team members and collaborating well, then that's not necessarily the behaviors you want to encourage. One person on a team can destroy a team, right? So we have to be very careful of that. So I was about to move this person to somewhere else in the organization. I didn't think he was a good fit for my company, for my part of the company, because it's not what I wanted to build. I wanted people that were collaborating. So very fortunately, I had a Scrum Master that was on that team, and I talked to her about him, and she said, well, can you just wait for a little bit? Just hold off that decision. Give me a little bit of time with him, and let me see if I can mentor him into a role where he's talking more, right? So she worked with him, and he started talking more. She was doing a fantastic job. It turned out that as a manager, a leader separated from the teams, I didn't actually realize that he was one of the most valued team members. He just wasn't showing it. So because I was disconnected from the people aspect, and this was my failure, I didn't recognize that this was a really good team member, and other team members were actually relying on him. But through her coaching, she was able to get him to speak up more and show his successes. And then I learned a huge lesson from that is, don't always just go face value with your team members. Talk to them, spend some time with them, and get to know them a little bit better, because you might make some pretty bad mistakes if you don't. So hopefully that helped a little bit, Brittany, with kind of the concept. And Mohammed, I want to get to your question, delegating dirty jobs. So this happens, right? We all have things that we don't want to do. So I'm assuming you're talking about jobs that are just bothersome. You have to do them, but they're just not exciting. Those kinds of things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good, Brittany. So Yeah, so absolutely things like this are going to happen. They're going to be things that we just have to do. And while we don't like doing them, we have to do it. So what we want to do is we want to actually encourage, instead of assigning work for people, we would encourage people to volunteer to take work. Now, this is a little bit of a mindset change, both for management, leadership, and for the team members. We don't want to tell them what to do. We want to say, here's the stuff that we have to do. Somebody needs to pick this up, right? And let them volunteer for it. And what will wind up happening is we're kind of relying on the peer pressure of the team, that self-organizing nature of the team. Through peer pressure, the team will likely find a way of kind of spreading out those dirty jobs. Maybe this time, I'll take that job because, I didn't do it last time. Somebody else did it. So I'll take this one and get it out of the way. And you just go off and go do it. And then somebody else might take it next time. But it's a very important aspect of using peer pressure as a behavioral tool. People respond better to their teammates asking for things than they do for their management asking for things. If management is telling them things or asking for things, it seems kind of like, like your parents, right? Where your parents are telling you to do things, you get a little bit internally rebellious. So it doesn't necessarily go as well. You know that this person is paying you, so you're going to do it anyway. But you tend to not take ownership of it as much if your manager tells you to do something. But if your teammates do, that they're your friends. They're the people that are at your same level and doing the work together. And you count on them and they count on you. So that it encourages a different social behavior. We tend to do things for our peers much faster than we would do them for our management. So that's another psychological aspect of a team that we want to make use of, especially in this area, Mohanad, of, like you said, about delegating the dirty jobs. Have people volunteer. Now, ultimately, if no one volunteers, what I would do is, instead of assigning work, if I was a Scrum Master on the team, I wouldn't necessarily say, okay, well, Joe, you do it, or whoever, right? Instead, I would say, all right, so we have some behaviors we need to talk about. Let's deal with a root cause issue, that we have people are not volunteering for the things that we just have to do sometimes. So let's talk about what's going on here. So it's more that we focus on that social aspect and behavioral aspect. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. So, we have a few more things we'll talk about in the weeks to come.
Yep.
But are there any other topics under task 2 before we jump into what you have on the technical side of Agile?
So I think we're pretty good on task 2. We've covered a lot, so I think we're probably good there. I hopefully actually, you know what? I just saw something right there real fast. Team contract, social contract, reward systems. Just very, very quickly on this. So one of the things that we like to do when we're building a team is we put together team agreements, team working agreements. Very, very useful things to do. It's basically a contract written by the team and for the team. Everyone agrees to it within the team. That talks about how we're going to work together, when our meetings are going to be held, just make sure things like we will show up to meetings on time. We're going to do these kinds of activities in our daily stand-up. We're going to run things this way. We're going to decide how we do work by doing these things. So it's a very high-level, simple little contract that says, this is how we as a team are going to work together. A really good example of that is communication. I'm sure you've all had this situation where you go on an email thread and it's pinging back and forth, and it's like 30 pages long at this point, and it probably doesn't even reflect the original subject that it was originally sent for. Well, those kinds of conversations are virtually useless. They're terrible ways of communicating. It doesn't have a lot of good information, just not good to communicate that way. Well, one of the team agreements that I always encourage teams to do is, pick a maximum number of times to allow an email thread to go back and forth. Usually 3 is enough. So 3 times back and forth. If it's more than that, stop the email thread, pick up the phone, call somebody or walk to their desk, whatever it happens to be, talk to them directly and stop the email thread because it's lost its effectiveness. And that way you get through the conversation much faster. It's much richer. You're also building up the relationship better because you have that social interaction, and you shut down those horrible email threads that get forwarded and reply all and all that other kind of nonsense. And it also goes a little bit to reward systems. when we're talking about building agile teams, we tend to think of them as a social structure. So reward systems, performance management, things like that tend to change as well. If you imagine if you're rewarding someone as an individual, it might potentially cause bad team behaviors, such as, I get all of my work done, so I get rewarded for that. But the team fails as a result because you're not helping your other team members. So there needs to be some change in how we evaluate people's performance. It's not just their individual performance, it's how they perform within a team as well. And hopefully that makes sense. Okay, I think we're good on that, Phil.
Very nice. So the whole concept of a self-organizing team is strange to many people in management. Yeah. And hopefully these things you've shared will help us be able to take, these little bits to our teams and begin to give them, treat them like adults, as you said, assume that we're working with adults here. Oh. And then the same thing for support team performance. Mm-hmm. So here, the PMI are posing appraised team member performance against KPIs. Yeah. So in a perfect world of Agile, would that be a team or individual thing, or would it be, let's give a role to like product owner or Scrum? Who does this? Is it the team? Is it individuals? Who?
Yeah, a little bit of all of the above, actually. So we do encourage team members to sort of appraise each other to an extent. Obviously we need to be careful with that because sometimes we can get some bad behaviors if there are some challenges there. But we also, we like to use KPIs. We like to use metrics. We've got a ton of metrics in Agile. And that could be an HR, human resources responsibility. It could be management, because management doesn't go away. We just separate them a little bit from the team. So management is still involved in their performance evaluations, things like that. But we often do things where we have the team kind of evaluate itself and how it's performing. We do surveys, we do team health assessments to see if we're doing good practices and good behaviors. So these are all the things that we do periodically as a team is improving. We check to see, are they improving? Are they not improving? Are they actually getting better, and in what ways? Now, I want to be very, very careful with something, and that is the metrics that we use. There's a lot of metrics, a lot of data that we collect out of this process, a huge amount of data we collect out of this process. And the challenge is that sometimes we use that data the wrong way, and that can cause some very, very negative behaviors. So as an example, I was working with a team, and they were a fantastic team. These folks were really, really good. Developers, testers, analysts, one team working well together. They were good friends. They enjoyed each other's company, and they were producing high quality product like it was crazy. Really good team. Now, there was a challenge though, and the challenge was that the people that were doing the testing, their QA, the quality assurance folks, were from a vendor, and it was an outsourced vendor. In this case, they were from India. And the problem was not that they were an outsourced organization. The problem was in the contract that they set up with this vendor. They wanted to have some kind of a KPI they could use to see if the people that they had hired were doing a good job. And that's not unusual to see those in contracts. Some kind of measurement to say, yes, that it's doing what we want it to do, or these people are the right people. Well, unfortunately, what they chose for this team was the number of defects found. Yeah. So you can imagine, whenever I think about what metrics to use, I try to think about the behaviors that they can cause. How will it be gained? What's in it for the team members to get to have a healthy metric there, right? So the problem that with this case is that this team was working so well together, that the developers and testers were working together from the very beginning. Remember, we're not phases in Agile, right? Day one of the sprint, the developers and testers both have work to do. So it's not the developers build something and then we go build test cases. They're building test cases and working with the developers right at the beginning of the process. So it's very, very different. Well, they were working so closely together. The testers, the QA people, were working with the developers and preventing defects because they were working with them. They were testing on the fly. They were doing they were pairing with them to encourage better code and better product. So they were doing a fantastic job. But because they had that metric in place to track the number of defects they found, they were getting in trouble because they weren't finding any defects. They were preventing them from ever happening. So the bad behavior that it encouraged was the team said, look, we know you're getting in trouble. So why don't you just create some silly defects and we'll close them real fast. Just don't make them too severe so we don't get in trouble. And it was useless overhead. It's just bad stuff. So be very, very cautious in the metrics that you choose. There are some good metrics that we can make use of. But we want to just think about the behaviors we're trying to encourage with those metrics. And that'll help drive you toward better metrics. Hopefully that makes sense.
That is a perfect example.
Just awful situation.
Oh, dear. Working collaboratively for the bad, for the harm of the bigger purpose.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, dear. So this topic, Roy, when we talk about, supporting and recognizing team member growth and development, whose job is that? Because a lot of times we say decentralized and self-organizing team. So who takes responsibility for this? Is it in a Scrum world, a Scrum Master, or who would that be in an Agile world?
Yeah, so this is a really good one. And it's also interesting in an Agile space because, as you mentioned, we decentralize a lot of decision making. Well, we also decentralize a little bit of this as well. The team should be responsible for their own personal growth. Each team member should be responsible for their personal growth. And we actually use a concept here. It's a mindset change that we want to encourage. And this is something we should encourage, whether you're doing Agile or not. We should all encourage this mindset. And that mindset is continuous improvement, always looking to get better. And it comes from, the philosophy comes from the lean world. It's called Kaizen. It's Japanese. It basically means the philosophy of continuous improvement, good change, basically. And it's something that in an Agile world, people take very, very seriously. We're always looking to get better. And now we're not just talking about building better product. We're talking about improving ourselves, improving our skills, improving how we relate to others. So our social behaviors are looking to be improved as well. And other things. So that's really where it kind of starts. It starts with yourself. Again, start with adults, right? And adults want to improve. That's the way we should act. Now, we need more than that, though, because we can only take it so far. So there will be opportunities where the Scrum Master, since they are seeing the larger picture of relationships, the personal relationships between the team members, so they'll focus on how to develop the social skills and perhaps help to recognize when we might be lacking some technical skills as well. So that might become obvious.
So would they make a recommendation, or would they? So there's no "thou shalt do this." Is there?
No, there really isn't. Now, and let's back up a little bit a second. So if we do have to say that might be an indicator that maybe someone's not acting as an adult, right? If we have those behaviors, fix it, right? It's not a good thing to say. We understand this, right? We've all worked with people that need those kinds of things sometimes. It would probably be better if we didn't have to work with them. So let's fix the root problem and cause good behaviors, right? That's what we're looking for. So the Scrum Master might say, hey, we've noticed that, maybe we would improve, maybe we'd get better if we had these skills. We also do something called a skills marketplace, right? And a skills marketplace is something the team puts together where we say, here are the things that we're really good at, and here are the things that we're not good at and would like to learn. And then they could potentially put together as part of their own agreement that this is how we're going to get better at these things. We might have a situation where one team member has some really good skills in something, but the others don't have that skill set. Well, maybe that highly skilled team member could mentor the others, give them some training, do some internal team kind of growth as well. Now, these are kind of like the ad hoc, internal, self-motivated improvement things. Now, let's talk about the stuff that happens outside of that, right? So yes, the Scrum Master can help, but that's still within the team, and they can encourage those. And management still has a place. We're not getting rid of managers. They still have a job to do, but that job changes. And this is something that management often has a hard time understanding. Their job is no longer to tell people what to do, but instead their job is to understand the needs of their team members and help them improve. So it's a different approach. We're not telling people what to do. We're finding out what they need. That's much more valuable when you're thinking about the growth and productivity of your teams. So we would expect from a human resources perspective that our managers would be spending time with their team members, asking them what their needs are, making sure they have the right training in place, the right opportunity to grow your career, all the normal traditional kinds of things. But we're actually, from a manager perspective, we're even more focused on it because people that are improving are better team members, right? Does that make sense, Phil?
Absolutely, it does. So, determine appropriate feedback approach. It seems like feedback should be respectful and it could come from a variety of sources, not just from you giving yourself the feedback, but team members can do it in a sense of respect for each other.
Absolutely. And just to add to that just a little bit, there might be times where we have a team member that's not behaving according to the team norms. We've all worked with people that can be difficult at times. And our goal would be to address those situations. Well, part of the job of the Scrum Master is to recognize when it's happening, and perhaps do some one-to-one and try to encourage and mentor and coach somebody up so that they're providing better behaviors for the team and growing as an individual and growing as a team member. Now, sometimes it doesn't work. We all know those people that are somewhat stubborn and may not want to change. And it might be an appropriate time for a Scrum Master to raise the issue to their management and handle it that way. The Scrum Master is not a manager, so they shouldn't have to be involved with HR situations. Their job should be to identify it, try to reduce it, mentor it, coach it out, and when they can't, then take it to the appropriate people for them to take it to the next step. So those support mechanisms don't go away in an Agile environment. In fact, they're even more needed. We want to make sure that we have a place to go when we're having challenges. Absolutely.
That's good. Verify performance improvement. So talking about performance of the team,
absolutely.
Who does that?
And individuals as well, right? So let's talk about this. So there's lots of ways for us to measure if a team is getting better. Lots of good metrics. We can check to see if the team is producing high quality product, or at least that is their quality improving. We tend to look more for trends than for individual data points. So if a team, let's just take quality as an example. If there were quality issues in the product, if the team is starting to produce higher quality, meaning fewer defects, less times where we're causing design challenges or where we have to go back and fix things in a number of different ways, then that team is improving, at least from a quality perspective. So we look at the trend that quality is getting better, right? And we want to use these as indicators for further improvement. So if there is poor quality going on, we're not going to yell and scream at the team. We're going to say, what can we do to get this better? And then watch the trend to see if it is actually improving. We tend to focus, when I'm working on a team, or working with a team rather as a coach, I tend to focus on a few things to help them improve. Usually the first thing I focus on is quality. Quality is something that we can generally control. We can improve the quality of the product. Of course, there are some aspects that might have an impact on quality, like forcing unrealistic timelines. That can have a dramatic impact on quality. So there's some organizational impact that could cause some challenges there. But focusing on quality first, it is something generally the team can control and they can do a better job with. I tend not to focus on speed first. Now we want to make sure we're flipping this upside down a little bit, right? We don't focus on speed first, because again, think of the behaviors that could potentially cause. Focusing on speed would likely reduce quality, likely reduce predictability, and cause perhaps some other very bad behaviors like burning out, overtime, all kinds of other challenges. So that's why I focus on, I'm very specific about how I mature a team. First focus on quality. Then we get to a level of quality that's acceptable. Everybody's happy with it. We don't stay at that quality level. We want that to continue, but we get to a baseline quality that we want to stay at, right? The next thing that we focus on then is predictability. How predictable is this team? Now, if you think about it from a project perspective, predictability is incredibly important to us. I love being able to go to my stakeholders and say, based on our historical information, this is how predictable we are. We can say that it's going to be done by a certain date and be pretty darn predictable and get it done by that date. And let me back up. I think I said this in the first session. If you have an Agile team that says we can't give dates, that's not an Agile team. absolutely you can give dates, right? So just take that one, get rid of that myth. Absolutely get rid of that myth. In fact, in the Agile world, we like fixed dates. We prefer fixed dates because it's a time box. We like working in time boxes, right? So yeah, Mahana, absolutely. The burn up charts, burn down charts can be used absolutely for performance improvement. But what we would encourage is for those teams, use those charts internally first. Let them watch their charts and let them see, how they might be able to improve. Those charts are incredibly useful. And for anyone on the call, if you're not familiar with burn down charts and burn up charts, they're an indicator. It's a chart of work completed and work remaining, right? So the burn down shows work remaining. Burn up shows work completed. Two very, very useful charts. Excuse me. So the team can use those to improve. We want to be careful that they don't get too far out of the team. We don't want management to step in and misunderstand them, because sometimes you could see something that looks negative on a burn-up chart, and it could have been because of some kind of an organizational impediment. Somebody telling the team to do something that perhaps they shouldn't have been doing. So lots of things can cause that, right? Absolutely. So yes, they can be used. Just be careful with it, right? So the third thing that I'd like to focus on. So first we focus on quality. Then we focus on predictability so that I can tell my stakeholders, I'm going to deliver a high quality product to you by this date and actually meet the date, right? Oops, I think I just lost my lights here for some reason. We'll go a little bit dark here. It's okay. So those are kinds of the things that we want to focus on. The last thing that we focus on then is finally speed. Speed is very useful. We want to get faster, but if you go there too quickly, you're going to have some challenges and cause some negative behaviors. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense.
So I got quality first.
Yep.
Predictability and speed.
Absolutely.
Nice. Very nice. So this one, number 4, I mean, it looks pretty much intuitive from an Agile perspective. Empower team members and stakeholders. So this is what management should be thinking about, right? Or even someone in a traditional project manager role. So
absolutely.
How do we do that?
Yeah, so let's talk about the first one, organizing around team strengths. So it first starts with intentional team member selection. We want to build teams of complementary skills, people that also have the right social skills to work together, and make sure that we are putting people together that are going to be able to produce good quality product together. So that's where it starts, selecting the right people for the team. Now, and the next aspect of it is to empower those teams, to allow them, give them the power, or let them have the power to organize around the work and organize around each other. So here's an example of this. One of the challenges that we have in assigning work to people, it causes all kinds of bad things to happen. One of them is we tend to have that one go-to person that we always go to. And the challenge with that is, and I'm just going to stop my video real quick and change there we go. The challenge that we have with that is that person tends to get overloaded very quickly. Mm-hmm. And they also don't necessarily share their knowledge, right? So we don't have the opportunity to share knowledge. So by allowing the team to figure out how to do work all by themselves, we're empowering that team to figure out the way to do it and how to improve each other's skills. Sometimes you might have people take on work that they haven't done in the past, and that can be a very useful thing because now they're learning something new, right? So back away. If you're a manager, you back away, let the team figure things out. And you're still watching. It's not like you go away completely and it's a black box where you can't see anything that's going on. You've got the charts, you've got your boards, you see everything that's happening. You can listen in to the meetings, you can attend a sprint review and see how things are going. So they're not invisible. You have a huge amount of visibility to what the team is working on. So just let the team figure things out for themselves, decentralize, and their strengths are going to improve just kind of naturally. All right.
Gotcha. Okay, support team task accountability. So talking about accountability, and we talked about the stand-up meetings and all that, does that trigger, in your opinion, some sort of accountability?
Oh, in a big way. So a few things happen with this kind of a model. And the first is that if we empower the team to decide how to do the work and who's taking on what work, it builds in ownership. We want the psychological ownership. We want to remember these are people, right? These are people, and people behave based on their psyche, the way that they're humans, not machines, right? So if people volunteer for work and take on work, that psychological ownership comes to them. Now they own this thing and feel that they're more responsible for getting their work done. Now, as I mentioned in our first session also, that it's kind of a trust and verify system. So we're going to trust the team to make good decisions, but we also have all the opportunity in the world to verify that they're actually doing it. It starts out with transparency. Now, transparency is putting everything out there, showing everything that's going on, the good stuff, the bad stuff, the really bad stuff. All of that stuff needs to be visible and out in the open, because if you hide bad stuff, it's never going to get better. It's still there. Bad news never got better with age, right? It just never happens. So if you've got bad stuff going on, let's get it visible. Let's get it out there. And that also encourages accountability. Now, there's a flip side to that, though. So transparency is kind of a double-edged sword. We want our teams to be as transparent as possible, but we also need to treat that transparency with respect. Now, what that means is if you have, and you've probably seen this in your careers at some point in time, Mohammed, I see you have a question. We'll get to that in a second because that's a great question. Treat the transparency with respect. So I'm sure you've had a lead that did not treat as well. I had a situation. I was working with a team where it was a bunch of project managers. I felt really bad for them because they would go to their bi-weekly stakeholder meeting, and if they said that anything was other than green, they would get yelled at for 20 minutes. They were being transparent, and more than that, they were asking for help. That was the whole point of giving that status, that this is where we are. We need help to get back to green. So what can you do, leaders, to help us get there? Well, if they were being yelled at, well, then what do you think was going to happen to that transparency? It gets shut down fast. So everything was green, green, green. And that particular team had a 150% turnover rate in only 1 year. So they were losing people all over the place, and they didn't have the transparency they needed. So the accountability is both. Transparency is both. We want the team to be as transparent as they can be. Treat it with respect, and they will be more transparent. And that way you can see what's going on. You don't have to be on top of the team because you see everything. Now, Mohammed, I wanted to get to your question because it's a really important question. And the question is, do we need weekly status meetings when we empower the team? And surprisingly, you don't. And the reason is if you look at the Scrum framework, there's not a single status meeting in that entire process. Now, the reason is, think about it this way. We have our boards where everything that we're working on is visible. We have a time box, so we have a defined time in which we're going to get that work done. On the board, we know what everyone is working on. They have taken ownership. We put a little indicator that says who's working on what work. So we know everything that's going on, who's working on what. We flag the cards. We flag those stories to see that worked when something is going wrong or something is blocked. So it's all visible. What we encourage instead of a status meeting is for management to go to the boards. Go look. If the team is being transparent, then everything that you need as a manager or even as a project manager is right there on their boards. You can see it. So the value of a status meeting greatly diminishes. There's really not a lot of reason for it. Now, let's just back it up just a little bit, though. So there is one meeting that's somewhat close to a status meeting, and that's the sprint review meeting. In the sprint review, that's where we're at the end of the sprint, and we say, here's all the work that we've just finished, and we're going to show it to you. We're going to demo this thing. Well, that's kind of a status. It's basically what we're saying is, this is what we plan to do. Now, here it is. We're going to show it to you. And that's a great indicator of where we are with things. And we also talk about what we're going to work on next during that review. So the sprint meetings. So the sprint, good question, Mohammed. So the sprint review meeting happens at the end of every sprint. So if your sprint duration is 2 weeks, you would have that sprint review meeting every 2 weeks. Now, that's usually enough, and it kind of fits kind of well into the stakeholder biweekly meeting kind of cadence. It kind of feels like the same thing. So it feels rather natural to those doing that are used to more traditional approaches. Just consider the sprint reviews very similar to a biweekly stakeholder meeting. Now, on top of that, remember we do have a daily stand-up. So the daily stand-up is the team's opportunity to look at the work that everybody else on the team is doing. So we know in the team, we're holding ourselves accountable. We're holding our team members accountable. We're working for a common goal of getting the work done that we said we were going to get done. So there's a lot of, by getting rid of these, sometimes getting rid of status meetings is scary, right? It feels like we're losing control. But remember, there are so many built-in mechanisms to manage the work and to see the work and being transparent. There it is, exactly. Being transparent, that it's really difficult to hide anything that's going wrong. It's just all right there and pretty obvious. So Mohanad, hopefully that answered your question. And Jahani, that was sorry, I think I got the person that asked that question wrong. Hopefully that helps you as well. It should be a very natural feeling and very transparent. Okay. All right, cool, great.
Cool. And evaluate demonstration of task accountability pretty much continues with that same discussion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then into determine and bestow levels of decision-making authority. So in Agile, what does the team not do?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. I've got a funny story for this one too. So we want the team to be empowered, and that's obviously an overused word. But what we're saying here, the team should be able to make the decisions that they are capable of making. Now, that does not mean that they're going to set vision for the product, because they're the wrong people to make those decisions. They're not necessarily going to be changing the schedule, because again, they're not necessarily the right people to do that. Now, they have input to that. So you can imagine kind of like a RACI kind of chart. We don't do RACI charts typically in Agile, but it's kind of behind the scenes we do. So you can understand there's some things that just would not be the right things for them to be deciding. Product vision, too much scope creep. There are little things, yeah, probably, but there should be a level where that's managed, and we don't go too far with that. They're not going to be ordering the backlog, because that's the product owner's job. So it is scoped within the team. We want to make sure that it is scoped appropriately. Now, the funny story with this is I once had a manager that I was talking to, and I told this manager that the team is empowered to make a lot of decisions. They can decide how to do the work, what work to do, or not necessarily, what work to do within the sprint anyway, and who's going to do it, the right way to do it. A lot of power within the team, the right way to communicate with each other. They're making all these decisions all on their own, because again, they're adults, right? So they should be able to make those decisions. And the manager said, "Hey, I have absolutely no problem with the team making any decision they want, as long as it's about lunch." And I just looked at them. It's like, really? That's not exactly what we're talking about with an empowered team. Yes, they can decide to order pizza, but we want it to be a little more. And Mohanad, but bestow is basically like to allow. Right, to allow the team to make decisions. So it's basically to give them the opportunity to grant. There you go, exactly right. Yes, that's the right one. Awesome. So the team should have a certain level, a lot actually, of power to make decisions for themselves. It is going to be very contextual based on the kind of work they're doing, their organization, things like that. But they should be able to decide how to do the work, what work they're working on within the sprint, who is doing that work. Let them decide that all on their own within the scope of what they're trying to accomplish. Hopefully that makes sense.
Cool. All right, let's move this down here to 5.
Absolutely.
Again, my question is always who, but you have kind of explained this already in terms of the growth and development up here.
Yeah.
We take that same mindset, and people need to be accountable for their own growth. And,
absolutely. Absolutely.
And then marketplace, what do you call what's the word again? Marketplace?
The skills marketplace.
Skills marketplace. That's one I've never heard before. That's and it makes sense. It's like bartering or internal trade. It's it's like a self uplifting team.
Exactly.
You know, everything comes from within the team. It's an organism that's doing everything for itself. Why look outside when you've got skills in?
Absolutely. And there's a few other benefits from the skills marketplace. And Jahani, I see you have a question, and we'll get to it in just a moment. Some other benefits. It's also a way of helping to build trust. If you're being honest with your team members and saying, this is what I don't know, the team members will try to organize around that. And they say, well, I know that skill set. Maybe I can help you. We can work together. Next time something like that comes along, why don't we pair? Why don't we work together on it? And maybe that'll teach you something new. And now we've got a team member that has a new skill set. So there's huge value with that. Now, another thing that we can use the skills marketplace for is when we start talking about scaling techniques. Now, scaling is when we have one aspect of scaling is when you have multiple teams working together on the same program or project or product, however you're organizing. So now we've got more complexity. Now you've got multiple teams, and there has to be more coordination across those teams. So it's a little bit more difficult. A lot of the stuff that we've talked about is just the individual team. Well, let's talk outside the team for a minute, where we're talking bigger pictures, more program focused things. Well, skills marketplace can be very useful in that it's a way of advertising what the capabilities of that team are. So when work is coming down, when work is being talked about at the program level, we can actually use that skills marketplace to determine which team should be doing a chunk of the work. And sometimes it might surprise you that a team that you didn't think had a skill set actually does have the skill set. Or maybe they're not quite as good at it as another team, but now maybe there's an opportunity for them to learn a little bit and improve themselves by working on something they haven't done as much before. So the skills marketplace has a lot of value, not just to help the team become better and understand what they're lacking, but it also helps manage a program where you can determine better what team should be taking on what work. So a lot of value in that. Now, if it's okay, Phil, I'd like to get to Jahani's question very quickly. So how do you encourage accountability when someone in the team does not follow? Yeah, that happens sometimes, right? Sometimes not everybody exhibits the behaviors that we're looking for. So what we want to do is we want to encourage as much as possible. We want team members to be adults again and to follow good behaviors, but sometimes they don't. So in those cases, we're going to generally turn to the Scrum Master. And the Scrum Master should recognize when those behaviors are happening. And great. Yeah, this is a really good question, right? We turn to our Scrum Master, absolutely. And the Scrum Master, again, should be really, really good in those social skills. The soft skills are what we're looking for, the interpersonal behavior kinds of things. And the Scrum Master can have a one-to-one conversation with that person, take them aside, say, hey, Tim, let's go get a cup of coffee. Let's go talk for a little bit and discuss the challenge. Maybe take that person outside of work. Sometimes that can be very beneficial because in work, people tend to be a little more guarded. If you take them outside work, to a coffee shop or to get lunch or something like that, it's a less guarded environment, a little more casual, a little more relaxed, and you can have better and more open, honest conversations. So the Scrum Master should directly confront these challenges and not let them just stay there. They can't continue. We have to do something about it. And again, your Scrum Master really needs to be the expert in that. So they should have a lot of training in the soft skills. Right? So Jahani, hopefully that makes sense for you.
That is a really great point, and it definitely does clarify things because, some people are inclined to think that the Scrum Master is a little puppy in the corner of the room that just goes to play fetch, but does not.
Yeah, they're kind of like the team psychologists. They're there to help that team. They do have a little bit of teeth too. So if things go the wrong way, they have the responsibility to escalate to management as well. So it's an important role.
Very, very absolutely. And I'm seeing these bullets that are coming in a row: determine training options based on training needs, allocate resources for training. It still sounds very much marketplace, marketplace driven, like you said. Yeah. And then measure training outcomes. Yeah. Again, it's a personal thing. Or who does that?
Yeah. So we some of it's personal, absolutely, to see if you feel that you've grown to the level that you need to. And some of it might also be the team. We encourage mentoring and leadership within the team, so the team members help each other out. They work together as a unit. They're a team, not a working group, right? It's not just a group of people working together for, with their own individual assignments. They are working together and trying to help each other become the best team that they can be. So the team spends time making sure that they can help each other out. But there are things that maybe we could do to measure. Maybe there's some metrics we can put in place. Perhaps we can use things like the quality of the code that's being produced, or the quality of the product. What doesn't have to be software, right? Whatever they're building, maybe the quality is improving. So that might help with the training outcomes. The fact that they're able to take on different kinds of work could also potentially be a measure. The level of confidence that they themselves have, the level of confidence their team members have that somebody is able to take on that work. So these are all things that we could potentially factor in. Now, one thing I want to also point out is it's, as we mentioned this a little bit earlier, the team does have a lot of responsibility. Individuals have a lot of responsibility for their own personal growth, but this is also where management can really help out. Often training requires money. So we want to make sure that money is being properly allocated so that the team members can get the training that they need to do their jobs. And that's where management can really step in, because management usually controls the dollars. So if the team feels that they need something, or a team member feels, hey, I could do a lot more if I got this skill set. Or sometimes getting a skill set that's not related to the project work can also have some cultural or some behavioral benefits, because you're improving their careers, right? Things like that. I'm being noticed, I'm being recognized, and they're allowing me to improve myself. And that might create some better capabilities where the team members will not leave because they have great opportunities to learn new stuff, right? So this is a great opportunity for management. We should feel comfortable raising the concern, saying, hey, we really need to be trained on this, and management should do their best to make sure the team has what they need to become better. Gotcha.
Because even though it's a self-organizing team, they still report into people.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Phil, just quickly, Mahan has got a great question. Training options, in-house training, sending the team to other areas, both, right? Whatever training means. It could be internal training. There could be, webinars, whatever training means. It's basically, gaining skill sets. I work with a number of organizations where they do things like once a month, they'll have a community of practice meeting, or every couple of weeks they have a community of practice. And they encourage people to bring new techniques, new skills that they might have learned over the course of since the last time, and showcase their skills. So that's an opportunity for in-house training. There might be things where they bring people in to do some training, or whatever form that takes. Sometimes training does not need to be expensive, right? It doesn't have to be expensive. There are lots of good opportunities. Communities of practice are a great opportunity to learn and teach things internally without going outside the organization and spending a lot of money.
Absolutely. So, Mohammed, thanks for that question. So, just to gauge our velocity,
there you go.
We have about 8 more left, and the plan was to not be too disruptive with this, to at least be able to get it done, in one session. So I will spend hopefully not too long asking questions, but maybe you could give us an overview that is, that hits many of them at a go. So building a team on day one of, in the beginning, there was the product owner. Then who else? How does this happen? How does it unfold?
Yeah, we generally want to build a team that has all of the necessary players right from the beginning. We have to remember that they're team members, they're human beings, and it takes time to form a team. So there's a model that you're probably familiar with already, the Tuckman model of forming a team: forming, storming, norming, and performing, right? The idea with that Tuckman model is every person goes through various stages of learning how to become a team. And every time you add or remove somebody from that team, they have to go through that process again. So they start to go back to the beginning: forming, storming, norming, and performing. Now, there's actually one more stage to the Tuckman model, and it's either known as a journey. There, you got it. You know this inside out, don't you, Phil? You got this. You know what you're talking about. This is why I love working with Phil. He knows this stuff inside out. A journey or morning, exactly. And that's essentially when you take it away. right? So when they've gone through this and we break down the team, or we take something where it's kind of like, telling the team that they get free coffee, and then in a few months from now, we're no longer going to give you free coffee, right? So they tend to go into a little bit of a depression, and they go less productive. So we want to form the team as early as possible and try to resist making changes so that the team can form as quickly as possible. All right, so I'm just going through, I think, team knowledge transfer. I think we covered that one fairly well.
Cool.
Refresh team skills, I think we covered that. Any other thoughts there, Phil? Anything else that we should cover?
Yeah, what you were talking about, the 5 stages, it's very interesting that it's true. When you add someone new to the mix, you start all over again. And, it's a continuous assessment of where are we? How well are we functioning? And, are we back at forming again? Phil's anger issues coming out again. What are we going to do with him? I think we can move to 7. Oh, I love this one. This is all
Me too.
All you.
I love this one. Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually something that is another organizational cultural thing that we want to improve on, and that is building a culture of removing impediments. The team needs to be as effective as possible. And if we don't focus our time on removing the impediments from the team, they will be impeded. That's the whole point of impediments, is to impede. So we need to build that culture where impediments can be removed as possible. Now, some of them might be internal impediments that the team can remove themselves. Those are easy, right? The team can remove those, and they're not that important. However, think about it this way. I'm sure that you've run into this situation. So let's say the team discovers something. They're waiting for an answer, or something has slowed them down or stopped them from doing some work. The natural thing that we do, and this happens a lot in more traditional environments, is to go start something else. We're stopped. I can't do anything. I'm going to go do something else. Well, instead, we want to first encourage aggressively going after that impediment. If someone's not getting you an answer, go get the answer. Right? Find the answer, or do whatever you need to do to resolve that impediment. Impediment resolution first. Go start new work only when necessary. And that might be completely opposite, because guess what? Removing impediments is hard. That's the whole idea, is it's hard to get rid of those impediments. Now, that's what we want to do internally, right? Go after those impediments, aggressively removing those impediments. However, sometimes the team can't do that themselves. So we want to encourage them to escalate, right? So the person that we go to escalate issues is not management. We actually go to the Scrum Master. So we can go to our Scrum Master for escalation. They're a primary escalation point. Now, the reason is that we might have to go to 3 different managers in order to resolve something. If the team is handling all of those things and trying to figure out who to go to and setting up all these conversations, it's going to take longer for that team member to resolve them, and they're going to be distracted from doing their work. The Scrum Master, their primary job is to give the team a great day. So if they can remove impediments, or at least facilitate removal of the impediments, their Scrum Master has now improved the lives of the team members. So we should have identified our impediments, aggressively resolved impediments. This is a project management 101 kind of challenge, right? If you have impediments, identify them, remove them. Now, I would also encourage that this is not just an Agile concept. This is any project concept. We should be aggressively removing our impediments whenever possible. Now, something that I also like to encourage, and that is, even though we're doing Agile, I still encourage doing a risk registry. But the difference, though, is that we want to do something about those risks. It's not good enough to just identify risks. We assess those risks, and we take risk mitigation actions. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that a risk is an impediment waiting to happen. So if a really highly effective team, a high-performing team, is very focused on reducing risks as early as possible, so they don't become impediments in the future. That's what we want to get to. That's another cultural change. Go after those risks, mitigate them as quickly as possible, just like you should be doing in waterfall projects. Go after those risks, remove them as quickly as possible, because they will become impediments and they will slow you down. So do them when it's easier, not when it becomes something that blocks you. Okay. So similar to what it says, prioritizing critical impediments, we prioritize everything, right? Work on the most important things first. Do an assessment. What's the cost of this impediment? How much is this holding us up? Can we use Phil as a network to remove impediments? Sure, why not? Phil's really good at that stuff. So yes, you're definitely good. That's really fun.
Dear.
So hopefully that makes sense. So the other aspect of the culture of impediment removal is leadership. Team can't always remove things. Scrum Master can't remove things. Project managers can't always remove things. You need help from leadership. So identify it. Leadership should take on the responsibility of helping the team to remove impediments that the team can't solve themselves. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. So we've found use for the chickens after all.
There you go. They do have value. Yes, they do.
Oh dear. This is very, very helpful. And for those folks who are really seeking to take the pilot exam, this stuff is absolutely what you need to know, because Roy, we have some people taking the current exam, and Agile is on the current exam, but not to the degree that it will be in the pilot. These guys are out for blood in the pilot.
Yeah.
So we want to go armed, to fight them. All right. Can we go to 8? Is it safe to go to 8?
Yes, I think so.
And is it safe to, let's talk about I think the 3 questions in the daily stand-up.
Yeah.
So that is an opportunity for people to actually speak up, right?
That is a great point. Thank you for raising that one, Phil. So obviously we have the larger impediments that might come up at any point in time, but a great opportunity to discuss, raise the impediment that we have is the daily stand-up. We meet every single day, literally every day. We have a meeting for 15 minutes. That's all it takes. And this is a great opportunity for a team member to raise their hand and say, I need help. I am blocked. So this is where they can ask for help to remove the impediment, maybe from another team member, maybe from their Scrum Master, and start to escalate the challenge. But there's zero reason to hide. There is zero reason for anyone to say they don't have an impediment. Now, having said that, though, of course, sometimes people feel uncomfortable saying that they're impeded. There might be some fear of retribution, that they might get in trouble. So a good Scrum Master should encourage that view in the team that if you don't raise your hand, that's when we need to talk. That's when we've got a real problem. Raising your hand and asking for help should be celebrated. That's where we want to get to in the daily stand-up.
Cool. Okay. Project agreement. So in my mind, I'm thinking product owner is a mouthpiece for the business, but who negotiates all of this stuff?
Yeah, so some of it is collaborative, right? So the product owner is there to help identify what can be done based on the confines of the team or the structure of the team. So just as an example, so it might be that our stakeholders want a whole bunch of stuff and they want it immediately, or they want it on a timeline that is just unreasonable. And I'm sure none of you have ever experienced that situation where you've had unreasonable stakeholders. So part of the job of the product owner is to show what's possible. Now, the good thing is that we have a lot of data. We have a primary metric called velocity. Now, velocity is a historical reference to how much work the team can do over the course of a sprint, how much stuff we can produce. Now, we have lots of historical data that will make that more realistic, it'll get tighter and tighter as the team stays together. So that velocity becomes more predictable and more accurate. It's a very simple forecasting metric. So if a team is being asked to do more work than they can, the product owner has that metric, has that data behind them where they can take that to the stakeholders and say, this is what's possible and this is what's not possible. Now, on top of that, there's also something called acceptance criteria, right? So let's talk about how acceptance criteria work. Now, we're going to talk in one of our sessions, we're going to talk about user stories and things like that. Now, user stories have details associated with them, which is called acceptance criteria. And the acceptance criteria is, this is what it means to be done. It's a description of done for a piece of work. Now that's really important because that's where you're defining kind of the scope, the boundaries of what work is going to be accomplished. And we do that at the very small level of the user stories, which is a very, very tiny, a little bit of work, like a few days, a couple of weeks at most. But we also have bigger chunks of work called epics. Epics are larger chunks of work that can't potentially get done inside of your sprint. Epics should also have acceptance criteria because, again, it defines the scope. It defines the limits to what we're going to produce so that we don't go beyond scope. And this is really important because some people see Agile as perpetual scope creep. And it's not, right? If we're allowing change to happen all the time, then sure, we've got scope creep. Well, the acceptance criteria limits that. We still have boundaries that we put in place so that we don't go beyond that. Yes, Mohamed, you got it. Exactly. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. The collaboration aspect helps us build good, clear acceptance criteria. But even though we built that, there might be a time where we've discovered that acceptance criteria was wrong. There might have been something that was misstated. So we will allow it to change with the negotiation with our collaboration with our customers. Exactly right. So this is why this is really important. The acceptance criteria for the product. We also have a vision statement. We have a roadmap. There's a lot of higher level artifacts that we can produce. The vision statement is essentially similar to a project charter. Same basic thing. What we're building and why. The roadmap is similar to a Gantt chart, only let's call it dumber, right? Doesn't have all of the details as a Gantt chart. It's a very, very high level view of your timeline. And then we have other things. We have our release plan, which is another higher level plan that shows what work we can get done across multiple sprints. And all of these are to help us understand the scope, help us set expectation of what's possible, and encourage our stakeholders to not push the team to do more than they can do. Okay, hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just remembering, for reference sake, those folks who, excuse me, have opened up the PMBOK guide to chapter 6.5. You'll see an example of what Roy is talking about. The PMI try their best, and maybe on a different day, I'll open it so we can critique it and talk about what is there and what is missing. But I'm hoping that they got it all with the product roadmap and everything. Excellent. So can we jump into 9, Roy? Because I'm looking at the time. We've got 12 minutes left, and I'm wondering if we're going to end up touching on everything.
So let me be a little tight, but I think we can make it. We've talked about good stuff. So
okay. So collaborate with stakeholders. Is anything else to drop on that? I think we touched on that just now.
I think we touched on that fairly well. Just so we all remember, their main points that we're collaborating with their stakeholders. The stakeholders are engaged with road mapping. They're engaged with visioning and mission statements and things like that because they own that. Our business partners own those high-level artifacts. There's also the review meeting that we have every 2 weeks so that we bring our stakeholders in. That's where we generate new ideas. We get feedback, make sure we're going the right direction. So, and it very importantly, that last statement is about building trust. That review meeting is a huge opportunity to build trust for their stakeholders because what we're essentially saying is, we said we were going to build this. Now we're going to show it to you. So it's not we're 50% done or we're 20% done. It's done. We actually build it. And that's going to do a lot to build trust with our stakeholders.
And that is that like the final review of the whole promise, the entire thing?
So not necessarily. So we're doing little reviews throughout the entire process, right? Certainly every couple of weeks, but we may not be able to deliver everything in 2 weeks, right? It seems to make sense, right?
Yeah.
So we might have to assemble multiple sprints together, and you can certainly have larger demos. Now, this is not part of the Scrum framework directly.
Okay.
It's something called a system demo.
Okay.
Right? Where we have the opportunity of demoing multiple sprints together and show the entire thing. And of course, you've also got your other things, such as perhaps user acceptance testing and things like that you would normally do as part of your development life cycle.
Yeah, but one sprint review would just be that sprint, end of story.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So number 10, build shared understanding. Is this about the vision, mission, or
Yeah, a lot of this is about the vision, and it's
Okay.
very useful. That vision is a critical thing. We want to make sure that that's visible. And again, it's very similar to a project charter. It's the same basic thing. Maybe a page or two at most. Keep it really simple. And
Okay.
this is really setting our goals and objectives. What are we trying to accomplish?
Okay.
I like to do things to help that shared understanding. Again, the acceptance criteria is very important because that's an agreement between the team and the product owner or the stakeholders that says, this is what you're asking for. This is what we will build for you. And then we get those little micro adjustments every review where they might be able to change directions a little bit. Now, some things to set some clear expectations on. Sometimes you might have stakeholders that expect the entire product to be built in 2 weeks. So you show the demo and they're coming, well, where's the rest of my product? It was only 2 weeks. So we need to get in front of it. And this is where Scrum Master, project managers can get involved with stakeholder management. Very similar, same basic thing that we do with traditional approaches. Engage your stakeholders, set their expectations. There's that matrix that shows level of influence versus level of involvement.
Yeah.
Where we show how to manage our stakeholders, right? I'm sure we're all familiar with that stuff. So do that in Agile too. That doesn't go away. We're still dealing with stakeholders.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Get to set their expectations, right? Manage their expectations so they know what to do.
Cool. All right. So we have number 11, engage and support virtual teams. So how does this pan into the world of Agile? Because we're very co-located and we want to be in the same, so how do we do this?
Yeah, so this can be a real challenge, less so from the geography and more from time zone. So time zone can be a real productivity killer. You've got teams that are 12 hours away, and it can really cause challenges. So find ways of engaging them, using the proper tools, collaboration tools, webcams, use the cameras. See, as we all know, the significant percentage of communication is visual, right? So make sure that we're in people's faces as we possibly can. Stay away from email. Email is terrible. Email is like the worst, right? So stay away from email and try to use, pick up the phone, talk to people. Face-to-face communication can mean a webcam as well. So try to use those forms. Now, some other things, geography, culture. Factor in culture when we're dealing with our team members that are not in the same area that we are. Culturally, things can mean different things to different people. In some culture, it could be viewed as a very negative thing to disagree with someone. And we want to encourage healthy disagreement. And if culturally they feel very uncomfortable disagreeing, then that's something we need to get in front of and help them understand that it is acceptable within our friendship, within our team, and allow that disagreement to happen naturally, right? Otherwise, we don't talk about the important stuff, right? We need to have that to happen. So Mahan, just real quick, Mahan, does this relate individual interaction over system and processes, systems and tools? Yes, exactly. It's the people doing the work, right? We focus a lot on the people rather than just the processes. Team member engagements. Something that you might think about. The biggest challenge that we have with virtual teams is daily stand-up. That's usually the biggest problem we have, largely because of the time zone. It's difficult to find time where we can actually meet with people. So there might be some opportunities where perhaps we form teams geographically. Maybe groups of people can stay together in one geographical location and the rest of the team is in another geographical location. Factor in where people exist in the world and try to form teams geographically as well. There might be opportunities where we can form an entire team geographically. I have situations where we built teams in India. They had their own Scrum Master, everything, rather than trying to divide them in half and causing all kinds of challenges. Another thing that can be effective with a time zone challenge, perhaps we can do something where we can find people that can be between those two time zones. So like an analyst, maybe like let's add an extreme example, the US and perhaps the East Coast US and India as an example, Asia. Two extreme time zones. Well, I found it very effective to perhaps find a location in perhaps the UK or in Europe where we can have some analysts that kind of straddle the two time zones and give us more opportunity to talk to each other. Do things that can build teams, even when they're virtual. Do fun things over over the line. Do recordings. Tell jokes. I had one team where we had a group in India and a group in the U.S., and each group in that team decided to cook some food, and they showed what food they were eating. It was one of the things we did in the retrospective, to share some of the cultural aspects and become more of a team. So have some fun, and be very specific and very intentional about dealing with cultural issues and geography issues, and try to use the camera as often as possible. It's going to help out a lot.
Awesome. Okay, let us jump into the next thing here, which is define team ground rules. So you talked about team contract and all that stuff. Would it fall in here in some way?
Yes, absolutely. I think we skipped ahead a little bit and actually talked about a lot of this. I tend to do that. I got to go all over the place when discussion takes us to the right place. Absolutely. Establish team ground rules, and that'll be things like, when to have your meetings, how to run the meetings, showing up on time, what happens if you don't show up on time. All those cultural norms that make sure the team is behaving correctly and follow the ground rules. That's what we're looking for there. The team.
Gotcha. Okay. We got a couple left, so it seems like we are not doing too badly. The mentoring. Who is mentoring who?
Yeah, mentoring stakeholders. So again, related to stakeholder management. There are opportunities, there are times when our stakeholders may not understand Agile. They may not want Agile. They might view it as chaos and the wrong thing to do. So they're going to need some education. So this is where project managers and Scrum Masters can really help the teams out by teaching, mentoring our stakeholders in the process and how they can get the information that they need. Recognize there's opportunities. So when you might see times when a stakeholder is behaving incorrectly or expecting the same kind of status and output that you would in a traditional project. Happens a lot. So show them what's possible. Ask them what their real needs are. What are they trying to get to? One of the things I like to do is use something that comes from Lean called the 5 whys, right? Get to the root cause. Find out what they're trying to accomplish, what their needs are, what the challenges are. And then we can show them how that happens in an Agile environment. It's different. It's not better or worse. It's different. So encourage them, don't expect traditional metrics and traditional output and status in an Agile environment. It would actually be harmful. So use the right tools for the right situation.
Gotcha. That is very, very helpful. Okay. All right. The last one, promote team performance through the application of EI, emotional intelligence. Yeah. And people often say it's not just understanding yourself, but understanding other people and understanding their emotions and being able to, control them to some degree.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, Phil, it starts with self-awareness. Understand your own body language, your own reactions, and try to take your perspective out of the picture sometimes and listen. Listening is hard. It's really very hard. There's just very, very quickly, there are the 3 levels of listening that I like to try to practice. The first level is what we all do. And that is we're local listening. And basically what that means is as someone is talking, we tend to try to solve their problem and we're not really listening to what they're saying. The next level of listening is called focused listening. And that's where we're just listening. We're not solving. We're trying to keep our own thought process out of the picture and we're just listening to what they're saying. Don't solve while they're talking. The final level of listening is called global listening. And this is really, really hard because not only are we practicing focused listening, we're also looking at the environment. We're seeing what's happening around them and their body language and things like that. Now, I have to constantly practice this. We all fall into the basic pattern of local listening. So try this with a partner, with a friend. Try some focused listening. Tune out your own thoughts and just listen to what they're saying. It's insanely difficult to do it, but you'll become a much better listener when you do.
That is so helpful. That is a really, really nice one. It describes a term, the number one, the local listening. It describes a term known as shift response. Yeah. Where instead of you being supportive to the listener, you're shifting the attention away
Yourself.
to you, and thinking about what you're going to say or what you're going to do. I've been there before. Well, let me throw this in next time, and all that kind of stuff. But this is interesting. I've never seen it broken down in these 3 levels. So the last one, could you talk a little bit more about the global listening one? So observing the environment, is it how the people are bodily, like, interacting from a physical standpoint?
Exactly, how they're interacting physically, the noise level, the light level, the physical environment that someone is in as they're talking, that has an impact on their own emotional status. So seeing not just the person, or not listening to not just their words, but paying attention to the things that are going around the person, or they're happening around the person as well. Their body language obviously is huge, right? If their arms are crossed, or if they're looking up to the left a lot, things like that. Those are all indicators of challenges. Looking up to the left means that they're thinking very seriously about something. Looking up to the right typically means they're trying to be creative. So you can tell a lot by just a very simple little body language and understanding what they're doing. And it's difficult. It's really, really difficult. So practice, and you will continually fall back to your own local.
That is extremely illuminating, Roy. Thank you very much. For those of you who are watching us after the fact, we are at the top of our hour and then some, but I wanted to let you know who has been speaking to you for these past couple of hours. This is Roy, 30 years of experience in IT across many industries. I have been to company sites, to clients with Roy. The way he handles them and trains them and mentors them and shows them the way. One of the most patient trainers ever. Like, watching Roy train, I began to question myself. I began to say, Phil, are you sure you know the meaning of patience? So look, if you're looking for Agile training, Scrum training, you want your company's minds to be just open and blown into how great this stuff we're talking about is, you need to be calling Roy. All right. So that's pretty much for today, but I know our friends may have some questions. Are there any final questions before we call it a day? Because I know we've kept you a little bit over. Questions or concerns? All right, Roy, it seems like it's a home run. Any closing remarks?
Now, I want to thank everyone for your time. Sorry, went just a few minutes over, but once I get into this, I hope you can see the passion. This is such an important topic to me. I love talking about the individuals, the people involved in the process. That's where the meat is. That's the good stuff.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you again in the next episode.
Sounds great. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my friends, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to our discussion today. Today, we're talking about the PMP exam again. That's right.
And my question for you as you prepare for the PMP exam is, are you agile, swole? Are you swole or are you not? What is your agile muscle like? Now, over the past decade, you have known that I've pushed the idea about studying the PMBOK guide, whether it was the 4th edition. I think that's when I came on this channel first. 5th edition, 6th edition. And in the 6th edition, things changed. That is where the PMI began making the agile content right there in your face. In fact, prior to that, there was not that much talk about agile. But they pulled a double whammy on us. Not only did we have the 6th edition, we also had the Agile Practice Guide. But it's come to my attention that the Agile Practice Guide content is more important than ever before. So today we're going to spend some time going through the top of the waves of the Agile Practice Guide. But I really want this to be a session to sensitize you to the importance of studying agile and hybrid methods for your PMP exam. I know we're just back into the swing of things from the holidays, and a lot of folks have put the PMP on the back burner, but a number of you are going full speed ahead. Like right now, we have approaching 60 people who are engaged in different programs, either for the Agile training on agileprinciple.com or the full-blown PMP exam syllabus for this new exam on projectmanagementmasterclass.com. So whatever your unique situation for your prep, I want you to go on down to our home site, which has all of the courses and all of the information that you can get for your exam. It's Praizion.com. All right, head on down there, check out what we have. But it goes back to my question, are you agile, swole? And you know how you can find that out? Right here on the screen, we have this link. It's a link to a micro mock exam. It's only 25 questions. And a number of you have started pounding on those questions, and that's what you should do. But I want you to go back again and again and again until you get a 70. So far, the highest score on this mock exam is from someone who is already a PMP, someone who got certified last week. So a shout out to Mercedes. So far, you have been the highest score on this mock exam. All right, so I want to encourage those of you. I've got a friend taking the exam next week, Tuesday, and you know who you are. Go on down, pound on this mock exam, and we want you to show up for the Agile training, all right? Because we're going to unleash additional Agile exams for those of you on our full-blown course and just the Agile piece of it. We got a lot of stuff in store. Anyway, this will give you a good run for your time. And if you get a 70, it means you really have digested the Agile Practice Guide. So what I want us to do today is to tackle the contents of the Agile Practice Guide. All right, I know a lot of folks have not ventured into it yet. Some of you were kind of hoping Agile wouldn't show up on your PMP exam last year, and it did. And the outcome wasn't good for some of us. Okay, let's just be honest. And for some of us, the outcome, it was great. You were laughing all the way to the score bank. Some of us ran out of time. Unfortunately, we didn't know what to expect. So we ran out of time on the exam when we took it late last year. Some of us panicked. You know, some of us, the proctor was horrendous. Talking about a proctor from hell. Some of you had the proctor from hell that was just heckling you all throughout the exam. Terrible stuff that we hear. There was a poor student who was cautioned for touching his face. His face. Isn't it crazy what happens on this exam? But anyway, I digress. Let's get back into the swing of things and let's talk about this awesome publication called the Agile Practice Guide. This is a summary to the practice guide, all right? It's not meant to be an exhaustive list of everything. Now, as I'm going through the content, okay, if you have PMP exam concerns, or perhaps you're one of our students who's taken this course with us on Saturday, well, why don't you chat in and ask a question? But let's get straight into the fun part, the intro to the Agile Practice Guide. So the Agile Practice Guide was written with a collaboration between the PMI and the Agile Alliance, if you didn't already know. And in the introduction, some of the topics that are covered are things you would expect, such as what exactly is Agile. So I want to go over the introduction to Agile. Page 1, it reads, Welcome to the Agile Practice Guide. This guide was developed as a collaborative effort by the Project Management Institute and the Agile Alliance. The members of the core writing team who developed this practice guide include volunteers from both organizations, drawing on subject matter expertise from a broad range of current practitioners and leaders from a diverse range of backgrounds, beliefs, and cultures. And then it says, this practice guide provides practical guidance geared towards project leaders and team members adapting to an agile approach in planning and executing projects. It says our core writing team used an agile mindset to collaborate and manage the development of this first edition of the practice guide. Now, let's be honest here. What I've heard through the grapevine is that this was written using, at best, hybrid methods. So let's keep it straight. It wasn't entirely agile PMI. That's what I've heard through the grapevine. So the question is, why the Agile Practice Guide? Why now? Project teams have used agile techniques and approaches in various forms for the last several decades. The Agile Manifesto expressed definitive values and principles of Agile as the use of Agile gained substantial momentum. Today, project leaders and teams find themselves in environments disrupted by exponential advances in technology and demands from customers for more immediate delivery of value. The bottom line is we got to deliver value, but not just value. We got to deliver it quick. And that's why we need Agile. Still reading on page 3, it reads, disruptive technology is especially enabled by the transition to cloud computing. Companies across the globe are leveraging the model for quick and cheap access to computing resources and to gain entry into traditional markets. So the bottom line is Agile is changing the game, and companies know if they're not Agile, if they're not on their toes, if they're not releasing value quicker than ever before, they're going to be out of the game before they know it. And the likes of Amazon are a good example of this. They're crushing the competition, killing the competition, leveraging all manner of resources and approaches, and they are being agile. They got releases even quicker than the book says. Typically, you would expect to see a release in such and such a time, but these folks, they do it by the hour, even less. So this is really what Agile is pointing towards. Value quicker. We need feedback quicker. We want to put the value in small increments. For example, right now, we're working on delivering our course rollout. My buddy Roy and myself, we're delivering training in an agile fashion, in that instead of us delivering all of our questions to you on week 1, we're going to drop a little bit of value on week 1, then we see how you perform on a class by class basis. And if we need to sprinkle in a little bit more manifesto questions, or if we need to sprinkle a little bit of estimating questions, then we do that. If we don't need to, then we move on, you see. So even in the middle of our training, we're doing things in an agile fashion. We're delivering value, but not just that, we're also getting the minimum viable product. So we're getting feedback. We're seeing if this is what you need. And if it is, full speed ahead. If we feel you need something else, we're going to make small tweaks to our backlog, our product backlog. We're going to make those tweaks, and then we're going to put it back into the system and deliver the MVP, and we're going to continue that process. So you don't need to be working software before you are agile. Get it? A lot of people, they incorrectly say agile is just for IT, but agile is not just for IT. Agile is for any industry. Okay? So if you are following me along, we're moving on to the second chapter in the Agile Practice Guide. I know you're like, is that all for chapter 1? That's all. Let's go to chapter 2 now. I want to talk about an introduction to Agile. So in an introduction to Agile, the first thing you see is definable work versus high uncertainty work. And they tell you that project work ranges from definable work to high uncertainty work. What do they mean? Well, they're talking about your requirements. Your requirements could be very clear, concise, completely understood, and very predictive. And that's where you want to use waterfall. But on the flip side, your requirements could be all over the place, very unsure, unstable, almost as though you're a mad professor in a lab. And you know, the mad professor in the lab comes out with something great at the end, but goes through a series of iterations to get to that perfection. And that's exactly what the next stage of Agile in this book postulates. Going beyond the manifesto, which a lot of you already know, and going over the principles and so on, you get to page 11 and you see the Agile umbrella. Well, not really called the umbrella, but there is an Agile umbrella. And you see lean, the all-encompassing lean, the mindset overall is lean. We're trying to cut out waste overall in Agile. And then we have a little bit of Kanban leaning into Agile, while we consider it to be an Agile approach. And then we've got Scrum, Crystal, Scrum Ban, AUP, FDD, DSDM, XP. And then the book goes into talking about each of these methods. And it starts off with Lean and Kanban. And it says one way to think about the relationship between Lean, Agile, and the Kanban method is to consider Agile and the Kanban method as descendants of Lean thinking. So that image that they're showing is trying to show you that Kanban originates from lean thinking. In other words, lean thinking is a superset, sharing attributes with Agile and Kanban. And that's fair to say. That's fair enough. And then it goes into one of my favorite pages in the Agile Practice Guide, which is the Stacy complexity model. Because the first time I saw this, the light bulbs came on and I totally understood where the Agile train was going. And the Agile train is not opposed to the predictive train. They're trains on the same track going in opposite directions, taking you to wherever you need to be. So on the Agile track, you've got chaos, experimental, crazy stuff. That's the Agile track. So if you look at page 14, you can see that the Agile train will take you to where you need to be, right? The land of chaos, where things are risky, but it's going to help you thrive in the land of chaos. It's going to help you live in the land of complexity. That's what Agile does for you. But the predictive train going in the other direction, still on the same track, you see, they're not working against each other. They work for the same company. You see, they work for the same organization. But one train on the same track takes you to chaos, where you can manage the chaos, manage the complexity, right? The image says adaptive approaches work well here. But if you look at the other side, going towards simple requirements, right? Things that you're able to predict. The requirements have low uncertainty. The technical degree of uncertainty is low. Which great builder doesn't know how to build a one-story structure? Why do you need to use Agile for that? Let's even talk about a 10-story structure. Those in the game, they know they've done it a million times. It's not going to change. except they've got some very strange additions or fixtures or requirements. It's same old, same old, same old. Okay, there's some elements that are different, but for the most part, they can use predictive. And that's exactly what the PMI is saying here. Teams can plan and manage projects with clear and stable requirements and clear technical challenges with little difficulty. However, as the uncertainty in the project increases, the likelihood of changes, wasted work, and rework also increases, which is also costly and time consuming. Some teams have evolved project life cycles to use, watch this, iterative and incremental approaches. So now we're on page 15. I'm sure you're like, wow, how did we get to page 15? What about the Agile Manifesto? What about that, Phil? Why did you skip it? Well, I covered this a couple of days ago. So if you are following the channel, you heard me cover the Agile Manifesto and the mindset, right? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. We talked about this a few days ago. All right. And then we went into the principles and we talked about the 12 principles. I'm not going to bore you by going into that. A lot of you have already read that. And if you haven't taken a look at the Agile Manifesto, my goodness, that is one of the first things you should have done. So if you have not, I'm going to have to drop that link for you in the chat just so that you can go check it out. Agile Manifesto. For those, my friends, taking the exam, please do not take your exam without going to agilemanifesto.org. Go through the rites of passage. Take a look at the image. Looks like people in some sort of ceremony, religious ceremony in a circle. Check it out. I'm going to send that to you right now. All right, check out that link, agilemanifesto.org, and get busy with it. Just read the manifesto, internalize it, right? And then you can move into the principles, still on that same page at the bottom. Let me just share it with you because a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? All right, so picture is worth 1,000 words, and there's the Agile Manifesto. And even though it's in the Agile Practice Guide, I would say just go through the rites of passage. The great people who put this together, right? We see two of our friends here, Ken and Jeff, the co-creators of Scrum. There they are, right? And we have the 12 principles of Agile software. You can click on that. And this is the 12 principles that are in the Agile Practice Guide. And you go through the principles and it's very clear. It's all about the people. The summary of each of these is it's about the people. Highest priority is satisfy the customer. We welcome changing requirements. Why? Because if a requirement is hopeless, we don't want to do it. We want to make that change and we want to add value to who? People. Deliver working software frequently. Why? Because people need it. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. Understanding that it's all about the human interactions. The next one, build projects around motivated individuals. Again, people. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Why? Because people gravitate towards the 55-38-7. And the 55 trumps everything else. It's the body language. It's the facial expressions. It's the subliminal conversation. And Agile recognizes that. Working software is a primary measure of progress. How? Well, think about it. If you had software that didn't work with a bunch of documentation about it, what good is it to the people? Agile processes promote sustainable development. Who are we talking about? The people. They offer the sustainable development. And if they're not in the right psychological and mental state, they won't. But if they are, they will. And Agile recognizes that. You see why Agile is so powerful? The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. It recognizes that people are at the epicenter of Agile. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Who is behind the good design? Who is behind the technical excellence? The team. So we protect the team. We serve the team. You get in the mindset? Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. Who is not doing the work? It's the people. Why don't we want them to do the work? Well, we don't want them to do busy work. They could spend time and resources doing other things. So we want to minimize the amount of work that we do and maximize the amount of work we don't do. Think about that for a second. Best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. Again, it's a people thing. You see that? At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. How? Through a retrospective, for example. So these are just mindsets, my friends. These 12 principles, these are mindsets, and these are talked about in chapter 2 of the Agile Practice Guide. So seriously, I know I've been responsible for a lot of you killing the exam, but I've also been responsible for a lot of you focusing on the 49 processes, the tools, techniques, inputs, and outputs. Now it's time to refocus so that you can ace this new blend of a ridiculous exam they've put together. Now, trust me, you probably noticed I love project management, period. I don't care whether it's agile, change driven, and you should as well. You should love change driven. So I want you to become a change driven fanatic. Now, not on the deep side of things where people just say it has to be all agile or nothing. No, no, no. But I want you to be an agile, call you an agile aficionado. Just get crazy about agile, get excited about it, study it, go through all the videos we have here. And the reason why is, one, you're going to get value in your real world project management, and two, you're going to kill this ridiculous exam. I will do everything possible to make sure my students kill this exam. I need you to pick up the Agile Practice Guide, read all of those definitions at the back, go through the glossary, right? Why am I saying this? Because the feedback that is coming to us is this exam is not a 50-50. You know, I keep it real. I'm not just going to read what's on the website. I'm going to do my research. And my research shows hybrid and agile is crushing predictive. The poor people who study ITTOs, IDTOs, ITTOs, and they're so agile hopeless, they're going to fail the exam. It's just that simple. So if you have your exam next week, I'm just trying to help you. Read the definitions, watch the videos we have up here. If you want to come to our classes, go to praizion.com, that's fine. But whatever you do, my friends, actually, you know what? Read the Scrum Guide as well, for good measure, okay? All right, so for those of you just coming and like, who's this crazy guy? It's your buddy Phil. I'm trying to change your focus because a lot of you are plowing down that dangerous blind alley of ITTOs, some of you are still living in 2020. It's changed. You got to know everything about Kanban, Scrum, know your TDD. And I'm not saying these are the major focus on the exam. They're not. The major focus on the exam is the principles, the manifesto, the leadership, servant leadership stuff is big, but you got to hang those things on something. What are you going to hang them on? You have to hang them on frameworks, on methods, on things that make sense. All right? Good. I know I sound all over the place, but trust me, I want you to succeed. All right. So for those just coming, we are reviewing the Agile Practice Guide at a very high level. And we have so far covered the 4 values and the 12 principles at a high level. I want you to go on down to our YouTube channel. You can listen to what Roy and I have to share every now and again about Agile. We call it Agile Principle Raw and Uncut. It's a playlist that you'll find within our channel. It's called Agile Principle Run Uncut. And we just bring everything about Agile to you, raw and unfiltered, right? All of these entities, the Scrum Alliance, the PMI, Agile Alliance, and what have you, we just hold them all accountable and we just tell the truth about whatever they put out. And some of it is good and some of it is not so good. And, you know, some of it is just plain ugly. So take a look. It's called Agile Principle Raw and Uncut. Okay, so going back to chapter 2, we talked about lean thinking and how that covers a wide expanse of what we use in these methods and frameworks. But going down to the end of chapter 2, as we see the Stacy complexity model, it then goes into quite a relevant definition about what do simple, complicated, and complex projects mean? Consider large projects such as the Boston Big Dig construction project. On the surface, the project seemed fairly straightforward. Move the elevated highway underground. There was high agreement on the requirements. There was low uncertainty on how the project would proceed until the project started. And as is the case for many large projects, the project encountered surprises along the way. When a team works on a project where there is little opportunity for interim deliverables or little opportunity for prototyping, the team most likely will use a predictive life cycle to manage it. The team can adapt to what it discovers, but it will not be able to use agile approaches to manage the iterative discovery of requirements or incremental deliverables for feedback. The Big Dig project was not simple by any means. However, many projects that start out in the lower left part of the Stacy complexity model have no real means of moving to other approaches. Assess the project both in the requirements and the means of delivery to determine the best approach for the life cycle of the project. Now, for those people who are not able to immediately access a copy of the Agile Practice Guide, I want to explain the Stacy complexity model very quickly for you. You have two axes, the y-axis and the x-axis. Now, if you open up to that page 14, we have technical degree of uncertainty, and we have requirements uncertainty. Technical degree of uncertainty is the x-axis, and the requirements uncertainty is the y-axis. And in this region of the Stacy complexity model, we have low uncertainty around the requirements and low uncertainty around the technical aspects of the project. This is what we will call a simple type of project. But as things get more uncertain towards high and high, what happens? You begin to move towards the land of chaos. And like I told you, you work for the same organization. You could have a predictive train going in that direction, and you can have an agile train, the red train, going in that direction, and the rail track, the green rail track, it's the same rail track. They are not against each other. They just need to take you to different destinations. The red train takes you to the land of chaos where you're going to thrive, you're going to prosper there. The orange train takes you to the land of simple. Now, if you try to board the red train to take you to the land of simple, you're going to be in terrible disarray. It is not going to work. And if you try to take the orange train to the land of chaos, You're not going to thrive there. But Agile practitioners know that these trains are for different things. And you shouldn't try to fit an Agile project into a predictive zone or a predictive project into an Agile zone. And this is what page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide is trying to tell us. All right. So far, we've been talking about the Agile Practice Guide. I realize a lot of my friends, thousands of you on this channel, you haven't really dabbled into it. And some of you are about to take your exam and you've not taken a solid Agile test. Why don't you go on down to tinyurl.com/2021 PMP, take that Agile test. I dare you, I challenge you. The highest score on this one has been from a PMP that got certified last week. No one else has gotten as high as she did. A shout out to Mercedes, who has gotten the highest score so far. And it's a relief. Thank goodness the PMP got a high score, huh? All right. So I want you to go on down there and take that. And for those of you looking for training for your PMP exam 2021, you need to go on down to Praizion.com. Now, there are a lot of courses out there, but honestly, 99% of them are as boring as ever. You don't want to get bored out of your mind getting ready for this exam. You need to be in the training my buddy Roy and I are offering. And we're offering 2 courses. One course is for people who say, Phil, I have read the 49 processes to the cows come home. I know that stuff. What I don't know is Agile. And we tell those people, well, why don't you just go on down to agileprinciple.com? And for those people who say, look, whether it's 49 processes or Agile, I'm green. I'm just going to act like I know nothing. Those folks, we tell them go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. But the parent site is Praizion.com. So whatever your needs are, we have some to meet them. All right. So let's go back to our second favorite book, which is called The Agile Practice Guide, hopefully. Because if you've been reading the PMBOK guide for the past number of months, it's time for you to step up your game, get into the Agile Practice Guide, know Agile, eat Agile, drink Agile, you'll be happy. All right, let's talk about the next one. The next chapter is Life Cycle Selection. Now, honestly, if you're getting ready for the PMP exam, life cycle selection, my goodness, you got to know it really well, because a lot of the questions, they're going to pound on your understanding of those 4 overarching approaches to managing projects. And I talked about this on the last webinar as well. I'm not going to bore you too much with it, but let me just say this. Know that predictive is a one-time delivery. Know that Agile is frequent deliveries. Understand that iterative is a one-time delivery. And understand that incremental is frequent smaller deliveries. In other words, the I's are not the same. What do I mean? Iterative is one-time delivery, incremental is frequent smaller deliveries. The I's, get it? Iterative and incremental, they're not the same. So you got to understand predictive is fixed requirements, everything else is dynamic. Iterative, incremental, agile, those are all dynamic requirements. We allow them to change, but the delivery distinguishes them. Again, predictive, single delivery, iterative, single delivery. What about the goal? Think about the goal on predictive. Management gets so obsessed with costs. Of course, it's managing cost. But in the world of Agile, what are we obsessed with? Well, this is summarized in the product owner's role. Chief Value Officer, right? That's the role of the product owner. So in the world of Agile, our goal, main goal, is to deliver customer value via frequent deliveries and feedback. We want that feedback so bad. Why? Because we want to fail fast. We want to fail as fast as possible so that we know why we failed. We want to get that intel from our customers as quickly as possible so we know, are we building the right thing? And the feedback comes and we realize, uh-oh, no, we're not. Oh, the feedback comes and it's full steam ahead. Yes, you are. You get what I mean? So if you go to page 18 of the Agile Practice Guide, that's what that is saying. Now, if you go to the next page, another favorite of mine, page 19, it talks about the continuum of life cycles. And I got to show you this one. I got to go to my whiteboard again. Because we need to talk about the continuum of life cycles. So let's bring up the whiteboard. Now, similar to the Stacy complexity model, what we have is sort of matrixy. It's like a matrix again. So we got these axes, and I'll just use letters to make it simple. We have predictive, and we have agile. And we have a continuum. You gotta see this as a continuum. And you know, whenever I say agile and predictive are not at war, you gotta think about it like they are on the same track to get you to success, right? So we could be predictive or we could be agile. But in the book, again, on the x-axis, we have degree of change. So let's put that here, degree of change. And on the y-axis, we have frequency of delivery. I'm just going to say delivery frequency. You get it. All right. So you've got predictive, you got agile. But outside of those major extremes, you have incremental, and you have iterative. And the question is, which one of these four life cycles do we use? Well, if you've got a low degree of change and a low frequency of delivery, you use predictive. If you've got a low degree of change but a high delivery frequency, guess what you use? It would make sense to use incremental, right? Low degree of change, high frequency of delivery. But if you've got a high degree of change and a high delivery frequency, that's where you got to use change driven. That's where you got to bring out your agile hat. You're doing things with a high delivery frequency and a high degree of change. But what if the delivery frequency is low? Remember what I said about iterative is only a one-time delivery. So iterative is a one-time delivery, but the degree of change is high. So you are repeating things until they're correct. So if you've got a low delivery frequency, but a high degree of change, you got to use iterative. You get the idea? So depending on where you are in this matrix, you're either going to be predictive, incremental, agile, or iterative. And for your exam, guess what you need to know? This stuff. Because you'll get questions that ask you what to do if you've got a low degree of change, low delivery frequency, or high degree of change, high delivery frequency, and so on. So there are four potential combinations here, and you need to know them. All right. For those of you just come in, we're talking about the Agile Practice Guide, and I'm giving you a high-level overview, and we're currently taking a look at page 19, and we're taking a look at the continuum of life cycles. And the continuum of life cycles, as I showed you on the whiteboard, is priceless because it is going to help you decide which approach to use. predictive, incremental, agile, iterative. All right, so again, page 19, but you also want to take a look at page 18 where the table and the narrative starts. That will help you. All right. So anyone taking the exam next week? I know I've got one friend taking the exam next week. Anyone else? Curious to know. So we're in life cycle selection, obviously, and I just showed you PMI's rationale about how you can select the correct approach. Which approach should you use? It says, a key thing to remember about life cycles is that each of them share the element of planning. What differentiates a life cycle is not whether planning is done, but rather how much planning is done and when. At the predictive end of the continuum, the plan drives the work. As much planning as is possible is performed up front, requirements identified in as much detail as possible. The team estimates when they can deliver which deliverables and performs comprehensive procurement activities. In iterative approaches, prototypes and proofs are also planned, but the outputs are intended to modify the plans created in the beginning. Earlier reviews of unfinished work help inform future project work. So all this stuff I'm reading on page 20, guess what? You got to know it. And then they give you an example of a predictive life cycle, and then they show you characteristics of iterative life cycles. And we've got those loops as a result of prototypes. We're going to do things until they are correct. Our major goal in the world of iterative is correctness of the solution. So we're going to repeat the activities until correct. In the world of incremental, our goal is speed. Guess what we're going to do? Perform the activities once for a given increment, deliver and move on. All right, so that is the summary, my friends, of chapter 3. But towards the end of chapter 3, there's one more important aspect I want you to absorb. And this is the hybrid mindset. And this makes it monumentally important. So which page am I talking about? I'm gonna write it on the whiteboard. Let's write it on the whiteboard. Page 26. So important, my friends, in the Agile Practice Guide. Oh my goodness. From page 26, that whole dialogue about hybrid, to be quite honest, there's not really any other of the practice guides or standards that will address this area as much. See? And I like the dialogue here because it's real world, and it talks about a pharmaceutical company that had a time-consuming U.S. Food and Drug Administration approval process tagged onto the end of its development process, and its entire life cycle looked like figure 3-6. And if you take a look at figure 3-6, you got something like this. Let me show you. You got a sub. You got an agile predictive sub. In other words, you had all of this agile stuff that was done up front, and then you hit a roadblock because you got the dinosauric approach. And I'm not bashing predictive. It is just what it is. Everything needs to follow a particular approach, a particular method. There's no room for thinking outside of the box very much. And that's okay. But reading again what PMI says here, it says, a consultant helped to integrate the FDA approval process portion into the Agile development process to create a more streamlined hybrid approach. The short version of the story is that because FDA approval is required to be completed at the end of the development process or repeated after any change, this includes even after the most minor change, the process had to remain at the end as a separate phase. Integration using the iterative process was unsuccessful. However, the consultant created some useful quick start guides and testing protocols that shortened the final FDA process. So talking about these life cycles, the aim is to use whatever you can, whether it's agile and then predictive, or whether it is largely predictive with a little smidgen of Agile there, right? A tiny little bit of Agile. Everything else is predictive. Get it? Or it is largely Agile, and you realize, okay, let's go ahead and use some of these predictive elements, like just a little bit of risk, the risk register, maybe a little bit of the RTM, a little bit of critical path for maybe the phases, or not the exact tasks, but at a higher level. Let's use some predictive stuff. These are models that are talked about in the Agile Practice Guide. And then you have the last one, which I call the sandwich, the Agile Predictive Sandwich. You've got an Agile and a predictive approach, just like that. And this is all talked about. Again, it's in the Agile Practice Guide. It is good narrative for you to understand as a project manager. And to be quite honest, in my mind, every project manager should aspire to be not completely predictive or completely agile in every situation. In fact, I don't see any reason why every project manager should not have at least, whatever the economy of scale is, some agile. Why? Because agile rocks. It does. There are many simple practices. I'm going to show you these as we go through. There are many simple practices that you can take from the Agile Practice Guide, very simple, and you can build them into your daily work. Simple things. For example, the concept of a backlog. Why wouldn't you use that in your personal work with your team? Just a simple idea of a Kanban board. Why wouldn't you use that? The simple idea of a retrospective where people, though they're in the midst of their peers, they do not feel so vulnerable that they cannot speak. They feel at home. That servant leadership mindset that the Scrum Master needs to have to serve people, as opposed to beating people over the head with a stick. You see, there's so many agile mindsets and approaches that are good to have. So in a retrospective, whatever we discuss, it stays there. It doesn't follow us into documentation. Or the concept of a sprint review, regular feedback, you see. All right, let's go on to chapter 4, because I think we have done well with chapter 3. We've talked about the hybrid approaches. And in concluding the hybrid approaches, the PMI talk about hybrid life cycles as fit for purpose. And it says, the goal of project management is to produce business value in the best possible way, given the current environment. It does not matter if that way is agile or predictive. Is feedback needed as the team produces value? If so, increments will help. That's the mindset. Many teams are not able to make the switch to agile ways of working overnight. Agile techniques look and feel very different to those who are accustomed to and have been successful in a predictive environment. The larger the organization and the more moving parts, the longer it will take to transition. For that reason, it makes sense to plan a gradual transition. And that's what they're saying, plan a gradual transition. And then it talks about mixing practices. You can mix agile approaches, and it says agile teams rarely limit their practices to one agile approach. So you got to be open to multiple approaches. And as a segue into chapter 4, which talks about implementing agile, the PMI give you a tailoring options to improve fit table. And this is table 3-2. And it says some project attributes require tailoring an approach for a better fit. And then they give you that table. We won't go into that today. But let's talk about creating an agile environment. My goodness, this, I need to make sure I do not go over time with this one, because this excites me. You know, chapter 4 is an exciting chapter. Implementing agile, creating an agile environment. And one of the first things they talk about here is start with an agile mindset. So to me, Agile is 99% mindset, 1% process or method or framework, whatever you want to call it. It's all about the mindset, and that's why when Roy and I, when we review some of these agile in name approaches, we just bash them because they're harming Agile. They're not helping Agile. There are a lot of frameworks. I challenge you, you know them. There are a lot of so-called frameworks that say they're Agile or they're helpful to Agile. No, they're not. They're only killing Agile. They're destroying Agile. They're pretending to be Agile, but and you can smell them a mile away. How? They have very, very heavy, unwieldy, almost draconian approaches to ruling the roost, if you will. How we know they're not Agile? That's why it says start with an Agile mindset. Managing a project using an Agile approach requires that the project team first, is a word I would add, adopt the mindset. The answers to these questions will help develop a strategy. 1, how can the team act in an agile manner? 2, what can the team deliver quickly and obtain early feedback to benefit the delivery cycle? How can the team act in a transparent manner? What work can be avoided? Remember the art of maximizing the work not done, right? What work can be avoided in order to focus on high priority items? And lastly, how can a servant leadership approach benefit the achievement of the team's goals? And they go into a topic about servant leadership. And I'll just give you the overview. A servant leader is one who leads by serving. What does the leader do? The leader is a roadblock remover. The leader is a mentor. The leader is a coach. The leader cares about the purpose and shares the vision with the people and does not allow process to override the team. It says, do not plan on following the perfect agile process, but instead look for the results. When a cross-functional team delivers finished value, often and reflects on the product and process, the teams are agile. It does not matter what the team calls its process. So I just laugh when people say, oh, we're using this or we're using that. And then you look at what happens in the background and you're like, wow, these folks are not really agile. These folks are actually stuck in a draconian world of a blend of things that are scary. It's, predictive done great is good, but predictive done bad, theory X manner, is awful. In the same token, people who claim to be agile in name only, but you take a look at what they're doing and it is just so against the grain of agile. It is not servant leader oriented. Yeah, these folks didn't get it. Whatever the transformation they did, this was a transformation in the opposite direction because you do not see servant leadership at play. So what is servant leadership? Promoting self-awareness, EI, listening, active listening, serving those on the team, helping people grow, coaching versus controlling. We have a lot of processes that we call controlling, right? But in the world of servant leadership, we want to think about coaching instead. We want to promote safety, respect, and trust, and promote the energy and intelligence of others. So while there's a place for project controls, and trust me, I worked in project controls, but we don't want to use that word when it comes to the people. We want to change the word to one of coaching. And the PMI say servant leadership is not unique to Agile, but once having practiced it, servant leaders can usually see how well servant leadership integrates into the Agile mindset and value. Agile is very people oriented. The main goal why we want to deliver value is not for revenues or profits, it's for the people. And the reason why we want to harness the self-organizing team is for the people. Get it? So successful Agile teams embrace the growth mindset where people believe they can learn new skills. We talk about T-shaped skills. You need to be a T-shaped skilled person to work well in a cross-functional self-organizing team. And when you have those T-shaped skills, you're even more valuable. Not only are you able to be plugged and played, but you're also able to help others on your team do so. Because you've got your area of specialism you can share with them. They have theirs. So everyone becomes more capable. That's the mindset. What are the servant leader responsibilities? This is covered on page 34 of the Agile Practice Guide. Servant leaders manage relationships to build communication and coordination within a team and across the organization. These relationships help the leaders navigate the organization to support the team. This kind of support helps to remove impediments and facilitates the team to streamline its process. Now let's latch onto that word impediments, because my friends, if you're taking this new exam, you got to be aware that the word impediment is also the same as blocker, obstacle. But a question may pose the word blocker. You got to know what it is. And just as an aside, because I know a lot of you are preparing for this exam, just be aware that this new exam could test you on language that is not in the PMBOK guide. One such language is compliance management plan, believe it or not. It's not in the PMBOK guide, but you could get this as a question. Compliance management plan. There's also an agile, wait for it, management plan. Oh my goodness. Let's not go there, but it is a potential because it is in the documentation that our friends from the PMI are putting together in their pretty little handout. You know, from our friends or our foes, I don't know, whoever they are, the people who put that thing together, it has so many errors. Anyway, that's, you know, let's move on from there. Hopefully the PMI would use some agile practices. And while I'm one of their biggest cheerleaders, right? I'm also one of their biggest critics because I want to hold them accountable. Take, for example, my friends, help me on this one. Help me on this one. Because people often think, oh, I'm being harsh on them. No, I'm not being harsh. How in the world can you have a PMP exam that is testing you on Agile? Listen to this. A PMP exam is testing you on Agile, but you do not have an up-to-date PMP exam handbook. Think about it. You're testing Agile, but you cannot be agile in delivering a handbook. What does it take to throw out a handbook real quick and work on it in an agile fashion? Because the handbook still has incorrect information about the domains. There are now 3 domains. The handbook is still saying it has 5. We have 175 questions or 180 questions. 175 is what counts. They haven't updated that in the handbook. So am I being harsh when I say you're so quick to rush to the 2nd of January, but the poor people taking the exam, they got wrong information. Some people don't even know about the people process business. Anyway, enough said. I'm not going to go off on a tangent. Oh, too late. I already did. I apologize. So going back to servant leader responsibilities, servant leaders facilitate, servant leaders remove organizational impediments, servant leaders pave the way for others' contribution, and servant leaders understand the importance of community. They educate stakeholders about how to be agile. They support the team through mentoring and encouragement and coaching. They help the technical team with any project-oriented activities, any analyses. Okay, and no, you gotta keep your eye on this one. I did not say the Scrum Master. Did you get that? I'm not talking about the Scrum Master here. There's a fine line between being a Scrum Master and being a servant leader, because you could be in a hybrid environment as a servant leader and perform project duties. You get what I'm saying? But those project duties, it's important to remember, we are not talking about Scrum here, okay? So when we talk about quantitative project duties, those could be performed by a project manager who is in an agile environment or a predictive environment. And I know it sounds oxymoronic to some people, but in the world of the PMI, you got to always put project manager label on the table. So you can be a servant leader and a project manager. Okay? Because I know some of my Scrum friends are like, wait a minute, the Scrum Master doesn't do all of that project, or yeah, you're correct. But remember, we are being tested on Agile in general, okay? Where it's specific to Scrum would probably be more with the Scrum Alliance. So the project manager, who may end up being a servant leader or just someone who is a project lead and is a servant leader, can help with quantitative risk analysis stuff. All right. And a servant leader should celebrate team successes and support the team and be a bridge builder, right, between groups. And we call that community development, and create upward spirals of appreciation and let people's worth be known, be their biggest cheerleader, right? All right. So the role of the project manager in an agile environment is somewhat of an unknown because many agile frameworks and approaches do not address the role of the project manager. Like I said, some agile practitioners think the role of a project manager is not needed due to self-organizing teams taking on the former responsibilities of the project manager. However, pragmatic agile practitioners and organizations realize that project managers can add significant value in many situations. The key difference is that their roles and responsibilities are somewhat different. So project managers use servant leadership. PMBOK Guide 6th edition defines the project manager as the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives. Many project managers are accustomed to being in the center of project management and planning. However, in high change projects, there is more complexity than one person can manage. Remember the Stacy complexity model. We are navigating chaos here. So instead, cross-functional teams coordinate their own work and collaborate with the business representative, who could be the product owner. When working on an agile project, project managers need to shift from being at the center to serving the team and management. In an agile environment, project managers are servant leaders. They change their emphasis to coaching. They change their emphasis to mentoring, to serving, right? As a servant leader, project managers encourage the distribution of responsibility to the team, to people who have the knowledge to get work done. All right, for those of you just coming, we've been covering a lot of the content in the Agile Practice Guide, and I know a lot of you have not read the thing. You need to. You need to read the Agile Practice Guide. So I hope as I'm going through all of these topics, it's hopefully piquing your interest. I need the 49 inbox guide, but I need you to know, I'm coming to it. I need you to know all those definitions in the of the Agile Guide. If you are taking the exam in 2021, please do not venture into the exam without understanding Agile really well. All right, we've talked about chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 4. And I took you through it really, really rapidly. So quick that I'm sure some of you are like, really? Is it that easy? Yeah, the Agile Practice Guide is quite a simple document to go through. If you dedicate time to it and you just focus on it, you can get a whole lot done. So in rounding up chapter 4, it talks about team composition. And contrary to what a lot of people think, like, oh, Agile is just for IT and we got the testers and coders and so on and so forth. There are actually no specific called out roles on an Agile team. See? So cross-functional Agile teams produce functional product increments frequently. That is because the team collectively own the work and together have all of the necessary skills to deliver completed work. Regardless the overall Agile approach, the more a team limits its WIP, its work in progress, the more likely its members can collaborate to expedite work across the board. Team members in successful Agile teams work to collaborate in various ways, such as pairing, swarming, and mobbing. In other words, they attack what needs to be done, and they get it done. So when we talk about agile roles, the three common roles, they're not developer, tester, they're not that. But the PMI lists these on page 40, and they are: one, cross-functional team members; two, product owner; and three, team facilitator. Now, the cross-functional team members, you could think about this as being those team members with all the skills necessary to produce a working functional product. They're those team members that in the world of Scrum, we call them developers. We used to refer to them as the development team. They are the people doing. Cross-functional teams are critical because they can deliver finished work in the shortest possible time with higher quality without external dependencies. The next character here, the next role, is the product owner. The product owner is responsible for guiding the direction of the product. And this is someone who needs to know the business really well and needs to understand what the business wants and needs to be able to take what the business wants and put it into sensible, coherent words that the team can understand. So the product owners work with their teams daily by providing product feedback and setting direction on the next piece of functionality to be developed or delivered. And that means the work is small, often small enough to be described on one index card. We're really talking about user stories here. So I would like, so that should be the format. And the product owner works with stakeholders, customers, and the teams to define the product direction. Like I said in the beginning, the product owner is a chief value officer. That is the person, belly button accountable person, that is responsible for maintaining the backlog and also prioritizing it and making sure that the right value in the right form is delivered. And typically, like I said, these product owners, they have a business background. They bring in a lot of subject matter expertise to the discussions. And sometimes the product owner requests help from people with domain expertise, such as architects, or deep customer expertise, such as product managers. And product owners need training on how to organize and manage the flow of work through the team. And this is actually one of the certifications from a different body, right? Actually, two different bodies. So we have the Scrum Alliance that have the CSPO, and then we have Ken Schwaber's organization. Ken is one of the co-creators of Scrum, and he has the PSPO, which I did a few weeks ago. It was a fun one to do, but really opens your eyes to see, wow, do I really understand the product owner? Highly would recommend, after you get done with PMP, maybe the CSM, definitely go for some of those certifications from Ken's organization. For those of you taking the exam, let me just throw this out there. If you have not been to scrum.org and you have not taken a look at Ken's open assessments, my goodness, you definitely should, because that will bring the light bulbs on. So the thing I like about Ken's exams and his open assessments is that his open assessments open your eyes to, if you truly understand the essence of a lot of the agile principles, a lot of the agile tenets. So if you go to scrum.org and you take a look at open assessments, you need to be pounding. So take the Scrum open, take the product owner open, that you get fine value in that. Take the agile leadership open. You can even take the developer open, Scrum developer open. Take that, pound on it, my friends, pound on it. I'm just keeping it real, because our buddies, our friends at the PMI, they haven't given you any exams. So I got to show you where the value is. And the value is in scrum.org. And if you pound on those till you get in the high 90s, trust me, you are beginning to know Agile really well. I can speak from experience because I've taken 2 certifications on his site from his organization, the PSM, the professional Scrum Master, and the professional Scrum Product Owner. And honestly, if you can tackle those 80 ridiculously horrendous questions in 1 hour, you know a thing or two, right? But for your PMP exam, I'm not telling you to go take the certification just yet. No, I want you to go to the open assessments on scrum.org. All right, it's a big up to Ken because he did not have to do this, but he's helping the community. Talk about someone who really wants to make a change, huh? So let me just do a shameless plug for Ken's website, huh? How about that? A shameless plug for one of the co-creators of Scrum, and a big up to Ken. And if you go to his open assessments, my goodness, what a ton of value you're going to get from Scrum Open, Product Owner Open, Scrum Developer Open, and Agile leadership open. Pound on those things, my friends, because that is going to help you find gaps in your Agile thinking. A lot of us have gaps, honestly. To be honest, when I'm taking some of his open assessments, I'm like, wow, I still don't know enough about Agile. Now, even though, I mean, his passing score is pretty high, I think it's 80 something or 80. But as you're going through these open assessments, you will find gaps, not just in Scrum. So I know it says scrum.org, but Scrum is, my goodness, Scrum is one of the most widely, let me just say, the most widely agile method. It's not a method, it's a framework used, right? So Scrum is used by over 70% of organizations that say they use some form of agile. Think about that. So when you have one of the co-creators of this movement putting out stuff for you to go practice, test out your ammo, I'm like, my goodness, this is what I want to be when I grow up. I want to give back to the community like Ken and Jeff. Shout out to Jeff Sutherland as well, because these folks they've given us the Scrum guide for free. Try that with the PMBOK guide, see where you'll end up. Anyway, let's move on. So we've talked about implementing an agile environment, and I walked you through the ideas for the team, the cross-functional team members, and the product owner. Let's talk about the team facilitator. The third role on page 41 in the Agile Practice Guide is the team facilitator. Third role typically seen on Agile teams is a team facilitator, a servant leader. And this role may be called a project manager. It may be called a scrum master. It may be called a team facilitator. But in essence, this is a servant leader, whatever you want to call them, okay? And all Agile teams need servant leadership on the team. Someone to make the tea, someone to build their servant leadership skills of facilitation, coaching, impediment removal. That's what a project manager needs. Time, right? And a lot of project managers in highly project-oriented firms, they may not have this mindset because they are over people. And when you're over people, a lot of times, unfortunately, lots of leaders, it gets into their heads. So instead of them leading from a servant leadership perspective, they lead from a more autocratic leader mindset. Any other inclinations just go out of the window, and it becomes, you work for me, so you do what I say. But as John Maxwell says in his 5 levels of leadership, that is the primitive level. That's level 1. That's position. So as a servant leader, position should be thrown into the background, and instead it should be level 2 on the John Maxwell 5 levels of leadership ladder, which is likability, right? And why would people like you? Because they trust you. Why would they trust you? Because you've done enough things that has given people cause to trust and like you, right? And heaven help the servant leader that is not liked, that is not a servant leader. So likability is important. And then level 3 on that ladder is what you've done for the firm, your productivity, right? So a servant leader that has a track record, the position is just number 1. Number 2, the likability and the trust. Number 3 is the productivity. And number 4 is what you do for people. And that's where the coaching and the mentoring of team members comes in, right? And you do those things consistently over the long haul, you eventually get to level 5, which is the pinnacle. But the summary of what PMI are saying here is, if you are a project manager, spend some time in developing your servant leadership skills. Initially, many organizations invite external Agile coaches to help them when their internal coaching capability is not yet fully developed. External coaches have the advantage of experience, but the disadvantage of weak relationships. And like I said, those are the relationships you want to build at level 2 on John Maxwell's 5 levels of leadership, that's where the likability is built, right? And that is where you, as an internal person, have the edge over an external coach, because you've developed relationships with these people, right? You have those strong relationships. And as you dig deeper into the world of Agile, you're developing that experience, you're going to be more effective for sure. I talked about the concept of T-shaped skills, and that was just yesterday. For those of you that were with me on yesterday's webinar, I just want to talk about it one more time. It's a very important concept. We're talking about the breadth of understanding, and then we're talking about the depth in your specialism, whatever that is. And this is known as T-shaped skills. So a T-shaped person is one who has this breadth of knowledge, but when it comes to the area of that person's specialism, they can bring the depth. The PMI say Agile teams are cross-functional people, but the people often do not start off that way. However, many successful Agile teams are made up of generalizing specialists or T-shaped people. This means team members have both a focus, specialty, plus a breadth of experience across multiple skills, rather than a single specialization. Agile team members work to develop such characteristics due to intense collaboration and self-organization to swarm and get work done quickly, which requires them to routinely help each other. A single person's throughput is not relevant. Focusing on a single person's throughput may even be harmful if it creates a bottleneck for the rest of the team. And the PMI go further to say if the customer desires great results, such as rapid feature delivery with excellent quality, the team cannot be structured just with specialist roles in an attempt to maximize resource efficiency. The team's objective is flow efficiency, optimizing the throughput of the entire team. Small batch sizes promote working together as a team, and the product owner's job is to make sure the team works on the highest value work. The next page in the Agile Practice Guide goes into team structures, and it talks about dedicated team members. And I want to touch more on the dedicated team members. And it says, what happens when the team member's time is not 100% dedicated to the team? While this condition is not ideal, unfortunately, it sometimes cannot be avoided. The key problem with having someone invest only a capacity of 25 or 50% is they will multitask and task switch. Multitasking reduces the throughput of the team's work and impacts the team's ability to predict delivering consistently. Multitasking slows the progress of the entire team. Experiments have been done where people multitask doing many different things, and then you have a team of people doing just one thing, right? It shows that people get the job done quicker when you are dedicated to just the one thing. So when people are 100% dedicated to the team has the fastest possible throughput. People experience productivity losses between 20 and 40% when they're doing task switching. Want to stay away from task switching as much as possible. The next area I would like to touch on is team workspaces. Teams need a space in which they can work together. And in PMI's infamous little handout, they have some talk about the fishbowl concept. And one of the things they talk about here, you might want to know this for your exam on page 46, create a fishbowl window by setting up long-lived video conferencing between the various locations in which the team is dispersed. People start the link at the beginning of a workday and close it in the end. So you can see what Phil is doing in his own world. You're all on the same team, but you've got a fishbowl view of what everyone else is doing. And it says in this way, people can see and engage spontaneously with each other, reducing the collaboration lag otherwise inherent in the geographical separation. And this is one of the concepts I use with team members. There's a fishbowl, and you don't have to use a fishbowl for 8 hours a day, but it could be for some time of the day. It could be for some time. Now in the PMBOK guide, it says started at the beginning of the workday. Yes, if you're on a team like that, working on same stuff, it can definitely think of it as an alternate co-location, if you will. And then the next, it set up remote pairing by using conferencing tools to share screens, some video links. And so like right now, although I'm not seeing yours, you're seeing my PowerPoint slide, my whiteboard, things like that. Another way you can build a team in the world of organizational silos, and the PMI say the best place to start when forming agile teams is by building a foundational trust and a safe work environment to ensure that all team members have equal voice and can be heard and considered. And that rounds off chapter 4. Now we're going into one of my favorite parts of the Agile Practice Guide, and this is chapter 5. So we've covered quite a lot of stuff so far, my friends. We've got chapter 1, the introduction, chapter 2, an introduction to Agile, 3, life cycle selection, chapter 4, implementing Agile, and 5, delivering an Agile environment. And the reason why this is one of my favorites is this is where we talk about certain aspects that help you succeed when delivering Agile. So the first thing we have here is very familiar. It's chartering, the project charter. Yes. So it reads, every project needs a project charter so the team knows why this project matters, where the team is headed, and what the project objective is. But the project charter itself is obviously not going to be enough. Agile teams also require team norms and an understanding of how to work together. So we often talk about team contract. And if you've looked at the current version of the PMP exam content outline, you see the word team, not team charter, but team contract. Teams do not need a formal process for chartering as long as teams understand how to work together. Some teams benefit from a team chartering process. Here are some team ideas to use for, if you will, social contract. Now, these are terms that are talked about again in the Agile Practice Guide, so I do want to emphasize them. For those of you that have not read the Agile Practice Guide and you've not seen social contract or the words team contract, pay close attention to this page in the Agile Practice Guide because this is where it is covered. All right. So follow me on down again. I want to go on down to chapter 5. You want to be looking at page 49 and 50. Okay, so it says, remember that the team's social contract, its team charter. Remember, the team charter is also talked about in the PMBOK guide, and it's talked about in chapter 9 as an output of 9.1 in the PMBOK guide. But here in the Agile Practice Guide, this is on page 50. Again, one of my favorite pages in this book, because this is where we begin talking about common Agile practices. But before we hit that, let's just read the final line before 5.2. It says, remember that the team's social contract, its team charter. So if you're on the exam and you get questions on social contract and team agreements or team contract, that kind of thing, you know they're talking about the team charter, ground rules, and such. The goal of the team charter is to create an agile environment in which team members can work to the best of their ability as a team. All right, let's move on here to 5.2, one of my favorites. And this is common agile practices. And the first one that they talk about, it's funny that they talk about this first. But it's retrospective. But you'll get this, even though I think they could have done a better order. The first thing they talk about is retrospective. So let's go back to our whiteboard. What is a retrospective? The simple word for a retrospective could be lessons learned. Someone might just say, oh, it's like a lessons learned. And it reads, the single most important practice is the retrospective. And that's why they put it first, because it allows the team to learn about, improve, and adapt its process. Retrospectives help the team. It helps the team to improve. One of the principles that we talked about in the Agile Manifesto, remember, is at regular intervals, the team reflects and tunes and adjusts. And this is exactly what you do in a retrospective. So PMI put that first. Let's go on to our next one, beyond retrospective, because we could talk about that one all day long. All right, let's move on. And let's talk about backlog refinement. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Backlog preparation first. Yeah. So let's talk about backlog preparation. If you've been in any of my previous webinars, you know I usually go into the Scrum framework just to give you an idea to hang stuff on. So we have the product backlog with all of these user stories, user-centered requirements, right? And then we take a subsection of that, and that gets put into a sprint backlog, right? And then we go into the sprint itself, which could be 2 weeks. The Scrum guide says 4 weeks or less, right? And then we have the daily stand-up, which I'll just say DSU every 24 hours. And we're eventually going to create the PSI, the potentially shippable increment. And of course, we want to make sure that in the middle of this, we're getting our MVP. We're going to have a demo, which really comes under our sprint review, right? The word demo is not formal in the world of Scrum, but in practice, we talk about demos. We're also going to have, at some point here, for the next session, we're going to do some backlog refinement and stuff. But I want to make it clear that at the end of everything over here, we have the very first entry we looked at, the retrospective. Retrospective. All right, so we have the retrospective, and that should happen. We take feedback from the retrospective and we use it to improve in our next iteration, on and on like that. So that is the mindset. So I showed you this so that we can hang these great entries in the Agile Practice Guide on something in particular, because without the Scrum framework or some other framework, it's hard. So we've talked about the retrospectives. You can see the product backlog where we have something called backlog preparation. And the product backlog, which is a formal name, is the ordered list of all the work presented in user stories for team. There's no need to create all of the stories for the entire project before the work starts, only enough to understand the first release in broad brushstrokes. Then we also have backlog refinement, like I said. In iteration-based Agile, the product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration. So right there in the middle of the sprint, we're going to carry out some backlog refinement. The next thing the PMI talks about is daily stand-ups. And I notified this notated this as DSU, daily stand-ups. You may call this a daily scrum. And teams use stand-ups to micro commit to each other, uncover problems, and ensure the work flows smoothly. So you can think about this as some type of risk mitigation measure, right? Time box the stand-up to no longer than 15 minutes. The team walks a Kanban or task board and in some way, and anyone from the team can facilitate the stand-up. You don't have to have the product owner there, except they're actually working on stuff. You don't need to have the Scrum Master there. The team can facilitate its own daily stand-up. Just remember that. Another word that you're going to see in the world of Agile from the PMI's lens is anti-pattern. You're going to see that word anti-pattern, and these are just bad behaviors, bad stuff that we should not be doing. But the pattern goes against the grain of Agile. And they talk about anti-patterns. It says one of the anti-patterns seen in daily stand-ups is they become daily status meetings. Why? Because if management is showing up and asking for status, guess what's going to happen? It's going to become a habit. Teams who have traditionally worked in a predictive environment may tend to fall into this anti-pattern. Another anti-pattern typically seen in stand-ups is that the team begins to solve problems as they become apparent. That's not what you should do. Stand-ups are for realizing their problems, but not for solving them. You want to take those problems outside. The next one that I talked about here is demos or reviews. Now, these are really sprint reviews in the world of Scrum, but in the world of Agile, we could just call them demos, demonstrations, or reviews. As the team gets some of the features done, the team periodically demonstrates work in product. This usually happens at the end of the sprint. In iteration-based Agile, the team demonstrates all completed work items at the end of the iteration. So we have covered majority of those fun pieces that I wanted to. And the 5th chapter in the Agile Practice Guide talks about planning for iteration-based Agile. Each team's capacity is different. Each product owner's typical story size is different. Teams consider their story size so they do not try to commit to more stories than there's team capacity to complete within one iteration. Moving on, the next piece here is execution practices that help teams deliver value. So let's go back to our PowerPoint. For those of you just coming, we've talked about a number of things. We've talked about Chapter 1, the introduction, Chapter 2, the introduction to Agile specifically, Chapter 3, lifecycle selection, Chapter 4, implementing Agile, Chapter 5, implement Agile, delivering an Agile environment. And at the very beginning, I said, look, if you're taking the PMP exam, you need to pound on a mock exam that will wake you up. This mock exam is free. I first of all had it open till 5 p.m. a couple of days ago, and people said, oh, please, please, please leave it open, please, please. So I leave it open, and people are pounding on this. I'm hoping you're finding your gaps. Now, I did this as a blind Agile mock, and it has Agile and leadership, to be honest. So you're going to see some leadership stuff sprinkled in there. But I put this out there because I wanted you, my friends, to be aware of the slime that could be on your exam. And a lot of this slime is from the Agile Practice Guide. We heard this from students who have taken this current new exam, 2021 exam. And you know what they said? They said, you better open up that Agile Practice Guide and you better read it for all you're worth. Now, for those of you that are Scrum Masters, you've done the CSM, right? From the Scrum Alliance, because remember, there are a lot of Agile certifications, and I can speak to one I've done. If you've done, the CSM, which is usually through just phenomenal resources, and shameless plug, I want to plug my Scrum instructor here. I want you to check out my Scrum instructor. He trained me on Scrum, is a really awesome Scrum trainer. So if you're going for the CSM with the Scrum Alliance, I want you to look him up. I've tried to point people towards Tom because he was the genesis of my Agile journey, right? Great instructor. He helped me drink that Kool-Aid. So if you ever go to Scrum Alliance website, check Tom out. But the bottom line is, those of you who are Scrum Masters, you've got an edge. Those of you who are not, you don't have that edge. And that's why I want you to begin experiencing some Agile questions. Okay? Check them out, and I'm sure they'll help you. The final thing I wanted to point out is, for those of you who are getting ready for the exam and you feel, I need help, definitely you need help. Why don't you go on down to our website? It's Praizion.com. You got to be Agile swole to kill the exam. You got to be. And you need that help. Go on down to Praizion.com. We're starting training on Saturday. A lot of folks are working with us for their prep. And this Saturday, my buddy Roy and I, we're bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire to you, the world of Agile. Those of you who are not Agile aware, or maybe you use Agile, but you don't know the formalities, and these will be on your exam. Then you also need to come. All right. Okay. Well, with that said, let us go on back to our Agile Practice Guide summary. And honestly, there's not much left. We've only got a couple of chapters left. Just a couple, and we're going to be done. Okay. So going back to chapter 5 to round this up, the PMI say execution practices that help when you are working Agile, continuous integration, perform frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest. You get done with an increment, you put it back in, make sure the product still works. Do it again and again and again. You got to do that continuous integration. You got to do that integration testing. Make sure it works. Test at all levels. Employ system level testing for end-to-end information, and unit testing for the building blocks. You got to make sure that any need for change is revealed. Understand if there's a need for integration testing and where. Team smoke testing helpful as a first look at whether the product is any good. Team that deciding when to run regressions. You got to keep on pounding those tests. Next one is ATD, Acceptance Test Driven Development. And the entire team gets together, discusses the acceptance criteria for work product. Team creates tests which allow the team to write just enough code and automated tests to meet the criteria. For non-software projects, consider how to test the work as the team completes chunks of value. The next one is TDD and BDD. Writing automated tests before writing or creating the product actually helps people design and mistake-proof the product. Think about it. It's common sense, right? For non-software projects, consider how to test drive the team's designs. Hardware and mechanical projects often use simulations for interim tests of their designs. And then we have spikes, and you got to know all these definitions on page 56. And spikes are just ways you can learn, ways that you can learn within the work being done. They're useful for learning and may be used in circumstances such as estimation, acceptance, criteria definition, and understanding the flow of a user's action through the product. And lastly, PMI talks about how iterations and increments help deliver working product. Iterations help a team create a cadence for delivery and many kinds of feedback. And then troubleshooting Agile project challenges. And they've got pain points that you can experience when trying to implement Agile. That goes on for a couple of pages. And then it goes into measurements that we can use in Agile. And honestly, the two I want to hit on really big are, one, the burn down chart. And if you're taking the exam, the summary is burn down charts are going to help you see how you are burning down the work. It's showing you what's left, right? And we've got two plots here. We've got the story points on the y-axis, and we have time on the x-axis. Some iteration-based projects use burn-down charts to see where the project is going over time. Story points rate the relative work, risk, and complexity of a requirement or story. And in PMI's example, they show how the story points are being burnt down, and it's meant to end day 10, but based on that chart on figure 5-1, you can see that ain't gonna happen. And then the next type of chart that we have is burn up chart, and it's pretty much the same data, but flipped. So it's showing the story points done. A burn up chart show the work completed, and when a team sees what it has not yet completed, as it works through an iteration, the team may become dispirited and possibly rush to complete the work without meeting the acceptance criteria. However, the team could have any number of good reasons for not completing work as it expected. Burn down show the effect of team members multitasking stories that are too large, or team members out of the office. So you need to be aware of these subtle definitions for your exam, okay? The other part of chapter 5 goes into Kanban. It shows a feature chart. It also shows the product backlog burn up chart. And I'm not going to go into all these. These are just definitions that you need to read before your exam. We also have a page that shows earned value in an agile context, stuff to know. All right, let's go to chapter 6. Chapter 6, organizational considerations for project agility. We're not going to dwell on this at all. We're almost done because we're going on almost 1.5 hours now. So the preamble to this, it reads, every project exists in an organizational context. Cultures, structures, and policies can influence both the direction and outcome of any project. And then it goes into organizational change management. And like I always say, if you've not read a PMI's guide for change management, it's a good read. If nothing else, look for their FP-IMS approach and understand that, and understand the preamble. But it says here, organizational change management covers the skills and techniques for influencing changes that support agility. And then it references this publication I just mentioned. It's called Managing Change in Organizations, a Practice Guide. And it describes a comprehensive and holistic approach for successfully introducing meaningful change. I actually have a 2-hour lecture on this. I highly recommend reading that publication because it will help you. The recommendations offered in that practice guide are models for describing change dynamics. It talks about models used by John Carter and Jack Welch. And then it goes all the way into PMI's framework, right? And the application of change management practices at the project level, at the program and portfolio level. Good stuff. And let's go to our next page. The next page shows agile considerations and change management and where they intersect. In other words, the relationship between agile and change management. So think about it like this. If we call agile change-driven project management or change-driven method, wouldn't it make sense to harness agile in the grander scheme of change management? So how much of the change offers value? All of it? Or let's put it this way, how much value do you get from half of the change? Do you get half value from half the change? So what I'm trying to make you think of is delivering change in batches, little increments of change and value. But you want to put the change that gives you the most value first. All right, enough said. So it says drivers for change management. All projects are about change. However, there are two key factors that further motivate the use of change management practices. One is changes associated with accelerated delivery, and 2, change associated with Agile approaches. PMI also the readiness for change. Organizations beginning to use Agile approaches should understand the compatibility of those methods with current approaches. Some organizations will have characteristics that more easily support Agile principles of cross-department collaboration, continuous learning, and evolving internal processes. And they talk about examples of these change-friendly characteristics: executive management's willingness to change, an organization's willingness to shift the way it views, reviews, and addresses employees. And we find problems with that when we're trying to implement Agile in companies. Some companies just refuse to shift. That could be a problem. Centralization or decentralization of project, program, and portfolio management functions. Again, people may not want to relinquish that power of whatever they're doing, however they do it. Focus on short-term budgeting and metrics versus long-term goals. And the last one is talent management, maturity, and capabilities. So there are many things that indicate if your firm is ready for change. So while we talk about Agile, we talk about change management, Agile could help managing change in organizations, but also implementing Agile in a firm is change in and of itself, and it could be very hard. Organizational culture should be considered, create an environment of safety for team members. You need to be able to assess the culture and deduce where the company stands. Business practices that may be very heavy. All of these are in the long run going to affect how Agile is implemented. That's the summary of chapter 6. In my mind, 6 is something you need to know when you're boots around implementing Agile. And I honestly don't expect an overwhelming amount of questions from chapter 6. Chapter 7 is where we're going to end this. And chapter 7, I'm going to cover it very, very briefly. The good news is we've covered most of what I wanted to cover for now. The other news is you need to take that mock exam, all right? So I will remind you about it. For those of you just come in so that I can get you value, you know, if nothing else, the value I want you to take away is take this mock exam and see where you stand. If you pass it, you really know some great Agile. And if not, just close the gaps, take it again. It's a blind mock, which means the more you take it, the more you realize if you've really closed the gaps by going back to read what I'm presenting to you here. All right. So we are at the final chapter. If you have questions, ask them now, because this video will not be available at the end of the recording. So you got any questions for me? I need to answer them for you before I end it. Okay. So I encourage you to put questions into the chat. Those of you who are, whether you're on Zoom or YouTube, chatting the questions. All right. So the call to action. The adoption of Agile and its approaches for managing projects has increased dramatically since the Agile Manifesto was first published. Today, the demand for being Agile is higher than ever. The debate over the best path to agility continues to keep the conversation and innovation evolving. You may not see everything you expected to see in the Agile Practice Guide. The PMI's core team realizes you might disagree with some elements or approaches, and the PMI is calling on your passion to continue the conversation and improve the next iteration. You bet, PMI. We definitely will be there. And for the past hour and a half thereabouts, you've been listening to the summary to the Agile Practice Guide. I really hope you found this to be helpful. The intent was not to cover the entire Agile Practice Guide, but instead to give you the top of the wave so that those of you taking the PMP exam will have a base to rest on. All right. Any closing questions, comments, or concerns are welcome. Going once, going twice. All right, we had a little chat from one of our friends here. Agile Games with James. I believe I've seen you somewhere, James. Thank you very much. When things get tough, that's when servant leadership can shine, or command and control instincts will show for sure. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that chat. I appreciate it. Is anyone taking the exam next week? Definitely pound on that mock exam. I cannot overstate it. Definitely go to our friend Ken Schwaber's website. Please go to his website. These are things that will help you. Pound on Ken's open assessment, scrum.org. All right. Scrum open, product owner open, Scrum developer open, agile leadership open. And you know what I would also recommend? Those of you who are already CSM certified, take some of Ken's certifications, will you? I mean, the guy is trying to help the community. See all his free stuff he puts out. Free stuff. Go to his website. All right. Help him. Take those exams and let other out them. All right. I appreciate you joining today, sticking with me. It's that time we're going to shut it down. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best in your Agile, in your PMP, your endeavors. Take care and bye for now. Hello, welcome to the Chill Out. Today we're talking about Agile. What is Agile? It's very simple. Agile is a mindset. It's a mindset that enables you adapt to the situations and circumstances around you. It's a mindset that enables you to pivot accordingly in response to the changes happening around you. So think about an agile mindset on a project. What does that mean? That means you're able to adapt to the business environment, to the circumstances, to the landscape happening in the company in order to pivot, to respond to those changes through your product backlog, through the choice of what needs to be done and when. And that's why we say the product owner is a chief value officer who understands prioritization, being able to respond to change in the business environment. That's Agile in a nutshell. Hello, welcome to the Chill Out. This is part 2 of what is Agile. Agile is a mindset. It's a mindset that enables you think in the right direction with flexibility to adapt to the world around you, to the business environment around you, to the marketplace conditions, to the enterprise environmental factors happening around you. The Agile Manifesto was written in 2001, and the summary of the Agile Manifesto, which you can get at agilemanifesto.org, is our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. The more overarching mindset is individuals and interactions are more important than processes and tools. Responding to change is more important than following a plan blindly and rigidly. It's all about adapting as you need to in order to maximize your opportunities. Hello, it's your friend Phil, project management trainer and coach. We have students who are taking the exam, and the question that I often get is, what do I need to do when it is 1, 2, or 3 days to my PMP exam? So today we're going to focus on agile deep thinking for your PMP exam in people, process, and business. And I'm going to give you some 1 day to the PMP exam advice, all rolled up in one. This is actually a very condensed session. I'm going to squeeze 20 hours of learning into 20 minutes. So let's first of all examine agile deep thinking, because I want you to get the low hanging fruit for your exam.
When I say think agile, I mean espouse the manifesto details inside out. You need to be thinking about people first, communicating as often as possible. Remember, face-to-face is preferred. You also need to have a positive mental attitude. The questions will pose challenges in that you could choose a negative mindset, one of punishment power, or you could choose one of mentoring and coaching. If a team member is not performing up to par, what are you going to do? Punish them? Or would you train and coach them? Would you help them to understand better ways of doing things? Be nice to people. Punishment is rarely a good course of action. Are there some times that people need to be given a slap on the wrist for poor choices and bad behavior in an organization? Yes, but that is rarely PMI's focus on these questions. Cross-functional teams are important. It's important to see within each team, people need to jump in to help each other. That is the entire idea when we talk about cross-functional teams. T-shaped scales, broken comb, paint drip. Those are words you should know. Work with the customer relentlessly. Have a collaborative mindset as opposed to one of negotiation. Understand that change is good. Kaizen, change for the better. When your customer needs a change, give them the change to the extent possible. Empower the team. In order to think agile, you need to have a collaborative mindset when it comes to working with teams to manage conflict. When it comes to leading a team, think servant leadership. Think situational leadership. Not a one-size-fits-all for everyone, but everyone on that team is a unique individual. If you are working with them, work with them with the Hersey Blanchard model at the back of your mind. As a leader in an organization, you should support the team's performance. Supporting their performance means you are helping them grow, you are helping them understand their performance and giving them feedback in a friendly, non-threatening manner. The exam will test you on agile think across people, process, and business. The understanding of building a team, equipping the team, appraising their skills is important. When it comes to the team being stuck, you should remember your definite chief aim as a Scrum Master or servant leader is to continually reassess those impediments, obstacles, and blockers. Get them out of the way, prioritize them, big rocks first, smaller pebbles, sand next, but you want to attack those pesky impediments first. Negotiate all agreements, be it an agreement about velocity, schedule, cost even, what have you. But in the back of your mind, you need to read page 77 to understand an overarching master services agreement with smaller little agreements is helpful. Read that in the Agile Practice Guide. Have a mindset of collaboration, seeking to understand first before being understood. And that means using a method such as the dig-sieve approach to break down the problem. Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternative, implement that alternative, and verify that it actually worked. As a servant leader, you must engage and support virtual teams. You should investigate the best way of engaging your team. Terms such as osmotic communication, information radiators, fishbowl window should come to mind.
understanding concepts for not only collaborating but learning and mentoring are important. The concept of pair programming, understanding the team charter, page 49 and 50 in your Agile practice guide will go a long way to help you. Understanding the importance of mentoring, promoting team performance by using emotional intelligence. These will help you immensely on your exam. When it comes to the process piece from an Agile perspective, you need to also approach it from a softer side, even though it's Agile. Let me explain what I mean. When you think about executing a project from an Agile perspective, in the back of your mind should be people, value, business value. In order to execute this project with a bunch of processes, I should be doing it to deliver value to my client. And I should be thinking, how can I deliver value in increments? Not in one big clump, but in increments. When it comes to communications, your mindset, your thought process should be, how can I get the communication as expediently as possible to those who need it? My team members, osmotic communication, information radiators, co-located team. When it comes to risk management in the world of Agile, this is something that is built into the process, multiple iterations. When it comes to engaging stakeholders, you must think first, the primary reason I'm doing this is success for my customer. So when you engage stakeholders, you're doing it with a purpose to succeed with your customer. Your strategy for engagement is all about what works best for the customer. When it comes to planning and managing budget and resources, I would like you to pay close attention to page 92 and page 92 in the Agile Practice Guide. It reads, projects with high degrees of uncertainty may not benefit from detailed cost calculations due to frequent changes. Instead, lightweight estimation methods can be used to generate a fast, high-level forecast. So in your mind, fast, high-level forecasts are preferred from an Agile perspective because the scope hasn't been fully defined. Keep that in the back of your mind when answering Agile-related questions that may pertain to cost. In the same token, as it pertains to schedule, you should remember that in the world of Agile, adaptive approaches use short cycles. Your sprint is not going for years on end, at best 4 weeks. So these short cycles provide rapid feedback on the approaches and suitability of deliverables and generally manifest as iterative scheduling and on-demand pull-based scheduling. Remember the importance of looking at pull-based systems instead of pushing work on people. That is also something to think about. Think about flow-based Agile, Kanban, iteration-based Agile, the world of Scrum, and understand how scheduling could be done in iterations and in a just-in-time approach when it comes to flow-based. When it comes to quality, quality is built into the processes of Agile. Within a Scrum framework, the constant iterations enable check-in periodically, not just in sprint reviews, but you need to remember that sprint retrospectives are also a perfect way of self-inspection within the team. That is also part of quality. So it's important to remember quality in Agile is built in. During retrospectives, the team regularly checks on the effectiveness of the quality process. They look at the root cause of issues, then suggest trials of new approaches to improve quality. When it comes to scope management from an agile perspective, you should remember your product backlog can change according to EEF's enterprise environmental factors, factors in the enterprise, or factors that are in the marketplace could wildly affect your product backlog. Sometimes might negate so many of those stories in your backlog. When it comes to integration from an agile perspective, you should remember that the team is front and center, not the project manager, because there is no project manager theoretically in the world of Scrum. So, in the world of Scrum, using it as an example, integration is done by the team. Managing project changes is also important, but remember, if you want to change anything within the sprint, it has to go through the product owner, and changes during the sprint are forbidden. Generally, could they happen? They could, but they must go through the product owner. Remember that changes to any part of the product backlog must be approved, first of all, by the product owner if it is going to be done. With that said, anyone can add to the product backlog. But once the product backlog has been prioritized, once you get an idea of what to be done in the next sprint, those ideas should be held in place as much as possible, and any changes must go through the product owner. It is a very powerful role. It is a role that should be respected. And if there's no respect for the product owner, there could be problems. You could get questions that really test your understanding of these roles. So I want to encourage you, if you have not already done so, do read page 40, page 41 in your Agile practice guide. Page 40 starts off with Agile roles. In Agile, 3 common roles are used. It reads cross-functional team members, product owner, and team facilitator. Be sure to understand these 3. The product owner works with stakeholders, customers, and the teams to define the product direction. Typically, product owners have a business background and bring subject matter expertise of a deep nature to the decisions. Sometimes the product owner requests help from people with deep domain expertise, such as architects, or deep customer expertise, such as product managers. In Agile, product owners create the backlog for and with the team, and the backlog helps the team see how to deliver the highest value without creating waste. And for that reason, I often refer to the product owner as a chief value officer. A critical success factor for Agile teams is strong product ownership. Without attention to the highest value for the customer, the Agile team may create features that are not appreciated or otherwise insufficiently valuable, therefore wasting effort. So in your big run-up to your exam, you should recognize these roles talked about on page 40 and 41 of the Agile Practice Guide. When it comes to planning and managing procurement, just remember high-level MSA, flexible arrangements, that's the way to go. Page 77 talks about a lot of these contracts. Remember, in managing project artifacts, we have 3 artifacts in the world of Scrum: product backlog, sprint backlog, and PSI. But also remember that in a wider world of Agile, we might refer to other things as artifacts: storyboards, burn-up charts, burn-down charts, CFDs, and so on. It is important, again, to assess how to execute a project, which approach to use, methodology, methods, practices. Should we go with an iterative, incremental, agile, or predictive approach? Should we go with a hybridized approach? What does that look like on page 27 and 28 in the Agile Practice Guide? Understand those models for hybridization. Understand that governance is not a bad word. It is the framework in which authority is exercised. Understand the importance of managing issues from a predictive standpoint. But when we talk about issues, a lot of times we're really using the word issue to replace impediment. As a good project manager, be proactive before a risk becomes an issue. You should have already thought about it. Make sure that you're transferring knowledge so the project can continue. In the world of Agile, this is done daily and continuously. Daily scrums, sprint reviews, backlog refinement, sprint retrospective, sprint planning. These are all vehicles for sharing knowledge and ensuring project continuity. When you are closing out a project or phase, in the world of predictive, it is different. In the world of Agile, we are ready to close at any time. In the sprint, remember, what you are doing is iterative. You could be in a sprint and receive word it is the final sprint. You should be able to close out the sprint expediently without having to go 5 sprints back to look for lessons learned, because those lessons learned are not documented from the world of Scrum. In the world of Scrum, our retrospective is where we hold those conversations sacred. They are not shared outside of the team. They are not documented outside of the team. So that knowledge is with the team. And that's why, as much as possible, we do not like changing team members. We want to keep the team as intact as possible so that those great behaviors that have been learned, overcoming the 5 stages of team development and getting to the performing stage, is kept intact. When we talk about Agile from a business perspective, you want to think about compliance. Compliance should also be thought about even in Agile. And these are things that could make their way into the product backlog. When we talk about benefits and value from the world of Agile in business, value trumps everything else. The product owner arranges those backlog items based on 2 parameters, largely value and risk. High risk, high value, do. Low risk, high value, do next. Low value, low risk, do. High risk, low value, avoid. Make sense to not do. When it comes to evaluating the business environment from an Agile perspective, this is something the product owner and the team should be involved in doing, but more so the product owner. The product owner should continually review the business environment for impacts on the project, the product backlog to be precise. When it comes to understanding how organizational change impacts the project and vice versa, all team members should have an awareness of this. But most importantly, the servant leader should be well aware of how to support organizational change. And that is how you need to be thinking for your exam from an Agile perspective. Agile is huge on the exam. It has been said time and time again. What is my advice for you one day to the PMP exam? My advice is very simple. You must be calm, cool, action ready, a leader of yourself, and mindful. Let's expand on these just a little bit further. C is for cool, confident, collected, amidst other things. Let me explain these. In my mind, when I say someone needs to be cool, I mean really relaxed.
You need to be confident that you can do it, collected, composed, comfortable, and you need to cut off. There's no point studying up till 12 midnight, and there is no point cramming. What you know, but it's more in the mindsets that I've talked about for the past 20 minutes that you need to focus on from an agile perspective, and even those permeate into predictive as well. So be cool, confident, collected, and composed. Know that you've got this. Cut off 7 p.m. the night before, watch a movie, eat a nice meal, call it a day until you exam. Secondly, be aware and action ready. Things happen on the exam that will blow your mind. Students go into the exam thinking, this is the day I will finish with the PMP, only to discover the computer had a different idea. Some folks go into the test centers only to discover the machines are not acting right. Some folks start off taking the exam when all of a sudden there's a power cut. What are you going to do? You need to be aware. You need to be action ready. And if anything happens that requires you take your exam on a different day, just remember, be cool. You're 6 feet above ground. You have every reason to be happy. The exam is not the end of the world. And that needs to be your mindset, because when these things happen, people often think it's the end of the world, but it's not. We need to remind ourselves to be aware, to be action ready, and to be cool. L, lead yourself. Less is more. To be a good leader of yourself, you need to understand your brain is not a machine. You are not a machine. Less is more. Stop cramming. Stop forcing information into your head that cannot go in at the last minute, and have overarching thoughts instead. Instead of reading the entire Agile practice guide the night before, how about you listen to this video again and again? Instead of you reading the PMBOK guide over and over again, trying to cram 49 things that you should have understood, not crammed, it's not the best way to go. So less is more one day to the exam. I would advise listening to this video over and over again and telling yourself you are a success, you are a champion, you are a victor in this battle towards this exam. That needs to be your mindset, no matter what, no matter how you feel. When you're in the exam, I want you to remember, I told you this. You need to be cool, calm, collected, aware, and a leader. And what does a leader do? A leader gives the people hope. Lead yourself. Remember, less is more. Last but not least, be mindful. Mindful of your resources. Mindful that second guessing yourself is a poor choice. Don't do it. And that is the overarching framework for thinking going into the exam. You gotta be calm. Remember my overarching mindsets? This is the project mnemonic. P, be a problem solver. R, respect authority. When you're answering questions on the exam, you need to be a problem solver, but you also need to respect authority. Do not go beyond your stated authority. Respect authority. And don't disrespect authority. O is for own the problem. Do not pass the blame.
J is for just what is required. No gold plating. E, equip the team, mentor, train, coach. There's an expectation that you do this. Escalate as appropriate. C, changes are important, but review and check impact before doing. If a change has been approved, then it will be done. But when a change comes, you should always review it. Do an impact analysis. T, the final one, is take responsibility. Be accountable and show servant leader qualities. And that is the project acronym for your exam. It's all in the thinking. You must own the problem. You must move that situation forward. Saying no to someone is not the best answer because it doesn't move the situation forward. So instead, take responsibility, be a great leader. Let's talk about Agile Think one more time. People, communications, positivity, likability, not using punishment power, understanding the cross-functional team and the T-shaped and the paint drip and the broken comb, working with the customer daily, understanding change is not evil, it's good, and empowering the team. Now we've talked quite a bit about the world of Agile. We should talk about the world of predictive at a very high level. You will get questions of a predictive nature that may fall into the initiating process group. For this, you want to know your project charter components and your overall project risks. You also want to understand that the high-level requirements and overall project risks are indeed part of your project charter. You also want to remember that preliminary scope comes before the project. In other words, your customer, before signing the dotted line, sends out an RFP that has some preliminary scope details that must come before the project. It is a strange term, but be aware that it does exist. Now, when you hear the term new project, sometimes that term new project could mean this is something we're thinking of doing. It does not immediately mean this is authorization. When you hear the term new project, read between the lines and deduce if the project manager has already been assigned. If yes, that could mean there's already a charter in place. But if it says you are being looked at as someone who could manage this new project, and that project has not been authorized, and similar language, be very comfortable when it comes to initiating, understanding that the project charter authorizes the project. Before the project charter is authorized, there are some pre-initiating events on page 30 in the PMBOK guide. You got to understand the business case. Now, the business case and the benefits management plan are important. Understand that an output of developed project charter is the assumptions log. The assumption log, we use that for all manner of assumptions. Schedule assumptions such as lead time could be in there. Understand that facilitation is important. It's the name of the game in initiating. You even come across some conflict, even way early in initiating. Understand that meeting management is important. Stakeholder identification could come in cycles before the project charter is authorized. And that's why one of the outputs within the project charter, we call it a key stakeholder list. This is not a project charter. This is not a stakeholder register. It's a key stakeholder list. The stakeholder register should be updated. So going into identifying stakeholders and initiating, just remember you have your project charter that goes in to identify stakeholders with the key stakeholder list. We build on that stakeholder list. That's how the stakeholder register is created. Going into planning, know your risk strategies. A team, avoid, transfer, escalate, avoid, mitigate. Avoid, transfer, escalate, accept, mitigate. The two A's, avoid, accept. Understand your positive strategies. So things such as the EASEE, escalate, accept, share, exploit, enhance, easy. Know those two. Know your early start and late start relationships and all of those dependencies. Understand that firm fixed price is favored a lot over time and materials when it comes to predictive projects. Your customer wants to know what they are likely to pay in total. When it comes to the aspect of executing, understand that interpersonal and soft skill use is better than relying on tools. Also, it is emphasized. Questions will test your understanding of interpersonal and soft skills, even from a predictive standpoint. That is why a lot of people are tricked into thinking they are in Agile questions because they are very interpersonal and soft skills heavy. Those are not Agile questions. Instead, you can think of those as hybrid questions. Monitoring and controlling. Always follow recommended change control procedures. Understand you have no control over people's ability to request changes. Changes are not bad. Understand that variance analysis is used in monitoring and controlling. And when it comes to closing, page 123 in the PMBOK guide is important. Follow the recommended closure procedures: administrative closure, contract closure, closing out documents, releasing resources, releasing the team, understanding why a project was terminated, and things such as that are all important. Now, in closing, I want you to start getting into the zone of exam questions. What do I mean? I'm talking about still with a calm mindset. Take a look at sample questions and be prepared to face questions like this that ask the question, what should the project manager do next? What should the project manager do first? Without considering all the implications, your project sponsor requires that the project team be composed of resources located in 3 locations in 3 different time zones. This is expected to save cost and provide the optimal project team. Where should this be reflected in the project charter? Remember, in the project charter, the answer given to this is A. Having a dispersed team does not come without risks. These risks need to be identified in the risk log for the project. Now, I am showing you these up front so that you get into the mind zone for the exam. That zone of thinking for the exam should be one of fearlessness. Do not be scared of the questions you're seeing. Instead, Let it warm you up to be in that zone the moment you get in. Let's take a look at yet another question. You are the project manager and your troubled project needs resource support from a supplier because several team members have been transferred to another project run by the CEO. Concerns arise about the cost risk of using a supplier at this stage of the project. You're working with the procurement team to establish specifications and the type of contract that should be used. What type of contract should you recommend? Now, the answer to this, given by the question writer, is D, a fixed price incentive fee contract. The reason why I decided to show you questions of a slightly challenging nature is to build your courage to face the worst of questions. The good news, your questions on the exam will likely not be of this type. However, you should be prepared to face questions of a difficult nature should they show up, as we've heard this from a number of people. Now that you've had a taste of predictive questions, why don't we take a look at questions of an agile nature? Just a few to get you into that thinking zone. This reads, the team is conducting a review meeting with the product owner, and there are disagreements about whether the deliverables product increment for the iteration are acceptable. What step was not adequately completed? So this is getting you into the zone. That's the purpose, to be in the zone with the language. The answer is not what I am after in this review, but it's warming you up to get into that mind zone for the exam. This question was written by a seasoned project manager. This project manager has been managing projects for over 3 decades and got certified over 25 years ago. The answer given to this is the definition of done was not addressed properly. Those are terms that you should be comfortable with. Here's another question. Which of the following is not a hallmark of communications in agile teams? The answer to this sticks out like a sore thumb because it is not mentioned anywhere in the Agile Practice Guide. The answer, A, was Work Authorization System. Be ready to face questions that you have never seen before on your exam. When you find them, just remember they could be pre-test questions. Here's a final question. Who is responsible for the high-level estimates of backlog items? The answer to this, the team. I hope you enjoyed this review. All the very best on your exam. Remember to be cool, calm, and collected. Remember not to sweat the small stuff. Just go, go, go. Believe you've got this. Believe you can do this. All the very best, and bye for now. So welcome, my friends. We are about to jump into some really awesome training with our guru, Roy, who I have told you about. So Roy, welcome.
Welcome, Phil. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome. It's great to be on another Agile adventure.
Always.
And we have a couple of our friends here have been in one of the classes we did not too long ago. So it will be like a refresh for some of those guys. But let me go ahead and really quickly just share a few fast facts about the class. So we call it Agile for Practitioners. Sometimes we might refer to it as Agile for PMP exam students, or some to that effect, and CAPM students too. As you know, the PMI have put in their outlines that Agile will be tested on both the CAPM and the PMP. So we call it Agile for Practitioners. And I'll just go ahead and ask Roy to do a quick intro for us based on what we see on the screen.
Absolutely. So hello, everyone. Glad to be here. Hope you are having a good day and enjoying your time quarantined as everybody is right now. So as Phil mentioned, my name is Roy Schilling. I'm an Agile coach and trainer. And what that means is I go into organizations and I help them understand what Agile is all about. And sometimes I stay with them for a little while to help them go through at least the early stages of their transformation. So I have about 30 years, actually, I'm kind of lying there. I have a little more than 30 years of experience now, dating myself a little bit too much, I think. 30, let's just call it 30 plus years of IT experience, and been in a number of different industries. So I've also participated, I was a developer for a number of years, a contract developer. I was in the technology space for quite a long time, mostly in banking and manufacturing and places like that, which is where I really got my experience in Agile. That's where I got my love for improving process and making things work better in organizations. I've also been working with international teams for a number of years, and I'm sure that you can imagine working with international teams, not just in an Agile space, but in any kind of a space, can be really challenging. The time zone challenges, things like that. So I've done a lot of work in that space. Maybe I can share some tips and techniques on how to work with those teams a little bit better and keep them efficient as possible. So that's pretty much about me. Don't need to spend a lot of time there. Back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Roy. Roy is
Sure.
also, by the way, extremely patient. And I actually got a lot of tips from watching him train. And I started incorporating a lot of what I saw him do into my own classes. So I'll ask you guys to, if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, but we're going to be taking your questions at the end of each hour. So we'll give it about an hour. We'll go on a quick bio break, and then we'll take the questions towards that 1 hour mark, just before we cut out for our break. So if you hold your fire till then, or if you want to share it in the chat, I'll be the curator of all those questions. You guys on the call already know who I am. So my name's Phil. I'm your friend, your colleague, one of the co-trainers here, and just trying to usher you through the trajectory to get in PMP certified, but with a slant towards Agile. You know, my ambition, I'll just tell you my own ambition, is to get you guys to know as much of what Roy is going to be sharing with you, so that when your boss asks you to run a project using an Agile approach, you won't be at sea. You'll know exactly what your boss means. Few fast facts, right? Organizations increasingly embrace Agile as a technique for managing projects. A full 71% of organizations report using Agile approaches for their projects, sometimes, often, or always. Think about that. So if your company's not already using Agile, the likelihood of them using Agile in the not too distant future is very high. And that is exactly why we put this together. So you guys will be very comfortable with Agile concepts. You will not be at sea. And if your boss ever asks you to get on a bandwagon and to do something Agile, you'll know exactly what your boss means. Okay, so without much ado, I'll hand it over to Roy. And thank you, Roy. Take it away.
Great. Thanks very much, Phil. So again, welcome everyone. Where we'd like to get started today is, I know that some of you might have some Agile experience and most of you may not. But where I'd like to start today is talk a little bit about what Agile is about. Today, so we're going to cover some of the core concepts, some of the foundational elements to make sure that you have a good starting point for what Agile is about, why are we doing Agile, maybe some things to watch out for. And certainly we want to talk about some of the challenges that you might have
going to an Agile environment, because it's not as easy as some people might think. One thing I really do want to focus on, I always like to focus this on my classes, especially with folks that are coming from a PMP background, is to make sure that you don't have any fear or anxiety toward making use of Agile practices. It's very important for you to feel very confident and comfortable in these practices, because they are not anything to be nervous about, as long as we're following good practices and we're well disciplined in doing them. I'm sure you've read lots of things on the internet about chaos in the Agile space and things like that. And I would suggest that if there's a lot of chaos in your space, if there's a lot of some bad practices, I would suggest that they're really not doing Agile the right way. So let's make sure that you understand how to do it well, so that you can manage that chaos, so that you can manage that change and not have the fear and anxiety, and be confident as you're adopting these practices. So let's start out with the basics. Let's talk about what Agile really is. Now, I'm sure you've read some things on the internet about the concept of Agile. It's an iterative approach, engages flexibility so that you can make decisions faster, things like that. But that's all true. So it's iterative. It's a very fast and flexible kind of process where you can make lots of changes, lots of decisions in very, very small increments. And that's very beneficial. But Agile's more than that. The really hard part of Agile is not the practices, but more about the behaviors and the mindset changes, the psychology behind how we do this work. There are going to be some things that we're going to talk about today, especially, that are really going to challenge some of your perceptions, challenge the way that you've done things in the past. Now, again, you shouldn't have fear about that, but you should look at it and say, how can I make this work in my space? But it's very, very different from what you may have experienced in the past. There's going to be a lot less feeling of control. And some of you might recognize that control is maybe not necessarily something that you always have, but we have a feeling of control anyway. And Agile kind of gives us some mechanisms so that we have better control, actually, not less control. There's a lot of psychology behind this, a lot of mindset changes, and that can be one of the most difficult things for us to understand and get through in an Agile environment when you start to embark on this process. So that's kind of the background of Agile. Now, you also, just a very, very quick history lesson of Agile. Agile is not something that's new. It's not something that's happened in the last decade. It's been around for a really, really long time. It actually started way back in the 80s, where that was actually when the first Scrum team was stood up, was back, I think it was 1990. But Agile practices have been engaged for a very, very long time. This is not something that's really new, but they've really become mainstream over the past maybe decade and a half. And the reason is that technology has caught up. Technology is evolving so fast today that you can't use some of the more traditional approaches in some environments because it changes too fast. You can't have a year-long or multi-year project anymore and expect for it to be successful by the end. Things change too fast. Today, if you have a multi-year project, by the time you get to the end of it, the technology that you're making use of might be obsolete. I had that happen to me on a project a number of years ago. It was a very lengthy project. By the time we got to the end of the project, the technology was obsolete. And if we had been using more iterative approaches, then perhaps we could have made some adjustments along the way and delivered faster. So that's kind of the concept. So let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to share my screen now. Let's move on and talk a little bit about the Agile Manifesto. Let's share my screen. 1 second. There we go. Sorry, having some difficulty sharing my screen right now. We'll get there in 1 second. There we go. All right. Awesome. Okay. Technology challenges are always fun. All right. So this is the Agile Manifesto. The manifesto is kind of the core of all of the Agile practices. And basically what it does is it defines a set of values and principles for us to help us make good decisions. There is a great quote by Roy Disney. His statement was, if you understand your values, then making decisions is easy. And Agile makes use of that concept. It's a way for us to look at what we believe in, what we feel is the right thing to do. And when we're faced with a difficult decision, we can compare it against our values and our principles so that we can understand if this is a good decision or not. So it's very important for us to understand. So I spent a little bit of time on the manifesto, making sure that you understand what these are really all about. Now, as you should be able to see on your screen, there are 4 values. There are also 12 principles that we're going to talk about in a minute, but let's start out with the values. Now, the Agile Manifesto was something that was put together back all the way back in 2001. And it was done because there were a number of industry thought leaders, people that had been practicing Agile in different forms for a number of years. And they felt that they really needed to bring the industry together to have something to rally around. And it took a little bit of time for them to put this together, as you can imagine. But the idea here is something simple for us, again, to help us make decisions. So it starts out by saying, we are uncovering better ways of developing product by doing it and helping others do it. And through this work, we have come to value. Now, here are the 4 values. And I want to make sure you understand these because they're very simple. And so they cause a lot of myths and misunderstandings. So let's make sure we understand what we really mean by these so you take them forward and you can actually make use of them. So the first value is that we value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Now, I really want to point out the word over. It doesn't mean instead of. So there's lots of processes and tools that we do make use of. We use tools all the time. We're using one right now to be able to do these webinars. Lots of tools are going to be made use of, and processes as well. Scrum, Kanban, the XP. These are all different processes that we make use of, plus others as well. Now, those are very important to us, but we recognize what's far more important are the people doing the work and how they interact with each other. We don't want to build teams of people where they are just working as individuals and in silos. We want to build teams where they work together as a team. We want the teams to be self-empowered so they can make decisions for themselves, so they can enjoy their work, they can have fun, they can make decisions. And these are things that are all really important in building great teams. We spend a lot of time in the Agile space talking about team behavior, making sure that they are responding well, that they are disciplined, that they are good engineers. We've put a very high emphasis on quality of product and service that we're delivering. So building these great teams and ensuring that they can interact well with each other is an extremely important part of the entire process. Now, the next one is working product over comprehensive documentation. Now, this is the one that causes the biggest myth out there, and that is that the concept of not doing documentation. Well, that's actually not the way we do it. Again, I want to emphasize the word over. We do documentation. There are certain industries that if you don't do documentation, people could go to jail. That's certainly not something that we want to do. And I want to make sure that we view this appropriately. Documentation is part of your process. It's part of the job. But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to suggest that the documentation typically is not the product you're producing. Documentation is there to support the production or development of that product. So while useful, it shouldn't be your primary focus. The primary focus should be the working product, the thing that you're actually building or the service that you're providing. That's what your customers are typically looking for. Now, obviously, documentation is important to help us support that product or service. And it's also helpful for us for communicating and making sure that we have organizational memory so that next people can come in, or another group of people or new people that you hire can come in and have something to start with. So documentation is very important to us, but it should be there in support of delivering the product, not the other way around. Now, we typically run afoul of this in more traditional approaches. I've seen this happen a lot in organizations. They even view, often, I've worked for organizations that view that as long as you're getting the documentation done on time and on schedule, then that means that you're going to be successfully delivering the product. Well, I think we all know from experience that that's not necessarily true. Again, the documentation is valuable, but just by doing documentation doesn't mean that you're successfully delivering the product. So we're going to change the way we measure success. Instead of measuring success by the triple constraints, and those are still aspects, we're going to talk about this more in some coming slides. But we're going to measure more about the actual delivery of the product and customer satisfaction. So we're going to be talking about that a lot more. So documentation is important, but let's make sure we're only doing documentation that's necessary and doing it at the right time, not doing it in phases. We'll talk a lot more about that. I don't want you to be concerned about not delivering documentation, because absolutely there will be documentation. So the next one is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Now, what we're talking about, let's go to the contract negotiation. In this case, many times we're talking about contracts these are like requirements documents, things that we have said, we would like you to build this, and then a team goes off and they build it, right? That's kind of the idea. And you're all used to requirements documents. Now, I'm sure you might have been on a project like this, where you might have delivered exactly what was specified in a requirements document. But when you hand it over to your customer 6 months or a year later, they're not actually happy with the delivery. Now, this happens often because maybe the customer didn't know what they wanted. They had an idea of what they were trying to solve, an idea of what might work for them. But until they start seeing it, they really don't have a good idea of what the solution should be. So often at the beginning of a project, when we know the least, we go through spend a lot of time defining what we want when we don't necessarily truly can't understand what we want. So there's an interesting study done about the amount of change in a project. The industry average a percentage of change in requirements is actually 35%. So 35% of your requirements on average are going to change over the course of a project. Now, if that's the case, how can you possibly know at the beginning of a project what it is that the customer wants? It's going to change. Now, in traditional approaches, we handle that by change management, change controls, things like that. And while they may not necessarily go away, we're going to de-emphasize change controls because they're typically an onerous process. Not always, but they're typically very onerous. They take a lot of time and they're very expensive, and they're typically designed to restrict change. The reason for that is we've spent a lot of time up front doing all of this planning work. That's a lot of money that we've spent. So we typically want to reduce change and manage change so that it doesn't have as much impact on the money that we've already spent. Well, we take a slightly different approach in the Agile process. And that is we're going to do less upfront planning. Doesn't mean we don't do any, it just means we do less. And we're going to continue throughout the entire project to do planning. And we're going to allow that change to happen as it's discovered. So since we've spent less time up front and less money up front doing all that planning, and we're allowing change to happen throughout the entire process, that means that we have a higher probability that the product that we deliver at the end is going to be something your customers really want. Now, what we're saying by this value is that it's more important for us to talk with our customers, understand what they truly want, and continually talk with them throughout the entire project, not just at the beginning and at the end, but throughout the entire project. We keep our customers engaged. And that way, as we're developing the product, the customer gets to see it being built. And customer, just to let you know, customer can be a very gray term. It could be internal, external, it could be stakeholders, people using the product or buying or paying for the product. You get the idea. Customer is a very kind of fuzzy word. But the idea is we involve our customers consistently or throughout the entire project, give them an opportunity to see the product as it's being developed. And that way they are able to learn what their needs truly are. I've seen this happen all the time. I'm sure you've seen it too, where somebody has requested something, and then by the time it gets to the end of a project, it's not what they really needed. So in this way, they get to see it in process. And that way the change that happens is a lot less expensive and it's a lot faster. So change management still happens in an Agile process, but we de-emphasize the control aspect. We allow change to happen, and it's managed much more iteratively and incrementally rather than through change controls. All right, moving on, let's talk a little bit about responding to change, the last value. Now, responding to change over following a plan. The idea here is that plans are important. More important, though, is the planning process. Through the process of planning, we get better understanding of what's needed, what our customers' needs are, what their challenges are, how our team interacts. So the actions of planning are extremely valuable. And you're going to discover, if you're not doing Agile today, you will discover that you do more planning in Agile than you've ever done in your life. You plan every single day. So again, the difference, instead of doing all of our big upfront planning, we plan continuously as, as things are uncovered along the way. Now, this way we're allowed to manage change, we're allowed to respond to change, and let it happen throughout the process rather than going through this onerous change control process. Now, the way I like to do this is, again, our customers don't always know what they want. So if we try to plan everything up front, we have to have a very strong change control process to make sure that we understand the impact to our project. but allowing the change to happen throughout and changing the plan to reflect the new reality, that allows us to deliver something our customers truly want. So again, let's now that we've talked about the values, let's go back to something that's I feel is really important. We need to redefine success. Now, often on traditional projects, we define success as being on time, on budget, and on scope. The triple constraints, you're all familiar with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that our customers are going to be happy. So in those triple constraints, if that's what we use to define success, where's customer satisfaction? Where's quality? Those are those hidden constraints that typically cause projects to fail. Even though you may have delivered everything requested on time, on budget, you still might have a failed project if the customer doesn't want it. So it's more important for us to deliver something that's going to be used and valuable by our customers than it is to deliver what was originally specified. Now that's a critical aspect for us to understand as we're learning more about Agile. It's not just about delivering a project. It's about delivering something of value to your customers that will truly give you some kind of return and make your customers happy. Okay? All right, so let's move on a little bit and let's now talk about the rest of the manifesto. And these are the 12 principles. I'll move a little bit quickly now on the principles. So principle number one is the most important principle. The authors of this document or artifact said that this has to be our first principle. This is the most important thing out of everything that we do, regardless of the process that we use. Now, something that you might find, you might discover as you're reading through the manifesto, and that is, it's really not about Agile. You can apply any process to the manifesto. You can do this in traditional approaches. This is really more, it's not about the process, it's about what things are important to us as an organization and as individuals. Things about satisfying our customers, keeping our customers happy. That's true of any process. So hopefully you'll be able to see these as things that you can make use of today. Even if you don't ever use any Agile processes, you should be able to start using some of these concepts and improve your traditional approaches. Nothing wrong with that. So the first principle, again, is to satisfy our customers through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. Now, I want to point something out here. The most important part of the principle is satisfy our customer. But we do that through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. So a couple of things to unpack there. First, valuable product. We can be delivering a lot of things to our customers, but if it doesn't have value, then fantastic, we've produced a lot of things, but it's not doing anything for our customers. It's not doing anything for us as an organization either. So it has to be things that are valuable, not just focusing on speed, but more importantly, focusing on the value of what you're delivering. If you think about it this way, if you can deliver one thing that is extremely valuable and delights your customers, that's far better than delivering 100 things that bring no value whatsoever. So again, focus on value. That should be more important to you than just meeting a deadline or producing a whole bunch of things. What we're looking for is the outcome of happy customers, not the output of delivering a whole bunch of stuff. All right, the other thing to unpack from this is early and continuous delivery. Now, in some cases, this might make you a little nervous as well, that we're delivering things very early in our process and we're delivering things continuously. That means we're going to do releases as often as we possibly can. Now, this can be very contextual. It depends on the project, depends on the kind of product you're building. Some things you can't deliver in small increments directly to your customers. You have to do a big bang. But for the most part, the vast majority of work that we do, you should be able to break it down into smaller, valuable pieces and deliver it incrementally so our customers are able to give us feedback. They're able to give us direction, make sure we're going the right way with the product, and that we're always delivering something of value to our customers. That's kind of the idea. And that's a core concept for all Agile processes, and I would suggest this is a core concept that you should take even if you're not doing Agile. So next one is welcome changing requirements. This one gets scary, especially for project managers and for the people developing the product. This one is very, very scary. We are going to allow changes to happen even late in the project. Now, this sounds like it's going to be chaos and that we're going to allow things to happen last second, and then it's going to be a really, really bad thing is going to happen, right? Well, that's not actually what we're talking about. If you think about it this way, changes is a good thing because it allows us to change directions as our market changes, as our reality changes. You may have seen it, you might have had this happen to you at some point in time. There might have been situations where you're in the middle of a project and now all of a sudden the market has changed. Like take the current situation. The market has drastically changed. So what do you do when that happens? You have to be flexible. You have to make changes. You have to allow that to happen in order to stay competitive. I have a number of customers that had dramatic change happen, and I'm sure you're going through some of that yourselves. One of the clients I support is a very large network appliance manufacturer. And they're having a really good quarter actually because of this, because people are working remotely. So there's a lot higher demand for networking equipment and networking services. So as a result of this, they've had to change directions very, very fast. And some of the longer term projects that they felt were important right now are less important. So now they are focusing more on keeping up with demand, making sure that they're able to deliver products that are reacting to this current situation. So again, allow that change to happen, but that does not mean change chaos. This does not mean that we're going to have scope creep. What we're really talking about here is we want to make sure that we have lots of good feedback from our customers, and we allow this change to happen naturally. So what you're going to discover with this is that instead of having big changes at the end of a project, like you're used to in traditional approaches, since our customers are involved throughout the entire project, what you're going to see is smaller incremental changes throughout the project. That means you don't have those big scary things at the end. They happen in smaller pieces along the way, so it's a lot easier to manage, and you don't have to worry about the big onerous change control processes, okay? All right, so let's move on to the next one. This is deliver working product frequently. So this is kind of restating a little bit about the early continuous delivery of product. We want to deliver product as fast as possible. Now, there are some customers or some companies that can do this very, very fast. Take a look at Amazon as an example. They deliver product multiple hundreds of times every single day. That's just because they have significant automation in place. They have significant automated test cases. So they have their processes and environments set up to enable very, very fast delivery of product. Now, not everybody is like that. And most organizations are built around traditional approaches. So that means you may not be able to deliver that fast. Chances are you're not able to do that. And that's okay. That doesn't mean that Agile doesn't work for you. What we're trying to suggest, though, is that you should be able to deliver as fast as your organization can do it, and then spend time improving automation and improving approaches so that you can deliver even faster. If you think about it this way, if you're delivering very, very fast to your customers, that means that your competition has to keep up with you. That's a really good place to be in the marketplace. The faster you are, the more difficult it is for your competition. Now, let's put a constraint on that. Delivering fast does not mean delivering bad stuff. You deliver very high quality stuff at all times. Never sacrifice quality. Quality is something that your customers will get very upset with if it's poor quality product. So it's deliver high quality product as fast as possible. Now, ideally, we want to do this a couple of weeks or even every day if you can get away with it. But again, you may not be able to do that. So let's say that you can't. Let's say that you're unable to deliver every couple of weeks. Well, that's okay. You incrementally are building product every couple of weeks so you have something that is potentially ready for production. Now, you might need to package up multiple increments together in order to have something that's usable by your customers. And that's perfectly fine. But we should have it built into our processes to look for ways for improving so that we can speed up and deliver even faster. Okay, that's kind of the concept. All right, next one is actually really, really important. And this is business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. Now, this one is one of our biggest challenges in the Agile space. And the reason is that most organizations are not set up this way. We actually want customers or stakeholders, we want people who represent the customers at the very minimum to work with the team doing the work on a daily basis. Now, a lot of challenges happen here. First, sometimes the people building the work and the people requesting the work may not have a good relationship. That's a real challenge. They may not be aligned. And we're trying to force them together and trying to encourage them to work together as a team. And that can be very difficult organizationally. You can think about the behaviors that that might cause. So a lot of anxiety, a little bit of stress, and perhaps some opportunities where things aren't going the right way. So this can be a challenge. The other challenge that we get out of this, that this may cause, is that often our business space may not be staffed to be able to do this. So getting the time from our business people can be extremely difficult. But think about it this way. Think about the value of doing this. This is just one of them, but one of the biggest forms of waste in any project, regardless of what process you're following, is waiting for answers, waiting for decisions, waiting for equipment, waiting for whatever, right? Now, if the people requesting the work are working with the team on a daily basis, that wait time, at least for decisions and direction, things like that, that significantly is decreased because you've got somebody that you can go to at a moment's notice to get answers. So the productivity of the team goes up dramatically. You're also building up a better relationship, so you're in closer alignment with the people requesting the work, your stakeholders, your business folks. So now that you're in close alignment, now you are able to build more realistically what your customer wants. If you're not able to do something, the customer isn't going to blame the team for doing these things because they're in constant contact. They're shared. It's shared accountability. The important thing here is it's not just the team building the work that's accountable for the delivery of the product. It's also the people requesting the work. So now, excuse me, now we build up an environment where we have shared accountability. We have business and IT or whoever is developing the product. They're in close alignment, working together, and have shared accountability for successful delivery of the product. Now imagine the finger pointing that can be stopped because of this. Both parties are accountable for delivering product. That means you can get rid of at least some of the politics in your organization. So I think you might be able to see why this is difficult. This may require organizational change. So when we're talking about an agile process, it's not just about following the basic practices. It's also looking at how your organization is structured, looking at how your teams are built, looking at how people behave, and making sure that they behave in the ways that we want them to behave. Develop good behavior, good practices, and good relationships between team members. That's the hard part of Agile. Following the practices, at the end of this session and the next session, you will understand the basic practices of how to do Agile. It's not difficult. The hard part is how you behave and how the people around you behave. And that's what's going to take time. All right, next one, principle number 5. This is, to me, the most important organizational principle since we were talking about organizational change. And we want to build projects around motivated individuals, give them an environment and support that they need, and trust them to get the job done. Now, there's a lot to unpack in this one. Let's start with trust. Now, it's really important to be able to build trust, not just within the team, so the team members trust each other implicitly, but also that leaders can trust the team and the team can trust their leadership. Often that is very difficult to build. This is a really hard thing for a lot of organizations. I've worked with a lot of companies where there is practically no trust whatsoever. So we need to build that up. So now building that trust is really the critical aspect of principle number 5. So now let's talk about how we get there. So it first starts out by hiring good people. We expect in an Agile practice and an Agile organization that we are going to hire adults. And that means these are people that want to do their jobs. They do them well. They enjoy their jobs. And we don't have to babysit them. You should never, ever hear in an Agile environment that we need to drive people to do their jobs. The team members should be expected to do them. If you have team members that you've hired or the organization has hired that don't do their jobs, maybe we need to have some serious conversations about that. We should think about, why do they not want to do their job? Did we hire badly? Are we not giving them an environment where they can be motivated to want to do their jobs? What's the problem? And fix it. So you should not have to drive people. You should be able to take a step back and expect them to do their jobs. Now, the good thing with the Agile practices, that might sound a little bit scary too, is that people are just going to do things and there's lack of control. And it really isn't that way. It's very disciplined, very transparent. We have lots of visibility. So we build basically a trust and verify process. We're going to trust the team. We start out by trusting the team to do their jobs, but it's completely transparent to what the team is working on, what their progress is, what their challenges are. So we have absolute transparency into what's going on as long as the team is being honest. So we need to help with that a little bit. And typically what we do is we have someone on the team that's really dedicated to helping to build good behaviors on the team, helping to make sure that the team is following good practices and that they're being honest and transparent. So while they're not being driven, we do have someone focusing in the team on the behaviors and good practices of that team. That person is typically called a Scrum Master. It's a silly word, it's a crazy word, right? But basically the idea of the Scrum Master is that they are there to facilitate good practices and good behaviors. They are entirely focused on the speed and the well-being of that team. So if you have a team that can improve, it's motivated, you've hired good people that want to do their jobs, now that's fantastic. That's a great starting point. But what if we have an environment where they can't stay motivated? Motivation is a two-way street. You can hire somebody that's highly self-motivated, but that can be destroyed pretty fast if the environment doesn't support it. If people are getting yelled at, if they can't trust their leadership, if they can't be honest and open without being yelled at, then transparency tends to shut down. So this is a two-way street. The team has to be open and honest so that leadership can do their job, and leadership needs to treat the team with respect and allow the team to make mistakes and treat them properly so that they know that so that the team knows that they can trust their leadership and be vulnerable with their leadership and not get beat up. So again, with a lot of psychology and behavior management that we're talking about here, a lot of behavioral physics we deal with. So let's not just focus on hiring a bunch of people, having them go off and do work. We also need to focus on building great teams that interact well and building great leaders that know how to manage and lead a team. All right, let's move on. Let's do principle number 6. And this is this one is really important right now. And that is the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a team is face-to-face conversation. Now, this is kind of funny when you think about it right at this point in life. So face-to-face conversation right now is exceedingly difficult, but it's often very difficult anyway. If you think about it, most organizations are virtual. They have locations all over the world. So this can be a little bit of a challenge. Now, we're not saying that you can't do Agile if your teams are not co-located. That's not the point. What we're saying is the best team, the best communication and collaboration you can build for a team is where people are co-located, working together every single day. There are lots of reasons why that can't happen. So then you go to your plan B, as it were, right? And we use tools. That's how we help with this. We use the virtual tools, Zoom and WebEx and all those other kinds of tools that help us communicate better. We have a very heavy use of webcams. We turn on the webcam so we can get that visual communication going, see how people are reacting to things. It also helps us to see if they are, typing on their keyboard and not listening, making sure that we actually get to put a face with a voice, that sort of thing. Now, the biggest challenge with building teams is co-locating. Most teams are distributed, or at least in different buildings, and often around the world. So time zones can be a significant challenge in building good remote team building. So that can be a really significant challenge. Often you might only get a couple of hours a day where you can actually talk with each other, and that really, it becomes very difficult. So there's lots of ways that we can work with that. We'll talk about a few of them over the next couple of days, or today's session and next week's session. One of them, just very quickly, is to try to build teams geographically co-located. So even if they can't be in the physical building, at least if they're in the same region, try to build a team that way. That way the time zone lessens as a challenge. But even that isn't always possible. Now, we'll talk about this one in more detail. I'm sure we're probably very interested in how to build good teams this way. But here's another tip. This is not just about Agile. You can use these techniques that we're going to talk about for teams doing doing traditional approaches as well. No matter what process you follow, you want to build good teams. So let's talk about some techniques about how to do that. Okay. Now let's move on. let's talk about the last 6 principles. Now, this section will move a little bit quicker, and then we'll get talking a little more about some of the benefits of Agile. So let's talk about principle number 7. This one's really important to me. When this says working product is the primary measure of progress. Now, this is a very important difference in how we're going to measure progress. In traditional approaches, we typically manage progress for percentage complete or by completion of phases. One of the big differences that you'll notice between Agile and traditional approaches is that traditional approaches are a more phased approach, and Agile is a value approach. So you try to get rid of the phases. You don't typically have, and sometimes you do, so I'm not saying it never happens this way, but you don't typically have a requirements gathering phase, a design phase, a development phase, a testing phase. You don't typically have phases. Now, there's lots of reasons for that. One reason is that when you have phases, you typically have handoffs between one group to another. Now, in more traditional environments, it's viewed as being efficient to have like-minded, like-skilled people working together on teams. They do their job, and when they're done, they hand their work over to another team and then do a knowledge transfer. We view that as very inefficient. What we prefer to do is have the whole team working together, people collecting requirements, people doing design, people building, people verifying, and the people that might be collecting requirements and understanding those requirements, in other words, business people, all working together on a single team. That way we reduce the handoffs. Every time you do a handoff, it requires documentation, it requires knowledge transfer, and it's an opportunity to lose information. So we want to reduce those handoffs as much as possible. So we try to stay away from phases as much as possible. And we also don't measure progress by phases. So we don't say just because our requirements have been collected that we are a certain percentage complete on a project. Because just because you've collected your requirements doesn't mean that you've actually done anything but collect requirements. You haven't built anything. The true measure of progress is actually building the product. So all of these things are important. We still collect requirements. We still do design. We still build and verify. All of these things are important, but we don't measure the progress by those phases. We measure progress only by how much stuff we've built. Now that might seem a little strange, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get used to, but if you think about it, nothing is as important as delivering the product. The phases don't matter. Building the product matters. Now, when I say the phases don't matter, of course, we still need to do design. We still need to do requirements. All of these things are good engineering practices. So we don't throw all of that stuff out. We just do it in lighter, smaller, incremental phases. I even said it. I even said phase there. But, iterative, increments, throughout the entire process. All right, so that's the basic idea there. So we also think about it this way. Percentage complete is one of my personal least favorite metrics. Now, I'm not saying that we get rid of percent complete entirely. Of course, we still do need some measure of where we are in the overall process. So we still do it. We just do it a little bit different way. But if you think about how we collect percentage complete, it's kind of arbitrary. And it often doesn't represent what we think it represents. I'm sure you've had this happen. Let's go through an example here. Let's say that you're working on a project, and every 2 weeks you get your team together and you ask them, what percentage complete are you? And things are moving along, fantastic. They're 10%, they're 20%. Every 2 weeks, they're incrementally getting better, 50%, and moving along in the project. Now you're getting close to the end of the project. And you ask them, what percentage complete are they? And they say, hey, we're 90% complete. Then the next 2 weeks, we're 91%, then 92%. And what that usually means, they've been procrastinating throughout the entire project, giving what they feel might be appropriate numbers, we hope anyway. And now that they're getting close to the end, they realize, we're in trouble. We're running out of time, and I need to start reflecting the reality of where we actually are. So those percentage completes can be exceedingly misleading until you're actually building product and actually showing it to your customers. That's not really a very good measure of progress. It's an indicator and useful, but it's not a measure of the actual progress. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, moving on, number 8. Agile process promotes sustainable development. Sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Now, this one's really important for a lot of reasons. The first thing is that we don't like overtime. Agile is, we're really kind of against the overtime concept. We don't want to work teams harder. We want to work teams smarter. I know that's a bit of a cliche, but the idea is, think about it this way, if your team is working a lot of overtime, they're putting in 60, 70, 80-hour weeks, then they're tired. The chances are that quality is going to suffer. They're under a lot of stress and pressure to work done and deliver based on a deadline. They're tired, their quality is going to suffer, their intellect is suffering, their personal lives might suffer. I know people whose health have suffered as a result of working too much overtime. We don't want to be responsible for that. What we want to get to is honesty. And the fact is that if we are forcing our team members to work overtime, that's not a very honest, healthy environment for our team members to work. We should be able to work at a regular pace. And I'm not saying no overtime is ever going to happen. That's not obviously the reality. But maybe if teams are able to work a regular, consistent pace, generally around a normal work week, then maybe they can be more innovative, more creative, focus more on quality, have better ideas, and produce better quality product more efficiently. So rather than forcing them to do more than they can do in the amount of time they have to do it, instead, let's talk about the reality of what is possible to get done and what's not. Now, here's a real challenge. I'm sure you're thinking this already. Stakeholders don't like to hear that a deadline's not going to get hit. So we have to engage a lot of stakeholder management and make sure that our stakeholders understand why. Now, the good thing is we collect a lot of data. Some of the data that we collect is related to how much a team is able to produce every couple of weeks. So if we have data that represents consistently what a team is able to do, then you can use that data in those discussions with your stakeholders. If a stakeholder is asking for 6 months worth of work in a 2-month period of time, that's not going to happen. And we have data to back that up. So it makes the discussions a little bit easier to work with. And we'll talk more about that in the upcoming time. But the idea is be honest, be direct, train your stakeholders and your leadership to understand what it means to work within a time box. The alternative of not working within that time box, with not encouraging a sustainable pace, means that team members get tired, quality suffers, efficiency suffers, and perhaps people leave. That's exceedingly expensive. I saw one of my clients told me that in order to replace somebody, it costs 2.5 times the cost of that employee in order to replace them. That's insanely expensive. So we want to focus on customer retention, building an environment where they want to stay and they're happy with their jobs. And working overtime can really crush that. So let's pay some attention to that. All right, next one, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. So we view this as really important. Quality, good design, good engineering practices, following great standards, making sure we are doing a good job and being good corporate citizens is essential to the Agile process. So don't take shortcuts. Don't do sloppy work. Follow good practices. Do reviews of people. Do reviews of their work. Make sure that they're doing peer reviews and doing a good job at all times. By building good, high-quality product, it actually enables the team to go even faster. So let me give you a software example real quick. And Agile is not just about software anymore. It's in just about any industry you can think of. But a good software example, I was a developer for a long, long time. And I can promise you over the course of my career that I had found and, honestly, maybe produced some software that wasn't necessarily very good. Anytime that happens, anytime you have software that's not good, it means that someone in the future is going to have to slow down if they make a modification to that piece of product. We don't want that to happen. If it's good, high quality, following standards, good stuff, then any team member should be able to go into that product, fix it fast, change it fast, and get back out again so they can be as fast as possible. Bad quality slows us down, right? So just keep that in mind. Number 10 is my personal favorite principle. And that is, it's worded a little bit strangely, so make sure you understand this one. And that is simplicity. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. Very strange phrasing for this one. Basically means don't do stuff you don't have to do. If there's documentation that's not necessary, requirements that are not necessary, anything that is not essential, we should evaluate it to decide, is this really important and should we actually do it? Or should we do it this way? Maybe there's a better way of doing it that's less costly. So always look at everything you're doing, policies, practices, requirements, processes, everything that we do, we should be seeing, is this really essential? And if it's not, maybe we should stop doing it, okay? Now, I do think it's funny, a little bit ironic, that the statement about simplicity is worded in such a complex fashion. I don't think they quite got the idea on this one, so maybe they really should have changed this a little bit. All right, next one. Best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. Here's another critical change from traditional processes, or traditional organizations, more to the point, and agile organizations. And that is the concept of the self-organizing team. Now, what we mean by this is that the team is able to make decisions for themselves. We decentralize the decision-making, not all decisions, but the day-to-day decisions, how the team works, how they build things, design, some basic design decisions, a lot of decisions about how the product is built and who is going to build the product. It's done by the team. We don't need somebody with oversight onto the team to tell them what to do. You think about it this way. Is it better to use the mind of one team member, the team lead or a manager, or is it better to use the wisdom of the entire team? Obviously, the more minds are involved, you have a higher probability of getting better decisions. So we shouldn't rely on the decisions of one person. That is input, of course. We rely on our experts, but the team should be able to make decisions for themselves. Now, this can be very scary for people coming from a traditional approach. We're not driving them. We don't have as much oversight on the team. But again, if you go back to principle number 5, we're hiring good people that behave as adults. So if you start with that, it makes the other principles a lot easier. All right, last one, and that is regular intervals. The team reflects on how to become more effective, tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Now, this one you may be familiar with. Let me give you an example of this. So you've probably all done a lessons learned session. And so lessons learned sessions are very useful. They can be very valuable. But what I would suggest is that the idea of the concept of a lessons learned session is very valuable, but the implementation that we have in most traditional organizations is really pretty bad. If you think about it this way, and I'm sure you've all done these kinds of sessions, at the end of a project, which may have already failed, we get together and talk about what we could have done better. And that's a great idea, of course, but it's already at the end of a project when it's way too late. We get this huge meeting together of all the participants, could be 30 people, very expensive meeting, to talk about and gripe about all the things that may not have gone so well. Hopefully they're also talking about the things that did go well. Then we take all this information after they're done griping and you put it into a Word document or some other thing like that, put it up on your repository, and then most organizations never look at it again. So we've spent a huge amount of money on this meeting, talked about all these great concepts, and then we basically discard any learnings that we've just had. That's not a great implementing that. The concept of learning and improving, fantastic. The implementation of waiting to the end of the project is not a great way of doing this. So what we do instead, we don't wait till the end of a project. Instead, what we do is every 2 weeks, we get together as a team and we talk about the basic ideas of things of, what went well. Don't forget the things that went well because we don't want to stop doing those. We also talk about the things that maybe didn't go so well and the actions that we want to take to improve. Now, what we're talking about is the things that went well or not so well in the past 2 weeks. So instead of 6 months or a year later, every 2 weeks, we're reviewing the previous 2 weeks to discuss how do we get better. Now, you can understand if you keep doing this every 2 weeks, looking for a couple simple actions to improve, instead of waiting to the end of the project, throughout the entire process, you are getting better. So here's something that you can make use of today. You could start using this on your projects right now. Not even doing Agile, it doesn't matter. Do this in Waterfall, it's perfectly fine. start doing what are called retrospectives. Now, Agile retrospectives, if you're interested in a good book on Agile retrospectives, it's called Agile Retrospectives. The whole title is Agile Retrospectives, Making Good Teams Great. Fantastic book. It's the definitive work on the process of doing retrospectives. The idea is every couple of weeks, get together, talk about how to improve, and define a couple of simple actions and enable them in the next 2 weeks. Then 2 weeks later, get together again and say, all right, well, we took these actions. Are they working? Are they giving us the right results? And if they are, fantastic, continue, and let's look at some more actions. Or if they're not, stop doing them and maybe try a different approach. So you could start doing retrospectives today and you're going to get better. So that's the idea behind the manifesto. So what I think might be a good thing to do, and Phil, if you would like to chime in, is this an appropriate time for us to take some questions and get ready for a break? And Phil, you're muted right now.
Absolutely, Roy. Thank you very much for walking us through. Now, this is actually, like you said, a really perfect time for questions, but not everyone else's questions. My questions.
Nice.
They didn't know that we had this coming, but guys, you know the way we roll. We are going to look at a number of things that Roy talked about, and you are going to tell us what you think the answers are. So in classic style of our Wednesday, Monday, Friday classes, here's your poll, and here is your first question. We'll do 5 and then we'll go for break. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Agile means documentation is not important. Roy, what's the verdict?
So I would suggest not necessarily true. What we would suggest is that Agile is less important than you might find in traditional approaches, but it's still really important. You know, think about it this way. If you don't do documentation, how are you going to know what was done, right? So documentation is still very important to us, but we're going to evaluate to see if it's good documentation.
Thank you, Roy. That is absolutely correct. So Agile does not mean documentation is not important. And Roy specifically said that. So that is false. It just means that our focus is not entirely on that. Methods. We are so obsessed with documentation. Oh, my management plan. Oh, my scope statement. But not in the world of Agile. Here's your next question, and I'll relaunch the poll. The Agile Manifesto states individuals and interactions over what? You guys remember this? Each question is about 10 seconds. See if you remember or you don't. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, and it's just to make sure that we are following. Let's end the poll, share the results. And majority, like who wants to be a millionaire? when you ask the audience, the audience is correct. It's individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Well done. You were listening to what Roy said. Here's your next one. Let's relaunch the poll. Yes. So I think what we could do, Roy, if you mute your end while I'm speaking, then they won't hear the echo. I think it's bothering some folks. Thank you. All right. Do you still hear it? No, they don't. Okay. Thank you for chatting into me. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. Somewhat polarized. Working product over. This is where you choose the one about documentation. So majority chose B, and they are correct. So working product over comprehensive documentation. Again, it's not to say that documentation is not important, but we focus on those things on the left, right? The ones on the right are not bad, but our focus is on the ones on the left, like Roy said. All right. Here's your next question, and we just have 2 more. The Agile Manifesto states, Customer collaboration over. Now this is a little bit tricky. There's a missing word here. But to be fair, the word should be negotiation. So, but which of them is closest to what you saw? I'm really putting you in the hot seat now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Roy, can you comment on this one? Because I really threw a wrench in it, didn't I?
You sure did. Absolutely. So absolutely. This is number D. So customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And what we're really talking about here very quickly is make sure that we're talking with our customers. Don't just take what they have requested. Ask them and have a discussion about, is this really what you want?
Thank you, Roy. All right, here's your last question. And this is from what Roy just talked about before we ended this last session. So at regular intervals, the team reflects on five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a perfect one on this one, Roy. Everyone chose A.
And and just real quick, Phil, I'd like to suggest that in these sessions, you may actually discuss B, C, and D, right? But the statement is become more effective. Absolutely. Well done.
Awesome. Well done, my friends. So, Roy, I do not see any questions in the queue, but if there are questions, can you guys chat them in right now, and we will take them because we are 2 minutes past. We have a little 5-minute break we want to have. Okay, so Roy, does Agile really work in construction?
Yeah, great question. So there is a process that you might be interested in if you're doing construction. It's called lean construction. And it actually works very, very well. In fact, I have friends who build golf courses, and I trained them, helped them through that process, and they were able to improve their efficiency and get their contracts done faster as a result. So 100% it does work, but not exactly the same way. Obviously, when you're doing with physical construction, physical objects, there's a lot less flexibility you can deal with. Lean construction focuses more on the flow of materials, the flow of resources, the flow of information, making sure we're at the right place at the right time. So absolutely can work, just slightly different approach. All right, let's see.
Question from Sandrea. My bad, I was on mute. And the question is, what percentage of the Agile Manifesto will be on the PMP exam? What should we focus on? It's a great question. Sandrea, so you know, we have the Agile Practice Guide. There's a reason why the PMI gives you this, along with its lousy sidekick, this one. There's a reason why they give you both, because they expect you to at least know how Agile works, but the PMI has not come out in the current exam to tell you how many questions or what percentage will be Agile. They just tell you we could come from anywhere. Now, on the CAPM exam that has a more recent outline, all throughout that theme, you see Agile mentioned across all the knowledge areas. So it is important you know Agile, and that's why Roy is doing this for us, so that we can have a more robust, holistic idea of Agile. We'll be familiar with the manifesto, we'll know the principles, we'll know the values, and when the PMI gives you anything in the world of Agile, you will feel at home. You'll know the terms, the things won't be foreign to you. You know, he talked about the retrospectives, wasn't it, Roy? That, you know, he mentioned that. So terms like that will not be alien to you. But as far as knowing the precise number of questions, or no, we don't know. But I can tell you, Roy and I have both taken the ACP exam. So based on what I've seen in the ACP, I know they're going to test you on the logic of Agile more than just parrot fashion, you know, repetition of the manifesto, right, Roy?
Absolutely agreed. What we want to encourage is we don't want you to just remember these things. We want you to understand these things. So that when questions come up, not just when questions come up on the exam, that you'll be able to, glean what some of the answers are going to be, but also so that you can actually make use of this. We want you to practice these things and get value out of doing it in your jobs, not just on the certification.
Thank you, Roy. Great one. We've got a question here. Under value number 5, it was said to trust and allow the team to do their own work and let them make mistakes and not beat them up, which I agree. But what if the mistakes cost the customer money?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So here's the reality. Think about it this way. People make mistakes, and sometimes it may cost money, not just your customer. Could be all kinds of mistakes. We know what they can look like. As long as your team is not doing it with malicious intent, as long as they are doing the best job that they can with the information they have, their knowledge, their skills, they are doing their best job, then sure, there might be some level of repercussion. I can promise you, the team member already feels bad about doing it. Mm-hmm. They don't need to be yelled at. They don't need to be beat up. We're going to accept that this happened. Let's not do this again. The idea is don't make, we say fail early, fail often. Failure is okay. It's okay to do that, but don't repeat your failures, right? The idea is learn from them, stop doing them, and don't make it happen again. But I think we can all accept sometimes mistakes can be bad, but let's not beat them up over it. Let's treat it appropriately and with respect. That's what we're trying to get to.
Absolutely. Yes, Roy. Thank you very much. So I think at this point, we can conveniently go on our 5-minute break. I'm going to start the timer. And when we come back, we'll continue from where we stopped. So I'll see you guys at 11 past the hour. So I'm going to count down on the screen and pause the recording. And when we come back, we continue from where we stopped. Okay. Oh, wait, did we have one more? Oh, we have a comment. A comment here, Roy. Unfortunately, we have some unforgiving customers because they think we are the experts. So, again, Agile is a mindset, and it needs a lot of education and a lot of reminders. So customers themselves and stakeholders, they also need some coaching, right, Roy? They need some help.
Absolutely. And think about it this way also. We say that it's okay to make mistakes in Agile. It doesn't mean that it's not okay to make mistakes in traditional approaches also, right? Mistakes are going to happen, and how we treat those mistakes is going to have an impact on employee retention, customer relationships, stakeholder, all of that sort of thing. So think about it this way: stakeholder management still exists. You still have to do it. If you're doing Agile or traditional or whatever you're doing, you still have to do stakeholder management. We've all had to deal with customers that are difficult. We all understand that. And unfortunately, a process is not going to solve that problem. It's about relationship building and proper management of your stakeholders. That stuff doesn't go away.
Thank you, Roy. We have a rather interesting one, and we want to offer value. Speaking of Agile, the way we're doing these questions right now, Roy, is Agile, because if I was in a fully plan driven, I would have said, all right, we said we're coming back at 11 past, we should have left. But in the world of Agile, we embrace change and we embrace modifying things. So there's a question here, which is interesting. I'd like you to answer this one, Roy, before we go. It says, I'm not sure how Agile value number 12. So if we can go back to your slide so that everyone watching after the fact can see what the number 12 one was, but it's really about what the team does at the end of a sprint, more or less, or time period. So at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective. So, I mean, Roy, speaking about the daily stand-up and speaking about retrospective themselves, isn't it fair to say that this is a wide net and not just talking about at the end of the sprint, but on a continuous basis, we do this in some way in the world of Agile?
Absolutely agreed. So the primary mechanism that we have is the retrospective, right? That's every couple of weeks. That doesn't mean it's the only mechanism. So we want to make sure that we are continually reflecting on how we're doing and improving. The real idea here is to build a culture, a mindset of continuous improvement. It's called Kaizen culture. And the idea is that we are always looking to get better. Kaizen means continuous improvement. It comes from Toyota Production System, lean concept. And the idea is look at opportunities, look at failures, look at successes, and just ideas and concepts as opportunities to succeed and get better. If you don't take time to improve, if you don't look back at how things are going and take specific actions to improve, you're never going to improve. So take a little bit of investment and spend some time getting better, and you're going to be much more efficient as a result. That's kind of the idea.
Thank you, Roy. Absolutely. You know, and one thing I learned from you, Roy, in our last discussion about these meetings is what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. This is not what you're going to document in a lessons learned register and say, Phil destroyed the schedule. Next time he should never do that ever again. You know, that kind of thing. No. Instead, we refrain from documenting what we honestly share. Right, Roy?
Absolutely. Again, go back to the behaviors. If people are making decisions and having discussions about things that might be sensitive, and let's face it, if you want to fix problems, sometimes those discussions have to be sensitive. They might be about a manager, they might be about a customer, and that can be very sensitive conversations. If we force the team to document everything they talked about and produce meeting minutes of your sessions, they're going to be less transparent. They're going to be less honest. They're not going to have as necessary discussions. And then they're not going to be as good as they could be. So these need to be very safe opportunities, psychologically safe, so the teams can talk about whatever they need to talk about so that they can fix problems, right? Open, honest transparency at all times. Sometimes people don't react well to that. So we need to make sure that the team feels safe in having those conversations.
Absolutely. And this will be the last one we take, just so that we can have some structure around what's coming in the next one. But this says from Pedro, in value number one, value number one, it is interesting that 35% of the requirements will change. So how do we make sure we know what the customer wants? Reality is that our customers should know their business better than anyone, but yet they don't know what they want. Roy.
Yeah, wow, is that true, right? Our customers should know their business. They know their customers. Our business folks rather should know their customers. They are customer facing theoretically, right? In most organizations anyway. The challenge though is often when we get requirements from our business folks, they give us solutions. They're not stating their problem. They're not stating what they would like to fix or the need for something. They are very often saying, build this for me. And that may not be the right thing. So once they receive it and we give it to them and say, hey, this is really not at all useful, but it's what you asked for. Well, fantastic. You know, we can have that discussion. We can point our fingers at them and say the requirement was bad. You shouldn't have asked for it. But the reality is we did not deliver what they wanted. So that's not something we want to do. So let's make sure that we talk with our stakeholders as often as possible. And it doesn't mean that we are order takers. Just because our customers ask for something does not mean that's what we should do. We discuss it, we negotiate it, we understand it, and sometimes we show them alternatives that might be better. So yeah, they should know the business better, but we know the solutions better typically. So there should be a collaboration to make sure we're building the right thing.
We'll take a break here, 5 minutes. I've got it all queued. And when the timer stops, it means it's time to get rolling again. So see you guys in 5 minutes. Thanks for answering the questions. Roy, thanks for asking the questions. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Phil. So just very quickly, there is a question in the chat window, which I'd like to answer very, very fast, because I think it's actually very valid. And that is the question about, is this where the product owner comes in and helps with the requirements? So absolutely. Now, if you remember principle number 5, or number 4, excuse me, where it's talking about business people and the team needs to work together daily. This is the important part, making sure that we're always building the right thing. So if our business people, meaning the product owner, the person that's representing the business and owning the product, if they're working with the team on a daily basis, they're building a good relationship. And they can understand that when the team says something could be done better a different way, the product owner will accept that, saying, well, they're being honest with me. So that's what we're trying to build there. The product owner is a critical aspect. So you can see how important it is to have business folks working with the team. But again, it's very, very difficult to get organizational agreement for that to happen. A great question. All right, let's move on. Let's talk now. Let's talk a little more about making a case for Agile. Let's move into that direction, that discussion. So this actually means a couple of different things. One is making sure your team is willing to do Agile, making sure that people on the project are willing to accept Agile as an alternative, and also maybe helping our leadership to understand that this is a viable alternative. So the first question that we should probably be answering is, what's in it for me, right? So why would an organization want to go Agile? Why would a team want to go Agile? What's the value to the people that are either recipients or impacted by this in some way? What's the value to them in doing this? So you think about it this way. Traditional approaches typically have longer running cycles. Not always, but they typically are longer running cycles, usually months, 6 months, a year, multiple years. And in some cases, that's still going to happen. What we want to encourage instead is a more frequent, iterative, and incremental release of valuable product to our customers. Now, here's the value to our organization. The organization gets product faster, small pieces of product. And I want to emphasize that. They don't get the entire project finished in a month. That doesn't happen. They're getting pieces of the project during that time. So they're getting perhaps incremental return. Think about it this way. If I can deliver a small piece of functionality to my customers, get it in their hands, and then that might increase sales or improve customer satisfaction, or in some other way improve the services or functionality of the organization, then that's a good thing. That means I get that incremental return, I get it early, and perhaps I can use the increased revenue that we might gain from this thing to pay for additional functionality. So this might be a way for us to take pieces of product and use those pieces of the product to fund the rest of the product. That can be very valuable. It also can put you in front of your competition. Doing something before your competition has it can be really valuable. And obviously, we want to be careful and make sure we're doing it with high quality, but getting out there faster means you might have a competitive advantage. Now, let's think about it from your customer's perspective. Why would they want us to do Agile? So again, same basic argument. If I can get things into our customers' hands faster, that means that they get the changes that they're looking for, they get the improved service, the improved product faster than they would on these longer running projects. Now that can be a double-edged sword. So think about it this way. If they're getting stuff faster, that's awesome. They get to reap the rewards of that, get the value from it. But what if they're getting it too often? There's a cost to a release, a cost from the organization getting it into their hands of the customers. But there's also a cost in that if something is being released too frequently, that might annoy your customers. Now, example that I always use, and this is not to put any organization down, not in any way, but for a while there, Adobe Acrobat Reader, they were releasing so fast and frequently that I was typically getting more releases than I was actually spending time using the product. And that was really annoying me. I had to turn off automated releases or automated updates because I didn't use the product that often. It was maybe once a week at most. I was getting releases more frequently than that. So, to consider that, right? There is a right speed to your releases to make sure your customers are getting functionality fast enough, but not so fast that it's annoying to them, right? So find that balance. Now let's talk about the team. What does the team get out of doing Agile? So one thing is they get a better environment. They get an environment that maybe we're spending more time focusing on their enjoyment of their job, their fun. We build fun into our processes, and we call it serious fun. What we mean by that is you should be able to have fun at your job and do your job, right? It's the fun that we have is to improve your capability of doing that job. We play games in Agile. We have fun to build up the relationships of the team. So remember, we invest time in building good teams. So some of that means play games, have fun, do things that are not work-related in order to improve those times that are work-related. So they might be able to get a benefit of a more successful, more pleasant environment to do their jobs. They gain trust because they're producing things faster and the stakeholders are trusting them more. Perhaps leadership can start treating them differently. I've worked with a lot of organizations where perhaps leaders weren't properly trained to do their jobs as leaders. Let's just put it that way. I'm trying to be as kind as possible there. I've seen a lot of organizations where maybe leadership needs to be shown how to be good leaders. Yelling at people, putting people down, forcing people to do things that they don't want to do is not a leadership attribute. So those are not the things that we want to encourage. But being a catalyst, leading by example, trusting the team, we call it, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more later, we call it servant leadership. The idea is that the leadership is there to say, this is the direction that we're going. This is why we're doing it. This is our mission, what we're trying to achieve. Now, what do you need from me to get there? Right? It's kind of like the JFK mission to the moon kind of statement. His mission to the moon was basically, this is hard. We know it's hard. This is why we're doing it. Now, I'm here to support it. That's basically what he was saying. So let's go do that hard thing. Let's go do that difficult thing, but you let me know what you need. That's leadership. So the concept is that we build up this environment for the team so that they feel better about their jobs and they can be more engaged and maybe be a little more creative. Now, that doesn't mean that a team has total power over everything they do. It means they have scoped decisions that they can make to make sure that they feel like they matter, right? There's a great quote that I like to use. It says, I would not want to work for a team or work for an organization where they value my output, but not my input. People like to matter. They like to feel like they're part of a bigger solution. They like to feel like their input matters, right? No one wants to be there and just take requirements and churn them out. It's a machine, right? We're dealing with people. We tend to forget that. So this is an environment where team members can grow, build great relationships, learn new things, and maybe have some fun at their job as well. Now let's talk about the individual. The individuals can benefit because, again, same basic concepts. The job that they enjoy, people that they like working with, they get to learn new skills. They may get to have an opportunity where they're doing things that they've never done before. Often when we're doing traditional approaches, we assign work to people and we say, this person is the best at this, so they should always do this work. That actually causes a lot of organizational challenges. First off, it creates that key resource problem that we've all experienced sometimes in our lives, where we have one person and only one person that's capable of doing something. That's huge organizational risk. And quite honestly, the people around them don't really enjoy that. They would like to maybe try some of those things themselves and see if they could do it. Maybe they're not going to be good at it first, but they get to learn it. And then over time, they get to improve. So now it's a good organizational investment, and the team member has now leveled up their job skills. Now, of course, that's also a double-edged sword, that we might level people up to the point where they leave. They've got now a set of skills that are so valuable in the marketplace that they move on to other work. Well, you can't always avoid that, but we do want to focus on employee retention to make sure that we're not wasting our investment in these people, right? So those are some of the reasons that we want to do Agile. One thing I want to point out, though, Agile does not necessarily mean faster, better, cheaper, right? Those are typically the three things that people are looking for: faster, better, cheaper. Well, Agile is not always faster. It's not always cheaper. It should be better. That's the theory. It should be better because we're focusing on higher quality. We're focusing on delivering value and not just what's in a requirements document. So it should theoretically be better. But if we're not doing a good job of defining what is important and what's valuable, then it's not the process that's at fault here. It's prioritization and making sure that we're feeding the team properly. Let's talk about cheaper for a second. So we hear that a lot, that Agile's cheaper. Well, it may not be. For now, go back to principle number 5, hiring motivated individuals. When you are hiring highly skilled people, they're not necessarily cheaper. Hiring lower skilled or other regions for hiring on cost alone. And that's not necessarily what we want to encourage. And I'm not saying we don't hire for cost. Of course, that's going to still be a factor. But we want to first focus on hiring the right behaviors, the right skill sets, the right location, so that we can be as efficient and effective as possible. That doesn't always mean cheaper. It might mean that it's going to be potentially more expensive. But if you look at the other things that we gain from it, we're building higher quality product. We're getting into the hands of our customers faster. We're delivering product that is more valuable to our customers. People are more engaged, more creative, more innovative. All of these things, you get a huge return from that potentially higher investment. So let's not say that Agile is always cheaper, better, faster. Should not be our goal. Our goal should be producing higher value for our customers and delighting them, right? That's kind of the goal. All right, let's move on a little bit and talk more about attitude and behavior. Now, this is where Agile really comes into play. Again, it's not just about the practices. Practices are important to us, but the behavior of the people doing the work and the behavior of our leadership and our organization, that's really what makes this whole thing work well. If we continue to react the same way that we do in traditional approaches, Agile will have a very difficult time working. You see these things happen all the time. I've seen Agile get blamed constantly because the organization didn't adapt. They didn't adjust. They followed the practices. So we're doing Agile, we're doing daily stand-ups, so we're doing Agile. Well, that's not the way that it works. The practices do not make you Agile. It means you're following practices. That's it. Process does not mean success. It's a factor of it, but it doesn't mean success. What's really important, and I think hopefully you're starting to see this with the manifesto, is that how people behave is far more important. If we have people that say, I got my work done, so I don't care if the team gets their work done, that's your fault. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for team members that work well together. And if someone needs help, the rest of the team steps up and helps them. So we work together as a unit, not just as individuals. When someone finishes their work, the first thing I want to hear from them is, who needs help? How can I help the team get their job done? Those are some of the behaviors. We want transparency. We want honesty. And these can be very difficult for us to develop. One of the big things that we want to build is trust. And trust is really hard. And I'm not talking about the level of trust where I can say to somebody, where I can trust them to do their job or get something done. That's not just what I'm looking for. I'm also looking for the level of trust where I can tell somebody, hey, you didn't do your job. You didn't do this the right way. What are we going to do to fix this? I need to be able to challenge my team members, my peers, and know that they're not going to be upset with me for doing so. I need to know that they are my friend, that they trust me when I am making these criticisms, that I'm doing it to help get better. That is really hard to build that level of trust. And there are techniques that we can make use of. There's a good book called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. A really, really good book. And it talks about some practices on how to improve teams. In the 5 dysfunctions, the base level dysfunction is lack of trust. Without trust in a team, the team will never really form. They're just going to be a group of people that are working together. And that's not what we're trying to build. We're trying to build people and build a team that trusts each other at a very deep level, to the level where you can call someone out for not doing their job. And they're going to treat that with respect. That's really important. So you can see the behaviors, the psychology of all of these practices, very, very important to us. And we want to make sure that we are focusing on these as part of the maturity of the team. Now, let's talk about the biggest challenge to adopting Agile, and that's organizational culture. It's not the people doing the work. It's not failed practices. It's not that that Agile won't work for our project. It's that the organization will not adapt to these different ways of doing things. If people feel, the teams, if leadership especially feels, well, the teams, they can go off and do this Agile thing as long as I don't have to change, that's not going to work. And eventually what happens is leadership will eventually blame Agile for the problem when it was actually themselves that caused it. So we need to have leaders that understand what it means to them, how they need to change in order to enable Agile to work properly. Now that means taking a step back. It means not making all the decisions. It means letting go control, even though you probably never really had it to begin with. It means not forcing your will on people. It means decentralizing decision-making. These things are hard for leaders to do. I went through this personal transformation myself. It was hard for me to do this. I was very much a command and control kind of manager. To tell you a very quick story, this was a number of years ago. I worked at a large bank, and I had a pretty good sized organization, about 75 people, somewhere around there. And I brought Agile into my organization, and it was working pretty well. But I felt that I could get more out of my teams. I felt there was more efficiency that I could gain. So I viewed it as my job, even with that size of an organization. I viewed that my job was to make sure the teams had everything they needed, and I was going to accomplish that by going to all of their meetings. So you can imagine a group of 75 people, how many meetings I was going to. I was doing nothing but team meetings. So fortunately, I had a Scrum Master who was fantastic, and she put a lot of trust in me, and I really appreciate that she did that. She was very strong for doing so, and I always call her out for being one of the most courageous individuals I've ever met. Now, I'm 2 levels above her, and she came to me one day and she said, Roy, I really appreciate what you're trying to do by coming to all of our meetings, but I want you to stop it. I want you to stop coming to our meetings. And I kind of looked at her like there was a level of respect for having said that, but also, what the heck are you doing? Why are you telling me how to do my job? So she explained the situation. She said that people are not being open when you're in the room, so I need you to go away for a while. So I appreciate it, and I said, okay, so here's what I'll do. Let's give you 3 months. I will walk away, leave you alone for 3 months. I'm always here. You can always ask for things, so I'm not going away. I'll just stop coming to your meetings unless you ask me to come to one. And we'll do this for an experiment of 3 months. So she was okay with that. And the really interesting thing that happened was about a month later, I was looking at the data from my teams and their efficiency levels, and it went up dramatically. I was shocked by this because I realized the only main thing that was changed was me going away. And that was my aha moment in my Agile transformation, my personal Agile journey, that I was actually causing the problem. My leadership style was to be heavily involved, command and control, tell people what to do, be actively involved with my teams. And that was actually the wrong approach. So then I went through the process of thinking, so what's my job? If I'm not telling people what to do and I'm a manager, what's my job? So fortunately, I had a mentor who's a very senior individual, and talked with him for a little bit. And he said, well, Roy, you need to think about where your value is. Your value is not telling people what to do. You've hired good people. They know their jobs. Let them do it. Get out of their way. So I thought about it for a while, and I realized that my job was not actually to manage down. My job instead was to manage up. Talk to my stakeholders, talk to my senior leaders, make sure the team had what they needed, and they would come to me when they needed something. I didn't have to go to them all the time. Always make myself present so that they could come to me whenever I wanted to, whenever they needed to, but don't force it on them. Let them be open and honest and let them do their jobs. But they need to know that they can trust me when they have a problem. So that completely changed my career. I was no longer managing down. So it freed up so much time for me to instead manage my stakeholders, manage my leadership. So it changed how I function. And it was that moment where I became a very different style manager. That's the kind of thing that we want to encourage in our leadership. Leave the teams alone. As long as you have hired well, you do not need to tell your teams what to do. They will figure it out because they're smart people and because you've done your job as a manager and hired smart people. I like to say that whenever I hear people say, or hear a manager say, that my team needs to be driven to get their jobs done. Whenever I hear that, I tell that manager, and they don't like hearing this, the fact that you need to drive your teams, it's your fault. It means one of two things. Either you have not hired properly, and you need to do something about that, or you need to make sure that you've built an environment where they can actually do their jobs. So you haven't given them the level of the environment of where they can be self-motivated. Either way, if a team needs to be driven, it is management's fault for either not hiring well or not improving the environment and keeping them motivated. So managers don't like to hear that, but it's kind of their purpose, right? Their whole job is to make sure that they have built great teams. And that means often leaving them alone and letting them do their jobs, letting them feel, and letting them know that their input is important and that they matter. So hopefully you can start seeing Agile, again, is not just about practices. I would also suggest that these kinds of concepts of servant leadership, decentralizing decision-making, work with any kind of process. You should be looking at these as more organizational concepts than Agile concepts. These are the things that you can do to gain efficiencies. Those are some of the techniques. All right, so that's, I think, good enough right now for the behaviors. Let's move on a little bit and let's talk about some core concepts. So I want to share my screen here again. There we go. Okay. Come on, respond. There we go. All right. So here's a core concept that I want us to understand. And this is about how we define success. I think you're starting to get the idea a little bit about what success can, how success can change in an Agile environment. And it shouldn't just be about the triple constraints that we're used to. They're an aspect of success, but they don't collectively just define success all by themselves. So in traditional approaches, and this diagram comes from the DSDM, which is another Agile approach. It's used a lot less often. It's the dynamic system development methodology. But you might actually see this in the PMI practice exam, just suggesting. So in traditional approaches, we're all familiar with this. Typically what we get is you get a requirements document that says, here are the things that we need you to do. It's generally viewed that this is fixed. All of these things need to be built. And even if there's some variability, we know how it works. Typically, what's requested is usually required, right? So scope is typically fixed in most traditional projects. Then what we typically do is we go off and we estimate the schedule to produce all of that scope and the budget that it's going to take in order for us to meet the schedule and the scope. All traditional project management concepts. But there's some challenges with this. Again, just because you've met all scope on time, on budget, even if it was perfect, it doesn't mean that you have met success. It doesn't mean your customers are going to be happy. Now, happy customers is not in the triple constraints. And in the Agile space, that's one of the most important things that we want to focus on. And it should be in traditional approaches as well. If you're not making your customers happy, it doesn't matter that you've delivered stuff on time. You've delivered things that aren't going to be valuable to your customers. So that's not necessarily a good view of success. Now, I'm sure you're probably recognizing that in many of your organizations, that is how you view success. And maybe we need to make some adjustments there. Now, I also want to suggest that this is somewhat contextual. There might be some kinds of work or some types of projects that you absolutely have to deliver everything on the list. And that's going to happen. It's very contextual. But this is kind of the general idea of how we view projects, that this does not necessarily define success. So there are really two hidden constraints, maybe three hidden constraints that we don't really talk about in more traditional approaches. And one of them is quality. So we tend to use quality as a buffer. So you think about it this way: if you get to the end of a project, you're running out of time. And what do? You're running out of time. So typically, first thing you want to go to is reducing scope. That's fantastic if you can do that. But if you can't, then what we generally do is we reduce quality. We sacrifice quality in order to make a date, and then we fix it once it's in production or once it's completed. That's not necessarily a good way to approach it, because if customer satisfaction is one of the most important things that we want to deliver on, the producing poor quality product or lower quality product is not going to satisfy your customers. Quality should be significantly high on your list of attributes for success. Now, another hidden constraint is the people. So what we typically do, again, end of a project, running out of time, still have a lot of stuff to get done. Usually what organizations go to is overtime. We push them, work more hours, do what you have to do. Can you come in this weekend? Now, there's a problem with that. Again, we talked about this. People get tired. Their health can suffer. Their family lives can suffer. They become less creative, less innovative. They feel like they don't matter. And they might get this project done, but they're not going to feel like they're very valuable to the organization if they can just be burned out at a moment's notice. So they might leave. And now that's very expensive. So fantastic. You met a deadline. You got that project out. But now the team is exhausted and may quit. Right? That's not a good place to be. We're not just looking at one project. We're looking at the overall life cycle of an entire organization. We should be looking at the organization as a system. One project success could cause the organization to fail, or at least cause some failures in the organization. So treat it as an overall system. Failure of a project might actually be better for the organization in some cases. And that sounds a little weird. So let's not burn our people out, right? Because that causes all kinds of problems. All right, so what we tend to do in an Agile environment is we tend to focus, we flip the triangle upside down. We still have these constraints, plus the additional constraints, but we treat it a little bit differently. So what we do in a more adaptive Agile environment is we fix the schedule and fix the budget. Now let's talk about first how we do that. Fixing the schedule, the teams are going to work in regular time boxes. These time boxes are called iterations or sprints. The difference between an iteration and a sprint is really just what practice you're following. It's the exact same thing. It's a simple time box within which you get work done. That's all it really is. So let me back up. So a sprint is what Scrum calls it. Iteration is what basically every other practice calls it. They are literally the same thing. So the team works in regular, consistent time boxes. They start at the same time every time, and they end at the same time every time. They're not variable time boxes. So within this time box, the team is getting work done. If they don't get everything done within the time box, you don't extend the time box. You simply say, this is what we got done in this time box, okay? We'll talk more about that to help you get that concept in a little bit. So if you can fix the schedule by the team working consistent time boxes, typically 2 weeks, now we've got some constraints to put in place. Now we've got fixed time boxes and even projects. You know, there are these, Agile challenges out there, Agile myths out there that in Agile, you can't give dates. Nothing could be further from the truth. And the fact in Agile, we actually like fixed dates. We work in time boxes. We like to get a date. We like to say, this is the date that we're going to meet. We prefer that. But there's something that we require as a result of that fixed time box, and that is scope has to be flexible. So let me back up a little bit and go to the traditional again. So we've all seen this happen. We start out saying that the scope is fixed and we estimate the schedule and budget, meaning those are potentially variable. And we know how this works. As soon as you say, this is the scope, this is the schedule, this is the budget, most organizations fix all three of them. Now, the PMI even says that you must have one of these as variables, but most organizations prefer fix, 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 or at least within certain percentages or tolerances of these numbers. That's not necessarily a great approach because it causes other challenges, or organizational challenges. So let's get back to our adaptive processes now. So we fixed our schedule by working time boxes. 2-week increments are our typical time box, sprints or iterations, same thing. We also then do release time boxes. We do project time boxes. They're usually very short, but everything we do is done in a time box. Now let's talk a little bit about the budget. Now the budget is also typically fixed. Now the way that we do that, we have a team that is working on a regular schedule, a fixed time box. Now the way that we fix the schedule, the budget rather, is you think about it this way. When we're talking about budget, we're typically talking about labor expenses. Now, obviously, there are other things that are a part of a budget. There could be, fixed assets, license costs, other things that happen as well. But we typically are talking about labor costs because normally that's the most expensive part of a project. Not always, of course, but it usually is. So we can fix the budget by building consistent, stable teams. So we build a team, and we're talking about teams that are relatively small. The industry average is anywhere between 5 to 9 people, so small teams. And if you need more capacity than 9 people, you build multiple teams. You don't add more people to your team, okay? That's a concept, again, we'll talk about that a little more. So, so what we do is we have a fixed schedule, a fixed budget. The budget is a stable team, not pulling people in and out of the team constantly because that makes your budget now variable when we pull people in and out. So fix the schedule, fix the budget. Now we've got those 2 items fixed. Now, the next thing we do is now we can estimate how much work we can get done within fixed schedule and fixed budget. The important part is scope is flexible. Now this is going to may sound a little bit scary in that now we've got change chaos. We're moving things in and out. You know, the customer may not get everything they want to, but keep in mind that every 2 weeks we're taking checkpoints. We know exactly where we are at all times. We're building product rather than phases. So if the product is not being built according to that schedule and budget, then we'll know it very early. We know throughout the entire process where we are. And it's a very accurate measurement. Let me throw a little caveat. Not at first, because when the team first starts being built, they're usually not very good at it. So early stages of a team, they're not going to be very predictable, not very stable, but they get better very quickly as long as we give them the support to be stable and be predictable. Okay, so that's kind of how it works. Fix the schedule, fix the budget, vary the scope. Now, quality is one of those constraints that we are always doing our best to produce highest quality product. Team members, we're not overburdening them. Remember, sustainable pace. So we're doing our best to not force them to do more work than they can get done within that time box. And so that's the concept. All right, let's move on a little bit. We'll spend another few more minutes and then we'll take another break. Let's talk about Agile acceptance and buy-in. There are other core concepts that we'll cover throughout the next part of the sessions, but let's get into Agile acceptance and buy-in. So similar to what we were talking about, making the case for Agile, we were talking about what's in it for me. Well, that's really how you get acceptance and buy-in. Let's talk about the importance of buy-in. So what do you think is going to happen if the team wants to go Agile, but leadership says, nah, I'm not so sure about this thing, or your stakeholders aren't so sure about it? If they are not bought in, the team will always be challenged. And even subconsciously, leadership or stakeholders could throw up roadblocks and really inhibit the team's productivity. So let's make sure that we are open, on upfront, transparent, talk about what they get out of Agile, how it's going to improve, and the challenges they might face as well. When a team first starts doing Agile, they're going to be bad at it. That's expected. They're learning a new process, and they have to go through their own personal transformations as well. Lots of behavior changes that they may not be used to. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them to go through that as well. Let me just realize I'm still sharing. Let me stop sharing. There we go. So let's make sure that we have complete buy-in, or at least tacit buy-in, to do an experiment. Now, there might be opportunities where you can do some prototyping, do some some experiments to see if Agile is going to work well, what challenges you're going to face as an organization. I can almost guarantee you the biggest challenges you're going to be faced are not the team members. I typically get brought in as a coach to talk, to work with teams and get them to do Agile. It's usually not the teams that are the problem. It's usually leadership, management, stakeholders. Those are the folks that really need the most amount of help to help them understand their part in the overall process. Consider if you can't get a product owner from the business. That's going to be a challenge. Now, I'm not saying you can't do Agile without a business person representing the team, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge because the team is going to have to wait for decisions. They're not going to have direct customer contact or stakeholder contact, so they will be slower as a result. You will be slower adopting Agile if you can't get that to happen. So it can still work, but you're not going to be as effective. Hopefully that makes sense. So hopefully you can see the importance of getting acceptance from your stakeholders and your leadership to do this properly. If you can't, then you might have to do some other alternatives. I've worked with a lot of organizations that are afraid of Agile. And typically what I do with those organizations is I kind of gently ease them into it. So there are two practices that we're going to be talking about primarily over the course of our session. One practice is Scrum, and the other practice is called Kanban. That's Kanban. Two very popular practices. They both have huge advantages, but they're different in their approaches. Kanban, Scrum rather, in order to make Scrum work, you really have to make changes in your organization to enable Scrum to work properly. Kanban, you could start doing today without any organizational change. All you have to do is create a board where you put up all of the work so that you can visualize what's working on, change some very simple practices, and then start executing. And you use this to then evolve over time. So when I'm faced with an organization that doesn't really have good buy-in to Agile, or might be afraid of going Agile, I typically start them using Kanban. It's a very simple practice. You can start using it with just a few hours worth of training, and it's so simple to start. It does not require organizational change to start using Kanban. Instead, you use Kanban to show the organizational challenges. It exposes the problems you have, and then incrementally remove those impediments from your efficiency. So different approaches can help you gain buy-in of actually doing these practices. Now, again, I'd like to encourage you, if we will be talking about Kanban most likely next week, actually definitely next week, but I encourage you, you could start using Kanban today and start getting some efficiencies, okay? All right, last thing I want to talk about very quickly, and then we'll take our break, or answer some questions rather. Challenges. Let's talk about some of the challenges. So certainly we've already talked about some of them. Getting buy-in. Leadership may not be prepared for it. They may not understand the change to them and what it means to them. Stakeholders may not really get the concept. Keep in mind, we're going to be showing the product evolving over time. You might have some stakeholders that say, well, don't show me anything until the whole thing's done. Well, that just defeated a lot of the Agile concepts. We want to show it to you frequently so that you can tell us if we're going the right direction. It's that feedback we're looking for. We might have some stakeholders that say, I'm glad that you showed this to me, but where's the rest of it, right? So you might have some stakeholder challenges. That you're going to have failures, right? We want to have honesty. We want to have transparency. And when you have a failure, you want to be able to say, yes, this happened. This was wrong. This is what we're doing about it so it doesn't happen again. You want to be able to show that. But you might have stakeholders that may not actually agree with that concept. They might get very angry when they see that. Some customers are like that. We understand how that works. So those might be some of the challenges. Now, let's talk about some team level challenges. Team members that are the lone wolf. They feel that they are the experts in their area. All they want to do is their job. They don't want to work with others. They are the type A personalities that just give me your requirements and I'll do it. I don't need to ask you questions. Document everything, give me the requirement, and I will go off and do it. That's not what we're looking for. The old days, let's face it, especially in the software world, a lot of people got into software, myself included, was that we were shy. We didn't like talking in front of people. So now encouraging people that you must communicate with your customers, communicate with your team members might be a little bit jarring. Gone are the days where team members can disappear for months on end and just not talk to anybody. It doesn't exist anymore. We are encouraging them to collaborate. And if they can't do that, we need to help them get to the point where they're able to do it. And if they can't, we need to discuss other options, right? So those are some of the challenges that you might face. I'd like to pause here. Phil, I'd like to open it back up for you.
Thank you, Roy. Very interesting session. I love the human pieces because there's always a misconception when you go into a company that, a new process, a new system of processes. Let's go to town with them, but they don't have the mindset. The mindset is usually a problem. It's warped. So in this little section here, as usual, we will ask you guys a few questions to make sure that you have been following along, listening to what Roy has said. So let us relaunch the poll and let us very rapidly take a look at a few questions. Agile is always cheaper. What did Roy say about this? Agile is always cheaper. True or false? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End the poll. Share the results. Remember, the word always is a very incriminating word. Roy, what do you have to say about that word? Always.
Yeah, so I think you can say always is never a good, is always not a good word, right? So obviously Agile is not always cheaper. It could be, and we hope it to be cheaper. What we're really looking for is better throughput so we can produce things faster. While maybe not cheaper, we can potentially increase our return. That's really what we're looking for.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's go to our next one here. So that was false. Here is our next one. In Agile, behavior is more important than following practices. Here is your poll relaunched. What do you guys think based on what Roy said? Oh, and of course, option A is true. So you have A true and B false. Which one is it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's end the poll. And those are the results, Roy. Looks like we got a home run on that one. Any comments?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm glad that everyone's gotten that. Hopefully you're seeing how important behaviors really are. Again, I would suggest behaviors are important, not just for Agile. For anything we do, we want to encourage good behaviors. And we'll talk about some techniques to help direct behaviors and encourage the right behaviors.
Great. All right. What did Roy say about a sprint? A sprint is a what? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll, share the results. And the answer to this one was time box. Any comments, Roy?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is a fixed time box. Again, within that, we are going to accomplish a certain amount of scope. We are going to deal with certain risks, and it does help us mitigate risks. But the idea is it is a fixed time box. Starts on time every time, ends on time every single time, right? And we'll talk more about the advantages to doing time boxing. It's significant. So we'll talk more about that soon.
Cool. Here's your next one. In Agile, which of the following is fixed? Fully plan-driven project managers in the room, use the other side of your brain. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and hear the results. And very good attempt across the board. Your answers are not wrong, but some of them were not complete. So the answer to this one is indeed the schedule and budget. So well done. It's the opposite of how we think in plan-driven. Any comments, Roy?
Yeah, so this is, as you just mentioned, this flips your head upside down, right? You really have to think differently. As project managers, this is the thing that you really need to make the adjustment on. Scope is the variable, schedule and budget are fixed. And at the end of our session next week, I'm going to show you a really cool technique to help us forecast scheduling and budget. The way we forecast in Agile is really cool. You're using data rather than just simple guesses. So I think you're going to really like that because it's very visual and a great way of forecasting your projects.
Awesome. We got one more question from me, and it is, in Agile, which of the following is flexible? Again, you just answered the reverse. Should be easy. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Agile, we forgive. Just remember that. Remember, we forgive what we do not forgive in plan-driven. In plan-driven, everyone's like, no, you're adding scope, you're gold plating. But in Agile, our mindset is, if it offers more value, we want to do it. We don't want to keep saying, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. So Roy, any comments on this?
Yeah, so this one is, again, as project managers, this is a key little twist in your behaviors and your mindset. So think about it this way. Often project managers get very concerned about scope being so flexible. But what we want to do is maintain that fixed schedule and budget. So let's say we have a timeline, we're all fixed, we're running, everything's going great, and a stakeholder says, hey, I know I asked for this, but something has come up and instead I need this. Well, we have two choices here. One, we can reject it and say, nope, everything is planned. You're getting what you asked for. Or we can say, yes, we can accommodate that, but there's a cost. And that cost is something of equivalent size comes out of your schedule and budget. So we're basically replacing like-sized items. So we're maintaining, we manage the impact to our schedule and budget by replacing like-sized items. Okay, so it's very controlled scope, very controlled schedule and budget, I should say.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Roy. And here from our friends, we have a few questions. Let's take a look at them in closer detail. How long will it take for a company to adapt Agile? Roy.
Wow, that's a loaded question. So I'm going to give you, first I'm going to give you the coach's answer is, it depends. Think about it this way. We say it depends all the time, right? So here's the challenge. Getting the practices right is easy. You can do that very, very quickly. But getting the behaviors right is entirely dependent on the organizational culture and the people within that organization. So we're not talking about weeks or months. We're typically talking about years. It's not an easy transition. Now, when I say that, you are throughout that entire transformation getting better. So you start out really, really bad at this, and that's normal. Then you get a little bit better at it, and the teams are starting to do better. You're starting to get successes. Now you start looking beyond the teams, and you look more program activities, and you talk about how to fund projects and how to organize your organization. Organizational design comes into this. So lots and lots of things that come into play. I have companies that have been doing agile transformation. Ideally, your agile transformation never ends because you're always looking to get better. That's a cop-out, right? So it's not like you've got a defined end in this particular case. You're constantly getting better. I would typically suggest that an organization can be good at agile and consider themselves doing agile probably within 2 to 3 years, but they should never stop. They should always be continuing to get better.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roy. We'll put that into our done. And the next one here, what is the typical contract type that accompanies Agile, since firm fixed price is not a valid option due to the moving scope? So I want to comment on this from Ken really quick. So FFP is never off the table. We could have firm fixed price, but the contract could allow for modification of scope, which will be paid for. So we do not absolutely exclude having a firm fixed price contract at all in whether plan driven or agile, because you can always have provisions for scope increments at cost. But Roy, based on what you've seen across companies, is there a favored contract type when you're dealing with clients? I know for internal projects that are agile, this topic does not come up at all. People just work. But where we have a customer, what would you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. There should be considerations here. Most customers like fix. And there are, I can't even say how many articles there are that say how doing a fix contract is just a bad idea. They really don't give you the level of control that they seemingly do imply. Mm-hmm. So I don't care what process you're following. Fixed price contracts are just generally not always the best way to do it. So there are some techniques that we use. We do want to take a look at our contracts and perhaps change them. First, make sure that both parties understand the basics of how Agile works. They don't have to understand everything, but they have to understand the basics. Most contracts, if you look up the phrase flexible contracts, you'll find all kinds of good articles and good examples of contracts that can improve, that can help you improve with this. One form of contract, which is typically the first step in moving toward an Agile organization, is a series of successive statements of work. So you do engage for a period of time, say a quarter or whatever it happens to be, deliver something with the intent that you're going to continue on, but it gives you the opportunity at the end of that statement of work to change directions. That's closer to an Agile environment, still not where we entirely want to get to, but it's a lot better. That way it gives you the flexibility to change, and the client, the vendor doesn't necessarily get penalized for some of the things that vendors typically get penalized for. Other ways of doing it are allowing your customer to replace scope as long as you're replacing it with something of equivalent size and something else comes out. So you don't have cost and schedule impacts. So those are the kinds of things that you can feed into your contracts. Typically, your vendor management space doesn't like the concept of these flexible contracts. That's your biggest challenge that you might face, but you do want to look at more flexible forms.
Awesome, Roy. Thank you very much. And I mean, I was just about to ask there, when people have the concept that, oh, well, if you're in Agile, then scope just changes at the drop of a hat. I mean, is it fair to say that scope does not change so radically like people think on most Agile projects? It still maintains some semblance of sanity around the region or realm of the product backlog, which is all the the features list or story what do we call it, user story
acceptance criteria
collection.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of people get concerned that Agile is change chaos, and it really isn't. It's actually very, very disciplined. Keep in mind, you're working very closely with your stakeholders on a daily basis if you can get it. Just because a stakeholder asks for something doesn't mean that we're going to do it. So there's lots of mechanisms in place to reduce risk. We build vision statements or project charters, if you prefer. We define all of these things. So, if one day you're building a scooter and the next day your customer asks for a rocket, we're going to say no. We're not allowing those things to happen. What we're really looking for in the flexibility is feedback. Change in requirements, change in scope are incredibly valuable if it helps us build a product that's going to be usable rather than what was just originally specified. So don't look at that change as your enemy. It helps you build a truly successful project because you're building stuff that your customers want. That's our goal.
Awesome. Thank you, Roy. And the last one, in our organization, we were informed to start applying Agile to projects without training. Well, I'm glad that we're having this, but I mean, do you see such things, Roy, where people are magically told to implement Agile without having any external help?
All the time. And in some cases, as a trainer, I love when that happens because then they pay me a lot of money to come in and fix the problems. So I would encourage you to go find yourself some good training. Get the training that you need before you start, or what you are going to do is implement waterfall and call it Agile. Don't do that. Go get the education that you need. Education is a start. Get help, get a mentor, get a coach. And I'm not trying to in any way to sell services here, just to save you a lot of pain, because I've seen it happen, and you will spend so much money as an organization doing it the wrong way. You'll blame Agile and say this stuff isn't going to work. If you had just gotten help from some experts up front, you'll save yourself you will save the cost of the training, the coaching, just by getting it, right? Just so that you won't make all those stupid mistakes you're going to make, right?
Absolutely. And it's amazing how these big companies scrimp on training dollars. I mean, instead of just sending people that, the company's scared of people leaving after they get the knowledge, which is a myopic scarcity mindset, I tell people, so let me be honest. If any of you is looking for training, help, coaching, you need to let Roy and I know, because we can help you, we can help you. It's penny wise, pound foolish, isn't it?
And something I would suggest as related to training as well is don't just focus on training team members and yourselves. Train your leaders. They can be your biggest roadblock. Get leadership training, Agile leadership training, executive training, so that they understand what it means to them, or they will be the biggest roadblock. And you don't want that to happen, because it's really hard to tell them they're wrong, right? They don't want to hear that, and it's hard to tell your boss that they're doing the wrong thing.
Great stuff, Roy. All right, my friends. Well, it's that time for our 5-minute break. As adults, we need this to function. So I'm going to start the 5-minute timer, and we'll see you guys at the end of the 5 minutes. Don't hold back from the questions you've got. So if more questions come in, I'm curating the questions. I'm using a Kanban board to catalog the questions. And by the time Roy starts talking about it, you'll be like, oh, that looks familiar. Okay, well, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. See you soon. All right, welcome back, my friends. We're back from break, and we got a couple of contributions in that I would like us to take a look at. And the first one is a rather real world, I should say, comment. So this one, Roy, it says, currently my company is literally fighting for survival due to the current environment of COVID. They have converted flights from packs to cargo. Our tech ops is making masks for our internal customers. So instead of hauling humans, they're hauling cargo. It says tech ops is making masks for our internal customers. Can you imagine? Crazy. And we're talking about one of the well-known airlines, to name withheld. And last but least, making sure our planes are clean with fogging after every flight and our offices. The company seems to be operating in an agile environment versus fixed/planned. What do you think about this, Roy? Any comments?
That is such a great comment, and I feel your pain. I truly do. And I think a lot of people feel this right now. So absolutely, this is very agile. The idea is you can't plan everything. There's no possible way. Of course, this is a little extreme, but no one could possibly plan for every eventuality. It's not possible. Actually, really interesting situation that happened. I was working for a very large client, traveling out to San Francisco every week doing coaching and training for them. I was out there when they decided that they were going to shut down their offices. So we stopped everything, got on a flight and came back, and then they were trying to figure out, they wanted to put everything on hold. And they eventually decided to continue because one of the teams, one of the managers of one of the teams that I was coaching said, honestly, doing Agile allowed us to adapt to this faster because we're only doing things in 2-week chunks. We realized that what we were working on may no longer be valuable. So we could stop right now and replan. They just changed directions because it was required to change directions. So I don't want you to feel that Agile is all about reacting to situations. It's really not about that, but it gives you the ability to react. So there's lots of planning. We're going to talk about it over the next hours, all the levels of planning you have in Agile. And you want to be strategic. You want to be making sure that you're focusing on the right things for your company. But there are times where you have to react, you have to adjust, and you have to do it right now. When you're doing things in very, very strictly planned fashions, it throws a huge wrench in all of those plans, throws out all of that money you've spent on building those plans because none of them are valid anymore. Now, how much have you wasted getting these fantastic, perfect plans that aren't worth the paper they're printed on, right? So this gives you that flexibility of changing directions when you absolutely have to do so, right? That's kind of the idea. Great comment, and I completely get it. I appreciate the comment. Absolutely.
Cool stuff. Here's one more, Roy. It says, is there a format that works best when discussing lessons learned? What is a good strategy? People tend to hold back the fear of upsetting others, especially when discussing something that did not work. So let's look at lessons learned under a microscope, Roy. So typically, what is the difference between a retrospective versus a lessons learned? You want it because in our predictive world, we often focus on just maybe the process related pieces. We don't go into the human or the people. So looking at this in a more holistic way, what is your opinion on this question?
Oh, absolutely great point, Phil. So, and want to answer give you some techniques also. We'll talk more about some of these techniques in our next session. So absolutely, a retrospective is not just focused on the process and certainly not focused on the product that we're building or the project. We're focused more on the team, of the processes that we're following as part of it, but also the human aspect of how we are interacting as a team. We may take entire retrospectives just to do things to build the team, just team building activities. And those could be things like getting together as a team to do something fun, playing games. And you can do some of these things online as well. So it's not just all in-person kinds of activities. We spend a fair bit of time building up the team to a level where they are less uncomfortable making those discussions, having those discussions. A lot of it goes to building trust, as I mentioned several times already. Something that you really need to focus on when you're trying to build trust is the ability to be vulnerable with your team members. And that starts with yourself, right? So one of the exercises I like to do, or the techniques I like to use, is have each team member tell the rest of the team something they did wrong in that previous sprint. This is something that I could have done better. And then also say, what am I going to do to fix it for the future so I don't do it again? And that gives a very lightweight, safe way for a team member to say, I did something wrong, but I'm going to fix it. So it helps to build that level of trust, the team, that you have recognized what you did wrong. And now you're acknowledging that these are some actions that I'm going to take to get it better. So the team sees you as recognizing your failures or your mistakes and also willing to do something to correct them. And it's a very simple, lightweight way of introducing some vulnerability into your team. But this is where great team facilitation takes place. This is where project managers, this is where your Scrum masters, this is where you shine, because it's all about the team, the interpersonal relationships, the behaviors of individuals, the psychology of how people work together. And if you don't focus on that, and to your point, the difference between a retrospective and a lessons learned is all about process and project. And there's value in that, but we're not talking about the people, right? The people, how they interact with each other, that's when we fail. If people are not willing to have difficult discussions, if they're not willing to trust their team members, you will have, and big ones, because they're not going to talk about them, right? So tons and tons of techniques, and we can talk about some of them a little bit later. Okay.
Awesome. Oh, thank you. We got one more from Holly here, and it says, when talking through vulnerabilities with a team, what if you have a team member that says, I can't think of anything I did wrong?
Well, yeah, so maybe they did do everything correct, and that's cool, right? That's fantastic, and they should feel free to admit that as well. It's not like we're trying to call people out. But there might be some other things that we can do as well, you know, and we'll let that happen a little bit. But we collect a lot of data as we're going through this process. I like to show the data sometimes to my team and just say, interpret this. What do you think happened here? And we'll be showing you, you know, the burn down charts and the velocity charts and all these other kinds of things that we get out of these fixed time boxes and keeping teams together. And often using data takes away the emotions. You can't deny the data. So now you're talking about a logical conversation rather than an emotional conversation. We're not finger pointing. We're just saying, here are the results. Here's what happened. Now, team, what do you think about this? Where did we go wrong? What did we do right? What happened? And that helps to take away a lot of those personal reactions. I guarantee you sometimes you're going to have team members that just refuse to open up. It's going to happen sometimes. And again, that's really where you can, or your Scrum Master, if you're not playing that role. Often I encourage Scrum Masters, go have a one-to-one. Bring that person out of the team. Go do in a personal setting. Go get coffee if you're able to get coffee, or you know, something more lightweight where we can have some conversations. Take it out of work for a little bit, and encourage that person on a more personal level to help step up and improve their relationships with the rest of the team. So lots and lots of techniques, but this is where your behavior management really comes into play.
Thank you, Roy. Okay, well, we will move on to our last section. We've got roughly 30 minutes, and we're just getting warmed up.
Okay, so we're actually doing okay with timing, just a little bit behind, but not that bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in and very quickly talk about the roles, then jump into Scrum. We should be able to get through the majority of Scrum in about 15 minutes. It's really not that difficult for us. All right, so just real quick on the roles. Oops, I think I got that wrong. 1 second. One more time, using valuable time. There we go. Okay. So just wanted to very quickly talk about the team. There are 3 roles in the team. The first is the team itself. And the team is a small, cross-functional, self-organizing, and I want to emphasize stable team. So small meaning the typical size, anywhere between 5 to 9. Some recommended reading. There is a free PDF for you to download. Go to Scrum Guides, that's plural, scrumguides.org, and download the Scrum Guide. It's available in multiple languages, so chances are if you're not a native English speaker, there's something that you can work with. It's the basic understanding of how Scrum works, the basic framework. It's a very short document. I think it's around 19, 20 pages maximum. So very quick read, unlike the PMBOK that's well over 500 pages by now. It's 18 or 19 pages, and that's all you need to just find Scrum, right?
That hurt, Roy.
Sorry, not trying to make it personal.
That hurt someone. And I'll just jump in here for you guys who are on the channel. I have the first 3 sections of the Scrum Guide in audio, where I'm reading it back in audio. So I've typed in the link, and you guys need to check out what Roy just said. Check out the scrumguides.org.
Awesome. And the reason I was recommending it is because it's a very simple book. There will be likely questions on the PMP that will come directly out of the Scrum Guide. So it's great reference material, and it's not a difficult read. Very, very small, intentionally small. In that they talk about team size. Now the Scrum Guide, honestly, I haven't read the latest revision that's coming out, but the last time I read it was between 3 to 9 people. My personal observation is I prefer teams bigger than 3 people. It's very small and you're not getting a lot of different perspectives. So I typically recommend 5 to 9, but the Scrum Guide officially recommends 3 to 9. Now we want to build small teams because it reduces communication complexity. They work better as a small team. Big teams, more complexity. Small teams, they can get out of each other's way and they can build trust a lot faster. So small teams are better. Cross-functional, meaning all skill sets necessary to do the work are on one team. So you don't have a team of, say, developers, a team of testers. It is one team of all the skill sets necessary, and they work together as a unit. So you're not doing the development activities or the building the product kind of activities and handing it over to another team for verification. You are doing that together as a unit. That's very different than what most organizations are used to. So you can see how organizational design comes into play. And I've seen it happen often where we build these cross-functional teams, but then they form sub-teams because their management wants to maintain control over those skill sets. So again, great opportunity for management to learn where they're getting in the way, right? The team works together as a unit. Now, we already talked about self-organizing. The team figures out how to do their jobs. Let them figure it out because they're smart people. And that's why they don't need to be driven, because we hire smart people. And another emphasis on stable. Stable means don't move people around. Don't change your team. Every time you change your team, every time you put somebody in or take somebody out, you have changed the dynamics of the team. You have lost the value of the metrics that you're going to be collecting. Different people, different metrics. That's the way it works. So you resist the temptation where you have this key person, and I really need them on this other project, so pull them off this project for 20% of their time, whatever, and put them on another team. Now, by doing that, you've made that person less efficient. Now they're going to more project meetings, more team meetings. They don't know what their proper priorities are. So don't do that. Instead of moving people, move work. If you need someone to do something on a different project, take a piece of that project that you need that person to work on and give it to the team that person sits on. Move work, not people. It's a lot easier to move work around than it is to move people. So we'll talk more about that in our upcoming session, but that's a basic concept. Keep your teams together. Don't time slice. Let them decide how to do the work. Make them as efficient as possible. Don't move people around, okay? All right, let me move on. Next role is the product owner. The product owner is a very important role and an insanely difficult job. This is typically a business representative, very hard to get and a very hard job to do. They are considered part of the team. They are there to, as the name kind of suggests, they own the product. So essentially, they own what we're building. So think about it this way, the best person or the best representative that we can pull to own what we are building is someone from the business. They're requesting it, so they should be the ones that should define what we're building. Now you can imagine if you put a technical person or someone who's not part of the business organization, if you put them in as that role, they don't necessarily know what the right thing to build is. They have an idea, and now you're splitting accountability, business and the people building the product, right? Don't try, do your best. Try not to do that, but it's often very difficult because of organizational constraints. So they are responsible for prioritizing what we call the product backlog, and we'll be talking about that very shortly. Product backlog is basically a list of work to do. That's really what it is. Identifying acceptance criteria, so saying, I need you to build this, and these are the attributes that I need to see in order for me to say, yes, this is what I wanted. And they work closely with the team to make sure the team understands what it is that they're asking for. This is a really hard job because they are there responsible for collecting stakeholder information, communicating with the team, prioritizing the backlog, ensuring we're working on the right stuff. You can imagine how difficult this is. So they need help in doing this job. And the team is there to help them out to make sure that they're building the right thing, doing it the right way. And the last role is the Scrum Master. Now, depending on your process, you may or may not have a Scrum Master, but the concept of Scrum Master is there regardless. If you're doing Kanban, there is no role of Scrum Master because you're not doing Scrum. But there's usually somebody, in Kanban we call them a coordinator, but it's the same basic concept. They're there to make sure that the right practices are being followed, obstacles, impediments are being removed. Now, they may not be able to remove all the impediments, but they should be able to help to remove the impediments. Now, very important, the Scrum Master is not a manager. They do not have authority over the team. So think about the behaviors we're trying to encourage here. If the Scrum Master is also a manager, The team may defer decisions to the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master may feel that they have the authority to tell the team what to do. That's not our goal. We generally keep management and strongly discourage management from participating with the team. The team they're good people, they're smart, they're skilled, they're empowered. They should be able to do their jobs without management oversight. That doesn't mean that we don't give management the tools they need to do their job, which is visibility, understanding of what's going on, progress reporting. All of that stuff is available for the management to see it, and they can always ask questions, of course. Now here's the difference. I want to make sure that we specify this. Scrum Master is not typically the same as a project manager. We treat project manager as a role, not necessarily as a person. I want to be very clear on this so that you're not nervous about this one. So think about it this way. Scrum Master, the role of a Scrum Master, the responsibility of a Scrum Master is to focus on the team. They don't focus on the project. They focus on the well-being of the team and making sure the team is efficient. The role of project manager focuses on, of course, the project, stakeholder communication, stakeholder management, making sure progress is reporting, budgeting, all the normal stuff project managers are responsible for. Now, it may potentially be the same person, but we treat them as two distinct roles. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, a challenge is if you are a project manager and a Scrum Master, your calendar may be filled with project meetings. So you may not be able to do the job of a Scrum Master because you just don't have the time to do it. So give yourself the opportunity to succeed. Being Scrum Master is a fun job, but hard. Being a project manager can be a fun job, but as you know, hard. So give yourself the opportunity to succeed. If you don't have the time, don't do both. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. All right, now let's skip that and let's go into this overview of Scrum. We'll be able to get through this pretty quickly, and we'll go into more details in our next session. So it starts on the left-hand side. Those are the three roles. Now the roles are again, product owner, Scrum Master, and team. Notice we don't call out team members being like, analysts or testers or whatever. Everyone on the team is considered an equal, and they are all team members. Now, it starts again on the left-hand side with the product backlog. The product backlog is a prioritized list of the things that we want a team or multiple teams to work on. It represents what we're doing, what we're building, what we're doing, the activities that we need to do. Now, we call it a product backlog, but I actually prefer to call it more of a team backlog. And the reason is that it could represent perhaps multiple products, and it could represent perhaps multiple projects. You notice we don't call it a project backlog. It is a product backlog. So work comes from any source that is requiring this team to do work. We don't care necessarily where it comes from, but we do have a reporting structure to report it back so we can show progress. I'll show you how that works. So anything that this team needs to do is on this backlog, and the responsibility for prioritizing that work is the product owner. Now, keep in mind, something that's truly important in any Agile process, and again, I would suggest any process, is good prioritization. When we're talking about prioritizing, you can have one and only one priority one. Now, I'm sure that you can look in your organization and see that you probably have half a dozen priority ones, maybe more. Now, that causes all kinds of problems: multitasking, context switching, time slicing, basically inefficiency, inefficiency, inefficiency. Every time we do that stuff, we slow the team down. They are slower and less efficient because they can't focus on one thing at a time. So it is the responsibility of the product owner and the responsibility of the organization to reduce the number of priority ones to one. Now, I want you to sit there and think about that for a second, how difficult that may be in your organization. And now think about how difficult the job of the product owner is. Telling stakeholders no is a responsibility of the product owner. That's not easy, okay? We'll talk about some techniques in our next session, but you get the idea. A single prioritized list of everything we want this team to work on, one priority one, one priority two, okay? I know that's gonna be hard, but we'll get you there. All right, so the team, at the start of every sprint, they get together and have a sprint planning meeting. Now, the sprint planning meeting, as the name implies, is they plan the sprint. They take a look at the work that's in the product backlog, at the top of the product backlog, because that's the highest priority stuff, and they do a very detailed plan. They define who's going to do the work, how much time it's going to take to do that work. Now, this is only a 2-week plan. So the high-level planning is high level, and the detailed planning is only for the next 2 weeks. It's basically the duration of the sprint. And we're going to talk about duration of the sprint in a minute. So they have a very detailed plan, who's going to do the work, how long it's going to take to do the work, what work has to be done, how they're going to do the work. Basically, they're building the sprint backlog, which is the same thing as a work breakdown structure. It's a WBS. All those attributes are the things that you have in a WBS. But we're not doing it for the entire project. We only do the WBS or sprint backlog for the next 2 weeks. So detailed level planning when you have the details, high level planning when you don't, right? We'll talk about the different levels of planning shortly. So the output of that sprint or that sprint planning session is a sprint backlog, and the team will then say, yes, we feel we can get this work done. It's technically not considered a commitment. We'll get into that deeper in our next session, but it's the team at least acknowledging that they feel confident they can get the work done. Now, when I talk about getting the work done, I mean functioning, tested product or service by the end of the sprint. So you have essentially 2 weeks to do all of the phases necessary to complete that work. So remember how traditional approaches are more phased approached. Agile is value approached. So we are actually taking those little tiny phases, the life cycle of the development of the product or service, and putting them all into 2 weeks. That's going to sound very, very scary. But basically what we're doing is we're doing less. We're taking big projects and breaking them down to really, really, really tiny units of work so that we're reducing risk, reducing complexity, and have a higher probability of success. So by the end of the sprint, we expect the work taken by the team to be completed. And that's going to be very difficult for the team to get that concept and to do it consistently, okay? So give them some time, they'll get better at it. All right, so at the end of the sprint backlog, the team says, cool, we think we can do this. Then they go off and they start executing. Now, the team doesn't go dark, they don't go silent. Instead, every day we're going to meet. It's a very quick 15-minute meeting, preferably at the start of the day, but not always possible. It's only 15 minutes, not a lengthy hour-long meeting. It's a 15-minute meeting called the Daily Stand-Up or Daily Scrum. It's the same thing. The Daily Stand-Up is the older name. Daily Scrum is what it's called now, but you'll see it named as both. Most people call it a Daily Stand-Up. So every day we meet for 15 minutes. I'm going to say this a lot over the next couple of sessions. The Daily Stand-Up is not a status meeting. We are going to talk about how things are going, what impediments we have, how we can help each other. The intent of this Daily Stand-Up, this is really important, is that it is a planning session. We are planning how we are going to work together as a team over the next 24 hours. So the Daily Stand-Up is not status, it's planning how we're going to work together. So for that very reason, we generally do not encourage stakeholders and management to attend the Daily Stand-Up. It's not about status. And if you have stakeholders or management showing up to your stand-up, it's going to very quickly turn into status. The team will turn to their management and start giving them updates. So we want to try to reduce that or prevent it. So encourage management to not show up and instead let the team do their jobs, but make sure the team is being transparent and open so management has the information they need, okay? All right, so I'm going to talk about how to run a daily stand-up in our next session. There are basically 2 different techniques. I'll talk about the values, the benefits of doing both techniques. But again, it's a planning session. Now let's talk a little bit about the duration of a sprint. Now in the Scrum guide, it actually suggests between 1 to 4 weeks. Now, the single biggest requested change in the Scrum guide is to reduce the sprint duration to 1 to 3 weeks. Now, the reason is 4 weeks in an Agile world is an eternity. Imagine we are looking for feedback at the end of every sprint. If we are doing it only once every month, that means we only have 12 opportunities in a year to get feedback from our customers. If instead we're doing this every 2 weeks, which kind of fits in that bi-weekly stakeholder kind of rhythm. Now we're getting feedback 24 times in a year. That means more opportunities to change direction, more opportunities to change scope, more opportunities to improve the product and our team. So reduce your sprint. 2 weeks is the usual recommended duration. Try to keep it down. Don't go to the bigger sprints. Okay, you're going to cause problems if you do. All right, just a real quick, when defining sprint duration, think about the volatility of your requirements, how frequently things change, how many interruptions you get. The more volatile your sprint is, or volatile the backlog for your sprint is, the smaller you want your sprint to be. The reason is that when the sprint starts, we generally want to resist or at least reduce the change to our sprint. We want to try to keep our sprint as pure as possible. So there's always going to be some level of change that happens. So we're not going to completely reject it, but we want to reduce it so the team can focus and actually complete what they committed to doing. So if the sprint is highly volatile, lots of changes, lots of interruptions, reduce your sprint, keep it as small as possible so it gives the team more opportunities to change directions. All right, now throughout this sprint, there's another meeting that we have. We do it periodically. It's called the Backlog Refinement Meeting. Now, it used to be called the Story Grooming Session, but the new name for it now is Backlog Refinement. And the purpose of the Backlog Refinement is to talk about the work that we're going to work on in the next sprint. So as we're building stuff today, we're going to take a little bit of time out of this sprint to talk about the work coming up in the next sprint. So you picture it as kind of two engines running at the same time. One engine is building things, and the other engine is talking about the requirements that are coming up for the next increment or the next sprint that we're going to work on. So you're always building up better requirements while you're building up the product. Now, the value of doing that is as you're building product, you're learning. And as you've built an increment of the product, you're getting feedback from your customers. So you're able to change direction frequently, refine those requirements and improve them throughout the project rather than trying to collect all the requirements up front. Now this, again, as a project manager, is going to feel weird. And as a business analyst, it feels even more weird because you're likely used to collecting all of the requirements up front. Now, the value of not doing that is that it allows you to change those requirements over the course of the project without too much cost or impact involved to your project. So keep in mind, if you're letting those changes happen in small increments, they'll be very small changes. Remember that statistic, industry average, 35% of your requirements are going to change. So why not build a process that allows that change to happen easily and with as little cost as possible? And that's kind of what this is designed for. All right, last two meetings that we have in a sprint is the sprint review and the sprint retrospective. The sprint review is a demo. So we're actually going to demo the working increment to our stakeholders. So we have a meeting, invite stakeholders to the meeting, we show them working product. This is not a PowerPoint session. This is demo the product. Now think about the value that you get. Every couple of weeks, we're showing working product. And if you remember, the primary measure of progress is working product, not percentage complete. So every 2 weeks, we're showing progress by completing an increment of the product or service we're building. So we get our stakeholders together, we show them, this is what we plan to do, and this is what we actually did. Imagine what that does to the level of trust with our stakeholders. We're showing them that we're actually getting stuff done. That trust skyrockets very, very fast. But again, stakeholder management, you might have stakeholders that don't behave well. We need to make sure that they are acting in the best interest of the organization and treating the team with respect. So your job as a project manager, or if you decide to become Scrum Master, is to make sure that we're managing those expectations and managing the engagement of those stakeholders, okay? So the sprint review meeting, we get feedback, we get to show our stakeholders, and they might have an idea, hey, that's really cool what you just built for us, but now that I see it, and I hear that all the time, I recognize that what we asked for is the wrong thing. That's fantastic. We want to hear that because I would rather fail in 2 weeks than fail in 6 months. 2 weeks, I have an opportunity to change directions right there on the spot and build something that is more representative of the customer's needs. Rather than waiting 6 months or whatever your timeline is, show it to your customer then and they say, this isn't even close. So this gives us those small little incremental changes that are very, very manageable. So it's not change chaos. It's simple incremental changes throughout the entire project. All right, last meeting we've talked about a little bit, and that's your sprint retrospective. This is the single most important meeting of the entire process. Please do yourselves a favor and do me a favor. Don't skip your retrospectives. I hear it from teams all the time, but we just don't have anything to talk about. Everything's going fine, so let's skip our retrospective. There is always something to talk about. There is always something to improve. Even if it's just get the team together and have tea together. I have teams that do that remotely now. Every 2 weeks, they get together and have a retrospective. And sometimes they say, you know what, we don't really have a lot to talk about today, or I'm getting kind of bored. So why don't we just, have drinks together? I have a team in California that they boba tea every couple of weeks just to do a little team building activity and have some fun and have an opportunity to chat with each other. So this is a great time to talk about behaviors, people, team, and process, less about product, more about the behaviors and the processes we're following, okay? This should be a private meeting for the team. I strongly recommend that we reduce management involvement and stakeholder involvement. This is all about the team, all for the team. Keep it about them, right? Don't force them to do meeting minutes or they might shut down conversations. That's Scrum. At the end of all of this process, we have what we call a PSI, or potentially shippable increment. And this is a piece of the product that may be ready for production. It may not have enough functionality to be viable, but at least it's working, it's tested, and it could go to production if we feel there's enough value to put it into production. Okay, that's the basic concept. Not all products warrant themselves to that. So this is somewhat contextual. I'm not saying Agile this is a solution for everything, but these concepts do work very, very well for most environments. So that's the general idea of Scrum. The whole process starts over again. At the end of the retrospective, we go back to sprint planning. We should have already built up enough backlog and prioritized so that we can go into building things and sprint planning, and then we continue the refinement process to talk about the work that's coming up in the next sprint, okay? I think this might be a good opportunity for us to break and go back to questions. Phil, would you like to take over again?
Absolutely, Roy, and we'll start off with this rather interesting question that came in from Ken. Is there a history behind where the name Scrum comes from? We'll talk about that one.
Great question. So, yeah, Phil, did you want to answer that one, or do you want me to take that?
Yeah, it's really from the rugby world, but I know there's a more elaborate expansion about how the rugby teams form a scrum and they move as one cohesive unit, something to that effect.
Exactly. So Scrum is a metaphor, and it did come from the rugby world. The Scrum is a formation in rugby. If you're a rugby fan, I know just enough about rugby to talk about this. It's the formation when the team basically has gone out of play, the ball has gone out of play, and the ball gets dropped in the middle of this formation, and the teams fight to get the ball back into play again. Essentially, that's what it is. Not exactly. The reason that they're using this metaphor is way back in the 1980s, early 1980s. There was a white paper written called the New Product Development Game. And in that white paper, it was recognized that Scrum formation of a small, cohesive, cross-functional team, all working together to solve a common goal or common purpose, is an extremely effective and highly efficient formation. So we use that metaphor to say, well, let's build teams of that same formation, small, cross-functional, self-organizing groups of people with a common goal that they're trying to achieve together as a unit. And that's essentially where Scrum came from. Good question.
Cool. We have another question here, which is from Holly, and it's about being a certified Scrum Master. Now, let's just say, Holly, there are many religions of Scrum. Some are false religions. You have a lot of impersonators, people creating Scrum certifications under their basement, in their basement, under their house. But you want to go to the scrumalliance.org, right, Roy?
Yeah, there are basically two reputable certification bodies. One of them is Scrum Alliance. That is the most notable. It's the most recognized certification. It's the CSM, Certified Scrum Master. They do a good job. It's a very sought after certification. I do recommend it. Honestly, it's a pretty easy certification to get. It's a 2-day class, and amazingly, they're now teaching them virtually. So they hadn't done that in the past, but they are teaching them virtually. So now might be a great time to look into getting it. It is a 2-day class and a relatively simple test that you can take, open book virtual test. Pretty easy certification. Now, I want a little caution. Just because you have the CSM doesn't mean you know what you're doing. I made a fatal mistake. Well, not so fatal because I'm still around. I made this mistake myself. When I first took my CSM, I came out of the class energized, motivated. I knew everything about Scrum. Went on my first project, and wow, was it a failure? Because I really didn't understand the behaviors and the psychology behind it. It was the practices. So don't, do yourself a favor and get the CSM. It's a good certification. It's very sought after. It'll a lot of the topics that we're talking about will be resaid, and so you'll have a good understanding of it. But it's always valuable to hear things from other trainers. So good certification. The other certification is certifying body is Scrum.org, and it is the PSM, Professional Scrum Master. There are 2 levels, PSM 1 and 2. It's also a good certification, less known, but I would suggest a better validation that you know what you're doing, because the test is definitely harder. I believe it's an 85 question test, something like that. So a little bit more difficult test. It is all online. Read the Scrum Guide intensely. If you know the Scrum Guide inside out and have read a little bit on the outside world through the net, you'll probably have a pretty good chance of passing the exam. You do not need to take a class. It's relatively inexpensive. I think it's around $100 US dollars. So not a very difficult thing to do, but the test is hard, and it does verify that you have actually really studied the Scrum Guide.
Mm-hmm.
I do recommend
Ken
it.
doesn't
It's
play.
a good certification.
Yeah,
sorry,
I said Ken doesn't play games with his questions. Those questions are, like they have some free versions, and I made that link available to some of these guys so they know. But yeah, Holly, there's your answer. Let's go very quickly. We want to go about 3 minutes before we officially come to the end. So here is round 3, and here is your first question. I'll try to make these really quick. Which of the following is not true about the product owner? Not true. Which of the following is not true about the product owner? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is obviously a new world for us. So Roy, majority have chosen that the product owner is not responsible for prioritizing the product backlog. But indeed, the actual answer to this is that they are not part of the team. That's a lie. They are part of the team. There's always a misconception that the product owner is like management, the baddie. Any comments?
Yeah, Phil, you did such a great job at phrasing this just like the PMI would phrase it. Really, really good. Throw those trick questions in there. So absolutely, they are considered part of the team. So they are one of the 5 to 9 players on the team. They are responsible for all those things above, which is why it's such a hard job. You imagine prioritizing that list of work. So many stakeholders to make happy, so many stakeholders that you might have to say no to. So really, really difficult job, and that's probably one of the more difficult things they do.
Absolutely. And Roy, the segue to this was on a team, we call it the team in the world of Agile, but we guys in predictive world are so used to saying project team. So when you talked about this and you said there was a certain number of roles, can you go over the number of the roles really quick? Just real quick, the roles on the team in Agile?
Absolutely. So there are just 3 roles, just that simple. There is the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the team, the people building the work. So those are the additional team members. That forms the core. You do not have a project manager on the team. You don't have management on the team. It doesn't mean that management and project managers aren't needed. just that they are not considered part of the team. You may have a larger, let's call it project team, for lack of a better term, that has perhaps multiple Agile teams in it. Might have a project manager also involved in it, and other, product managers or program managers as you see fit. So this all kind of scales up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the team itself is very small and is restricted entirely to the product owner, the scrum master, and the people doing the work. That's it.
Absolutely. And with that, here is your next question, my friends. Rapid fire. That was quick. We're getting a lot of responses. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. So Roy just said it 30 seconds before I gave you the question. The answer is 3. Okay. Roy, one more time.
Yeah, so 3 people. And I also want to answer, so I see one person answered 9, and I want to make sure that they understand why that's the wrong answer. So 3 are the number of roles. So Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the team. 9 is the maximum team size, for the maximum number of people that you would want to have on the team. So difference between roles, and again, great phrasing, Phil. Difference between roles and the number of people.
Absolutely. All right, here is one from your predictive world, and let's see if you caught what Roy told you here. The Scrum Master has authority over the team and is like a project manager in a strong matrix. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is actually very good we're doing this, Roy, because we're still tweaking a few things here. So majority chose B, which is true. It is false. So B is the correct answer. The Scrum Master does not have authority over the team and is not like a project manager, as Roy stressed. There's a difference. Roy, can you reiterate what you said there again?
Absolutely. So I like to use the analogy that a Scrum Master focuses inward. So they're focusing on the team, making sure the team has what they need, the care and feeding of the team, basically making sure the team has the best day possible, removing impediments, things like that. Now, the project manager typically focuses outward, focusing more on stakeholders and management and reporting outward for progress and things like that. So there may be some overlap in some of those responsibilities, but they're 2 very, very different roles. Now, I want to make sure that we understand project manager and scrum master could potentially be the same person, but they are very different roles. And if they are the same person, they really need to split their brain. Mm-hmm. And when they are scrum master, they are scrum master and not also project manager, and vice versa, right? Split your brain, otherwise you're going to get yourself in trouble. Okay.
Great. And to jump on that, the final question, again, building on what Roy just said, here's your poll. The Scrum Master focuses on what? Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. We should start singing praises because everyone got this one right.
Nice.
So it is team and well-being. I have many more questions that we will cover next week. But for now, that is it for the questions I had based on what Roy shared with you. Taking a look at our chats. Ken says, is it safe to say the Scrum Master is like the team captain? Roy, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. So, or think of them as more like the team coach, right? So they're not necessarily in the game. They're not necessarily building the product. Sometimes they do, but most often they don't. but they're there to make sure they see the bigger picture. They see how the team is forming. They see the plays. They see the basic activities of how the team is interacting, right? Making sure that they're behaving the right ways and following great practices. So treat them more as a coach. In fact, we actually do call them coaches in some situations. I myself am an Agile coach, the same basic analogy. So consider it that way. Absolutely. They're not necessarily a team player, but they're there to facilitate the team being a good team.
Absolutely. Great. Roy, we have a very nice question here, and we often see this question a lot from friends of ours in the predictive world. And based on a lot of the Agile transformations you've done. And here is the question. It reads, if the Scrum Master does not have authority over the team, who does?
Wow, that's the first time I've heard that question. I'm kidding. Just Phil, just like you said, that is a very, very common question and a good question. So this happens a lot coming from the more predictive environments, the traditional approaches. We tend to view that teams need to be told what to do, or at least directed in some way. And we take this slightly different approach in that we view, again, that our team members are adults and don't need to be told what to do all the time. So there still is a need for management. That does not in any way go away. We need managers, but the job of a manager changes. Instead of a manager telling the team members what to do, they are instead there to build a great team, a knowledgeable team, a good functioning team. So they're there making sure that, when you think about what a manager can do, they can supply money, they can remove roadblocks, they can have personal discussions with the team member to make sure that we're doing team member retention, all those kinds of things. So exceedingly important role for management to play, but it does change. We're not telling people what to do anymore. What we do strongly encourage is that no one actually has authority over the entire team. That's going to sound scary, right? Consider this: the team may consist of people that have different managers. So we might have a whole bunch of different managers, each person reporting to a different person. We don't care, because a team is not a reporting structure. It's not an org structure. It's a collection of people that work well together with complementary skills, right? That's kind of the goal. So it's a little bit like a matrix kind of organization. So we discourage having one person with responsibility over the team because of the very negative behaviors that can drive. Consider, if you have a person responsible for that team with authority over that team, they may override what the product owner is asking them to do. We don't want that to happen, right? The product owner has a responsibility. They're telling the team, this is what we need as a business. That should not be overridden by management. Collaboration, cool, not overriding. And management tends to do that, at least in the early days of Agile.
Great one, Roy. Thank you. All right. Well, I believe that was the last question I saw in the queue. We want to respect everyone's time, so we have gone a little bit over, but it has been for a good cause, in that these questions, they just help people better embrace the whole mystery, right, Roy? So
absolutely.
Let's see, any further questions? We got one from Pedro. How is the team held accountable? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to formally end the recording or formally end the meeting, and the last few questions that come in, we'll take them for those people who asked them, but I want to give everyone the opportunity to disperse while Roy and I take the last few questions. So thank you very much, and I will see you guys next week. Bye for now. Okay, so Roy, this last question that came in from Pedro, you see it is, how is the team held accountable? Is it individually or how? It's a good one.
Awesome question. So they are still held accountable, right? We need accountability built into our process, or they could be going completely the wrong direction. We don't want that to happen, obviously. So accountability happens in a number of different ways. First, each team member, again, is expected to be an adult and hold themselves accountable. So there's a lot of risk reduction in there. People need to come to work prepared to do their jobs and do it properly, right? So good corporate citizens. The team itself is holding themselves accountable and each other accountable. So if a team member is behaving poorly or is not completing their work when they're supposed to be, then the team has the responsibility of fixing that problem, not necessarily management. Although if the problem persists, management may need to get involved, of course. But the team has the responsibility of improving itself, which means shunning some of those perhaps potentially bad behaviors. And that's, again, where the Scrum Master could really come in and help, because they can be that third party to help resolve some of those challenges. Their whole job is the well-being of the team, and that means every individual needs to behave accordingly and hold themselves and each other accountable. Now, that's fine, and that's a little bit fluffy. So there are some other things that we need to do to make sure that the team is truly doing what we expect them to do. And we have so much visibility into the work that they're doing. We know what work is being taken on by the team because it's all visible. They have boards where they're showing the work they're working on. They have metrics that show, are they getting done what they said that they were going to get done? And these are all metrics and activities that are being, and tools that are being used to help the team improve. So we have what are called storyboards, we have burn down charts, we have burn up charts, we have velocity charts, we have acceptance criteria, we have any number of tools that show the status of the team and make sure that's that trust and verify. We trust the team to do their jobs, we trust the team to improve, but we can also verify that they're actually doing it. So hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. We have adults on the team, and everyone is, you know, they hold themselves accountable, you know, unlike other models where people feel someone needs to beat others over the head for that. We got another one here, Roy, and this will be the last one that we take to respect time. It is, how are they, that's the team, selected to be on the team? How are they selected to be on the team? What is it based on?
That's another awesome question. So coach's answer, it depends on the organization. Organizations that are just starting out, it's typically activities involving management, collaboration with the team members. What you're really looking for when you're building a team is find skill sets that are complementary. So if you have, you know, as in software example, if you have developers, you need testers. You may need testers anyway. You might need an analyst. So you kind of balance the people that are skills that are necessary on the team. But you also want to look, as a manager, you want to look at the personalities and behaviors of the team members.
Mm-hmm.
So look at their soft skills when you're building the team, not just technical skills. Technical skills are easy to teach, are a lot easier to teach anyway. The soft skills are hard to teach. So if you start with a team that has good soft skills, getting them leveled up to where they could do the technical stuff is a lot easier. Now, that's often the way that we start collaboration across management, so that they're, you know, they should know their people better than anyone. And of course, reaching out to the team members and get their agreement that things are the right way to do it. Now, more mature Agile organizations, they might use different approaches, and HR comes into this as well, right? Because some policies might need to change in order to enable some of these things. I have some organizations that allow teams to self-choose, right? They set up the parameters. These are what we need on each team. These are the kinds of skill sets that we need. You know, this is the team size and some other attributes that you might define, and let the team self-organize and figure out who should be on their teams. Mm-hmm. And that's an interesting way of doing it. Obviously, it's a little bit scarier because the teams may not always choose well. We do want to make sure that management has some visualization and some oversight into this to make sure that they can make tweaks. But if you think about it, if you want truly self-organizing teams, shouldn't they also be able to pick who's on the team, right? That also goes for changes to the team. If you need a new team member, the team should have the right and maybe even the responsibility of interviewing new team members, because you want to bring them into the fold and make sure that they can work with each other. So mm-hmm. they have a little more authority, a little more control over who comes into the team as well. Yeah. Hopefully that answered your question.
Absolutely, Roy. That's a great segue into the follow-on piece about backups in the event that one leaves. Yeah, the team is still responsible. Talking about bench strength and keeping people on the bench, that is nice to have. But a lot of companies, they just don't have that kind of redundancy. You know, they might have ready ideas in their heads, but again, it's a team thing. So management shouldn't be lording it over the team to say, all right, this is your next person who's going to help you, right? Not even the product owner should be able to say, I want this person, choose them.
Exactly. We should not be assigning work to people and choosing individuals. We should let people volunteer to take on work. Now, there's, again, double-edged sword with that, right? So we want to make sure the right people are volunteering. Everyone has the skill set to do things. But again, if we have adults on our team, they should be able to say, somebody on the team that doesn't have as much experience should be able to say, hey, I'd really like to try this, or I'd really like to learn this. And then the team collectively with the product owner can decide, is this a good time to invest in some learning? Or are we on too tight a schedule where maybe right now is not the right time, but we can do it maybe next time? We treat this in Agile as an investment in the quality of our team and in the quality of our organization. We need bench strength. It's huge organizational risk. If you have one person and only one person that can do something, that's crazy to do that anymore. You need to have that strength in your organization that if one person leaves, then somebody else could potentially pick up the work. Maybe not quite as well, but at least you're not dead in the water. You don't have these challenges. We call that the lotto factory. So if somebody wins the lottery, you need to have somebody to be prepared to step up and do their job because that person's going to leave. So this is an investment. It doesn't happen overnight. You need to choose it carefully and wisely. Let the team make those decisions with the product owner to make sure that we're doing it at the right time and it's the appropriate way to do it. Okay, but the team should encourage each other to work with each other and learn.
Cool. All right, Roy. Well, thank you very much for this awesome session. We've really gone above and beyond. So I look forward to our next adventure next week. Before then, guys, make sure you download what Roy said, the Scrum Guide at scrumguides.org. Try to go through it. I would also advise that you open up where we talk about the basics of the Agile Manifesto and the values in the Agile Practice Guide. You've got it. Just read it. It's right there. And some other concepts are also here. Also on YouTube, look for my video on the basics of Agile, which is a segue for you PMP students. And we'll see you next week. Thank you very much, Roy.
Thanks, folks. Have a great day. Looking forward
Cheers.
to seeing you again next week.
I hope you're finding value from these discussions. So just stay fixed and focused. If you got any questions, make sure you put them in the chat. And by the time you're done, you would have learned quite a bit about real-world Agile application. Let's continue.
This guide has been developed with the assistance of many knowledgeable specialists in the field of Agile and other incremental software development methods to aid federal agencies, departments, and auditors in assessing an organization's readiness to adopt Agile methods. The best practices in this guide are not comprehensive, that is, they are presented as high-level concepts of software development, contracting, and program management that highlight the aspects of Agile development throughout a program's life cycle and address key risks to an organization, program, or team without prescriptive how-to steps.
Many other publications address how to apply best practices in using an incremental approach to software development, and readers can refer to those sources when considering a specific development topic. The federal government spends at least $90 billion annually on information technology, IT, investments. In our January 2019 High Risk List report, GAO reported on high-risk areas, including the management of IT acquisitions and operations. 6 While the executive branch has undertaken numerous initiatives to help agencies better manage their IT investments, these programs frequently fail or incur cost overruns and schedule slippages while contributing little to mission-related outcomes. GAO has found that OMB continues to demonstrate its leadership commitment by issuing guidance for covered departments and agencies to implement statutory provisions commonly referred to as FITRA. However, application of FITRA at federal agencies has not been fully implemented.
For example, as we stated in the 2019 High Risk Report, none of the 24 major federal agencies had IT management policies that fully addressed the roles of their Chief Information Officers, CIO, consistent with federal laws and guidance. This Agile Guide is intended to address generally accepted best practices for Agile adoption, execution, and control. In this guide, we use the term best practice to be consistent with the use of the term in GAO's series of best practices guides. The most well-known feature of Agile software development is probably its emphasis on iterative product development and delivery, that is, development of software in iterations that are being continuously evaluated on their functionality, quality, and customer satisfaction. This method is well suited for programs in which the final product is to include distinct features, some of which may be discovered during the process, rather than planned at the beginning. Information obtained during these frequent iterations can effectively assist in measuring progress and allowing developers to respond quickly to feedback from customers, thus reducing technical and programmatic risk. With its emphasis on early and continuous delivery of working software, Agile can be a valuable tool for organizations in helping to mitigate schedule and budget risks. We can compare requirements, design, development, and testing using Agile software methods to those of the formerly used predictive frameworks. Requirements, design, development, and testing are performed concurrently in small iterations for Agile and sequentially in predictive methods. In contrast to predictive methods, using an Agile framework can result in an organization producing software using frequent reviews and customer feedback to help ensure that the highest value requirements are being met. We can also compare Agile and predictive methods for developing software, assuming that high-level planning for both Agile and waterfall development has already occurred.
Thank you for listening. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. What is the value of using Agile? With an emphasis on the early and continuous delivery of working software, Agile can be a valuable tool for mitigating risks by engaging customers in collaboration early in the program and continuously adapting to changing requirements and environment, thus limiting the chance of continuing to fund a failing program or outdated technology. While some versions of incremental development were being used as early as the 1950s, the Agile approach was articulated in 2001 by a group of 17 software developers that called themselves the Agile Alliance. In February 2001, the Alliance released the Agile Manifesto, in which they declared, "We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, response to change over following a plan." The Alliance added that, while they recognized the value in the second part of each statement, e.g., processes and tools, they saw more value in the first part, e.g., individuals and interactions. The Alliance further delineated their vision with 12 principles. The 12 Agile principles behind the manifesto are: 1. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. 2. Welcome changing requirements, even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. 3. Deliver working software frequently, from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, with a preference to the shorter time scale. 4. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. 5. Build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. 6. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. 7. Working software is the primary measure of progress. 8. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. 9. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. 10. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. 11. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. 12. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. There are numerous approaches, or frameworks, available for Agile programs to use. A framework is a basic structure to guide customers, rather than a prescriptive process. Each framework is unique and may have its own terminology for processes and artifacts, though the frameworks are not mutually exclusive and so can be combined. When implementing Agile in a federal environment, all staff, both government and contractor, will want to work together to define the Agile terms and processes that will be used for their particular program. Agile, as a concept, is not prescriptive, however, when applied to an organization, it may be. Regardless of the specific frameworks and practices, it is important that applying Agile aligns with the manifesto and Agile principles. Individual team frameworks. Extreme Programming, XP. XP is a process that originated from taking software best practices to the extreme. XP processes incorporate 5 key values: 1. Communication, 2. Feedback, 3. Simplicity, 4. Courage, and 5. Respect. XP values constant communication between customers, developers, user stories, and management, as well as having a simple and clean design. Pair programming and 100% unit testing are some examples of key XP practices. Feature-driven development, FDD. In FDD, development is driven from the functionality perspective. FDD adheres to the following steps: develop the overall model, build feature list, plan by feature, design by feature, and build by feature. FDD uses a number of best practices, including domain object modeling and individual code ownership.
Kanban. The Kanban framework seeks to limit work in progress in order to alleviate bottlenecks throughout development. Team members pull work when they are able to, as opposed to work being pushed down to them, to smooth the flow of work and eliminate unevenness. Kanban uses the following practices: visualize the workflow, limit work in progress, manage flow, make policies explicit, implement feedback loops, and improve collaboratively. Kanban's most prominent feature is a visual task board divided into columns, at a minimum: to do, in, process, and done. Tasks are written on notes and placed on the board, and move horizontally through the columns as the work is completed. As with other team frameworks, electronic means for facilitating flow are available to supplement manual-based visualization. Scrum. Scrum defines the team by 3 core roles: product owner, development team, and Scrum Master. Development is broken down into time-boxed iterations called sprints, where teams commit to complete specific requirements. During a sprint, teams meet for daily stand-up meetings. At the end of the sprint, teams demonstrate the completed work to the product owner for acceptance. A retrospective meeting is held after the sprint to discuss any changes to the process. Thank you for listening. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Agile at Scale Frameworks. Disciplined Agile, DA. Building on different Agile methodologies, DA is a decision framework that can be scaled and is intended to address the whole product life cycle. Key aspects of DA include people first, learning-oriented, hybrid methodologies, full delivery life cycle, process goal-driven, solution focused, risk/value life cycle, and enterprise-aware. DA has defined roles of team members within the framework. Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM. Previously known as DSDM-ADERN, this is a framework for rapid development. There are 8 principles. 1. Focus on business need. 2. Deliver on time. 3. Collaborate. 4. Never compromise on quality. 5. Build incrementally from firm foundations. 6. Develop iteratively. 7. Communicate continuously and clearly. And 8. Demonstrate control. One core technique of DSDM is prioritizing requirements as must have, should have, could have, and won't have. But would like, or Moscow. Less large-scale Scrum. Less is a scaled-up version of one-team Scrum, and it maintains many of the practices and ideas of one-team Scrum. In less you will find 1. A single prioritized backlog. 2. One definition of done for all teams. 3. One product owner. And 4. Many complete, cross-functional teams with no single specialist. Teams. In less, all teams are in a common iteration to deliver a common, shippable product. Hybrid framework. Scrumban, a combination of Scrum and Kanban. Teams generally abide by Scrum roles while using Kanban to view workload and improve flow. Scrumban can be considered the application of Kanban to a Scrum framework to help an organization tailor its Scrum to better align with their goals. With Scrumban, the amount of work is not limited to the sprint, but to the work in progress limit. Meetings in Scrumban are often scheduled as needed, as opposed to a specific schedule with sprints.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
The user.
The user who?
Yep. We're at Microsoft.
Related frameworks. Crystal. The Crystal method outlines different methodologies based on the number of people involved and the criticality of the software. The framework that most closely resembles Agile is called Crystal Clear. The methods rely on trust and communication. Unlike other methodologies that dictate discipline to specific practices, Crystal allows freedom for individual preferences and work habits. DevOps. DevOps, with its name stemming from a combination of development and operations, emphasizes collaboration between development, IT operations, and quality assurance with the goal of more frequent software releases. The overall DevOps values align with Agile, and DevOps is considered an expansion of Agile implementation practices to all areas of a product's life cycle. One common DevOps principle is infrastructure as code, meaning operating environments are managed the same as code, with version control, automation, and continuous testing. Iterative development. Iterative development breaks down the work into smaller chunks known as iterations, in order to design, develop, and test in cycles. Lean software development. Lean software development applies principles from lean manufacturing to software development. There are 7 key principles. 1. Eliminate waste. 2. Amplify learning. 3. Deliver fast. 4. Decide late. 5. Empower the team. 6. Build integrity in. And 7. Optimize the whole product. Challenges in implementing Agile frameworks. Challenges to organization commitment and collaboration. Programs using Agile software development methods require the ongoing collaboration and commitment of a wide array of stakeholders, including business owners, sponsors, users, developers, and cybersecurity specialists. 19 One way Agile promotes commitment and collaboration is by having teams work closely together, in one physical location when possible, to facilitate continuous communication among the team members. However, officials from the federal agencies that GAO surveyed reported that teams had trouble transitioning to this philosophy. Specifically, they stated that teams were challenged in collaborating because staff were used to working independently and in individual workspaces. For example, some team members preferred to work alone rather than in a team room, viewed open communication, such as posting program status on a team room wall chart, as intrusive, or disliked showing work in progress to the federal customer. Agency officials also reported that staff members struggled in transitioning to self-directed teams. They stated that staff members used to taking direction from a program manager found it hard to take responsibility for their work and then elevate unresolved issues to senior officials. They also reported that cross-functional teams were difficult to form because federal employees tended to be specialists in specific functional areas. For example, a team member who represented specific customers was not always familiar with the needs of all customers. While Agile stresses frequent input and feedback from all stakeholders, officials noted that federal employees found it difficult to commit to keeping work products, such as schedules, updated to reflect the status of every iteration because they were not used to the rapid pace of development. They also said that teams initially had difficulty maintaining an iteration's pace because they were used to stopping their work to address an issue rather than making a decision and moving on. Officials also stated that federal customers were not always available to review deliverables as they were completed, which was necessary in order to keep the development team on pace with the iteration. Some agency officials stated that assigning and maintaining staff was an issue because their organization did not have sufficient staff to dedicate to multiple Agile teams. Staff with multiple, concurrent duties could not be spared from their other duties to dedicate themselves to the large time commitment required of an Agile team. Additionally, officials said that frequent work assignment rotations were common in many federal agencies, creating challenges as new staff needed to learn the roles and responsibilities of those being replaced. Challenges to preparing for Agile adoption. When an organization using waterfall software development migrates to Agile or other iterative methods, new tools and technical environments may need to be added to support program planning and reporting. However, officials reported that implementing Agile tools could initially create a challenge due to delays in buying, installing, and training staff on the use of these new tools. Furthermore, officials noted that Agile calls for performing development, testing, and operational activities concurrently, which can create significant demands on a program's technical environment.
One official stated that preparing and maintaining synchronized hardware and software environments for these three activities to support frequent releases can be expensive and logistically challenging, especially for multiple concurrent iterations that can require more complex coordination of staff and resources. Another complication agency officials identified was the lack of clear guidance for Agile software development, particularly when agency software development guidance was for a waterfall approach. One official reported that, in order to account for Agile methods, new program policies and procedures would need to be developed, which they found to be a daunting task. They also stated that it was difficult to ensure that iterative programs could follow the standard approach. Another official stated that staff were nervous about moving from waterfall guidance and, when programs followed a mix of iterative and waterfall life cycle guidance, added confusion among the teams. The following is a recent example of the development of Agile methods for the U.S. Air Force's Space Command and Control Program. Thank you for listening. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Case Study 1, updating policy to reflect Agile principles, from Space Command and Control. In October 2019, GAO reported that the Air Force's Space Command and Control Space C2 program was taking an Agile approach to software development to more quickly and responsively provide capability to customers. According to Air Force officials, Agile development was relatively new to Department of Defense (DoD) programs. In the past, requirements were solidified in advance of development and the software was delivered as a single completed program at the end of the development cycle with no continual involvement or feedback from customers or ability to modify requirements. The Space C2 program was one of the first DoD software-intensive programs to move away from the waterfall approach and into an Agile framework. However, we reported that the then current DoD acquisition instruction did not include guidance for Agile software programs. GAO reported that DoD officials stated that new software guidance was in development, and this guidance was expected to offer pathways for developing Agile programs. DoD had also developed a draft template to assist Agile programs with developing their acquisition strategies, though the template and associated software guidance were in the early stages of development. In the meantime, however, Space C2 program officials confirmed that they were operating without specific software acquisition guidance. Space C2 officials also clarified that, while Agile software acquisition guidance had not yet been formally published, the program office had been actively engaged with the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for acquisition and sustainment in refining draft policy and guidance. The program office noted that its program activities over the past year had been informed by and were consistent with this draft guidance. Though DoD was taking steps to ensure that the Space C2 program had a comprehensive approach in place for managing, identifying, and mitigating challenges associated with an Agile development approach, GAO reported that key program plans and agency-wide guidance were still in draft form, leaving uncertainty about how program development and oversight would ultimately proceed. Finalizing a robust acquisition strategy containing the key elements for ongoing planning and evaluation would better position the program for success. Success in Agile. Agile programs depend on having the flexibility to add staff and resources to complete each release and adapt it quickly, based on lessons learned from one release to the next.
One official stated that federal procurement practices do not always support this flexibility. For example, contracts that require waterfall-based artifacts to evaluate contractor performance are not needed in an Agile approach where the contractor is part of the team, and their performance is based on the delivery of an iteration. This official added that it can be a challenge for contractor staff to meet iteration time frames when tasks change, since federal contracting officers require structured tasks and performance checks. As a result, adding some flexibility in requirements is a contracting challenge. Chapter 6 discusses contracting best practices that can assist organizations as they work to reconcile Agile methods with contract requirements. Challenges in executing Agile methods. Programs using Agile methods develop software in increments that are added onto the previous build. However, some agency officials reported that their staff mistrust such iterative solutions. For example, one official stated that federal customers expect to see a total solution. Consequently, a demonstration of the functionality provided in one iteration or even one Release was sometimes not considered good enough. The small increment of functionality demonstrated caused staff to doubt the Agile team's ability to deliver the remaining requirements, creating a parallel fear that the Agile team would not meet commitments. Officials also stated that this mistrust hindered the federal customer's ability to develop a definition of done, which is an essential component of the process. While a key tenet of Agile is prioritizing requirements, one official reported that customers found it challenging to validate and prioritize requirements by release, as they were used to defining all requirements at the beginning of the program and not revisiting them until they had been completed. Additionally, another official said it was difficult to reprioritize requirements when new work was identified. In addition, iterations may incorporate compliance reviews to ensure that organizational legal and policy requirements are being met. However, one official stated that they found it challenging to complete compliance reviews within the short, fixed time frame of a single iteration because compliance reviewers were used to following a less flexible schedule under waterfall development. Specifically, the official said that reviewers prioritized requests as they arose and that the reviews took months to perform. This caused delays for the iterations that needed to be assessed within a few weeks in order to proceed with the program in a timely manner. Challenges in evaluating Agile methods. Agile software development methods stress evaluation of working software over extensive documentation and traditional program management milestone reporting. Officials said that this difference can present challenges in evaluating federal programs due to the lack of alignment between Agile and traditional evaluation practices. 4. Example, federal oversight bodies request status reports for waterfall development at development milestones and have not adjusted to Agile methods of frequent updates of each increment. As a result, an official reported that Agile teams became frustrated when dashboard statistics appeared negative. Traditional oversight requires detailed artifacts at the beginning of a program, such as cost estimates and strategic plans, while Agile methods advocate an incremental analysis.
One official stated that requiring these artifacts early can be challenging because it can be more worthwhile to start with a high-level cost estimate and vision or roadmap that gets updated as the solution is more refined through each iteration, rather than spending time estimating costs and strategies that may change. Chapter 6 discusses how program milestones and reviews can be aligned to an Agile cadence and other concerns related to contracting for Agile programs. Furthermore, officials stated that program status tracking in Agile did not align with traditional methods. For example, one official stated that tracking the level of effort using story points instead of the traditional estimating technique based on hours was a challenge because team members were not used to that estimation method. One official stated that the required use of earned value management can be onerous if there is no guidance on how to adapt earned value management to reflect data about iteration progress, or if the organization's upper management does not embrace an Agile mindset and tracks monthly changes in cost, schedule, and product scope as control problems rather than as revisions to be expected during the iterative process. Chapter 7 of this guide discusses the application of performance management systems, such as earned value management, to Agile programs. Actions taken to address challenges. Since 2012, the federal government has taken steps to improve its Policies and processes to help federal agencies adapt their current processes to Agile methods. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Chapter 3, Agile Adoption Best Practices. Transitioning to Agile software development methods requires practitioners to do more than implement new or modify existing tools, practices, and
Hey, you've been listening for quite a while. I thought you might need a break from that stuff. You see, there was a chicken and a pig walking down the road, and the chicken says, "Hey, pig, I was thinking we should open up a restaurant." The pig replies, maybe we should call it, what should we call it? The chicken responds, "How about ham and eggs?" The pig thinks for a moment and says, "No thanks. I'd be committed, but you'd only be involved."
processes. Converting to Agile requires adopting the values and principles of the Agile Manifesto, which introduces challenges as an organization shifts from waterfall development methods to those of an iterative process, such as Agile, which emphasizes rapid, frequent delivery of production quality software. Yet, an Agile approach also presents an opportunity for an organization to improve its acquisition and development of software. Organizations can use the best practices described in this chapter to help them manage and mitigate the challenges in making the transition to Agile. The practices described are organized by functional perspective, team dynamics and activities, program operations, and organization environment. The discussion is in general terms in order to be useful regardless of the Agile method used. The practices highlight the aspects of Agile adoption that address key risks to be considered and are not meant to encompass all aspects of software development or program management. They can be used alone, or in conjunction with information from other publications that address similar topics. This chapter assumes that a team, program, and organization has carefully chosen to adopt Agile software development methods. The decision to adopt Agile will depend on a multitude of factors, such as the stability of requirements, nature of the system, and program complexity. The best practice organization culture supports Agile methods discusses how to make a decision whether or not Agile is the best suited software development methodology for an organization's program. There are practices often associated with an Agile approach, such as prescribed roles, events, artifacts, and procedures, but these vary depending on the methodology used. Over time, teams may refine and evolve their practices based on experience and lessons learned. Because the adoption of Agile requires a shift in mindset at all levels of an organization, attempting to address all of the best practices at the same time can be difficult to manage and may lead to an inordinate amount of disruption and change in a short period of time. Therefore, management might consider prioritizing the best practices so that the most important have been implemented before moving on to the next set of practices. Prioritizing the order of adoption may result in an organization prioritizing individual practices from the groups, team dynamics and activities, program operations, and organization environment, of practices described in this chapter, rather than prioritizing an entire set of practices from any single group. Consistent with continuous improvement, some best practices will be more applicable to new adopters, while other practices will be more applicable to organizations with more experience using Agile. Within each Agile method, specific terms may not fully align with the terms used in the best practices discussed in this chapter. For example, a program might use a different term from the terms used in this guide to capture the concept of a product owner. Use of the specific terminology in this guide is not essential, but the concepts described in each best practice as a whole should be observable. If not, then organization officials should be able to explain why excluding a best practice, or elements of one, does not introduce unacceptable risk to transitioning to Agile. Although identified across varying levels, these best practices are highly interrelated. They all have to be aligned toward common goals, and therefore, each support the success of other practices. Agile Best Practices. Agile Adoption Best Practice Summary. Team Dynamics and Activities. Team composition supports Agile methods. Agile teams are self-organizing. The role of the product owner is defined to support Agile methods. Work is prioritized to maximize value for the customer. Agile teams use user stories to define work.
Agile teams estimate the relative complexity of user stories. Requirements are prioritized in a backlog based on value. Repeatable processes are in place. Agile programs employ continuous integration. Mechanisms are in place to ensure the quality of code being developed. Agile teams meet daily to review progress and discuss impediments. Agile teams perform end iteration demonstrations. Agile teams perform end iteration retrospectives. Program operations. Staff are appropriately trained in Agile methods. All members of an Agile team have appropriate training, since techniques used are different from those used for waterfall development. Programs. Developers and all other supporting team members have the appropriate technical expertise needed to perform their roles. Technical environment enables Agile development. System design supports iterative delivery. Technical and program tools support Agile. Program controls are compatible with Agile. Critical features are defined and incorporated in development. Non-functional requirements are defined and incorporated in development. Agile teams maintain a sustainable development pace. Organization environment. Organization activities support Agile methods. Organization has established appropriate life cycle activities. Goals and objectives are clearly aligned. Organization culture supports Agile methods. Sponsorship for Agile development cascades throughout the organization. Sponsors understand Agile development. Organization culture supports Agile development. Incentives and rewards are aligned to Agile development methods. Organization acquisition policies and procedures support Agile methods. Guidance is appropriate for Agile. Best practice, team composition supports Agile methods. Agile teams should be self-organizing, meaning they are empowered to collectively own the whole product and decide how work will be accomplished. Agile teams' duties should be well defined, e.g., covering lower-level decision-making and team formation. The team's authorities should highlight the importance of cross-functionality to allow for autonomy and team stability. The more encouragement and latitude the team is given, the better it can address technical issues in creative ways. If teams are not self-organizing or self-managing, the teams may be inefficient, causing program cost increases and schedule slips. The Agile team should be structured to allow for its own autonomy so that it need not rely on outside teams to complete its work. Team members should have cross-functional skills that allow them to be capable of performing all of the work rather than a single specialty, and collectively the team should have all the skills necessary to perform the work and represent the various sections of the organization that touch on software development, such as business, subject matter expertise, quality assurance, and cybersecurity. In addition, the team should be integrated with other areas in the program office. Specifically, the team can include contract specialists, designers, analysts, developers, and testers who, when working together, are able to decompose High-level descriptions of features that need to be accomplished into appropriate user stories and then work to identify logical iteration stopping points. 4. Testability. This level of expertise on the team allows it to solve most problems. If a team does not have the requisite skill sets, it will be reliant on other teams that may have other responsibilities, thus delaying progress on the product. The roles for an Agile team can vary based on the Agile methods being applied. However, certain roles are similar in all Agile environments, such as the developers, product owner, team facilitator, and subject matter experts. Team stability, where team members are dedicated to the team and do not move in and out of the team, is important to ensure consistent productivity. Frequently shifting resources within a team, or between teams, can undo learning and shift team dynamics and skills, thereby diminishing the team's ability to meet commitments. The level of commitment of each team member and stakeholder is based on the needs of the program and should be discussed on a case-by-case basis. For example, involvement of a database administrator may only be required on a part-time basis when the team is working on user stories that require access to, or may indirectly impact, a database. Whether a team member is fully or temporarily dedicated to a particular team, all staff should be available when needed, to the extent possible. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. The role of the product owner is defined to support Agile methods. In an Agile environment, the developers work daily with stakeholders, including the product owner. The product owner is the authoritative customer representative who manages the prioritization of the requirements, e.g., user stories and acceptance criteria for those requirements, communicates operational concepts, and provides continual feedback to the developers as a representative of the customer. The product owner also defines the acceptance criteria for stories and ultimately decides if those criteria have been met. A product owner should understand the business and strategic values of the organization and possess subject matter expertise related to the business need in order to draw alignment with the vision of the product. Linking the need, vision, and product includes ensuring that prioritized requirements are evaluated and implemented in a timely manner and that the backlog is managed. If there is not a clearly identified product owner who is the authoritative customer representative and responsible for managing requirements prioritization, communicating operational concepts, and providing continual feedback, the developers may not be sure which requirements are priorities if they receive conflicting information. This uncertainty can result in delays to delivering high-priority features and deployment of the overall system.
If the product owner is not a dedicated resource, the developers may find that person unavailable to answer questions when needed, and, if questions are not addressed in a timely manner, the developers may make assumptions in order to continue with its development and meet its commitments. If the team assumptions do not match the expectations of the product owner, significant rework may be necessary. This can slow down the development process. The product owner role and responsibilities can be fulfilled in more than one way. For example, some organizations may delegate these responsibilities through multiple product owners, each of whom has clear boundaries and a clear division of duties, while other organizations may establish a core group of business officials to make key programmatic decisions, with a single product owner interacting with the Agile teams on behalf of the group. Regardless of the structure, the product owner should be empowered and their responsibilities should be well defined, e.g., the product owner's availability to the team. From a functional perspective, a product owner must be empowered to prioritize decisions about development. Without the ability to reprioritize work, the development process can slow down due to waiting on others with competing responsibilities to consider and respond on behalf of the business. Since the product owner represents the customer, they routinely interact with key stakeholders to weigh the value of each requirement and establish work priorities for the developers. The developers may choose to interact directly with key stakeholders if the Agile team deems it warranted. However, the team should ensure that functionality is prioritized by the product owner and not the stakeholders, and that this additional coordination does not impact development productivity. In order for a product owner to be effective, their responsibilities should be reduced so as to limit the number of Agile teams the product owner works with and allow time to interact with and complete duties with the team, stakeholders, and the customers. Without maintaining contact with both the developers and the customers, a product owner may not be able to represent what the customer priorities are and may misrepresent them to the developers. This could result in a decreased value from the system if the wrong features are given priority in the backlog, or cause schedule delays if critical features were not developed. Case Study 3, Product Owner, from Immigration Benefits System. In 2016, GAO found the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, transformation program experienced many challenges due to product owners being stretched among multiple development teams. Product owners for the primary transformation program system, the Electronic Immigration System, ELIS, were responsible for more than 4 development teams, and, at times, up to 12 teams. Consolidated release assessments, prior product owner testimony, and GAO observations identified that not having a dedicated product owner presented many difficulties for the ELIS development teams. For example, one product owner stated that it was a challenge to accommodate more than one team and she had to stagger her time between the teams to support sprint planning and maintain meaningful dialogue with the team. Additionally, consolidated release assessments indicated that product owners did not attend 21% of sprint planning meetings. Product owner availability was an issue voiced by development team members and also observed by GAO during stand-up meetings and sprint planning. The more development teams a product owner is responsible for, the less time the product owner is able to spend with each team. Consequently, this can impact product owner effectiveness in performing his or her assigned duties. Furthermore, as we reported in 2016, the program faced challenges in completing work within committed time frames, and product owner availability may have been a contributing factor. According to USCI's guidance, lack of inclusion and transparency with the development team's decision-making and processes can result in a disengaged product owner, or one that makes decisions without adequate consideration of challenges faced by the team. Best practice: work is prioritized to maximize value for the customer. Agile teams use user stories to define work. User stories have become a common method of defining small items of work that can be completed by team members inside of an iteration. Although some methods do not explicitly require the use of user stories, e.g., Kanban, they provide additional information beyond the high-level requirement description to help Agile teams work to meet the requirement. A user story defines who needs the requirement and why. Regardless of the form used to communicate low-level requirements, ensuring that the team knows who the requirement's customer is and why the requirement is needed are important. While Agile programs may use different terminology, such as product backlog items, for the purposes of this guide we will use the term user story throughout to describe a small segment of work that can be completed in a single iteration and is determined by the product owner and developers. The Agile team constructs a general outline for developing the user stories that comprise an iteration. The user story's focus is on the value delivered to the customer, often defines who the customer is, what is being developed for that customer, and why there is a need for the functionality. However, striking a balance between too much and not enough detail can be challenging. Each user story should provide enough detail to allow developers to estimate the user story's complexity, but not so much information that there is little room for discussion between the product owner and the developers around the intent of the user story. Clearly establishing the components to include in the user story can help strike this balance. Establishing a common structure for the user story helps ensure consistency and can help prevent delays when product owners work with multiple teams or teams are reorganized. The product owner determines the business value of each user story in consultation with the developers by refining the size, defining the criteria for acceptance, and establishing when the user story will be considered to be done. The value of a user story should be re-evaluated based on the current needs of the organization to ensure the greatest return on investment. The practice of backlog refinement, along with a discussion of acceptance criteria and a definition of done, is covered in greater detail in Chapter 5. Invest. The acronym INVEST defines the characteristics of a quality user story. It should be independent of all others, and negotiable, not a specific contract for features. Valuable or vertical. Estimable, to a good approximation. Small, so as to fit within an iteration, and testable, in principle, even if there is not a test for it yet. If the user story fails to meet one of these criteria, the team may want to reword it, or even consider a rewrite. The developers should use relative estimation, which compares the current work with work of similar size and complexity, to determine how much complexity a new user story represents. Relative estimation enables teams to maintain a sustainable software development pace and predict work commitments. The team should size user stories relative to one another, assess the complexity of work based on input from the product owner, refine user stories and estimates over time, and use prior estimates to inform future estimates. If teams are not using relative estimation to compare current size and work estimates to historical completed work, the team may underestimate or overestimate the complexity and time necessary to complete the user story. Relative estimation. In software development, an estimate traditionally consists of a quantified evaluation of the effort necessary to carry out a given development task. This is most often expressed in terms of duration. Relative estimation is one of several types of estimation used by Agile teams. It consists of estimating tasks or user stories, not separately and in absolute units of time, but by comparison or by grouping of items of equivalent difficulty. Relative estimation, consistent with estimation in units other than time, avoids some of the pitfalls associated with estimating in general, seeking unwarranted precision, confusing estimates for commitments. For example, if a team uses a complexity point scale with the values 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, it should not be assumed that an 8 PT backlog item will require 4 times as long as a 2 PT one, although, if that is the norm the team has agreed upon, it could, rather, it will be more than a 5 PT and less than a 13 PT item. Also, because estimates are team and domain specific, there is little utility in attempting to use them for cross-team performance or productivity. When estimating, the team should consider potential factors that can increase the complexity of the work. For example, a piece of functionality that requires passing interface testing before it can be accepted might prove challenging when the team factors in coordination and access to other systems. Team members are providing only a best estimate based on experience to date and will not fully know the complexity of the user story until the work has begun. Accordingly, program management should remember that estimates for the program are likely to change with each iteration. Practices such as Affinity Estimation can help to identify factors that affect the complexity of a user story. Well-defined acceptance criteria can also help teams estimate a user story's complexity. Less well-defined user stories will carry more risk and uncertainty around size estimates. Additionally, if teams are not estimating user stories consistently, the teams may be committing to too much work, leading to user stories lasting longer than one iteration and team burnout. The team continually revises the estimates of the program as they learn more about the business priorities and as a user story increases in priority. However, once an iteration has begun, sizing estimates should remain unchanged so that the team can examine variances between estimated and actual work accomplished during the iteration. Estimation is a team-specific activity and estimates for one team should not be compared against estimates for another.
It's your buddy Phil again. It's that time where we have another Agile debate. You know what people say? They say waterfall is horrible. Waterfall should never be used. Waterfall is the devil. Well, let's be honest here. First of all, you shouldn't call it waterfall, right? You should call it predictive project management. And secondly, there is absolutely nothing wrong in managing projects that need to be managed in a predictive fashion with a predictive approach. Absolutely nothing wrong in that. So for those who demonize, they call it waterfall, is really predictive project management, those folks need to get with the program. Those folks aren't actually being agile because agility is choosing the right solution for the right project. Take a look at page 123 to 127 in the Agile Practice Guide from the PMI. They collaborated with the Agile Alliance and they came out with some really great content. And you just look at it and you see, oh, well, there's absolutely nothing wrong in using a predictive approach where necessary, where the stakes are crazily high and everything can be thought out step by step.
For example, different development teams on one program may have a different idea of what the relative size of work is. Requirements are prioritized in a backlog based on value. To prioritize a user story, the product owner determines the business value of each user story based on the needs of the customers, stakeholder priorities, and factors such as its risk level, dependent relationships, frequency of use, alignment with the vision of the product, security requirements, expected return on investment, and learning. The organization and program should have a shared understanding of what value means in terms of how much a feature satisfies strategic priorities. Identifying and measuring value, as with other Agile practices, requires constant collaboration. Agile teams should pull work from a prioritized backlog, providing frequent deliveries of software with immediate value to the customer. A lack of traceability between different levels of backlogs and program planning artifacts could lead to overlooking user stories or features that are critical to the program due to their high value to the customer or key dependencies that those user stories or features might have with other aspects of the system. Further, lack of understanding or insight into the methods used to measure value for user stories could cause a disconnect between the customer and developers and allow delivery of features that do not maximize the value. The value of the work accomplished by Agile teams should be tracked and monitored. Once software has been delivered, the product owner may survey customers to measure satisfaction with each software release and track the accuracy of initial value estimates. Value-driven feature development. One way to gauge the value of work is to measure how often a feature of a system is used by the customer. While there may be situations where a critical feature is necessary but used infrequently, often the product owner should be focused on developing features that will actually be used on deployment and therefore are of immediate value. As with any measure, setting a target for usage beforehand can serve as a benchmark to compare against on deployment. The team should provide an ongoing assessment of value expected versus value delivered. In doing so, the organization has another Measure of progress beyond traditional cost or schedule considerations. Without clearly prioritizing work, the developers could work on features that are not must-haves to the customer, resulting in the delivery of features that may not be used and might contribute to schedule and cost overruns. Moscow. Many Agile methods use the acronym Moscow to classify user stories as must-have, should have, could have, or would like to have for prioritizing the backlog. Case Study 4, Release Roadmap, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, modified its acquisition procedures to allow for an ongoing assessment of progress, and indirectly the value of work accomplished, via a release roadmap. DHS guidance stated that the release roadmap is to be submitted to the Acquisition Review Board prior to Acquisition Decision Event 2B. During lower-level technical reviews, exit criteria for reviews required the development team to follow the release roadmap and make adjustments that supported the successful completion of requirements defined at the Acquisition Decision Event 2B. DHS supplemented these requirements with guidance on constructing a roadmap, including a discussion on how a program can sequence its roadmap for learning, risk, and economic value. Within DHS, GAO reported that it reviewed a roadmap for one development module of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) Student and Exchange Visitor Information System (SEVIS) program. This roadmap listed areas for development in the order they were intended to be developed and identified the associated business capabilities. The business capabilities identified in the roadmap aligned with the sub-capabilities listed in the program's operational requirements document. Examples of business capabilities in the roadmap that were also sub-capabilities identified in the operational requirements document included: create non-immigrant record, including supporting forms. Align non-immigrant eligibility information with unique non-immigrant. Update non-immigrant biographical information, and add/update dependent information. Still on the topic of value. Because the value of requirements is constantly fluctuating based on the state of the program and the organization, the product owner re-evaluates requirements frequently to reprioritize if necessary as a result of team discussions. Doing so allows customers to receive the most important functionality, e.g., those features that provide the greatest value, first. Likewise, this practice usually provides the biggest return on investment for the work performed. Moving on to storyboard mapping, aka user story mapping. Story mapping, a concept first formulated by Jeff Patton in 2005 in an article entitled It's All in How You Slice It, consists of ordering user stories along two independent dimensions. The map arranges user activities along the horizontal axis in rough order of priority, or the order in which you would describe activities to explain the behavior of the system. Down the vertical axis, it represents increasing sophistication of the implementation. Working through successive rows fleshes out the product with additional functionality. One intent of this practice is to avoid a failure of incremental delivery, where a product could be released that is composed of features that, in principle, are of high business value but are unusable because they are functionally dependent on features that are of lower value and, therefore, deferred to future releases. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Moving on to another best practice section. Best practice repeatable processes are in place. Agile programs employ continuous integration. To successfully meet the demands of rapid development, Agile teams use repeatable processes to establish consistency, thus providing a baseline against which improvements can be evaluated and adapted. Repeatable processes are not to impede the creativity of the Agile team by repeating the same steps in the same way every time the team operates. Rather, they characterize how to approach the Agile cadence. Because iterations are short, often 2 to 4 weeks in duration, consistency is important as practices will be repeated dozens of times a year. Automation of repeatable processes allows software components that are added or modified to be continuously integrated into the system. With short iterations in which to develop working software, integration should be frequent. Thus, continuous integration using automation ensures that software handoffs between the various stages of development and testing are performed in a reliable, dependable manner. Without continuous integration using automation, reliable, dependable software handoffs may not occur. Each stage of the continuous integration process should include automated tests of both functional and non-functional requirements with the scope of automated testing tracked and monitored based on established expectations. Without automated build and testing tools, the program may experience challenges in delivering the product on time and may have a limited assurance of product quality. Because automation depends on early investments in the technical environment, its success is heavily dependent on the program process best practice. Technical environment enables Agile development. When using Agile, check that mechanisms are in place to ensure the quality of code being developed. Adherence to coding standards and the use of automated and manual testing are necessary for improving the quality of code that is ultimately inserted into the continuous integration build process. Software with a large number of defects or an inefficient structure not only affects system performance, it forces the developers to spend critical time and effort to repair defects. While many methods are available for assuring code quality, there will always be some code inefficiencies or redundancies that ultimately limit system performance. These deficiencies can stem from time constraints, an unsustainable pace of development, undisciplined coders, or other reasons. The accumulation of these deficiencies over time is called technical debt and can present obstacles to an Agile program if not properly managed. For example, as a code base grows, additional functions will rely on the deficient code, causing a degradation in overall system performance. Moreover, as the interest incurred on technical debt continues to rise, teams will devote more time to cleaning up errors instead of producing new features. Technical debt can also be incurred mindfully, when it is more important to hypothesize the way a module will work in the eventual system, so that interfaces can be tested, for example, than to wait for the requirements for that part of the system to be written in detail. Eventually, both intentional and unintentional technical debt can increase to the point where the code base no longer functions properly and a complete refresh becomes necessary. Code quality should be tracked and monitored based on established expectations. There are various methods that can be used to assure code quality. One development is test-driven. Test cases are written before any code has been produced and only enough code should be produced to address the test case. Subsequent test cases and code are added via a cyclical process until the user story is finished. 2-pair programming, developers work in pairs. 3. Refactoring, a portion of time is set aside in each iteration to update and improve the code. 4. Code quality and peer review. A team member who is not the developer of the code reviews portions of the code base to assess its quality and adherence to defined coding standards.
Another best practice is, Agile teams meet daily to review progress and discuss impediments. In addition to repeatable technical practices, there are repeatable business practices that increase the likelihood a team will succeed when using Agile methods for its software development. Specifically, teams can meet daily to coordinate the work, demonstrate working software to the product owner either during or at the end of an iteration to verify it meets customer needs, or participate in a retrospective meeting. The daily progress meeting is to discuss any barriers encountered in completing the work. It is not intended to provide a status update to management. Its purpose is to help the team gauge if it is on track to meet the iteration goals and adjust as necessary, while holding team members accountable. Daily meetings usually discuss these three topics: yesterday's accomplishments toward the iteration goals, today's planned work to advance the iteration goals, and any impediments to achieving the iteration goals that need to be removed. The larger purpose of the discussion is to help a team meet its stated goals for an iteration and increase the flow of work. Without the daily stand-up meeting, team members may not be held accountable for their work. In addition, duplication of work could occur, or work may not get accomplished because of a lack of communication and understanding of who is doing what for the program. Without daily stand-up meetings, the team might also not identify impediments, which may result in rework or schedule delays. Managers can observe the daily meeting and consider actions they might take to help remove team impediments, but the daily meeting should not become a status update for management. If used as a status update for management instead of focusing on progress and impediments, the meeting could last too long. The meeting is also not a place to solve problems or hold discussions with stakeholders. Instead, it is a place to decide what conversations, with what participants, need to take place that day. Teams can invite subject matter experts or other business stakeholders to the meeting, as needed, to answer questions regarding a specific user story they intend to work on that day. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Another best practice is that Agile teams perform end iteration demonstrations. Teams should demonstrate the latest version of the software for the product owner and other stakeholders at the end of each iteration, or as functionality has been completed. These demonstrations offer an opportunity for stakeholders to validate that teams are building the right product, help inform the priorities for the team moving forward, and offer a key opportunity to discover new requirements that can be translated into user stories. During a demonstration, stakeholders review and react to the particular portion of working software being demonstrated, rather than to the whole system. In order for a demonstration to be useful, all participants must be engaged and the sample software should be depicted in a realistic setting. Teams should not spend a significant amount of time preparing for a demonstration, as the focus of this time is to demonstrate working software and obtain feedback. If end iteration demonstrations are not performed, the team may not be able to identify portions of the software that need improvement or modifications to provide the anticipated functionality. Another best practice is that Agile teams perform end iteration retrospectives. At the end of each iteration, the team should hold a retrospective meeting to reflect on what went well and what could be improved for the next iteration. It is an effective tool to enable continuous process improvement. The findings of the retrospective are determined and implemented by the team. For example, although retrospectives focus on process improvements instead of product improvements, the team can include action items from the retrospective as user stories in the backlog and track their implementation. If a retrospectives is not held at the end of each iteration, the team may not reflect on or improve the efficiency and effectiveness of its work processes, thereby impacting the timely delivery of a high-quality product. These retrospectives differ from end-of-project retrospectives in that they provide the opportunity to improve in the next iteration, not the next project. Program-level Agile in operations and programs is critical too. At the program level, best practices address training staff in Agile methods, establishing a technical environment that facilitates Agile development, and implementing controls that are compatible with Agile. All members of a team using Agile methods need to have appropriate training, since the techniques used are different from those used for waterfall development programs. Team members and all staff who will be actively developing software, supporting software development activities, or involved in the acquisition process using Agile should be trained in the specific Agile method they will be using in order to have a common understanding about the processes to be used. Training in specific Agile methods includes the Agile policy and procedures documented by the organization. Without training, there may be a lack of common understanding in the program about the Agile methods to be used. In addition, training requirements should be tracked and monitored for all team members. Refresher training should occur whenever there are any changes to the development or acquisition process, such as the use of new programming languages, applications, compliance requirements, coding, or security standards. If Agile is adopted throughout an organization, training of all team members should be considered as part of the organization's larger workforce training or strategic human capital management efforts. Without effective training based on a strategic human capital analysis, the program will be challenged in helping to ensure that the required capabilities and mission value will be delivered in a timely and cost-effective manner. Developers and all other supporting team members should have the appropriate technical expertise needed to perform their roles. In addition to training, teams using Agile methods should possess the competencies, skills, knowledge, and process abilities needed to perform their role. A program should consider Agile-centric skills when forming teams. Ideally, team members, including contract specialists, developers, and testers, should be cross-functional and together possess all the skills needed to produce working software, as discussed in the best practice. Team composition supports Agile methods. If team members do not have all the required skills, programs should ensure that each developer has immediate access to people with specialized skills in, for example, contracting, architecture, database administration, software development, quality assurance, operations, information security, risk analysis, user experience, and business systems analysis.
If you are looking for training either for the CSM or for the ACP or for the PSM, you need to send a message because we can assist you in getting certified in these Agile certifications. Send an email to support@praizion.com. That's PRAIZION.com. Let's continue.
Having qualified staff helps ensure that the flow of development is continuous. If program development is performed by an Agile services contractor, program officials should include an evaluation of the qualifications of the contractor to perform the work as part of the source selection. For example, on receipt of contractor proposals, a program may require the offerers to conduct a technical demonstration of their expertise. An Agile team needs to have all the appropriate technical expertise, or it could be delayed in completing its work while waiting on input from knowledgeable specialists outside of the team. Moreover, if individual team members are not proficient in the skills necessary to complete the work, then the quality of the product being developed may suffer, requiring substantial rework. Case Study 5, Technical Demonstrations, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, offered guidance for preparing acquisition strategies through its procurement Innovation Lab. Webinars offered by the Procurement Innovation Lab on acquisition strategies for Agile programs discussed the need for interim delivery of software, close coordination between contractors and program office staff, contract oversight mechanisms that were tailored to support Agile development, and refined requirements. For example, the Transportation Security Administration Agile Services Procurement webinar discussed planning, executing, and debriefing technical demonstrations used to select the contract recipient, paying particular attention to the value of transparency and modifying contract oversight mechanisms. GAO reported that, within DHS, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, SEVIS, program evaluated contractor qualifications to ensure they had the necessary technical expertise. According to the program manager, contractor qualifications were evaluated in 2 stages: first, by assessing the contractor's proposal, and second, by conducting a technical challenge to ensure that contractors could demonstrate the technical skills in the proposal. According to the instructions included in the request for proposals, this technical challenge required the contractor to leverage Agile best practices to design, develop, and demonstrate working software that addressed user stories provided by the program. Although the instructions stated that contractors were required to follow Agile methods, the ICEVIS program manager stated that the primary goal of the technical challenge was to assess development skills rather than knowledge of Agile. Moving on, bear in mind that system design supports iterative delivery. Planning the design of the system is important in order to understand and manage the considerations that can enable a loose coupling of architecture components and to provide architecture to support the Agile methods and end state for the program. An Agile program should refine and build out the architecture over time as it learns more about the system, but also allow time to consider system requirements in order to limit future complexity, rework, and loss of investment. If the program does not consider the system architecture during its initial planning and instead relies on building out the architecture as code is developed, the architecture may not support the needs of the system when fully operational and require a complete technical refresh. Let us briefly discuss the concept of an architectural runway. Some programs use the concept of an architectural runway to ensure that the technical infrastructure, dependencies, and interfaces are clearly understood and in place to support implementing the near-term software in an operational environment. The architectural runway is continually extended to meet new and evolving needs in front of development, which avoids the need for large upfront architectural design. In designing the system, a loosely structured architecture allows for the rapid development of modular components in incremental releases. From an Agile perspective, this allows teams to produce usable code at each iteration without impacting the larger system, as the architecture provides the platform for new code to be inserted seamlessly into the operational environment. In addition, since large federal programs typically have staff distributed across multiple locations, it is easier for each team to be responsible for a module. This module is then loosely coupled with others, eliminating the need for many point-to-point interfaces that would require significant communication and collaboration between teams. Frequent testing and reviews can help ensure that newly developed components are properly integrated with existing ones. Incremental code delivery can result in more frequent customer reviews that provide valuable feedback to the developers. Because customers are reviewing smaller slices of the system than in a typical waterfall development, the staff members participating in an Agile development review are likely to be different than those in a waterfall development. If software design and architecture are not loosely coupled, changes to individual pieces of the system may require a significant amount of testing of the entire system, slowing the pace of development and delivery of the product. Thank you for visiting with us today. Remember to send in any questions you may have. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to learn more about Agile. Let's move on to our next case study. Case study 6, Tools for Automated Testing and Continuous Integration, from Agile Software Development. In June 2020, GAO reported that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, SEVIS, program defined its technical environment to include technical tools for automated testing and continuous integration. The team process agreement for one development module. GAO reviewed identified technical tools that supported continuous integration and testing within the project's technical environment. This included a tool known as Jenkins for continuous integration and tools known as MUnit and SOAP UI for continuous testing. In addition, the I-SEVIS Modernization Test and Evaluation Master Plan discussed tools for helping to ensure code quality, such as an automated code analytics tool to be used to identify test coverage of code and cybersecurity code vulnerabilities. The project also defined management support tools in the process agreement. Specifically, it identified support tools for tracking and knowledge management, such as Jira and Confluence. The team process agreement stated that Jira should be the main knowledge management tool and that all changes, discussion, and history should be tracked in each ticket. This process agreement also stated that Jira should be the team's tracking tool with Confluence used to provide transparency. Moving on to this next best practice. Technical and program tools support Agile. To continually monitor progress, Agile program management and technical tools may be needed to assist Agile teams with electronically managing the Agile framework they are using to develop software. The selected tools should be integrated into the program's technology environment, e.g., automated regression testing suites and continuous integration support tools, and access should be available to all team members and stakeholders who need the access. These electronic tools can prevent delays in performing critical tasks. If technical and program tools are not consistently available to those members of the team requiring access, then the productivity of developers may suffer and result in increased costs for development. Organizations sometimes face limited access to the contractor's tools. This is based on a perception that providing access could lead to micromanagement of the developers. This fear of micromanagement should be addressed because everyone involved in the Agile development effort, both organization and contractor, should have access to the data. Given the variety of Agile tools available in the commercial market, program managers should analyze their current suite of program management tools to determine to what extent they are aligned with Agile principles and practices. Since Agile methods deliver software frequently, they require a certain degree of automation to avoid creating lags in the process. For example, to ensure quality products are produced during a delivery cycle, the software is integrated and tested frequently, usually daily. This rapid integration and testing can be labor-intensive without the support of automated tools. Automation also reduces the chance of human errors and can perform many functions much faster than people can. Large programs not using automated tracking tools could miskey dependencies between user stories and features. Without automated tools, the program risks inconsistent implementation of processes across teams, which may negatively affect product delivery and understanding the program's progress. Best practice: program controls are compatible with Agile.
It is important that critical features are defined and incorporated in development. The program strategy should identify the mission, architecture, safety critical components, and dependencies that ensure that all aspects of a program are considered, and these aspects should be revisited on a regular basis. 38 Some programs define these components during an initial iteration before any software development begins. Doing so can help the program avoid rework and integration challenges from inadequate software and the resulting increase in costs and time to deliver all critical features. Without clearly identifying mission and system critical architecture features, the program risks developing these features after other software is in place and facing substantial rework and integration challenges, unnecessarily increasing the cost and time to deliver all critical features. In determining the criticality of the software, the program should evaluate and prioritize the relative value of the work to ensure that each iteration delivers the most business value. This can ensure that the customer's most pressing needs are being met first. Business and mission goals drive the prioritization of the most advantageous requirements, and security requirements should be reviewed throughout development. At the same time, the product owner must consider technical risk relative to business and mission goals, and if there are significant unknowns, those features may need to be addressed early to understand what is actually achievable versus what is desired. The program may need to pivot if technology assumptions are made in the program's conception that are not reasonable for the cost allowed or the state of the technology that must be used. If critical business requirements are not prioritized appropriately, software may not provide the required functionality. Lack of communication between the product owners and developers regarding features priorities risks the development of non-critical software in place of critical software and lower customer satisfaction with the completed product. Next best practice: non-functional requirements are defined and incorporated in development. Although much of the focus in development is on functional needs, the program must also include non-functional requirements, such as security and privacy. In the program strategy. 39 As with critical dependencies, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design requires the developers to consider non-functional requirements throughout development. This is particularly true with complex programs such as healthcare and financial systems that process sensitive data with complex non-functional requirements. Teams overlooking non-functional requirements may develop a system that does not comply with current federal regulations, e.g., cybersecurity or interface requirements for IT programs, causing unnecessary risks to business operations and resulting in the software not becoming operational until these components have been addressed. See Chapter 5 for additional discussion on defining and capturing non-functional requirements. Next best practice: Agile teams maintain a sustainable development pace. Management should strive to ensure that teams can maintain a sustainable development pace by prioritizing user stories, some of which may be non-functional requirements, establishing an agreed-upon definition of done for those user stories, and reaching a mutual commitment on the work to be accomplished for each iteration. Many teams embrace Agile methods because the software is needed quickly. However, sound engineering and management principles are still required when employing Agile. Management should emphasize and encourage teams to maintain a consistent development pace that can be sustained indefinitely. For this to happen, management needs to encourage and promote how this paradigm will benefit everyone. Specifically, teams that can determine a reasonable pace will not suffer from burnout and will take pride in their ability to continually produce quality software that pleases the customer. If teams are not working at a sustainable pace, there is a risk of burnout, which can cause delays in the program. In addition, working at a sustainable pace provides management with historical data, such as the team velocity, that can provide for more accurate cost estimates and time to develop desired features. While an effective measure if collected and interpreted properly, it is important that management understand velocity is team specific and should not be compared across multiple teams. Chapter 7 provides additional information related to specific Agile program monitoring and control, and Chapter 8 addresses the various metrics that can be captured to monitor performance. In addition, Appendix V discusses the Scrum and XP methods for achieving a sustainable pace and how it can be planned for and monitored over the program's life. Without establishing a consistent pace, the program cannot reliably use historical metrics, such as team velocity, to estimate future efforts required in product development. Moving on. Organization environment. Organization environment best practices address organization life cycle activities, culture, and acquisition policy and procedures. Although not explicitly called out as a best practice, an organization may also be responsible for directing, monitoring, and/or controlling the implementation of program operations and team activities and dynamics. Best practices related to these topics will be discussed later in this guide. Organizations all have different missions, goals, existing processes, culture, and requirements. Consequently, they may adopt different and varying levels of Agile methods to suit their needs. Before beginning the process of scaling Agile, management will select or develop a suitable approach that might include using a pilot program to discover problems and then mature its processes and incorporate lessons learned before fully adopting them throughout the organization. An organization may have to consider a possible reorganization to enable a large-scale transformation to Agile software development. This can be simple, such as reviewing traditional roles and responsibilities and realigning them with Agile roles, that is, program manager to product owner, or it can be more complicated, resulting in intensive changes, such as restructuring one or more components or shifting entire IT portfolios. 1 way to help ease an organization's reorganization is for management to establish communities of practice or other working groups of motivated or influential individuals to lead the change. Another is to use small pilot programs to showcase success and learn first where the organization's pain points exist before scaling Agile across the organization. Either a top-down or bottom-up approach can be successful in scaling Agile and helping to drive an organization's change. Best practice: organization activities support Agile methods. Organization has established appropriate life cycle activities. The organization's life cycle activities should support the iterative and incremental nature of an Agile approach. They should also allow for the organization to tailor life cycle activities to encourage frequent collaboration between the customer and the developers to support rapid development. When making the transition to Agile, sponsors may need to make structural changes at the organization level in order to support the iterative nature of Agile. These changes include allowing programs that are applying Agile methods to tailor life cycle activities, including technical reviews, and associated artifacts to their cadence of delivery. These changes may affect the organization, staffing, and interactions with other groups, such as information assurance and operational test and